In a double room at Finglinwen Hotel, Jiang Chen woke up from a hangover with a splitting headache. He glanced around the unfamiliar surroundings, then stared at the dark red stain on the white bedsheet, falling into deep thought. Speaking of yesterday, hadn't he just been dumped by that Shinsini? What the hell was going on? Jiang Chen, I just want a stable future. A woman's best years are only a few. I can't afford to waste them. I don't want a life of worrying about mortgage and car loans and counting every penny when going to a high-end restaurant. Jiang Chen, I'm not really looking down on you, but Brother Cohen is so good to me. He gave me a Hermes bag on our first date. On a bustling street, Shinsini had called Jiang Chen out yesterday and said this. If you look down on me for being poor, just say it straight. No need for this. Jiang Chen, who had just gotten off work, agreed to the breakup on the spot. That Shinsini was a famous campus belle of Sihai University, a goddess dreamed of by countless male students. But she was vain and materialistic, indirectly showing disdain for Jiang Chen in various ways. They had been together for less than a month. Their values were simply incompatible. They broke up as graduation came. Jiang Chen didn't feel any regret, so that evening he went drinking with his buddies. On his way back, already quite drunk, he unexpectedly encountered a beautiful woman who was also drunk. They chatted for a while, seeming to hit it off quite well. Then somehow, neither knowing who initiated, they went to a hotel in a daze. Remembering this, Jiang Chen grabbed his head. Damn it. Come to think of it. Did they really go all the way? About the beautiful woman from last night. He didn't retain much of an impression, though he could still recognize her if they met. He only knew that she had an amazing figure and was stunningly beautiful. And from the fragments of last night's memory, he figured she was the type who appeared gentle on the outside, but was wild inside like a little wildcat. Yet despite that, she had left without a word, and ran away first. Forget it. A man is not a man without a few wild adventures in his youth. It was just an accidental encounter, just treat it as a beautiful dream. As for the future, no matter what, he should work hard and make money. First set a money-making plan, for example, within 3 years no dating, and first earn a few small goals. So be it. Jiang Chen shook his head self-deprecatingly, thinking this, then tidied up and got up. No choice. Time to go to work. Another day of being a corporate slave, full of energy. He came from an ordinary family. His mother was a civil servant, a small leader in her unit. His father was a technician in a factory. Not extremely wealthy, but the family was warm and harmonious. Since he was the only son, his parents doted on him, although as a child he had endured quite a few beatings. Men's singles, women's singles, and mixed doubles. About 3 years ago he bound the legendary system. However, the system was in a dormant state. Only by persisting in daily check-ins could it be officially activated. He had read various web novels and knew what a system meant. A cheat code for life, leading to the peak of life in no time. As the saying goes, with the system in hand, the world is mine. So Jiang Chen faithfully checked in every day, never missing a single day. But damn it. It had been almost 3 years of check-ins, and the damn system still showed no sign of activation. So frustrating. 9 months later, on the day Jiang Chen got his salary, his former dormitory buddies, those rascals, smelled the money and came. What else? Mooching a meal and drinks. They were all good buddies. Since they all stayed in Sihai after graduation, they often took turns treating each other, so he didn't mind. He immediately found a nice place to eat. Holy crap. Is this Su Qingqing? No wonder she's the top goddess of our Sihai University, truly breathtaking. But it seems we haven't heard any news about the goddess Su lately. Yeah, it's been a year. I heard she resigned or went abroad as a visiting scholar. These photos seem to be from a year ago. What a pity. I wonder who will end up with such a goddess. They hadn't eaten for long when the dormitory rascals, Lu Wei Zhengchang and Wu Hao, exclaimed in surprise. Because they had scrolled to a photo of the goddess Su from a school event a year ago. The three of them gathered around, watching with great interest. Jiang Chen had heard of this goddess Su before. She was said to be a senior student of Sihai University with excellent character and academic performance, who returned to teach after studying abroad for several years, becoming a famous goddess teacher at Sihai University. But he truly didn't know her. Although the goddess Su was very beautiful, upon closer look, she was just SOSO. Ahem, actually even more beautiful. What the? Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at Su Qingqing's photo again. Previously he had only heard about how beautiful the goddess Su was, how she captivated everyone. But now, observing carefully, every smile and frown. To be honest, he had never seen such a beautiful girl in his entire life. And the key was, she looked somewhat familiar. Then in a flash he thought of the beautiful woman from Finglinwen Hotel. Could it be that the woman that night, who went all the way with him, was the goddess Su? Holy crap. Jiang Chen was instantly terrified by this thought. It can't be. It can't be. Like Lu Wei said, the goddess Su had already resigned or gone abroad as a visiting scholar. He was just a corporate slave. Stop dreaming. Ding. Host is daydreaming. Check-in 1000 days. Oh, activation condition triggered. A mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. The system had officially activated. Jiang Chen's heart raced with excitement. After 1,000 days of check-ins, the stubborn system was finally live. Before he could check the system, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Jiang Chen, you're here. Why aren't you answering your phone or messages? I've been looking everywhere for you. Class monitor Yuan Yin burst into the room. Sweating and out of breath, she startled everyone. Monitor, what's the matter with Jiang Chen? Asked Lu Wei and the others. Yuan Yin had found Jiang Chun through Lu Wei. Yuan Yin saw that the place was not far and hurried over. Jiang Chun quickly took out his phone and found it was on silent. Sorry monitor, my phone was on silent. But what's so urgent? A huge matter. Yuan Yin wiped her forehead and gasped. Jiang Chun, come with me now. Teacher Su is about to give birth. What a... Jiang Chun was stunned. Monitor, Teacher Su is giving birth. Which Teacher Su? Is it the goddess senior Su Qingqing? But what does her giving birth have to do with me? Asked Jiang Chun. Yes, it's Teacher Su Qingqing. What relation? Because Teacher Su is carrying your child. Come on Jiang Chun, don't freeze, follow me. Yuan Yin pulled Jiang Chun and hurried out. In the room, Lu Wei, Zhongchang, Wu Hao looked at each other in shock. Their expressions were about to crack. Jiang Chun, without a word, suddenly had a child about to be born. The mother is the goddess of Sihai University. Damn, am I dreaming? Su Qingqing. She's the goddess of Sihai University, far surpassing the campus belle in looks, figure, and temperament. Now she's been taken by a pig, and that pig is Jiang Chun. When did they get together? Xiangzi, pinch me. Ouch, just a pinch, why so hard? But it hurts, so it's not a dream. Not a dream, but also clearly impossible. Jiang Chun is handsome, but they don't even know each other. It's probably Jiang Chun and the monitor trying to avoid paying the bill, putting on a show for us. Yeah, nonsense. Too ridiculous. Anyone can brag. I can say the class beauty gave me imported candy. I can say the girl I had a crush on winked at me last night and called me in for sugar water. I can say I married a fairy sister. I can say I married a fairy mother. On the street, a middle-aged woman called while rushing toward an old Volkswagen car, her tone urgent and flustered. Xiao Qian, what did you say? Qingqing's water broke. She's about to give birth. That's so sudden. I'm still working overtime. Wait for me, I'll be right there. The woman was Song Mei. She had just received a call from her niece Sun Qian, an obstetrician, saying that Su Qingqing's water broke, and she was about to give birth. Su Qingqing was carrying triplets, so a cesarean section was necessary. Song Mei dealt with her work and rushed to the hospital. She and Su Qingqing were close friends, met in yoga class, and quickly became inseparable sisters despite the age gap. Regarding Su Qingqing's unexpected pregnancy, Song Mei was both heartbroken and furious at the man's heartlessness. At the same time, she felt helpless. Though they were best friends, Su Qingqing never spoke a word about the father. Triplets are much harder than a single birth. The pregnancy was more painful and challenging. Su Qingqing's parents were not around. When she was 5 or 6 months pregnant, she couldn't bear it alone and told Song Mei asking for help. So Song Mei could only speculate. Her best friend must have been ruined by a heartless scumbag. That jerk, after getting what he wanted, turned his back without a care. A complete bastard. To put it bluntly, he's a son of a bitch. Annie, don't worry too much. The mother is in the hospital ward stable. The problem is she needs a cesarean, but the man hasn't arrived yet. What? That scumbag hasn't come yet. Song Mei was indignant. Does this man have any conscience? She carried the child for 10 months without troubling you, and now she's having a cesarean, and you still won't show up. Thank goodness he's not my son. If my son were such a scumbag, I'd beat him to death. At the Sihai City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Su Qingqing lay on the hospital bed, her expression haggard and weary. Even so, it could not conceal her proud figure and exquisitely beautiful face. She gently stroked her belly and let out a quiet sigh. She had been compelled to contact that person through her acquaintance Yuan Yin, as she knew little about him. Only his name and appearance, but not his contact information. But would that person actually come? She was not sure. After a while, the obstetrician Sun Qian came to her bedside, lifted the sheet, and glanced at Su Qingqing's lower body. The time is almost here, but why hasn't the patient's family arrived yet? This is a triplet pregnancy, and it's her first delivery. You'll definitely need a cesarean section. But a cesarean is still a surgery, and surgery carries risks. With triplets, it's best to have a family member present to assume the surgical risks. I understand, Su Qingqing nodded. If it really comes to that, I'm willing to bear the risks myself. Sun Qian, seeing Su Qingqing's suffering state, couldn't help but feel pity. She knew little about Su Qingqing, only that she was her aunt's close friend and had likely fallen victim to a scumbag and become pregnant unexpectedly. The woman was remarkably beautiful, with a face and figure that could rival any popular actress, especially her voluptuous physique. Even if she gave birth to triplets, the babies would never go hungry. But as beautiful as she was, her mind was too stubborn and unyielding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met such a scumbag, and even if she did, she wouldn't have insisted on keeping the child only to suffer endlessly. Since the family hasn't arrived, yet let's wait a little longer. If they still don't come, we'll decide then. Sun Qian examined Su Qingqing carefully and then called to inform Song Mei. And when you come up, please buy some essential items for the patient: maternity pads, nursing pads, and for the baby, diapers, wet wipes, bottles. No problem, I'll go buy them now. Song Mei was driving and had just arrived at the hospital. Hearing Sun Qian's request, she immediately went to the hospital supermarket to purchase these necessities. After all, she had been through it. Her own childbirth was over 200 months ago. She was quite familiar with these things. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chun, I can hardly believe it either, but this is really the situation. Yuan Yin led Jiang Chun out of the restaurant and gave him a general account of what she knew. Jiang Chun was stunned. Well then, the pig who had defiled Su Qingqing was indeed himself. He felt like a beast. How could he? And now he was going to be a father so soon. Having a child. But he was still young, and subconsciously he still felt like a child himself. Jiang Chun, my flight to the States is today, and it's almost time. Go to the hospital yourself. The address is Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Okay, thank you, class monitor. Yuan Yin had urgent business. She was going abroad to study, and her flight was today. With time running out, she briefed Jiang Chun and headed straight for the airport. Jiang Chun thanked her, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the hospital. His heart was anxious, eager to know what was happening there. But being anxious was useless. The distance was long, and there was a heavy traffic jam in the middle, so the taxi moved in stops and starts. About an hour later, he finally arrived at the hospital. Jiang Chun went straight to the 5th floor, to the ward Yuan Yin had told him. To his surprise, in the corridor outside, he saw his own mother. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Song Mei, who had just bought a pile of essentials and was struggling up the stairs, heard Jiang Chun's voice and turned around. "Oh, don't even mention it. I'm helping a good friend of mine. Here, help me carry these. The elevator was too crowded, so I took the stairs, and I'm exhausted." She handed the things to Jiang Chun. After catching her breath, she suddenly realized, "Wait, this is a maternity hospital. What are you doing in a place like this? Don't tell me." Her expression turned shocked. "You little rascal, come clean. Did you get some girl pregnant?" "Oh, well, you've got some nerve." Given today's social climate, young people were straightforward and indulgent, capable of anything. These things made the news every few days. Song Mei knew this all too well. As she spoke, she gave her son a rap on the head and followed up with a kick to his rear. The actions were smooth and fluid without any hesitation. It was just years of practice. She was skilled at it. "Mom." Jiang Chun endured the beating, looking helpless. He thought to himself, "I'm already grown up, why do you still hit me? The last time was 10 years ago. No, actually, it was half a month ago. Mom, this isn't what you think. What you think, you can fool me. Coming to a place like this can't be anything good. If I weren't busy today, I'd give you a proper thrashing." Song Mei glared at Jiang Chun and then entered the ward first. Jiang Chun followed behind. Just as he was about to enter, he glanced at the ward number and was startled. It was the same ward number Yuan Yin had mentioned. What the hell? Were these two matters colliding? Jiang Chun felt a headache coming on. Upon entering, he saw Su Qingcheng. It was indeed her. "Qingcheng, this is my son Jiang Chun. I happened to run into him outside, so I asked him to come and help. If you need anything, just tell him." Song Mei, unaware of Jiang Chun's shock, introduced him naturally. Su Qingcheng on the bed looked over at Jiang Chun, her beautiful face, changing expression, her eyes filled with shock. Seeing Su Qingcheng and hearing his mother's words, Jiang Chun finally understood everything. So his mother's close friend was Su Qingcheng. What the hell? This is a disaster. Ding. Detected host status. The host has encountered his true love and is about to have his own biological child. Ding. The host faces the following choices. Choice 1, think the child is a burden. You haven't had enough fun, yet it's better to ride alone, free and easy. Reward novice gift pack, 1 million yuan cash. Choice 2, think the child is a treasure. Even if you have to sell everything, you must raise the child. Reward novice gift pack, 1,000 yuan cash. 2 choices. Choice 1, think the child is a burden, want to be free and easy alone. Choice 2, think the child is a treasure, sell everything to raise it. Damn, is there even a choice? What's 1 million cash? Must choose 2. If you choose 1, what's the difference from a scumbag? Jiang Chun immediately made his own judgment. No matter what others think, that's what he thinks. Although confused, although feeling still young. But no matter what, he could never abandon his own child. "Son, this is my good friend Su Qingcheng, also from Sihai University, a few years ahead of you. She was a top student back then, studied at a prestigious foreign university, and returned to Sihai University as a teacher. Actually, she is your senior." Song Mei didn't notice the expressions of Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng and kept talking on her own. "But this senior of yours is a bit unlucky. Now she's pregnant, the baby is about to be born, but the father still hasn't come, doesn't care, or asked, simply a scumbag to the extreme. I'm telling you, you can't be like this. Alright, I won't say more. I'll leave you with a few words. You go ahead and do your business, but remember what Mom said, no matter what you must take responsibility for the girl. If worst comes to worst, marry her. Anyway, whatever you do, don't be a scumbag, understand?" Song Mei was teaching on the spot, earnestly educating her son. This kid, a grown son, is beyond his mother's control. He came to this maternal and child health hospital. Inevitably, he must have gotten some girl pregnant. As his mother, she needed some time to digest. Although angry, she didn't mind much. After all, the child is grown up, wings are hardened, now a college graduate. If it weren't that Su Qingcheng couldn't be left alone, she would have wanted to go over and see what the girl looked like. If she was decent, she wouldn't mind being a grandmother a few years early. Song Mei kept talking, but over there Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng exchanged a glance, instantly recalling the night they met at Maple Forest Evening Inn about 10 months ago. Their eyes were also filled with shock. "So it's you. No way, too much information." One thing, never expected that the beauty he met was actually his mother's best friend. Another thing, never expected that the guy she met was actually her best friend's son. Oh my god. A flush of color appeared on Su Qingcheng's pale, pretty face. She almost dared not look at Jiang Chun again, even though they were just school senior and junior. But this was too embarrassing. "Mom, I need to tell you something." To avoid a beating, Jiang Chun was organizing his words as tactfully as possible. "What is it? Speak." "Well, actually, I am that scumbag you mentioned." Song Mei, who was thirsty from climbing stairs, had just taken a sip of water. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, she almost choked, looking astonished. What did you say? Well, I am that scumbag you mentioned. The child Su Qingsheng is carrying is mine. Jiang Chen repeated, bracing himself. Song Mei was stunned. What's going on? The scumbag she had been cursing for half a day was actually her own son. No way. Could the son she had painstakingly raised be such a scumbag? She turned to look at Su Qingsheng. Seeing the questioning look from Song Mei, Su Qingsheng's face showed embarrassment. Finally, she nodded with difficulty. Sister Mei, he's right. The child in my belly is your son's. These words shocked Song Mei to the extreme. So it's true. Her own son really was that scumbag she had cursed over and over. Oh my God, how did I give birth to such a son? What a sin. But this way I'm going to be a grandmother. I'm going to hold the long-awaited grandchild. What a huge blessing. Ha ha. But this little brat is too heartless. How had she been teaching him all along? How could he be such a scumbag? Not only did he harm her own best friend, but she was pregnant for 10 months carrying triplets, and he didn't even ask about it. Now, just before the C-section surgery, he still came only after waiting and waiting. Has his conscience been eaten by dogs? Thinking of this, Song Mei was furious. She was about to kick Jiang Chen. Has the family of the Praetorian arrived? At this moment, Sun Qian entered, and seeing Jiang Chen, she exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Chen, why are you here? Then seeing the expressions of Song Mei and Jiang Chen, she couldn't believe it. No way, Xiao Chen, you are the family of the Praetorian. Jiang Chen, who had just dodged a disaster, only then realized that his cousin from his aunt's side now worked at Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Hearing his cousin's question, he nodded awkwardly and bitterly. Yes, it's me. Oh. Sun Qian was instantly shocked. So the scumbag was actually her aunt's son, and the child her aunt's best friend was carrying was actually Xiao Chen's child. This is just too absurd. Song Mei couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed Jiang Chen's ear. You did a good deed, and now you have the nerve to laugh. I'll let you laugh. She twisted hard. Jiang Chen was caught off guard. Mom, can't you be gentler? You want me to be gentler? Fine. Song Mei was angry and increased the force. Jiang Chen. A biological mother, indeed a biological mother. Alright, Aunt, let's talk about this later. The Praetorian needs a C-section soon. Sun Qian persuaded Song Mei. Still shocked, she covered her mouth and smiled, saying to Jiang Chen, I never knew Xiao Chen just graduated and already a father. Pretty impressive. Your girlfriend is carrying triplets, a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Her water has broken and she needs a C-section now. As she spoke, she couldn't help but size up Jiang Chen again. She thought to herself, this cousin of hers, handsome as he is, outrageous as he is a bit of a scumbag. His girlfriend is about to give birth, but he doesn't even want to acknowledge his own child. What? Triplets? Over there, Jiang Chen heard his cousin's words, and his mind buzzed again. That night, not only did he hit the mark with 1 shot, but it was 3 shots in 1. Ah, this. Ding. Damn. 2 choices, which one are you going to choose? Say something. I've been waiting for a long time, and you've gone silent. Jiang Chen. Damn, this dog system is getting impatient. I choose 2. Ding received. Ding host has made a choice. Congratulations on receiving the reward novice gift pack, 1,000 yuan cash. The reward is legal and legitimate, please use it with confidence. Ding novice gift pack issued max level farming technique, 5,000 yuan cash. In addition to the 1,000 cash, another 5,000 reward. Not bad, not bad. After Jiang Chen arrived, the surgery was about to begin shortly. Song Mei and Jiang Chen escorted Su Qingsheng into the operating room. Watching the operating room door close, Song Mei and her son exchanged bewildered glances. Mom. Mom, listen to my explanation. No, listen to me explain. Jiang Chen saw the writing on the wall and hastily began to plead his case. But Song Mei dragged Jiang Chen by the arm into the hallway without letting him speak. Come, explain yourself. I want to hear how you little rascal tries to twist your way out of this. She was quite angry, so her grip was merciless. Jiang Chen. Is this really my mother? Am I some stray I picked up? Sigh. Though feeling helpless, Jiang Chen eventually recounted everything he knew to his mother exactly as it happened, of course omitting certain details. He wasn't sure if he'd expressed himself clearly, but he babbled on for quite some time. Meanwhile, Song Mei frowned. She listened, her heart growing ever more alarmed. She thought to herself, nowadays young people are too reckless in certain aspects. Barely knowing each other, they end up in bed after one chance encounter. And after going to bed together, he still didn't even know who the person was. That wretched kid. Back in our day, we were so much more conservative. Just like when I first met the kid's father. Papa, the kid's father, wasn't a good man either. It wasn't long after we were introduced that he'd had a few drinks and wanted to hold my hand, even pulling me toward the little grove. So that night you didn't know it was Su Qingsheng either. That's right, Mom, I swear on heaven and earth. If I'd known it was your best friend, I would never have dared. But you did it anyway. Jiang Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. Seeing the murderous glare in his mother's eyes, he foresaw that a severe beating was unavoidable. Forget it, run. This was his own mother. He turned and ran. Song Mei chased after him. She had cursed the scumbag for nearly half a year on behalf of her best friend, only to discover the scumbag was actually her own son. How infuriating was that? What a disrespectful brat. You little rascal, don't you run. Let me see if I don't beat you to a pulp. Snatching a broom from a cleaning lady nearby, she swung it furiously. The cleaning lady was dumbfounded. Though angry, Song May wasn't truly aiming to hurt. After all, he was her own son. She wouldn't actually break his legs. It was all show. Sorry about that. Song May quickly returned the broom. Oh, it's nothing. The cleaning lady, clearly well-versed in such matters, calmly accepted the broom. If a son-in-law is trash, he should be beaten. Otherwise, he'll think his wife's family is weak-willed, and she'll suffer on his side. No, wait, he's my son. Your son? The cleaning lady was surprised. Then why are you hitting him? 2 or 3 hours later, suddenly the operating room door opened. A midwife pushed a baby cart out and called, "Family of Su Qingqing. You've given birth. Mom, she's delivered. It's done." Jiang Chun hurriedly reminded his mother, but who knew his mother was even quicker. From afar, she dragged out her voice. Coming. I'm the family of Su Qingqing." Song May immediately flew across the room in 3 strides and arrived at the operating room door. "All right, your family has triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy. Mother and babies are all safe." The nurse glanced at the hurried Song May and continued her explanation. Outside the operating room, rows of anxious family members sat waiting. Hearing the nurse's announcement, they erupted into excitement and gathered around curiously to take a look. Triplets, 2 girls and a boy. Oh my, this is quite a haul. 1 son and 2 daughters all in one. Twins are rare enough, and these are mixed-gender triplets. TSK. Their daughter-in-law must be envied by everyone. Upon seeing the 3 newborns, Song May's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Amidst the envious stares of the crowd, she carefully held a baby in her arms. The same anger she had directed at Jiang Chun moments ago was now entirely replaced by overwhelming tenderness toward the infant. Her gaze was filled with pure affection. It felt like a dream, almost unbelievable. I, Song May, at 48 years old, am about to become a grandmother. 3 grandchildren all at once. And the one who bore them for her was none other than her dearest best friend. Such drama TV scripts wouldn't dare write this. Sigh. My wonderful son, you really made your old mother proud. Song May was extremely excited. Jiang Chun shared the same feeling. However, upon catching a glimpse of the 3 newborn babies, his expression revealed a hint of surprise. Why were their skins so wrinkled and reddish? They looked nothing like the soft, adorable infants he had imagined. Mom, are the babies okay? What? Do they look like this? What do you know? Song May retorted. They look like this right after birth. It'll improve after a few days. Besides, when you were born premature, you looked even worse than these babies. More like a tiny little mouse. Considering her 3 new grandchildren, Song May's attitude softened considerably, and she was no longer as angry with Jiang Chun. Mom, I want to hold them too, Jiang Chun said. Watching Song May dote over each of the 3 babies like treasures, he felt envious and wanted to hold them himself. But the children were so tiny and fragile that he didn't know where to begin. Wait a moment, let me teach you. Support the back of the neck with one hand and the bottom with the other. Yes, just like that, hold them diagonally against your chest. Since it was her own son, Song May watched him carefully and taught him step by step how to hold a baby. Jiang Chun soon got the hang of it. Holding one of the babies against his chest, gazing at the tiny face and those barely half-opened dark eyes, he still found it hard to believe. Was this really his own child? How had he become a father so suddenly? For a moment, he found himself unable to put the baby down, and then he proceeded to hold all 3 infants one after another, gently kissing each one on the crown of their head. Song May noticed this and was quite displeased. Hey, you brat. You have bacteria in your mouth. What if you harm my grandchildren by kissing them? I know I only kissed their hair. And they may be your grandchildren, but they are also my sons and daughter. Ding. Host has kissed all 3 of his children. Congratulations. Reward 1 random lottery draw. Getting a reward for kissing a baby. Not bad. System lottery. Jiang Chun immediately used his consciousness to command. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving 30,000 yuan and the complete guide to parenting skills. 30,000 yuan was transferred to his bank account. As for the complete guide to parenting skills, a massive torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. After rapidly absorbing it, the knowledge dispersed throughout his limbs and body, becoming part of Jiang Chun's memory and instinct. With this, describing Jiang Chun as a top-tier parenting expert would not be an exaggeration. Qingqing, how are you doing? Not long after, the operating room door opened again, and Su Qingqing was wheeled out. Song May hurried over with concern. I'm fine, I'm doing okay. Su Qingqing lay on the bed, her face pale, with a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. That's good to hear. That's really good to hear. Song May repeated it twice, and then secretly sighed in relief. Although she was absolutely delighted to see her 3 grandchildren, her heart was also constantly worried about her dear best friend. Teacher Su, you've been through a lot. Jiang Chun also came over to offer his concern. Su Qingqing didn't know why, but whenever she saw Jiang Chun, she inexplicably felt nervous. She had originally wanted to say it was nothing, but what came out was, never mind, let's talk about it when we get back. Song May shot Jiang Chun a glance. He immediately understood. Afterwards, Jiang Chun pushed Su Qingqing's bed, while Song May pushed the stroller carrying the 3 babies, and they returned to the ward together. Son, in front of Qingqing right now, give me your attitude. What will you do in the future? Qingqing carried these babies for 10 months. Because of her health conditions and the fact that they were triplets, she couldn't bear to terminate them. But as a result, she had a falling out with her family. Her parents weren't by her side during pregnancy. She suffered terribly all because of you, kid. You must have a conscience. Let me tell you, son, Qingsheng is my best friend. If you dare to be heartless and ungrateful, I won't forgive you. In the ward song, Mei interrogated Jiang Chun with a grave expression. Her words were filled with both threats and intimidation. Over the past few months, Mei had personally witnessed Su Qingqing's difficult situation. Alone in a rented apartment crying out to heaven, but getting no response, dragging her heavy belly, to cook by herself, going to checkups alone, and once falling accidentally in the middle of the night, struggling for a long time to get back up from the floor. She empathized deeply and did everything she could to help her good sister. But at the same time, she was extremely angry, thinking to herself, what kind of heartless scumbag did this? But who would have ever guessed? The heartless scumbag was none other than her own beloved son. But even if he was her beloved son, that wasn't an excuse. One could do anything except be a scumbag. That was a matter of principle. This time she was determined to help her best friend seek justice. Of course I'll take responsibility. Before I truly didn't know. I wasn't deliberately being cruel. Facing his mother's accusatory interrogation, Jiang Chun scratched his head and shared his thoughts. Now that I know and the children are already born, what else can I do? Then I'll raise them. After all, they are my own children. Anyway, I have no problems with that, but... Jiang Chun glanced at Su Qingsheng and didn't continue. But what? Speak up. Song Mei was getting a bit impatient, thinking that this brat always left his sentences half-finished. It was so frustrating. However, at that moment, Su Qingsheng suddenly called out, interrupting her questioning. Sister, Mei, could you push the stroller a bit closer? I want to see the babies. Oh, all right. Song Mei responded, and got up to push the stroller closer to Su Qingsheng's bedside. Due to the anesthesia wearing off, Su Qingsheng gradually felt the pain from her incision, but she still propped herself up to look at the three babies, her gaze full of tender affection. Jiang Chun watched from the side, and found himself mesmerized. A true beauty indeed. Although she looked somewhat haggard, and her complexion was pale, her radiant face and captivating presence remained utterly breathtaking. Brat, come out here. Just as Jiang Chun was lost in admiration, Song Mei suddenly appeared in front of him, lowered her voice, and grabbed his arm to pull him out. Jiang Chun. Mom isn't going through menopause, is she? Why is she so irritable? You brat. What, from the way you're talking, does it sound like my best friend, who is so beautiful, intelligent, and a university professor, isn't good enough for you? Making you take responsibility for my best friend is somehow wronging you. Song Mei pulled Jiang Chun outside and questioned him fiercely. Mom, please be gentle, okay? Jiang Chun's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. I never said she wasn't good enough for me, and I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. Then what did you mean by but? When I said, but, I meant that I still don't know what Su Qingsheng herself feels about this. This is a matter between two people. I can't be the only one eager while the other side is indifferent. That's true. Song Mei nodded and finally released her grip. Having convinced her son was one thing, but if Qingsheng refused, that would be problematic too. But she truly felt that having this best friend of hers as a daughter-in-law would be wonderful. After pausing for 2 seconds, she suddenly pulled out a bank card and said to Jiang Chun, this is 30,000 yuan. Go pay the bills and handle Qingsheng's hospital admission procedures. 30,000. Mom, didn't you say you had no money? Don't worry, it's not stolen. This is all my subsidies and bonuses from this year. I only have this much left. Oh, but Mom, you don't need to. I have money. Jiang Chun tried to decline. Not to mention the beginner gift pack or other things. He had just received 30,000 yuan for kissing the babies. In terms of money, he really didn't lack anything now. Do you think I don't know you? Where would you get money right after graduating? Just take it when I give it to you. Ding. Detecting current status. Host triggers an option. Option 1, Mom has it hard, firmly refuse her money. Option 2, motherly love and filial piety, accept Mom's money. Jiang Chun. Can you even choose? Since this damn system is joining in the fun, what is there to think about? Of course he would choose option 2. Why are you spacing out? Take it quickly. All right then, thank you, Mom. Jiang Chun smiled broadly, accepted the bank card, and loosened his shoulders. Motherly love and filial piety. Very well, very well. Faced with his mother's kindness, Jiang Chun could not refuse and had no choice but to accept her money. A mother's love for her son is not just empty words. However, considering how hard his mother worked to earn the money, he decided he would repay her double when the time came. Ding. The host has made a choice. Congratulations. You have received a reward, a top-of-the-line BMW X7. The car comes with complete license plates and paperwork, parked on the first basement level of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Please use it with confidence. A BMW X7 as a reward. The system had been quite generous this time. A fully loaded BMW X7 like this costs nearly 2 million for the base model alone. Buzz, his phone rang. It was the beautiful class monitor Yuan Yin. Hello, Jiang Chun. I wasn't lying to you, as I. Yuan Yin laughed over the phone. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, class monitor. But by the way, aren't you in Shanghai? How did you know about Teacher Su? Jiang Chun asked. Oh, I told you. Teacher Su didn't have your contact info. I'm the class monitor, and since Teacher Su and I had participated in activities together before, we exchanged phone numbers. She must have had no choice but to contact me to reach you. Oh, I see. Jiang Chun, honestly, you're amazing. You actually got Teacher Su to have your children. By the way, how many kids did she give birth to? 3 babies, 2 girls, and 1 boy. Triplets. Damn. Yuan Yin was shocked and couldn't help but curse. After a pause she added, Jiangchen, you've hit the jackpot getting teacher Su too. Well, you're too awesome. Not bad he. Jiangchen humbly replied. Qingqing, don't think I'm bragging. My son, though sometimes unreliable and mischievous, is actually quite good-looking, handsome, and talented in many ways. Don't get me wrong, I often complain about him. But honestly, I've always been proud of him. I've worried a lot for him, but to be fair, he's handsome and really makes me proud. If you don't have any objections, you could really give it a try with my son. In the hospital room, since there were no outsiders, Song Mei began earnestly persuading her best friend. What else could she do? Her precious son had created a mess, and as his mother she had to clean it up for him. But Mei Jia, how can I try? Your son and I are complete strangers. It was purely an accident. Besides, I'm quite a bit older than him. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem right. Faced with Song Mei's persuasion, Su Qingqing's first reaction was to disagree, and she voiced her concerns. Mei Jia, actually I chose to have the child myself. I'm already very grateful that your son came. From now on I'll raise the 3 children on my own. Your son is still young and should have his own life. What are you talking about? Song Mei interrupted. My son is still young. He's already 22 and graduated from college. Let me tell you, if he dares to abandon you and the children, I, as his mother, will be the first to object. After all, they are his children. If he's so heartless, I'll break his legs. As for you being older than him, how much older? He's 22, you're 28. Only 6 years difference. As the saying goes, a wife 3 years older brings gold bricks, a wife 30 years older brings a kingdom, a wife 300 years older brings elixirs, a wife 3,000 years older ranks among the immortals. 6 years older is just 2 gold bricks, not much at all. But Mei Jia. Su Qingqing hesitated. No buts, Song Mei said directly. Qingqing, I've been through it. Trust me, being a single mother is not easy. Besides, don't you want your children to grow up without a father? This struck a chord with Su Qingqing, who fell silent, pursing her lips. Qingqing, I understand your concerns. You and my son don't know each other, and there's no prior relationship. But what does that matter? Take me and Jiang Chen's father for example. We met through a blind date, and now we're doing just fine. Feelings need to be cultivated. Cultivate them a few times, and before you know it, the spark will come. Take it slow, no rush. Seeing her opportunity, Song Mei pressed on using her own marriage to Jiang Chen's father as an example. Actually, she and Jiang Chen's father had met through a blind date. Initially, she felt nothing for him. Jiang Chen's father was a bit of a flirt. Not long after they met, he tried to hold her hand. She was resistant at first, but then he took her to a small grove, and somehow they ended up together, got married, and soon had Jiang Chun. So feelings. What's there to cultivate? Sometimes when fate arrives, it's instant. But Mei Jia. Su Qingqing tried to resist one last time. All her previous objections had been skillfully defused by Song Mei. With no better excuse, she reluctantly said, what if in the future your son and I end up together? Just hypothetically. How would we address each other? We're best friends, always calling each other sisters. But he's your son. If it comes to that, wouldn't he have to call me Annie? Song Mei burst into laughter. At last she had convinced her. It was worth all the effort she had put in as a mother worrying about her son's affairs. The address is easy. It's no big deal. We can just keep our own titles. Qingqing, you call me Mei Jia, the brat calls me mom, and he calls you wife. Problem solved. Su Qingqing was left speechless by Song Mei's reasoning. Just then Jiang Chen's cousin's son, Qian, entered the ward. She had finished her shift in the delivery room and came by to check on them. Auntie, how is the patient? Is she feeling well? Sun Qian asked Song Mei. She wasn't familiar with Su Qingqing, and regardless of age, she didn't know how to address her. From Song Mei's side, she should call her Annie. From Jiang Chen's side, she should call her sister-in-law. How ridiculous. So she often asked through Song Mei. She's fine, very energetic. Song Mei beamed with joy. She had gained 3 grandchildren and now a daughter-in-law. How could she not be happy? That's good. Song Mei smiled and nodded, then went to Su Qingqing to check on her and give some instructions. After a cesarean section, you must fast for the first 6 hours. After 6 hours, if you pass gas, you can drink some water and eat liquid food. Okay, thank you, doctor. Su Qingqing said. No need to thank me. We're all family now. Sun Qian said meaningfully. Su Qingqing blushed. After exchanging a few words with Su Qingqing's son, Qian walked over to the baby bassinet. Looking at the 3 little babies, she couldn't help but coo. Wow, they're so cute. Do you know who I am? I'm your aunt. I must say they all look just like your father. After playing with them for a while, she suddenly remembered and turned to Su Qingqing. By the way, have you started breastfeeding yet? Breastfeeding? Su Qingqing was embarrassed. Not yet, Song Mei replied. As a mother herself, she had been so caught up in talking with Su Qingqing that she had forgotten about this. Not yet. Then we need to start. Sun Qian said. Colostrum contains many nutrients beneficial to newborns, especially lactoferrin and immunoglobulins. The earlier you start breastfeeding, the better for the babies. Since they are triplets, their birth weight is lower than normal, so they need the nutrition even more. As she spoke, Sun Qian picked up one of the babies and brought him to Su Qingqing. What are you doing? I don't have any milk, Su Qingqing said awkwardly, still not fully aware of her role as a mother. That's fine. No one has milk at the beginning. Once the baby suckles, it will come. Sun Qian laughed, used to the situation. All right, if you say so. Su Qingsheng hesitated for a moment, then seeing no one else in the room, especially not Jiang Chun, she unbuttoned her top. Sun Qian was a bit surprised when she saw. Song Mei's eyes also widened. After all these years as best friends, this was the first time she had seen the real thing. Well, now her 3 grandchildren were truly in for a treat. Su Qingsheng held a baby in her arms. Her face flushed as she attempted to nurse for an extended period, trying both sides, yet still no milk came forth. At that moment the 3 babies began to cry out loudly, clearly hungry. Seeing this, Su Qingsheng's expression turned somewhat embarrassed. With such ample figure of hers, it should not be like this. It is normal to have no milk at first. Many mothers only begin producing after 24 hours. Sun Qian comforted her, don't worry. Let the babies keep sucking, the more they suck the more milk you will produce. Song Mei shared her own experience from years past, then turned to the 2 crying infants. Are you hungry, little ones? Grandma will prepare formula for you now, alright? She then fetched the baby bottle and formula powder, preparing to mix it. Mom, let me prepare the formula. Just then Jiang Chen returned. Seeing Song Mei about to mix the formula, he spoke up. Meanwhile, Su Qingsheng noticed this and hurriedly tried to cover herself. But at this moment a baby in her arms was eagerly suckling, making it impossible to conceal anything. Jiang Chen glanced over and happened to catch sight of the scene, momentarily lost in thought. This. Speaking of which, the sun outside is far too intense. No, far too harsh. It has made his eyes blur. Su Qingsheng, you know how to mix formula? Song Mei had not noticed Jiang Chen's expression and asked in surprise. Who doesn't know how to do this? It's just mixing formula. Mom, let me handle it. Jiang Chen took the bottle and formula powder and began preparing it. The comprehensive parenting skills rewarded by the system were no joke. Jiang Chen moved with practiced ease and remarkable speed, first sterilizing each bottle, then pouring warm water into them, and finally adding the formula powder. Before long, he had finished preparing formula for all 3 babies. Song Mei watched beside him, utterly amazed. Not bad. I didn't expect you to actually know how to do this. Need I say, your son is naturally gifted. You know this well. Uff, you brat, not humble at all. Song Mei laughed and scolded, then joined Jiang Chen in feeding the babies. Before long, the little ones had their fill. The baby who had been in Su Qingsheng's arms initially refused to let go. It resisted at first, pulling and tugging, causing Su Qingsheng to frown in discomfort, whimpering all the while. But the moment the bottle nipple entered its mouth, it immediately stopped fussing and began drinking eagerly. A deeply satisfied expression filled its face. Tisk, who would have thought Xiao Chun could not only mix formula, but also burp the babies properly. You truly have the potential to be a stay-at-home dad. Sun Qian observed this and could not help but praise from the sidelines. Excellent, excellent. Song Mei's face radiated gratification. Her wonderful son was indeed decent. He had not been raised in vain. Su Qingsheng watched all this with surprise, and her impression of Jiang Chun improved considerably. This man was not entirely unreliable after all. However, improved. Pa. Su Qingsheng quickly caught herself and thought of the look in Jiang Chen's eyes just now. He was a complete scoundrel. It was nothing. I did research on parenting before. Jiang Chen said calmly. Just a little bit. Sun Qian did not believe him. Yes, of course, just a little bit. Jiang Chen maintained his composure. Having mastered the comprehensive parenting skill manual, his knowledge of how to care for children was indeed far more than just a little. Ding. Host prepared formula for the children. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, God-level massage skill, and 1 free lottery draw. Jiang Chen barely had the energy to complain upon hearing the system's notification. He thought to himself that he was still strangers with Goddess Su. Why had he so readily volunteered to help her like that? How would Goddess Su regard him in the future? He wondered as he firmly claimed his reward. After all, a God-level massage skill did sound quite impressive. Within barely a second, Jiang Chen had mastered the God-level massage skill. He was proficient in every technique, delivering unexpected results every time. System draw. Ding. The lottery is successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30,000 yuan. Just 30,000 yuan. Jiang Chen had expected something far better. What a worthless system. Across the way, Su Qingsheng was still blushing. Once the heat faded from her face, she turned around. But upon seeing Jiang Chen again, a strange panic welled up inside her. After all, she had been completely seen by him. No, not just seen. The humiliation she felt was far more intense than that fateful night when the 2 had perished together. Sun Qian covered her mouth and giggled, quickly composing herself. After exchanging a few words with Song Mei and giving Su Qingsheng some instructions, Sun Qian left. Su Qingsheng, exhausted beyond measure, gradually fell asleep. Son, I am going to prepare a meal for Qingsheng. You stay here and watch over her and the baby, Song Mei said to Jiang Chun as dinner time approached. She had already learned that there were confinement meal kitchens nearby the hospital. Buying food outside was a gamble. Whether it was nutritious remained to be seen, but hygiene could hardly be guaranteed. I understand, Mom, Jiang Chen replied. Song Mei was about to leave when she suddenly glanced at her son and dragged him outside again. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Mom, can't you just say what you want to say properly? I'm trying to teach you a lesson, but you never learn. Song Mei peered into the room at the sleeping Su Qingsheng before telling Jiang Chun, I talked with Qingsheng earlier. In the end, she agreed to give you a chance. A chance? I mean a dating chance. Oh, what's wrong? Dissatisfied or something? Song Mei was annoyed by Jiang Chen's nonchalant expression. You smug kid. You've already taken advantage of her. She let you see everything from top to bottom, and she has even given birth to 3 children for you. What more do you want? Show some conscience, will you? Don't worry, I have a conscience. I will take responsibility. Jiang Chun patted his chest and promised. Good, then remember that. Song Mei gave her son an exasperated look. I will say this up front, so there is no misunderstanding later. Qing Cheng is my dearest best friend, like a sister to me. She has given birth to 3 of your grandchildren. If you dare betray her or mistreat her, I will not spare you. Do you understand? Understood, Mom. Please stop nagging. I promise I will treat her well. You're already tired of my nagging. What else would I be? You? Song Mei was both furious and amused. She reached out to twist Jiang Chen's ear, but he sidestepped and rose on his toes, dodging her grasp. Unable to reach his ear, Mother still wanted to kick his behind. Song Mei followed up with a swift kick aimed at his buttocks, but Jiang Chen dodged again. Song Mei laughed and scolded, All right, you cheeky kid. I will settle this with you later. She shot Jiang Chen a glare before hurrying away. It was already dinner time, and the kitchens would be crowded. If she lingered any longer, she might have to wait in line. Jiang Chen returned to the ward. Seeing Su Qingqing still asleep peacefully, he couldn't help but stare at her a moment longer. Even now he felt as though he were dreaming. He had only just graduated and broken up with his girlfriend, and yet Su Qingqing, the campus goddess admired by everyone at Sihai University, the beautiful teacher, had given birth to 3 of his children. It felt entirely unreal. Suddenly a faint but unmistakable odor drifted through the ward. Jiang Chun snapped back to reality and looked toward the 3 newborns. Without a doubt, at least one of them had soiled themselves. He began checking the diapers and confirmed his suspicion 2 of the babies had defecated and 1 had urinated. Uncomfortable in their dirty diapers, the little ones began squirming and whining. Don't worry, Daddy will change your diapers right away. Jiang Chun coaxed the 3 babies gently and changed their diapers with practiced ease. Huh, why? Are the fontanelles on the babies' foreheads pulsing? Su Qingqing, who had been pretending to sleep, watched Jiang Chun changing the diapers and noticed the fontanelles on all 3 babies throbbing rhythmically. She gasped in surprise, a wave of worry rising within her. Could it be that the 3 babies had a developmental problem? In truth, she had already awakened when Jiang Chun entered the ward. The pain in her body, the unfamiliar surroundings, and a mother's natural vigilance had kept her from sleeping deeply despite her exhaustion. But upon waking, she had felt utterly embarrassed. The 2 of them alone in the hospital room, neither knowing what to say to the other. So she had simply pretended to remain asleep until this unexpected discovery about the baby's fontanelles. It's nothing. This is perfectly normal. This area on a baby's head is called the fontanelle. Since the skull has not fully fused at birth, it is normal to see it pulsate. The anterior fontanelle typically closes between 12 and 18 months. The posterior fontanelle closes faster, usually around 3 months. Jiang Chun continued his explanation without stopping his work. Oh, I see. Su Qingqing nodded, her anxiety easing immediately. You seem quite experienced at taking care of children. Yeah. I read up on parenting knowledge online before. I know a little. The 2 exchanged a few more words. An hour later, Su Qingqing passed gas, signaling her body was ready for food. Just then Song Mei returned with the confinement meals. She had prepared Crucian carp soup, brown sugar water, and millet porridge. Qingqing, you must be hungry. Come, let's eat. Song Mei spoke with genuine care, eagerly carrying the lunchbox over to Su Qingqing. I don't know if this suits your taste, but confinement meals are light by nature. They focus on nutritional balance. This is more than enough, thank you, Sister Mei, Su Qingqing said softly. Having passed gas, she could finally eat something. What are you thanking me for? This is only natural. Song Mei placed a small dining table on the bed and opened each container, setting them before Su Qingqing. Eat up, Qingqing. Enjoy it while it's hot. As dinner time had arrived, Jiang Chen's stomach was also rumbling loudly. Seeing this scene, a bad feeling grew within him. Mom, didn't you forget to bring my food? I haven't eaten either. Oh, you haven't eaten either. I was so focused on Qingqing that I forgot all about you. Song Mei slapped her forehead. All this food is for Qingqing. Why don't you go down and get something to eat? Of course, truly her own flesh and blood. She had even forgotten her own son hadn't eaten. Jiang Chen shook his head and headed downstairs to eat. The maternal and child health hospital had a cafeteria on the basement level of the inpatient building. He had noticed the sign when he arrived. But barely had he reached the cafeteria before he could even get his food, a surprised voice rang out from behind. Jiang Chen. Is that really you? Jiang Chen recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. Turning around, he saw indeed an old acquaintance. It was Wang Bingbing, his junior high school classmate. She had been the belle of his class back then, and also his first love. It had been 7 or 8 years since they graduated from junior high, and they hadn't seen each other since. Wang Bingbing remained as she appeared in his memories, tall and slender with delicate features. Her smile still revealed those 2 little canine teeth, though she had matured gracefully over the years. She was now wearing a nurse's uniform, clearly indicating she worked at this maternal and child health hospital. Jiang Chen, I thought I saw you from afar, and I was right. It really is you. Long time no see. Wang Bingbing greeted him with the same sweet smile she'd always worn. Yes, it's been a while, Jiang Chen replied, a slight awkwardness crossing his features. because of how things had ended with his first love back then. He had wept uncontrollably his heartbreak, so raw and desperate that he begged her to come back. He'd resorted to writing suicide notes and threatening to jump from the building, even scaling walls late at night to propose running away together. His first love had been genuinely frightened, keeping her distance. All his attempts ultimately proved futile. For a long time after he still lingered on that episode, always imagining the scene of their reunion, picturing it countless times in his mind. But now, Jiang Chun had finally reunited with his so-called eternal goddess, his first love. Aside from a touch of awkwardness, his heart remained completely at peace. How have you been, Jiang Chun? How's life these past years? I'm doing well, thank you. And you? I'm good too. By the way, what brings you here? This is a maternal and child health hospital. Well, my child was born. Your child was born. That can't be yours, can it? Wang Bingbing was taken aback, but after a quick glance at Jiang Chun, she quickly dismissed the thought. That's impossible. Given your age, you've only just finished university. This has to be a relative's child. At that moment, a colleague called out to her, so she responded and turned to wave at Jiang Chun. All right, I'll catch up with you another time. She hurried off. Okay, no problem. Jiang Chun continued getting his meal and eating in the cafeteria. He couldn't help but recall those old days, hoping to recapture some of that youthful feeling, but found nothing there except awkwardness. He still felt his younger self had been far too dramatic and foolish. Sigh. What was there to be so upset about? Acting like it was the end of the world. Son, I need to head back. I'm still a supervisor at work, and there's a pile of tasks waiting for me. It's evening now. I'll handle things when I get back, and I'll come visit tomorrow morning. Tonight, listen to me. You need to be careful. By 8 or 9 o'clock, Song Mei, despite her age, could barely stay awake. With more work waiting at the office, she decided to return home and rest. Before leaving as expected, she gave Jiang Chun another round of threats and bribes. Jiang Chun was completely accustomed to this by now. Though his mother often scolded and even spanked him, appearing fierce, he knew she was all talk with a soft heart underneath. She loved to nag, but in truth, she cared for him more than she did his father. Don't worry, Mom. If I can't take good care of them, you can break my legs. Good, you understand that. Song Mei scolded her son with a smile. Then turning to Su Qingcheng in a gentle tone, she continued, Qingqing, I'll head back tonight and come back tomorrow morning. If that rascal dares to bully you, just tell me. And if you need anything, make him handle it. He's young and doesn't mind getting dirty or tired. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. I don't mind getting dirty or tired. Who told you that? Watching this, Su Qingcheng covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Understood, Sister Mei. All right, then I'm heading out. Song Mei gave Su Qingcheng one last satisfied nod, then turned back to her son. Take good care of my grandchildren, or else. The moment he heard this, Jiang Chen's head began to pound. I got it, Mom. Stop talking about it. They're your grandchildren too, but they're also my son and daughter. If I mistreat them, I won't forgive myself, all right? You and your mother, quite a delightful pair, Su Qingcheng said to Jiang Chun after he returned to the ward, it being the first time she had ever taken the initiative to speak to him. It's normal for us, Jiang Chun replied. The ward fell quiet between just the two of them now, and Jiang Chun felt a touch awkward, for by seniority, he ought still to address her as Auntie. Oh, so it's always like that. It's amusing indeed, but their bond is genuinely close, Su Qingcheng remarked without envy. I can tell. You are truly your mother's son. You really think so? Jiang Chun asked, genuinely surprised. In that moment, he found himself quite curious about the question. Of course. If you weren't her own child, do you really believe she would treat you like that? Think about it. If she were overly polite to you, carefully guarding her feelings and keeping a respectful distance, you'd be the one feeling uneasy. True enough. Jiang Chun chuckled and slapped his forehead in resignation. A few casual words were enough to ease the strangeness between them. Su Qingqing's extraordinary talent combined with Jiang Chen's assistance saw matters resolved in no time. The nursing was successfully established. With the nursing task complete, Jiang Chun received a beautifully furnished apartment in Bishiju as a reward, plus an additional bonus of 10 points to his physique. Not bad at all. Jiang Chun collected the physique bonus of 10 points inside the washroom. Immediately, an inexplicable surge of immense power dispersed throughout his limbs and bones. This was followed by excruciating pain, as though every bone and muscle in his body was being reshaped by that colossal force. It lasted less than a minute. When the pain subsided, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Jiang Chun decided to take a shower right there in the washroom. Gazing into the mirror afterward, he saw a figure resembling a marble sculpture. Broad muscular frame, well-defined 8-pack abs, a tapered waistline, and a face that appeared even more strikingly handsome. Well then, impressive, truly impressive. A mere 10 points of physique enhancement had already transformed his body this dramatically. What if it were 100 points? No, he dared not even imagine. Qingqing, you must be hungry. I've brought breakfast. I made this myself, come taste it. The next morning around 6, Song Mei bustled and full of enthusiasm. Su Qingcheng was already awake, keeping an eye on the little one for a while, so Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to close his eyes briefly. Though his physique had increased by 10 points, he still needed rest after enduring the entire night without sleep. Song Mei had brought an abundant breakfast for Su Qingcheng. Preserved egg and pork congee, vegetable corn pancakes, toasted bread slices, steamed egg, custard, fresh milk, and more. Knowing the baby's nourishment was paramount, Su Qingcheng did not hesitate and began eating. Thank you, Sister Mei. Don't mention it. Song Mei handed her food while asking about the previous night. How did it go, Qingqing? Were you alright yesterday evening? It was fine. Su Qingqing took a small sip of the preserved egg and pork congee. And that rascal, how did he treat you? Did he give you any trouble? Song Mei followed up. Him? No, not at all. Su Qingqing thought of the previous night, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. She cast a glance toward Jiang Chun, and her heart skipped a beat. What was that rascal thinking? Why did he look so handsome? Meanwhile, after waking, Jiang Chun had been busy changing diapers for the three little ones. Hearing his mother's words, he grew slightly displeased. Mom, what are you saying? Why would I bully her for no reason? Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Song Mei smiled. Come son, here's your breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. Satisfied with Jiang Chen's behavior, she was relieved. The harmonious relationship between the young couple and the health of the three babies were her greatest wishes at present. After visiting Su Qingqing and her grandchildren, Song Mei hurried off to work. With an event at her workplace recently as a low-ranking leader, she needed to set an example, and asking for leave was not easy. Son, take good care of Qingqing and the children. I know, Mom, stop worrying so much. After Song Mei left, the ward grew quieter. Soon the on-duty nurse came in for morning rounds. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, she let out a startled cry. Jiang Chun, why are you here? The nurse was tall and graceful with a lovely face. She was none other than Wang Bingbing, whom Jiang Chun had accidentally encountered the previous night, his first love from years ago. Wang Bingbing was a delivery room nurse at Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It happened to be her shift change that day. Actually, when she had dinner the previous night, she unexpectedly ran into Jiang Chun. After 7 or 8 years apart, she was extremely excited, but she was busy with something at the time and didn't even have the chance to exchange contact information. Who would have thought that on the very next day during her shift, she would happen to run into Jiang Chun again? What a coincidence. I never expected to see you again at the hospital. Wang Bingbing walked over quickly. Seeing Jiang Chen's sun-kissed handsome face, with sharp defined features, her eyes were filled with warmth. Even now she could still clearly remember all the kindness Jiang Chun had shown her back then. During those innocent days when they were dating, the teenage Jiang Chun would buy her breakfast, books and snacks, and even do her homework for her. He was fussier than a mother hen. They later broke up because they were both too young and knew nothing at the time. She was merely following the trend, playing around. Ironically, Jiang Chun took it all so seriously back then. After she asked for a breakup, he was heartbroken beyond measure, threatening suicide, writing farewell letters, and even clinging to the edge of the building. Wang Bingbing remembered every detail of that incident clearly. As for her feelings at the time, she was touched, a little amused, and also somewhat frightened. Because Jiang Chun hadn't just made dramatic gestures. He had actually climbed up to the third-floor window of her house in the middle of the night to find her. With his childish, overly dramatic expression, he had asked whether their separation was because his family disapproved. If that was the case, he said it didn't matter. He could run away with her even if they had to wander to the ends of the earth and survive by collecting trash as long as they were together. She had asked him whether running away with him meant there would be KFC to eat. Jiang Chun thought for a moment and said no. They wouldn't have access to KFC while wandering and collecting trash. However, if she really wanted it, he could save his allowance for a week to treat her to McDonald's. That was when she made her decision. She could perhaps endure wandering the world together, but not even having KFC. Forget it. Someone who made her collect trash without even providing KFC was clearly not her Prince Charming. But now, after 7 or 8 years had passed, the once childish and overly dramatic Jiang Chun had grown into a tall, handsome man, seemingly even more striking than before. Wang Bingbing noticed him at a glance, and her heart began pounding inexplicably. After all the twists and turns, it seemed she still preferred men like Jiang Chun. Therefore, seeing Jiang Chun now made her feel both thrilled and delighted. She thought to herself that the boy she had loved in her youth had finally grown up. They say first love and first experiences are unforgettable things in a lifetime. Given how devoted and deeply impactful Jiang Chun had been toward her back, then he certainly wouldn't have forgotten her. But what if he still harbored feelings for her and pursued her again? Well, she would certainly consider it and give him a chance. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had just finished changing 3 babies' diapers. He sat down and took a sip of water. When the rounding nurse Wang Bingbing spotted him, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She then approached Jiang Chun with great enthusiasm and delight, even reaching out as if she used to back in the day, wanting to grab his arm. Seeing this, Jiang Chun felt a headache coming on. This was truly a case of enemies crossing paths. So he gave a slight sidestep and deftly avoided Wang Bingbing's outstretched hand. Are you on duty today? Jiang Chun asked, raising his eyes. Yeah, there was a meeting yesterday, so it's my turn today. Noticing Jiang Chun sidestep her hand, Wang Bingbing was slightly taken aback. Oh, look at him acting all aloof and proud now. But she didn't take it to heart. After all, she had hurt him too deeply back then, so it was natural for him to have a bit of attitude now. Yet if she just reached out a finger, he might just come scurrying back, eager to please her once more. Just like the boy he used to be. Wang Bingbing glanced over and spotted 3 little babies by Jiang Chun's side. Wow, triplets. Jiang Chun, whose kids are these? How adorable. Her voice brimmed with genuine delight, not a trace of pretense. For she had never once considered the possibility that they might be Jiang Chun's own children. Jiang Chun scratched his head. All 3 are my children. What? All 3 are your kids? Wang Bingbing paused, stunned. Jiangchen, are you married? No, not married. Then how do you have children? Wang Bingbing asked in astonishment. Oh, I get it, you're just joking, right? These must be your relatives' children. I never thought you'd still love cracking jokes after all these years. No, you've misunderstood. These are truly my children, biologically mine. Jiangchen decided to set the record straight. What a... Seeing that Jiangchen wasn't joking, Wang Bingbing's expression shifted instantly. Jiangchen, that can't be right, can it? According to the timeline, you just graduated from university, didn't you? How could you already have children right after graduation? There's nothing impossible about it. Many college students and graduates have children nowadays, let alone someone like me who's already graduated. Jiangchen replied calmly, offering Wang Bingbing an unequivocal answer. Upon hearing this, Wang Bingbing could only lament within. Good heavens, it was all true. But, back then you clearly went through hell for me. Threatening to jump off the building, writing farewell letters, even climbing up to my third-floor window in the middle of the night, asking if I wanted to run away together to the ends of the earth. You even said you'd save up a week's worth of money from collecting scrap to buy me a meal at McDonald's. Have you forgotten all that? Why didn't you wait for me? How could you have 3 children with someone else without even telling me? Sigh. Wang Bingbing's thoughts raised a wave of frustration washing over her. But she was no longer a naive child. She quickly steadied her emotions and reasoned through what she could deduce from Jiangchen's words and tone. Jiangchen was not married, his partner had become pregnant unexpectedly, and since it was unintended, what happened next was still far from certain. In other words, she still had a chance. Besides, she was still the former belle of their class, the dream girl of countless boys. If she took the initiative. She refused to believe that Jiangchen would remain unmoved. With this thought, Wang Bingbing puffed out her chest, summoning her most confident smile, and stepped toward the rival, lying on the hospital bed. But the very next second her smile froze on her face. Because the rival was simply too stunningly beautiful. Breathtakingly gorgeous, peerlessly radiant. To catch even a single glance at her made Wang Bingbing, a woman herself, feel her heart tremble. Compared to her, Wang Bingbing felt like a mere country girl. Yet what struck her most was the other woman's extraordinary figure. Imposingly large. Far too impressive. Wang Bingbing glanced down at her own chest, and a profound sense of inadequacy surged within her. Compared to that, she was clearly outmatched in every way. Wang Bingbing had been brimming with confidence. After all, she was Jiangchen's first love from back in the day, a dream goddess cherished by countless young men. Besides, Jiangchen had been utterly infatuated with her back, then showering her with attentiveness and devotion. But now facing Jiangchen's current partner, she felt utterly crushed. The woman had just given birth and was still in a frail state, yet even so her beauty, her features, her aura, all of it was far beyond what a rustic country girl like herself could ever hope to match. Especially that figure. Her generous bosom alone made Wang Bingbing feel utterly inferior, reduced to dust. Beauty, temperament, physique, all-out domination on every front. So, all her excitement at encountering Jiangchen, her goddess-like sense of superiority in his presence, and her anticipation of him reverting to his old obsequious self, all of it vanished in an instant. It wasn't just gone, as she felt as though she'd swallowed 3 caddies of lemons, her heart sour with bitterness. She had imagined their old flames could be rekindled, but instead, all right. It was all her own self-delusion, too much imagination. Fortunately, there was nothing else urgent, so Wang Bingbing went through the motions, asked casually about Su Qingcheng and the baby's condition, found everything in order, and fled as quickly as she could. There was no choice, another second, and she felt she might transform into a lemon spirit herself, sour enough to explode on the spot. After Wang Bingbing left, Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that at least nothing serious had happened. If his mother saw this, she would have had a fit. But turning around, he saw Su Qingcheng nursing and couldn't help but ask, somewhat bewildered, "Haven't we fed the little one not long ago? Why are you feeding again?" "Not long ago. It's been half an hour, has it not? I was just worried the baby might be hungry." Su Qingcheng shot back lightly, though in truth, she knew the baby had eaten only moments before. But she simply wanted to nurse, especially right in front of that Wang Bingbing. It all started when, as soon as Wang Bingbing walked in, Su Qingcheng overheard their conversation and realized they seemed to know each other, possibly even old flames. That's when she couldn't stay composed any longer. While the two were chatting, she picked up the baby, unfastened her blouse, and began nursing. As it turned out, even though the little one had eaten just recently, he latched on and fed with gusto all the same. And the effect on the other side. One glance at Wang Bingbing's expression made it abundantly clear. The result could not have been better. Worried the baby was hungry. Jiangchen hadn't noticed Su Qingcheng's little scheme and continued reminding her, "Take it easy on the feeding. Letting the little one have too much milk at once isn't good either. It could lead to indigestion." But as he spoke, his gaze was involuntarily drawn elsewhere. One had to admit it was truly impressive. Could lead to indigestion. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng reasoned that he might be right, so she immediately stopped nursing and placed the baby on the crib nearby. "If you're tired, go get some rest. I'll keep an eye on the kids," Su Qingcheng added. "It's fine, I'm not sleepy." Jiangchen hadn't slept much the night before, but with his constitution boosted by 10 points, a quick nap had done the trick. He was feeling rested enough. That afternoon, Song Mei hurried to the hospital. Having finished her work at the office in the morning, she simply couldn't stop worrying about the hospital, so she asked her superior for leave. Knowing Song Mei's usual dedication, the big boss granted it without hesitation. She carried a large bag filled with all sorts of fruits and postpartum nutritional supplements. But just as she was about to enter the ward, a voice called out from behind, "Auntie." Song Mei turned around, her expression shifting slightly. It was Wang Bingbing dressed in a nurse's uniform. She certainly knew this Wang Bingbing. Back in the day when Jiang Chun had been dating her, Wang Bingbing had visited Song Mei's home several times. Though nothing untoward had happened during their relationship, and they eventually broke up, the aftermath had caused quite a stir. Jiang Chun refused to accept the breakup, acting as if his world was ending. Crying, wailing, swearing he would love Wang Bingbing for life and wander the world with her. Song Mei had been absolutely furious at the time. She thought to herself, "You brat, what do you know about love? What do you know about forever? You haven't even grown a whisker, and you're talking about wandering the world. Come on, let me show you what love is. Let me show you the world." Without a second thought, she went after Jiang Chun and delivered a thorough beating. Beaten and unconvinced, Jiang Chun threatened a hunger strike, and then his father appeared, producing a 7 wolves belt on the spot. And then, Jiang Chun gave in, starved as he was, and obediently went to eat. Of course his spirits were low, but he eventually bounced back and later got into university. Though he still had his moments of foolishness, somehow he had unknowingly swept up her best friend. But at least he had given her 3 grandchildren. As a mother, Song Mei looked upon all of this with a heart full of quiet satisfaction. So seeing Wang Bingbing suddenly appear, now Song Mei's stomach lurched. Was that brat up to something else? Song Mei harbored those thoughts, yet as an elder her countenance remained gentle and courteous. "Bingbing, is that you? What have you taken a position at the maternal and child health hospital?" "Yes, I work as a nurse here now." Witnessing Song Mei's mild demeanor, a fragile sliver of hope unbidden stirred in Wang Bingbing's bruised heart. She pressed forward with renewed warmth. "Auntie, might I ask where you're headed?" "Oh, merely running an errand. My daughter-in-law has just delivered, so I am procuring fruits and nourishing provisions for her." As she spoke, Song Mei casually let Wang Bingbing glance at the bags in her hand. Daughter-in-law, purchasing delicacies and tonics on her behalf. The moment those words registered, Wang Bingbing felt as though she had tumbled into a frozen abyss. That fragile spark of hope was ruthlessly suffocated. She had been utterly dwarfed by Jiang Chen's companion across every measure. Beside that woman, her own figure and appearance left her feeling as paltry as a rustic village girl. She had dared to harbor a shred of hope that Auntie might offer some compensation, yet never could she have imagined that the elder had already long since bestowed the title of daughter-in-law upon the other. Wang Bingbing cast a glance at the bag Song Mei held open, its contents overflowing with exquisite fruits and costly nutritional supplements. Bitterness surged to its zenith within her chest. Such an abundance of purchases. It seems you hold your daughter-in-law in particularly high regard, Auntie. It is only proper. She is my own daughter-in-law after all, and has blessed this family with 3 grandchildren. One can hardly dote on her enough. With those words, Song Mei's face bloomed into a radiant, unrestrained smile. Upon witnessing the display, Wang Bingbing was left utterly speechless. A profound chill settled deep within her breast, there was no denying it. Her last shred of hope had withered away completely. She slipped into the ward to perform her routine examinations and deliver perfunctory instructions before hastily taking her leave. She curtly and politely declined Song Mei's offer to rest and share a cup of tea. The moment Wang Bingbing disappeared, Song Mei's attention snapped directly to Jiang Chun, her eyes sharpening with a lethal glint. "Tell me, have you and that Wang Bingbing been conspiring behind my back?" Jiang Chun instantly felt a cold sweat prickle his brow. "Mother, I am a father now. What on earth could I possibly be plotting in secret? It had best be so." Song Mei warned. "I give you fair warning, you scoundrel. You are no longer a careless youth. If you ever grow fickle toward Qingcheng or dare to harbor any secret schemes against her, I swear I shall. You'll break my legs and flay my skin alive." "Correct." Jiang Chun promptly finished for her. It is well that you understand." After laughing off her son's interruption, Song Mei turned her gaze to Su Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, should Jiang Chun ever mistreat you, do not endure it in silence. Come to me directly, and I shall handle him." "I understand, Sister Mei," Su Qingcheng replied with a smile. Having observed the entirety of their exchange from her bed, she found the mother and son's dynamic absolutely delightful. "Here, Qingcheng. These are fruits and nourishing provisions. You have endured so much hardship bearing children. I selected these expressly for you." Song Mei set the bags beside the bedside and began presenting their contents to Su Qingcheng one by one. "Thank you so much, Sister Mei. There is no need for such formalities. We are family now. A family does not speak in strangers' tongues." Jiang Chun peered into one of the bags and spotted his favorite lychees. Gathering his courage, he ventured, "Mother, might I partake of these lychees?" He had no alternative. His mother's past reprimands had left him thoroughly intimidated. "By all means, eat them. Those lychees were purchased specifically for you." "Really? Thank you, Mother. You truly are my own mother." "You insolent boy. If I am not your mother, then who is?" "Mother, in truth there remains another pressing matter. Confinement women should not consume excessive lychees." Having allocated a portion to Su Qingcheng, Jiang Chun claimed the remainder for himself. He dug in with gusto, chewing contentedly as he addressed Song Mei. What pressing matter could this be? What else could it possibly be? It concerns father. He remains unaware of my circumstances, does he not? Your father. It would be prudent to delay the news. Why so? Jiang Chen inquired. Your father has merely recovered from an appendectomy and is still in convalescence. Were he to learn that you ensnared my dearest friend, left her with an illegitimate pregnancy, and fathered triplets with her, what do you suppose his response would entail? What calamity might befall you? Song Mei shot Jiang Chen a withering glance, her tone dripping with cautionary persuasion. I see. Jiang Chen pressed his palms against his temples. His father possessed a volatile temper and acted on impulse. Given his nature, the revelation that he had seduced his mother's closest confidant could provoke any manner of catastrophe. It made no difference that he had recently undergone surgery, nor that he remained in convalescence. Nothing could stay his hand from unleashing his fury. Never mind. Forget it. For his father's physical recovery, and more importantly for the preservation of his own skull, he resolved to defer the revelation. Little did he know, as these very thoughts crossed his mind, his phone suddenly chimed. It was his father calling. Mom, it's Dad's call. Jiang Chen felt a sudden panic and handed the phone to Song Mei for her to see. Song Mei glanced at it while casually cracking sunflower seeds, her expression calm. He's calling you. Why are you showing me? Answer it. Jiang Chen. He had no choice but to answer the call. Hello, Dad. You're calling me. What am I not allowed to call you? Even from a distance, Jiang Chen could feel his father's explosive voice. Without speakerphone, his mother beside him could hear it clearly. You little rascal, have you been up to no good recently? What bad things have I done? I work hard every day striving to earn money. How could I have time for mischief? Jiang Chen defended himself vigorously. I figured you wouldn't have the nerve. Zhang Dapeng on the other end continued. It's strange though. Your aunt suddenly called me this morning and said you'd gotten your mom's best friend pregnant and she had triplets for you. I thought it was nonsense and didn't believe a word. I mean, how absurd is that? My son is so excellent and honest, a model student in school, an outstanding graduate. Such ridiculous, irresponsible behavior is clearly something he would never do. Besides triplets, how low is the probability? And my son just graduated. It's unthinkable. So before she could finish, I hung up on her. Lying and slandering my son. There's no excuse for that. I just had surgery and am recovering. Getting angry over this isn't worth it. Jiang Chen listened to his father's rant on the phone, feeling increasingly guilty. From his father's tone, he deeply understood that his mother was right. They shouldn't have told him yet. Dad, you did the right thing by hanging up on Aunt. As for that absurd, irresponsible thing she mentioned, your son is way too excellent to do something like that. Jiang Chen said to Zhang Dapeng on the phone. Song Mei rolled her eyes nearby. Fortunately, they were taking the call outside the door, so Su Qingxing inside couldn't hear clearly. Exactly. I know my son well, Zhang Dapeng said, not without pride. But son, the social atmosphere is bad these days. All sorts of demons and monsters out there. Don't you ever follow suit? Like that thing your aunt mentioned. How could you mess around with your mom's best friend? That's too absurd, you know. Your mom's best friend? You have to call her aunt. There's an age and generation gap. Remember that, boy. Of course, if your skin itches, you can go ahead and try. Like his mother, his father's call ended with a threat. Jiang Chen felt both guilty and sweaty. Truly a match made in heaven, these two jointly hand-educating him. All right, Dad, got it. Okay, bye. After hanging up, Jiang Chen looked at Song Mei. Mom, what's the next step? What else? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Song Mei thought for a moment. The rice is cooked. What can your dad do to you? When you put the 3 little babies in front of him, you'll see whether he hugs his grandchildren first or beats you first. His mother's reminder suddenly enlightened Jiang Chen. Though he had done something absurd and irresponsible, the key was that he had given his father 3 grandchildren. Just like his mother said, when he put the little ones in front of his father, he was sure his father would hug them first. All right, that's settled. Jiang Chen breathed a huge sigh of relief. His mother really knew how to handle his father. But Song Mei looked at Jiang Chen and suddenly gave a sinister smile. But son, that your dad will hug the grandchildren first is certain. However, I predict that the beating he owes you, you still won't escape. Jiang Chen. Well, no wonder they're a couple. They're professionals at setting their son up. Song Mei stayed in the ward all afternoon, seeing Jiang Chen attend to Su Qingxing and care for the 3 babies. Whether it was changing pads, holding them for urination, changing diapers, or feeding them, he did everything with a proper touch and skillful technique, seemingly even better than his mother could. She didn't say it out loud, but she was very pleased. And seeing Jiang Chen and Su Qingxing gradually become familiar with each other through interaction, they looked like a young couple. She was genuinely happy. One was her son, the other was her best friend. Now that they had children together, if they ended up together and achieved a positive outcome, it would be exactly what she wished for. In the evening, Song Mei cooked for the 2, brought it over, and then went back. After all, there was someone at home. If she didn't cook for him, he would rather starve than cook for himself. And when he did cook, it was like pig feed, only he could stomach it. Your mother's cooking is really good. Su Qingxing ate the dishes on the table and couldn't help praising. Although they were all confinement meals and home-cooked dishes, like braised pork trotters with soybeans, stir-fried meat, home-style tofu, steamed tilapia, and seaweed egg drop soup. Each one was genuinely delicious, not far from the state banquets she had once tasted. Good? Then eat more. Jiang Chen, used to his mother's cooking, thought it was just so-so, but hearing Su Qingxing's compliment, he picked up a piece of fish for her. Only after serving did he realize he had used his own chopsticks. He immediately explained, "Sorry, I used my chopsticks to pick that for you." "It's fine, I don't mind," Su Qingqing said. To prove she didn't mind, she promptly ate the fish. Of course, after finishing, her face inexplicably flushed. After the two adults finished their meal, the three little ones' feeding time arrived. Wah, wah, wah. Together they expressed their strong desire for food with extremely loud cries. "Settle down, little ones. Don't rush, your food is coming right away." Jiang Chun prepared warm water, cleaned himself, and then fed the little ones, feeding two at a time first, and only after they were done did he attend to the last baby. Having gone through this many times, Su Qingsheng was already used to such a routine. To be precise, she had become numb to it. As for Jiang Chun, he too was used to it, and of course his heart was very, very calm. After feeding all three babies in turn, Jiang Chun burped them one by one, put them to sleep, and then, because of the heat, fearing they might get heat rash, gently wiped down their little bodies. Before having children, seeing other people's chubby, adorable babies, he naturally thought raising kids would be easy. Just dress them, feed them, play with them, and have fun. But when he had his own children, he realized that previous idea was essentially treating kids like pets. In reality, raising children is not simple at all. It's very worrisome. Worried they might be cold, worried they might be hot, oh worried they might eat too little, worried they might eat too much. Fortunately, Jiang Chun had already acquired the complete parenting skills, and had his physique increased by 10 points, so the workload of parenting was a breeze for him. After that, the two of them had nothing else to do and passed the night until dawn. Song Mei arrived early again, bringing a pile of things, breakfast and fruit. Since Jiang Chun had invested points in his constitution, he didn't need much sleep, and was already up. Jiang Chun ate some fruit. His mind was troubled by another matter: how to explain to his father that he had encountered no one over his mother's best friend, and accidentally caused her to give birth to triplets for him. And it was all his cousin's fault. If she hadn't been so talkative and told Aunt, how would Aunt have known? And then Aunt would have told his father, directly ruining his plan to take it step by step. No, he had to get an explanation from her. That morning, Sun Qian finally arrived. After entering the ward, she conducted a relatively comprehensive examination on Su Qingqing. Aunt Qingqing's recovery is rather ideal. The wound situation as well as lochia and urination are all within normal range. If there are no other issues, tomorrow she can be discharged. She can be discharged tomorrow? Song Mei exclaimed in surprise. After all, she was getting on in years, had many tasks at work, and was still worried about Jiang Chun. These past few days she had been running between the unit, the hospital, and home, exhausting herself. Yes, Aunt. Qingqing's recovery is good in all aspects. She can be discharged tomorrow, Sun Qian said. That's great. Song Mei rejoiced. Su Qingqing also felt a wave of relief. Although Jiang Chun and Song Mei took good care of her in the hospital, a hospital was still a hospital, not her own home, and many things were quite inconvenient. Sun Qian finished the examination and was about to leave. Jiang Chun immediately called out to her, "Cousin, did you tell Aunt about my matter?" No, I didn't." Seeing Jiang Chen's accusatory expression, Sun Qian instinctively denied it. No. Jiang Chen didn't believe her at all. "If you didn't tell Aunt, then how did Aunt know?" "Not only did she know, she even called my father that day to tell him." Sun Qian. Her own mother really couldn't keep it to herself, and had told Uncle. But it was understandable. Encountering such a thing, no one could keep it to themselves. It was just too absurd. Her own cousin had gotten together with his mother's best friend, and they had triplets. It was fortunate that she had enough self-control and only told her own mother. As Jiang Chen's cousin, she naturally knew the temperament of Jiang Chen's father, her uncle. He was hot-tempered and impulsive, and once he got worked up, 10 donkeys couldn't pull him back. Sun Qian thought of this and couldn't help but look at Jiang Chun with pity. But pity was pity, admitting it was impossible. Seeing Jiang Chen's attitude of refusing to let it go without an explanation, she decided to play the sympathy card. "Little Chun, tell me, has your cousin been good to you since you were little?" "Do I love you?" "Not bad," Jiang Chen said. To be honest, when they were young, this cousin was indeed good to him. Whenever he went to her house, she would bring out all the good food and toys for him to eat and play with. Of course, when she was angry, she was also fierce, snatching his lollipop and flicking his forehead until he cried. "Then when you were little, did you like playing with your cousin, eh?" "Not bad." "Then do you want to know if it was your cousin who leaked your matter to your father?" "You tell me." "I'm not. I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense." With a triple denial, Sun Qian took advantage of Jiang Chen's daze and slipped away. There was no way around it. Although this was her fault, she really couldn't bear the blame. "Jiang Chun, is this the cousin who has loved me and been good to me since childhood?" He had originally planned to confront his cousin and force her to help him think of a way to deal with it. Turns out she was even less reliable than himself. Forget it. When the water rises, earth is used to block it, and when soldiers come, generals are sent to stop them. He was after all his father's own son. If he didn't show respect for the monk, he would show respect for the Buddha. If he didn't show respect for the Buddha, he would show respect for his grandchildren. He didn't believe that Jiang Daping could actually kill him. Ding. Detected host's current status, triggering a random quest within 3 days. Call your father and voluntarily confess everything. Call his father and confess everything. What the hell? Was this damn system trying to push him straight into a disaster? Ding. The mission is mandatory. If the host refuses, the system will self-destruct. Damn it. This damn system was always threatening him with self-destruction. Unbelievable. Go ahead and self-destruct if you want. Never mind what reason could he give to this damned system. Jiang Chun reluctantly accepted the mission. Fortunately, he did not have to confess to his father immediately. It gave him 3 days, which provided a buffer period. Qingqing, listen to my advice. You should just move in together. The child has just been born, and you are still in your confinement period. My son may be clumsy, but he is honest and well-behaved. He is the children's father, and I can see he is quite devoted to both you and the child. Besides, living together can help you nurture your feelings for each other. Regardless of how you look at it, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Since Su Qingsheng was being discharged from the hospital the next day, Song Mei naturally suggested to her best friend that she resolutely move in with her son. But Sister Mei, Su Qingsheng's tone was hesitant. In fact, she also thought Song Mei's words made some sense. However, moving in with a man right after discharge, put simply cohabiting, left her psychologically unprepared. After all, this man was her best friend's esteemed son. Here we go again, is it? Song Mei saw Su Qingsheng's hesitant expression and could not help but smile. Her best friend had everything going for her. Beauty, figure, and temperament were all impeccable. But she was simply too restrained and shy. Qingqing, you already have a child together. Would it not be perfectly reasonable to move in together after discharge? How about this? If you are still worried, I can visit often after you are discharged. If my son treats you poorly, I will handle him right there on the spot. But that would be so embarrassing. Su Qingqing's face flushed. What is there embarrassing about it? As the children's grandmother, visiting my grandchildren and disciplining my son from time to time is perfectly normal. Then. Okay then. Seeing Su Qingqing finally nod in agreement, Song Mei was overjoyed. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the bitterness and hardship of raising a child alone during pregnancy. She did not want to experience the situation of a single mother struggling to raise a child on her own. With her best friend's assurance, she felt relatively at ease. Besides that person, he was decent looking and quite handsome with a good personality. After spending a few days together, he had indeed taken good care of herself and the child. But suddenly remembering it all, a thick wave of shyness rose in her heart. She cast a slightly resentful glance at Song Mei. Did you really think your son was honest and well-behaved? In reality, he was anything but decent. These past few days he had been very attentive in taking care of her and the child. But toward herself he was so. He had scanned her from head to toe. But whether he was a pervert or just a complete cad, either way, Song Mei was too busy rejoicing to notice Su Qingqing's inner thoughts. Having just successfully persuaded her best friend, she then cheerfully rushed over to Jiang Chen's side. Son, after Qingsheng is discharged, you and she will live together. It will be more convenient to take care of them. Live together. Yes. Is that appropriate? To be honest, Jiang Chun had not been mentally prepared for this. His mother said live together, but in reality, that meant cohabiting with this goddess, Su, from now on. Why would it not be appropriate? Song Mei was a bit displeased seeing her son not immediately agree. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you are not willing to live with my best friend? No, I mean, is Qingqing okay with this? Of course she agreed. That is why I am telling you. Oh, alright then. Song Mei was offended. Hey, you rascal. From the way you are talking, it sounds like I am the one begging you to do this, isn't it? She was about to deploy her signature ear-twisting technique. No, Mom. You misunderstood. I am happy, very happy. Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied. Oh, so violent all the time. No wonder Dad calls you a violent maniac and a tigress. The second half was muttered softly under his breath. But since Song Mei was right there, she heard every word clearly. What? This mother of his was a violent maniac. A tigress. Song Mei was instantly furious. You have gone too far, young man. She immediately charged at Jiang Chun. Seeing the danger, Jiang Chun took off running, bolting outside. Mom, I am just stepping out for a bit. Going to buy some fruit. Song Mei failed to catch her son and could only laugh in exasperation. She shook her head and returned to the ward. Su Qingqing, lying on the hospital bed, covered her mouth and laughed. Song Mei immediately realized she might have gone a bit too far. Embarrassed, she smiled and said, Tell me, as a mother, was I a bit too harsh on my son just now? Su Qingqing chuckled. A little. Song Mei was awkward. Alright then. Jiang Chun went downstairs and bought some fruit before heading back up. Back in the ward, his mother did not make things difficult for him. After all, she was his biological mother, and beating her own son in front of her best friend and future daughter-in-law was somewhat inappropriate. However, Song Mei did not let him off easy. She assigned him a task, moving. Jiang Chen thought about it, and it made sense. Since he was going to cohabit with Goddess Su after discharge, it was only natural to merge their two homes into one. So he readily agreed. Besides moving, there was one more thing to do: resigning from his job. After graduation, Jiang Chun had found a job. The atmosphere was fine and the pay was decent, but it still fell short compared to his mother's decades-long position with government benefits. That was why his mother had returned to her workplace a few days ago to handle some urgent matters. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, had been on leave continuously ever since. This time, when he went to the company, he would not even ask for leave. He would simply resign. After all, he was now someone with a cheat-like system. As long as he lived with his wife and child, rewards would come continuously. Even becoming the richest man in the future was not impossible. There was really no need to keep working at the original company. Jiang Chun arrived at the underground parking lot of the maternal and child health hospital. After finding the BMW X7 rewarded by the system, he took out the keys from his pocket, unlocked the car, and settled into the driver's seat. On the passenger seat lay the purchase contract, license plates, documents, receipts, all complete. Indeed, everything was legitimate and properly sourced. No wonder it was a top-of-the-line luxury car worth nearly 2 million yuan. It was truly far superior to the old Volkswagen his mother had been driving for 10 years at home. Jiang Chun adjusted his seat, started the engine, and stepped on the accelerator. Vroom! The car erupted with a powerful roar and shot forward immediately. Jiang Chun drove out of the maternal and child health hospital. On the way, he suddenly felt thirsty. Remembering he had plenty of time, he decided to stop at a roadside convenience store to buy a bottle of water. However, as soon as he exited the store, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. It was none other than Jiang Chun's former campus beauty Shinsini. As Shinsini turned her head, she also spotted Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, are you following me? Is that fun? We're broken up, okay? I have a new boyfriend now, and he treats me very well. By doing this, you're only making me dislike you more. Shinsini, upon realizing it was Jiang Chun, immediately spoke a string of displeased words. At this moment, she had completely shed her former innocent school beauty image, heavily made up, flamboyantly dressed in a micro-miniskirt, clutching a small bag in one hand, while the other arm was linked with a corpulent man. Jiang Chun, which of your eyes saw me following you? Seeing Jiang Chun still in his usual plain attire, Shinsini gave a contemptuous snort, her expression filled with disdain. I was blind before, only charmed by your good looks. But in this society, can looks put food on the table? Money is what truly matters. See this? This is my new boyfriend. His ride is a top-of-the-line BMW X5 worth $1 million. On our first day together, he bought me a whole LV outfit plus this little bag, altogether worth over 50 or 60,000. As she spoke, she clung tightly to the man's arm, her face beaming with pride. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead, a bit helpless. He thought to himself, at least we dated, let's part amicably. You're materialistic and vain, thinking I'm poor and have no future. That's fine, it's human nature. Frankly, I like money too. But after breaking up, you slander me out of self-righteousness, look down on me, and shove your face in for a slap. Then don't blame me for being rude. After all, being a saint is impossible. I'll never be a saint in this life. Tisk tisk, so you sold yourself for 50 or 60,000. That's pretty cheap of you. But I guess it's okay. You're still worth a bit more than the girls in a brothel. Shinsini nearly exploded. Jiang Chun, what did you say? You call me cheap and compare me to a brothel girl? She could hardly believe that Jiang Chun, who had always been extremely kind and tolerant to her, would say such things. Whether someone is or not, they know it in their heart. I don't need to repeat it. Jiang Chun then glanced at the corpulent man. And this is your new boyfriend. Not bad, but if you hadn't said so, I'd have thought he was your father. Having delivered his words lightly, he strode away. This time, not only Shinsini lost her cool, but the corpulent man also couldn't hold back. Is this your ex-boyfriend? What a jerk. He's poor and still thinks he's in the right. If he weren't afraid of losing a fight, he would have stopped Jiang Chun and beaten him up. Shinsini's face turned extremely sour, and she hurled insults at the retreating Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you broke bastard. You deserve to be single forever. I was blind to have ever liked you back then. After cursing Jiang Chun for a while, she turned to the corpulent man and said, let's go, honey. Didn't you say you'd buy me a phone today? There's no need to get angry over a broke loser. Let's go, sweetheart, I'll buy you that phone. The corpulent man gave her a greasy smile. But you promised me. Tonight you have to keep your word. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. Shinsini laughed, linked arms with the man, and walked cheerfully toward a BMW X5 parked by the roadside. But as she glanced ahead, her expression suddenly changed. Her face was filled with utter disbelief. Because not far away, Jiang Chun climbed into a brand new BMW X7, sat in the driver's seat, and then roared past down the street. What? Jiang Chun was driving a BMW X7. But how could that be possible? Jiang Chun was clearly a broke loser. When she was with him, they had to save up for a week just to eat a decent steak, and the birthday gifts he gave her never cost more than 1,000. The corpulent man had obviously seen it too, equally stunned. Wasn't this guy a pauper? How come he's driving a BMW X7? What the hell? The top-of-the-line X7 costs nearly 2 million. A whole tier above his X5, and way more expensive. Jiang Chun sped away in the BMW X7. Running into Shinsini just now felt like swallowing a fly. Good thing he broke up with her decisively. Otherwise, he'd be disgusted for life. After that, he drove to the company. This company was his first job after graduation. The atmosphere was good, and although he hadn't been there long, still on probation, Jiang Chun got along well with his colleagues. Seeing Jiang Chun back at the office, his colleagues greeted him. Hey, Jiang Chun's here. You took a few days off? Thought you weren't coming back. Jiang Chun's here. Let me see, have you gotten more handsome in the past few days? What do you mean more handsome? He's always been handsome, right? Huh. Seems he really is even more handsome. Look at that. He really is. No wonder he's the company's hottest guy. Jiang Chun, there's cake and wood ear sandwiches here. Want some? If you do, can I be your girlfriend for a day? Me too, me too. Overhearing his colleagues' jokes, Jiang Chun broke into a sweat, but didn't take it seriously. That was just the company's vibe, close and harmonious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to work here in the first place. But honestly, his looks had indeed improved compared to before. After all, a physique of 10 points. Wasn't added for nothing. His appearance, stamina, muscles, and so on had all improved considerably. Soon Jiang Chen arrived at his department's office. The department head, Sister Yang, was drinking water while discussing work with two female colleagues. Seeing Jiang Chen, she smiled and greeted him. Jiang Chen, I thought you weren't coming back. The two girls, upon seeing Jiang Chen, immediately crowded around him with enthusiasm. Since they had joined the company at the same time as Jiang Chen, they were especially close. Brother Chen is back. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, Brother Chen. The king returns. A few days without seeing you feels like ages. Jiang Chen, you've come at the perfect time. Our department is a mess. Old, weak, sick, and disabled with no one to take over. The peak season is coming, and we don't have a single veteran who can handle the tough work. Sister Yang said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked behind him and saw rows of empty seats. He couldn't help but wonder, where is everyone? Where's Sister Zhang? Sister Zhang had an unexpected pregnancy. She's an older mother, so she's at home on bed rest. What about Brother Li? Brother Li's wife gave birth, so he's taking care of his wife and child. Well, what about Sister Su? She already had her second child. Why isn't she here either? Her. I was just about to mention her. She must be prone to pregnancy. She kept saying she didn't want more kids, but she got pregnant again with a third, and this time it's twins. Sister Yang was at a loss for words. I don't know what's gotten into our department lately. It's like a baby factory. We only had a few people, and now they're all having babies. Luckily we hired you 3 newbies in advance, or I don't know how we'd handle the upcoming busy season. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Well, they really all happened at once. But after a pause he braced himself and said, Sister Yang, I've actually also had a baby. Upon hearing this, Sister Yang spat out a mouthful of water. What? You gave birth to? Sister Yang was startled. The two girls Shenjia and Su Na were equally shaken. Jiang Chen realized his slip of the tongue and quickly clarified, not me. I mean my wife gave birth. I'm going to be a father. With that, Sister Yang and the two girls were shocked all over again. His wife gave birth. He's a father now. That's way too fast. I'm not hearing this wrong, am I, Jiang Chen? You have a wife and she's had your child. You're a father. Sister Yang sucked in a sharp breath and asked with difficulty, her expression as if she'd seen a ghost. Great, another one in the department having a baby. This year really feels like we've stumbled into a nest of infants. Yes, that's right, Jiang Chen said with a nod. Hearing this, Shenjia and Su Na, after their initial surprise, were filled with profound disappointment. Their disappointment wasn't because the department had temporarily lost another key player, it was because Jiang Chen actually had a wife who had borne him a child, making him a father. What on earth was he thinking? So young, yet already married with children, a father in his prime. Sigh. So you're also taking leave? Sister Yang, having seen enough of the world, quickly composed herself. No, I'm here to resign. Resign? Sister Yang was surprised once more. The company will approve your leave. Just take care of your wife and come back to work afterward. Besides, does your family own a mine? How will you support your wife and child without a job? My family doesn't own a mine, but I'm short on money right now, Jiang Chen spoke honestly. More importantly, my wife gave birth to triplets, and I want to spend quality time with them. What? Triplets? Sister Yang, Shenjia, and Su Na. They were all momentarily speechless with shock. Sister Yang could only manage a bitter smile. Triplets. Another valuable hand lost to the department. However, seeing Jiang Chen's mind was made up, she approved his resignation, settled his wages, and promised regular payment next month. After a brief handover, Jiang Chen said his goodbyes and left. Goodbye, Sister Yang. Goodbye, Sisters Jia and Na. Goodbye, Jiang Chen. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Come visit the company whenever you're free. All right. After Jiang Chen left, Sister Yang gazed blankly at the empty office, then suddenly looked at her 2 remaining key employees, Shenjia and Su Na, with a hint of panic. I'm asking you too. Could you also be giving birth? Upon hearing this, Shenjia and Su Na immediately shook their hands vehemently. No, impossible. We don't even have boyfriends. What children would we have? But I barely heard Jiang Chen had a girlfriend before, and now he suddenly has children. Sister Yang, we're different. You know us too well. Since we joined the company, we've both been drawn to men like Brother Chen. With him suddenly having a wife and child, we're the ones who've lost something. What other moods could we possibly be in? Exactly, Sister Yang. I feel like I've suffered a breakup myself. I have no hope for love anymore. Sigh, I wonder what Brother Chen was thinking. So young, yet already a father. Well, I suppose that's true. Hearing Shenjia and Su Na's words, Sister Yang immediately felt relieved. The government hasn't introduced any policies encouraging childbirth recently, so this sudden wave of births in our department is probably just a coincidence. But Jiang Chen is truly a pity. The young man is handsome, capable, and at such a young age already accepted someone bearing his child. Sigh, if only I'd made a move sooner. As Sister Yang spoke, her expression was one of deep regret. Upon hearing this, Shenjia and Su Na were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? If only I'd made a move earlier. All this. Sister Yang, you've been hiding it so well. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, riding in his BMW X7, suddenly let out a vicious sneeze for no apparent reason. Afterward, his head throbbed. Who the hell was cursing him? After resigning, it was time to handle the move. Jiang Chen first drove to Su Qingqing's rental place and quickly packed and organized everything in her room for easy transport. Then he went to his own rental, finished packing all his belongings, and called a moving company, thinking they might need extra hands. He posted in the 303 WeChat group. He had expected everyone to be busy, some preparing for graduate exams, others working, and thought even one person showing up would be a help. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei-Zheng and Wu Hao, all three of them, poured in at once. Those preparing for exams abandoned their studies, and those working took time off. As soon as they saw Jiang Chen, the guys came at him with a barrage of punches. Jiang Chen, are you even human? Making Goddess Su give birth to triplets for you. You just dumped the campus beauty and now Goddess Su appears. What the actual hell? I never figured you for the quiet type. You're sneakily ruthless underneath. And haven't you noticed? He's moving in with Goddess Su. What the hell? Is there no justice in this world? Beat him up. Pummel him to death. The guys grew increasingly angry as they talked, delivering a ferocious beating. Of course, after all that, Jiang Chen was completely unharmed. They had all been dorm mates back in college with a close bond, so they were accustomed to roughhousing. After some time, everyone enthusiastically helped Jiang Chen with the move. During the process, they quickly noticed his BMW X7 and naturally assumed it wasn't his. Over 4 years of university, they all knew each other's backgrounds. Jiang Chen's family was merely comfortable, heavenly class at best, with his mother driving a 10-year-old Volkswagen. Jiang Chen, this BMW X7 is rented right. Nice try trying to save face for Goddess Su by renting a BMW X7. That top trim model costs nearly $2 million. Renting it for a day isn't cheap. You wouldn't understand. No pain, no gain. Goddess Su is bearing Jiang Chen's children. He should spend this little money. Jiang Chen didn't immediately refute this. Should he tell them he had some kind of advantage? Not just this BMW X7, but also an apartment in Bishiju where he could easily earn tens of thousands a day. Either way, it sounded too absurd. Lu Wei-Zheng and the others, seeing no contradiction from Jiang Chen, took it as confirmation. But they didn't think much of it. Renting a BMW X7 for a few thousand a day compared to winning over a beauty like Su was an absolute steal. Any dog would know how to choose. However, when they discovered the moving destination was Bishiju, they immediately lost their composure. Because Bishiju was the most exclusive luxury residential community in Sihai City, even the cheapest small apartment cost 5 to 6 million. Renting here would cost at least 10,000 a month. What if I told you I don't rent? I actually own an apartment in this Bishiju community. Would you believe me? Believe you? Yeah, right. Lu Wei-Zheng and Wu Hao didn't believe it at all. Stop kidding around, okay? What the? You actually own a place in Bishu? No way. Lu Wei-Zheng and Wu Hao stared in utter disbelief. Upon entering Jiang Chen's fully furnished apartment in Bishiju, they stood with their mouths agape. The 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout was incredibly spacious. North-south facing with a bright sun terrace, the interior was elegantly decorated. Crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, Persian rugs. The sight left them all dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, they playfully pummeled Jiang Chen once more. It was too obvious. A property of this caliber was worth at least 10 million yuan, and even renting here would require a fortune far beyond what a fresh graduate could afford. Holy crap, Jiang Chen, you suddenly got rich. Got rich? I'd say it's because you landed Goddess Su. But she's just a university professor. How much does she even make? Confess honestly, where did the money come from? Did you get your hands on ill-gotten gains? Don't tell me you have some grandpa living abroad who left you a huge inheritance, including this apartment in Bishu. Jiang Chen, still recovering from their playful beating, sighed, helplessly. Stop kidding around. I earned this money myself. Holy shit, you actually did get rich. In an instant, their expressions changed. They immediately started massaging Jiang Chen's shoulders, showering him with flattery. Jiang Chen, how'd you get so rich? Brother Jiang, share some wisdom with us. Dad, teach me some secrets. Dad, teach me some secrets. Having spent 4 years with these guys, Jiang Chen knew their temperaments well. They loved to play joke around and had zero shame. So he played along perfectly. All right, my sons, when I'm in a good mood, I'll pass on some wealth-building secrets in a few days. Uffed. Get lost. Give him an inch, and he'll take a mile. Lu Wei and the others laughed and teased. Everyone knew it was just banter. No one took it seriously. After all, no matter how wealthy Jiang Chen became, it was still his money. Besides, discussing money between close friends could easily damage the friendship. But beneath the jokes, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao suddenly had other ideas. Brother Jiang, I don't want wealth tips. Can you teach me some pickup tricks instead, eh? Yeah, Brother Jiang, just share some game secrets. I've been single my entire 20+ years and still have no idea what having a girlfriend feels like. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Lu Wei couldn't hold back any longer. He glanced at the two, one barely reaching 1.7 meters, the other covered in acne, and sighed. Forget it, both of you. I think you'd be better off asking Brother Jiang for wealth tips instead, much more practical. After moving, Jiang Chen returned to the hospital by evening. Song Mei had prepared a lavish dinner as usual with a portion reserved for Jiang Chen. Su Qingsheng had already finished eating and was resting in bed. The mother and daughter ate at the table near the entrance, while Song Mei asked Jiang Chen where he had moved. Back at my own place, Jiang Chen replied casually. Your own place? Song Mei scoffed. That rental shack of yours, barely fit to call a home. You and Qingsheng are living together now, you should upgrade to something decent. I already did, Jiang Chen said. Good, that's the right move, Song Mei nodded approvingly. With 2 adults and 3 kids now, you need more space and better conditions. By the way, that 300 yuan is spent right. Without hesitation, she pulled out a card and handed it to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Mom, no need, I have money now. You have money. What money do you have? You just graduated. Where would you get money from? Raising children costs a fortune these days. You suddenly have 3 plus you just rented an apartment. Besides, Qingsheng is my best friend. You should treat her well, right? Take it. Jiang Chun. But Mom, I really do have money, I'm not lying. The last time I took 30,000 from you, we had a heartwarming moment. This time I simply cannot accept it. Are you sure you really have money? Absolutely. The 30,000 you gave me before, I haven't touched it at all. Alright then. Only then did Song Mei put the bank card away. Still uneasy, she added. Son, I won't mention it again. Qingcheng suffered greatly carrying triplets for you. From now on you need to take better care of Qingcheng and the children. Treat them well, and try to make up for what she's been through. Money is not an issue. If you need it, just ask me. Understood. Understood, Mom. A warm current flowed through Jiang Chen's heart. What a wonderful mother he had. No one in this world is closer than one's own mother. But still, Mom, don't worry. Your son has grown up. I'll never ask you for money in the future. I'll be the one supporting you instead. In truth, he also wanted to confess his situation to her, especially about the house and car. But knowing his mother's impatient nature, if he told her he suddenly owned a property worth tens of millions and a fully loaded BMW X7 worth nearly 2 million, her first reaction would surely be that he had gotten involved in something illegal. All those sayings, the most profitable schemes are written in criminal law, and one misstep brings eternal regret, would flood her mind, and she would interrogate him until every detail was squeezed out. Not to mention anything else, this meal would certainly be ruined. Better to take it slow. After all, she was the mother who had just moved him deeply, the dearest person to him. Treating her well was only right. Qingqing, these are Shine Muscat grapes, sweet, crisp, and juicy. They're good for a new mother's health. After finishing her meal, Song Mei washed a cluster of grapes for Su Qingqing and placed them on a plate. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also wanted some fruit after dinner. Mom, I'd like some grapes too. These are specially bought for Qingqing. A single cluster is extremely expensive. If you want them, buy your own. Jiang Chun was utterly dumbfounded. His own mother. While the touching feeling from moments ago instantly evaporated, Song Mei tidied things up, gave a few parting instructions, and left. After Song Mei left, Su Qingcheng laughed at Jiang Chun holding out the plate of grapes and gesturing for him to come over. Here, let's share them. I can't finish them anyway. Sometimes I really wonder if she's my biological mother, Jiang Chun said, walking over with a helpless sigh. Don't worry, she definitely is. Su Qingcheng giggled. From the way your mom just talked to you, I can tell there's no one in this world who cares about you more than your mother does. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng. Did you hear what I said to my mom back then? Yes, I heard. Besides worrying that you didn't have enough money, she also told you to treat me better. Right, she told me to take good care of you and the children. Then, what do you think? Think about what? I mean, your mom told you to treat me and the kids well. Does that even need thinking? Jiang Chun retorted teasingly. Of course I'll dote on my own wife and children. Hearing this, Su Qingqing's pretty face turned red in an instant. Please, who's your wife? After this episode, Su Qingqing was also a bit tired. Back in the ward, she yawned incessantly, too drowsy to keep her eyes open. Rubbing her eyes, she gave a few instructions to Jiang Chun and then lay down to sleep. Jiang Chun, as before, played with his phone while keeping an eye on the children. His physique had been strengthened, so he only needed 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day, and thus it was still early for him. He scrolled through Douyin for a while, played some games. Every so often he checked on the 3 little babies. It wasn't until the wee hours that he finally grew sleepy. Ding. Host, you have taken care of your wife and 3 little babies with utmost dedication and meticulous care until they are about to be discharged. Congratulations on receiving a cash reward of 100 yuan. Ding. Host triggered a special reward. Congratulations on receiving a fully furnished apartment at Swan Lake. The next morning, in a daze, Jiang Chun heard the system's prompt in his mind. Wow, it actually rewarded him with 100 yuan and a fully furnished apartment at Swan Lake. That damn system was generous again. Great. After helping Su Qingsheng solve the problem last night, the 3 little ones started fussing again, so he changed their diapers, cleaned them, fed them, burped them, and coaxed them to sleep. After all that busy work, it was almost dawn. However, thanks to his robust physique, Jiang Chen simply dozed off on the chair for a while and was no longer drowsy at all. But today they were to be discharged. There was a whole slew of things to attend to. Shortly after Jiang Chen woke up, his mother also arrived. In addition to some fruits, she brought them a hearty breakfast: steamed buns, tea, eggs, 8 treasure porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and Jiang Chen's favorite, chive and lamb pockets. Mom, I'm not hungry today. You two go ahead and eat. If it were any other day, Jiang Chun would have definitely eaten some upon seeing so much food his mother brought. But this morning, he really wasn't hungry. You little brat, what's wrong with you today? I worked hard to bring you breakfast, especially the chive and lamb pockets, and you're not eating. Song Mei was taken aback. Just a couple of days ago, that ungrateful son had been complaining that she didn't bring him breakfast. Now he actually refused to eat. This really was a rare occurrence. Mom, why would I lie to you? I'm really not hungry. Jiang Chun said reluctantly, picking up a steamed bun and taking a bite with a resigned expression. Song Mei, if you don't eat, fine. I'll eat with Qingsheng. Now that she had a daughter-in-law and grandchildren, Song Mei no longer spoiled Jiang Chun. Seeing him not eat, she pushed all the breakfast in front of Su Qingqing. Qingqing, come, let's eat together. Su Qingqing nodded. That's right, Mom, you and Qingqing eat. She must be very hungry. Jiang Chun said. Su Qingqing blushed and shot Jiang Chun a reproachful glare as if to say, you're the only one who can talk. Song Mei wasn't stupid either. Seeing this scene between the two, she was sure something was going on between them, probably some indecent business. But Su Qingqing had just given birth by C-section, so that brat, no matter how eager, couldn't go too far. But forget it. It was the young couple's affair, let them be. Why was she speculating? On the other side, Su Qingqing was indeed hungry. She ate almost twice her usual amount. After finishing, she patted her belly and felt a bit regretful. So she said to Song Mei, oh sister Mei, I ate so much I'm going to get fat again. Song Mei heard this. Then she smiled and looked Su Qingqing up and down. Don't worry, Qingqing. With your physique, no matter how much you eat, you won't gain weight. Besides, now you have to feed 3 little babies. Only by eating well can you have enough milk, and with enough milk the babies won't go hungry. Su Qingqing's face flushed again upon hearing this. She had originally intended to emphasize that eating too much would lead to gaining weight. She hadn't expected Song Mei to steer the conversation back to that subject. Oh, Sister Mei, you simply don't understand. With my current innate talent, ensuring that 3 little babies are well fed is absolutely no problem. Su Qingqing sighed inwardly. No sooner had breakfast been finished than the 3 little ones began to fuss, waving their tiny arms and kicking their little legs. It had only been a few days. The wrinkled appearance they had at birth had completely transformed. Their skin was smooth, fair, and delicate. They were impossibly adorable. One glance at them was enough to make anyone want to draw closer. Oh, are you hungry? It's all right if you're hungry. Grandma will take you to eat now. The moment Song Mei laid eyes on the 3 little ones, her face broke into a radiant smile, her expression softening, making her appear a decade younger. Beaming, she helped Jiang Chun change the baby's diapers, then carried them over to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing no longer bothered, took the babies one by one, and began to feed them. Song Mei and Jiang Chun both stood nearby. Out of habit, Song Mei felt a subconscious urge to shoo Jiang Chun away, thinking, my best friend is nursing the babies. What's a grown man like you doing watching? But she quickly remembered that her own son was no stranger. He was the father of Su Qingqing's children. If today's checkup shows no issues, you can be discharged. You should also start packing up. Shortly after the feeding, Jiang Chen's cousin Sun Qian entered with her instruments and a few nurses to conduct a comprehensive pre-discharge examination on Su Qingqing. How is it, Xiao Qian? Song Mei, as Su Qingqing's close friend and prospective mother-in-law, quickly asked. Sun Qian checked the healing of Su Qingqing's wound and reviewed the test results, then nodded. Recovery is going well. You can be discharged today. That's wonderful, Song Mei said joyfully. Su Qingqing also felt a sense of relief. Although the hospital conditions were decent and Song Mei and Jiang Chun had taken good care of her and the babies, and she hadn't suffered any mistreatment, it was still a hospital. Living there was very inconvenient. She would be more than happy to leave as soon as possible. After discharge, pay attention to the wound's healing. Avoid strenuous exercise, keep it dry, and maintain hygiene. The 42 days after a cesarean section are a recovery period. After that, you must go to the hospital for a follow-up to check the uterine recovery. Additionally, during the recovery period, you should refrain from sexual activity. Of course, 42 days is an approximate guideline. Everyone's condition is different. The specifics depend on your own feelings. If you experience pain, even after 42 days, it's not allowed. If there's no pain, you can try a little before 42 days. And of course, anything like force creates miracles is absolutely forbidden. Sun Qian meticulously explained every precaution after discharge. Hearing the advice about sexual activity, Su Qingqing couldn't help but blush. Of course, it was also a learning experience, though strange knowledge. So it's only allowed after 42 days. No rush, who's rushing? Jiang Chun almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. He thought to himself, this cousin. She must be doing this on purpose. Song Mei, being an experienced woman, heard Sun Qian's words, glanced at her son, and her good friend smiled, and didn't take it seriously. The two were already a couple. With 3 children, it was perfectly normal to have such thoughts and needs. After giving her instructions, Sun Qian stayed to chat with Su Qingqing for a while. Song Mei and Jiang Chun were busy with the discharge procedures, packing belongings, and handling the paperwork. Suddenly, Song Mei's phone rang. She received a call. After the call, Song Mei's face turned serious, and she looked at Jiang Chun with an uneasy expression. Jiang Chun couldn't help but ask, Mom, who was that? It was your father. He said he wants to come see you. What? Dad wants to come see me. Didn't he just have an appendectomy? Doesn't he still need 4 fluids for a few days? He was getting fluids, but he said he felt something was off, so he pulled out the needle and rushed over to the maternal and child health hospital. Huh? What do we do? Jiang Chun was suddenly panicked. The thought of his father's hot temper made his scalp tingle. Son, don't panic. There's one thing I haven't told you yet. Mom, what is it? Your father should already be at the hospital. I just sent him the room number. Jiang Chun heard his mother's words. He was speechless for a moment. First she told him not to worry, then she said his father had already arrived at the hospital, and she had even sent him the room number. While they were working together to trick their son. No, son, you know your father's temper. He insisted on coming and asked me for the location. I couldn't just refuse him. Besides, this matter can't be kept from him forever. Song Mei felt it was a bit excessive and added a defense. Jiang Chun scratched his head. Over there Sun Qian and Su Qingxiang were talking. After a few days of interaction, they had gradually become acquainted. Hearing the conversation between Jiang Chun and Song Mei, Sun Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Su Qingxiang also nearly burst out laughing. She was naturally a cold-tempered person, usually not one to laugh unless she couldn't help it. Her good friend was truly amusing, tricking her son in ways that never repeated. But it was deserved. Who told that jerk to be so tasteless? He actually snatched. Knock knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Dad's here. Jiang Chun immediately tensed up. Go take a look. What's the worst that can happen? You've graduated from college. Can he eat you or something? Song Mei said calmly. At most your dad will give you a beating. Jiang Chun. You say it so easily, but I'm the one getting beaten, not you. Wait, beat mom. Dad didn't have that courage. In front of mom, who was a genuine tigress, even though dad had a hot temper, he had to be as docile as a little kitten. A dragon must coil, a tiger must crouch. But dad was very strict with him. When he was a child, he was very mischievous. Because he was too playful and didn't want to go to school, he tore up his homework book and dad dragged him to school by the ear. Because he was scolded by dad for not focusing on his homework, he sought revenge and poured 3 bottles of mitai, which dad had treasured for years, down the drain. When the deed was discovered, he naturally received a warm greeting from his father. 2 or 3 brooms at home were all broken. At the same time, of course, mom was also involved. Men's singles, women's singles, mixed doubles. Sigh. As the saying goes, a loving mother holds a sword piercing her wandering son. The father sees the son, not yet cold, draws out the 7 wolves. Ding. System reminds the host that the task of confessing to dad within 3 days is about to expire. Please seize the opportunity to confess, especially now. There's no time like the present. Special reminder: the reward for this task is linked to the task completion status. Specifically, it's linked to the degree of beating the host receives from dad. What? The reward is linked to the degree of beating from dad. This. Could it be that the lighter the beating, the richer the reward? Jiang Chun asked. Ding. No. The heavier the beating, the richer the reward. Jiang Chun. Damn it, this dog system just wants to watch the chaos. Ding. No. The heavier the beating, the richer the reward. Jiang Chun. Damn it, this dog system just wants to watch the chaos. TCH. Jiang Chun's exchange with the system seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it was only a moment. He shook his head helplessly and walked to the door. Opening the door, he saw that it was indeed his father. Ahem, Dad, why didn't you tell me you were coming? If you had, I would have picked you up. Jiang Chun quickly greeted his father when he saw him. Jiang Dapeng, however, had a gloomy face. He glanced at Jiang Chun without a word and went straight into the ward. Seeing that his father remained silent, Jiang Chun inexplicably felt panicked. Dad, listen to me. This matter was really an accident. I swear I was drunk at the time, dazed, and then I made a mistake, did something foolish. But don't worry, I'll take full responsibility. Really, I'll become a man of integrity like you. Jiang Chun hurriedly explained, or rather confessed. Jiang Dapeng still didn't say a word. After entering, he glanced around the room, saw Su Qingxiang and Sun Qian, nodded amiably to them, and then walked straight to the baby crib. Song Mei was there holding a little one in her arms and playing with it. Jiang Dapeng was surprised. So there really are 3. What did you think? Song Mei said. Then let me hold them. Jiang Dapeng couldn't help but get excited and reached out his hands to hold the baby. Song Mei glanced at her husband and handed the baby in her arms to him. Jiang Dapeng took the baby, carefully holding it in his arms like a precious treasure, unable to let go. Not satisfied with holding just one, he then proceeded to hold the other 2 little ones one by one. His eyes were full of the grandfather's loving affection for his grandchildren. This looks fine. Why would Jiang Chun get beaten? Over there, Su Qingxiang whispered to Sun Qian. This is nothing yet. Sun Qian then explained, you don't know my uncle. This is just the calm before the storm. Let me give you an example. When my cousin was still in elementary school, because my uncle scolded him, he felt resentful and secretly poured all the mitai my uncle had treasured for years down the drain. When the deed was discovered, my cousin ran away. My uncle spent a whole day tracking him down, and when he saw him dirty and starving, he let him take a bath and made him a good meal. After he had eaten his fill, my uncle picked up a broom and chased my cousin all over the house. In the end, he broke 2 or 3 brooms before putting the matter to rest. Oh my, Su Qingxiang said, breaking into a sweat for that jerk. She thought although that jerk was tasteless and even snatched food, he was still the father of the children. Sure enough, after holding the children for a while and enjoying himself, Jiang Dapeng finally turned his gaze to Jiang Chun. Come with me for a moment, he said in a deep voice, his face turning gloomy again, and stood up, walking toward the door. Jiang Chun. Well, here it comes. Uncle Xiao Chen didn't really do anything wrong, and besides, he's already grown up. Sun Qian quickly tried to persuade Jiang Dapeng. Song Mei also chimed in. Yes, Xiao Qian is right. Our son has graduated from college. You should let it go. Uncle Jiang Chun didn't mean it. Actually, he's not a bad person. Su Qingxiang couldn't help but say. It's fine, I'll be careful. Seeing the 3 women all trying to persuade him, Jiang Dapeng replied with great amiability. But despite saying it was fine, the next second he pulled out a belt from his pocket. Everyone, seeing that they couldn't dissuade him, they had to give up. Over there, Jiang Chun followed Jiang Dapeng out. Jiang Dapeng saw that the next ward was empty, so he pulled Jiang Chun in. It was impossible for Jiang Chun to say he wasn't nervous at all. It couldn't be helped he had been scared of being beaten as a child, and seeing his father like this made him feel like a mouse seeing a cat. But since things had come to this, it didn't matter anymore. At worst, he'd get a beating. Again, after all, he had given him 3 grandchildren. He didn't believe Jiang Dapeng would actually kill him. After Jiang Dapeng entered, with a stern face, he carefully scrutinized Jiang Chun, making Jiang Chen's hair stand on end. Just when Jiang Chun felt the atmosphere was right and his father was about to strike, he saw the other man suddenly pull out a card from his pocket and hand it to him. "Here, take this." Jiang Chun was puzzled. "Dad, why are you giving me this? What do you think? You little rascal, you've got some nerve. There's 80000 in this card. It's the savings of your mother and me over half a lifetime. Take it to buy a house." I had already braced myself for a thorough beating, but my father didn't hit me at all. Instead, he handed me a bank card with 800 yuan and told me to buy a house. Had my father really changed? Jiang Chun was utterly bewildered. "Dad, what does this mean?" "Oh, you brat, what else could it be? I'm telling you to buy a house." Jiang Dapeng's expression softened, and he adopted a tone of earnest sincerity. "I'm telling you to buy a house. When I first heard from your aunt that you had messed around with your mother's best friend, and she had given birth to triplets, my first reaction was disbelief. She's your mother's friend, a generation above you. You should call her aunt. Besides, the probability of triplets is so low, 1 in hundreds of thousands, or even lower. How could you possibly be the one?" After that, I thought it over, and found it odd. Your aunt wouldn't spread rumors about you for no reason. So I called your mother several times. At first she denied it, but when I kept pressing, she finally admitted it, and told me the location. Jiang Chun scratched his head. "So you were getting in for drip, but you pulled out the needle and rushed over." "Of course. With such a big matter here, how could I stay put?" Jiang Dapeng continued. "But listen, brat, making mistakes isn't terrible. What matters is being a man. Having the courage to admit your mistakes and take responsibility. That's what it means to be a real man, understand? You're not young anymore. Since this has happened, you need to treat that mother and her children well and take responsibility. That 800 yuan was always saved for you to buy a house and get married. Now take it. Buy a house to give them a place to stay. It'll also give the girl some assurance showing that our family is serious. Next, get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding. Give the girl her rightful status as soon as possible so she and the children won't be gossiped about when they go out." As he spoke, Jiang Dapeng once again pressed the bank card into Jiang Chen's hand. "Dad, no need. I have money, both money and a house." Jiang Chen quickly refused. "You have no money or house." Jiang Dapeng scolded when his son wouldn't take it. "You just graduated, don't I know you? I'm telling you to take it, so take it. Why are you being stubborn with me?" Without further ado, he shoved the card into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chun was speechless. "Well, I'll find a chance to return it later." Jiang Dapeng cursed, but seeing that his son no longer pushed the card back, he smiled with satisfaction. "Tell me the truth, kid, weren't you worried I'd give you a beating this time? What do you think? You've scared me enough with your beatings." Jiang Chen glanced at the belt still in his father's hand and felt a twinge of fear. Jiang Dapeng patted his head and laughed sheepishly. "But think about it yourself. Weren't you a handful as a kid? Didn't you deserve a spanking? When you were in elementary school, I scolded you about homework and you got angry. So you took out your anger on my treasured Moutai that I'd been saving for years. 3 bottles of Feiqian Moutai. I still crave them when I think about it, but you poured them all down the drain. In middle school, you didn't want to go to school. You hung out with delinquents, stayed out all night, dyed your hair yellow. I was so furious I brought you back in the middle of the night. In high school, let's not even mention puppy love. When that girl broke up with you, you were so desperate you wanted to run away with her to the ends of the earth. I was in the middle of a company project when your mother told me about it, and I was livid. After your mother and I gave you a beating, I remember threatening you that if you were stubborn again, I'd use the belt on you. But come to think of it, those times your mother and I beat you pretty hard, but you'd yell for a while, and then be fine, right?" Jiang Dapeng recounted a string of past events. Jiang Chun felt uncomfortable at first hearing his father list his childhood embarrassments. To be honest, he had been such a brat that he wished he could travel back in time and beat himself up. But his father's following words were something he'd never heard before. From what his father was saying, did he and his mother spend all those years just scaring him rather than actually hitting him? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed plausible. Loud thunder, but little rain. Almost every time he got into trouble and was brutally beaten, he was soon perfectly fine eating and drinking as usual and went to school bouncing around the next day. "Dad, are you saying that all these years you actually felt sorry for me and couldn't bear to hit me? Isn't that obvious? I only have one son. What if I hurt you for real?" Jiang Dapeng said matter-of-factly. "Come to think of it, there were 2 times your mother and I were really scared. One was when you were in middle school skipping school and hanging out with delinquent youths. Dyeing your hair yellow, smoking, drinking, fighting. Your mother and I were genuinely worried you'd go down the wrong path. Another time was in high school, when you were in puppy love, and after the breakup you suddenly wanted to jump off a building. That time our hearts were in our throats. Your mother and I didn't sleep for days watching you from the shadows. We were terrified that in a moment of impulse you'd really do something stupid. But thankfully you pulled through, got into college, and graduated successfully. Your mother and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time you've made another small mistake, but..." Jiang Dapeng wiped the corner of his eye casually, then suddenly punched Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily. You've given me 3 grandchildren all at once. To be honest, you're stronger than I was back then. Huh. Not bad, Jiang Chun said modestly. But his father's words truly moved him. How true it is that parents have a heart for their children. He had always thought his father was a rough man, hot-tempered and quick to hit, but in reality he was meticulous and had silently worried about him endlessly. At the same time, the tall, upright, once omnipotent man who was skilled at convincing through reason had aged. His back was a little hunched, his hair a little gray, and the wrinkles on his face had multiplied. Slowly he was beginning to show signs of an old man. Time really does age a person. Dad, thank you for all these years. Jiang Chen's voice choked up. You brat, why are you thanking me? Because I'm your father, I owe you a lifetime. Jiang Daping said, gently smiling. If you live well in the future and don't forget your mother, and me will be content. Jiang Chun was overwhelmed with emotion. He hadn't realized that his father and mother had cared for him so deeply. Oh, how he wished he could throw himself into his old father's arms and cry like a child. But just as Jiang Chun was deeply moved, reflecting on his parents' nurturing kindness, he suddenly noticed movement in the belt that Jiang Daping had been holding. Yes, it moved. It seemed like he was about to whip him. Jiang Chun was startled. Dad, what are you doing? Are you going to hit me with the belt? Well, Jiang Daping nodded, grinning. Didn't I warn you before? If you mess up again, I'd use the belt on you. You don't want your old man to break his word, do you? You're not serious, Dad. Don't worry. I'm not really going to hit you. I'm just putting on a show for the sake of my authority in the family. Just to let your mother know who has the kingly dignity of a man and who is the true head of the household. Jiang Chun hesitated. All right then, Dad, go easy on me. Don't worry. Crack. Ouch. Did you really hit me with the belt? Son, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. But look at this chair. You almost broke it with that swing. Ding. Host has completed the task of confessing to his father earnestly and has been whipped by his father with a belt. Task evaluation, outstanding talent. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 1 million yuan in cash and 1 lucky draw opportunity. 1 million yuan in cash. Awesome. Finally, not some trivial sum of tens of thousands or even 100,000. Draw the lottery. Jiang Chun thought once more. Ding. The draw is successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining god-level cooking skills. Now Xiao Chun is in trouble. With my brother-in-law's explosive temper, he's definitely going to give him a good beating. Sigh. Sister Maywell, Jiang Chun didn't really do anything wrong. It was purely an accident in the beginning. Could you go persuade uncle to cool down and let Xiao Chun off the hook? After Jiang Chun was taken away by Jiang Daping's Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng were deeply worried. Sun Qian felt guilty about the whole situation. If it hadn't been for her mother tipping off Jiang Daping, he wouldn't have rushed over so urgently. And as a relative, she knew Jiang Daping's temper well. Anyway, Jiang Chun was going to get a beating this time around. Su Qingcheng's position was a bit awkward, but she was older than Jiang Chun after all. The whole incident was indeed an accident, and after interacting with him these past few days, she found the big oaf to be decent enough, so she found herself speaking up for Jiang Chun without realizing it. Although, she addressed Song Mei as sister and called Jiang Daping uncle. It felt quite awkward. On Song Mei's side, she was initially worried, but after listening for a while she couldn't hear any commotion from inside. No signs of anyone getting beaten. Having been married for many years, she immediately understood Jiang Daping's intentions. So she reassured herself, saying it's fine. Jiang Daping said he knows his limits, so he must have it under control. And are you saying uncle won't actually beat Xiao Chun? Won't happen. Song Mei waved her hand dismissively, her tone resolute. Don't you see how old Xiao Chun is now? He's already graduated from university and has 3 grandchildren himself. If Jiang Daping were still beating him up like when he was a kid, what kind of sense would that make? Besides, Xiao Chun isn't small himself. If they were to get into a fight, who would beat whom is still uncertain. Oh, that's true. Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng looked uncomfortable. Who would beat whom? That way of speaking, son beating father, what would that say about family values? But regardless, both somewhat agreed with Song Mei's words, that Jiang Daping wouldn't actually beat Jiang Chun. But unexpectedly, the next second smack. A sound of a belt striking came from inside, followed by a scream from Jiang Chun, Sun Qian, and Su Qingcheng. Song Mei paused for a moment, then grew furious. That old man, he actually did it. Fuming with anger, she was about to rush into the room. Before she could even push the door open, the door creaked open from the inside, and Jiang Daping walked out with a belt in hand, wearing an expression of authority, with Jiang Chun trailing behind him, clearly having just been disciplined. Song Mei was startled at first upon seeing this. Then she asked in surprise, Jiang Daping, did you actually beat your son? Isn't it right for me as a father to discipline him when he's made a mistake? Besides, knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is what makes a real man of our Jiang family. Jiang Daping declared confidently. Song Mei. She turned and asked Jiang Chun, son, did your father just hit you? Yeah. Jiang Chun glanced at Jiang Daping and nodded. What? Song Mei was shocked. Son, does it hurt? Do you think it doesn't hurt? I used a belt this time to give him a proper lesson. The towering Jiang Daping, standing at a full 1.80 m with a burly frame, placed one hand on his hip and looked down at Song Mei condescendingly. Song Mei cursed angrily. You old brute. Using a belt to whip your own son. His son is all grown up now? Mistakes aside, he just gave you 3 grandkids this time around. How could you bring yourself to do that? And beating him so viciously with a belt. Jiang Daping, I think you've become quite capable. What if I did beat him? A father disciplining his son is only natural. What business is it of a woman's? Mind your own affairs. Jiang Daping retorted without backing down. Woman? Heh. Furious Song Mei rose onto her tiptoes and reached out to grab Jiang Daping's ear. Jiang Daping had anticipated this. He dodged swiftly and avoided the strike. Song Mei attacked again, and Jiang Daping dodged once more. Just as he was about to gloat, unexpectedly Song Mei struck again. This time Jiang Daping couldn't dodge it. Crack. Song Mei precisely caught his ear. The burly Jiang Daping, who had been so arrogant just moments before, immediately wilted, letting out cries of pain and pleas for mercy. Ouch. Wife, what are you doing? Can you be gentler? The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Even the 3 restlessly fussing babies quieted down at this moment, turning their heads toward the sound. Sun Qian was quite taken aback. She had only heard before that her brother-in-law had a hot temper and liked to physically discipline Jiang Chun. When he got angry, he would fly into a rage so fierce that even the heavens would yield. But never did she imagine that in front of her aunt his bulky frame would dissolve into that of a timid cat, while her aunt proved to be the true tigress. As for Su Qingqing, the fluid grace of Song Mei's movements told her everything. Her best friend had certainly done this before. Had to admit, Tisk, her one bestie, unleashed terrifying combat power, as if she stood 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen couldn't help but facepalm. Family dominion. The authoritative presence of a patriarch. The one who calls the shots at home. Why did father have to go through all that trouble? Not only did his imposing masculine dignity lie shattered on the floor, but mother had also mercilessly trampled it underfoot. Oomph, you old brute. Using a belt to whip your own son, and you're acting almighty about it. Our son finally grew up to be this big, and you're using him as your punching bag. When you're going to discipline him, why not pick a proper method instead of using a belt? And why do you keep acting so impressive about it? Huh. As Song Mei spoke, she twisted harder. Ouch. Ouch. Jiang Daping, screaming in pain, went completely limp, as if his life force had been seized by Song Mei. He quickly confessed the truth. Wife, please let go. I didn't actually hit my son, I swear. I was just trying to scare him straight and reason with him. I never used a belt on him. Song Mei turned to ask Jiang Chun, son, did your father hit you? Well, no, Jiang Chun scratched his head and had to tell the truth. My dad did try to reason with me and lectured me at length, but he really didn't use a belt on me. Then what was that sound of whipping inside and the screams of pain just now? That was my dad whipping a chair. As for the screams of pain, I was cooperating with him. Something about preserving dad's authority as the head of the household. Jiang Chun then pleaded, Mom, just let go already. Exactly. We only have one son. You feel bad for him, and so do I. Jiang Daping chimed in. Did your father really not hit you? Song Mei still didn't believe them. Truly didn't. He was whipping a chair with the belt. If you don't believe me, go inside and check. The chair's nearly falling apart from all the beating. Jiang Chun explained. Song Mei went into the room to check. She indeed found a chair that was nearly beaten to pieces. Only then did she release her grip and let go, saying, At least you know what's good for you. Let me tell you, Jiang Daping. If you had really beaten my son to injury, I'd make you pay. Now how could that possibly happen? Jiang Daping chuckled nervously. If I damaged your son and had to compensate you. What a twist of fate, since I only have one son too, right? Song Mei shot Jiang Daping an irritated glare, then turned to Sun Qian. Xiao Qian, remember to make your brother-in-law compensate for this chair. He deliberately damaged hospital property, so charge him accordingly. Don't forget. Oh, okay, Annie. Sun Qian responded after a moment. Jiang Daping was momentarily speechless. Damn it, she's a real tigress. Not even sparing him for breaking a chair. He'd have to compensate for that too. Now he was flat broke with no cigarette money left for the entire week. Farewell, farewell. My family throned the commanding presence of a true man. But as a seasoned veteran, Jiang Daping had long grown accustomed to such things. What family status? What dignity of a man's domineering aura? It had never been there anyway. So Jiang Daping didn't think much of it. Besides, women have long hair and short wit. Why would a real man bother with a shallow woman? It would only be beneath his dignity. The moment Jiang Daping gained his freedom, he didn't pause for a second. He immediately rushed over to see his 3 grandchildren. Gazing at the 3 adorable fair-skinned little ones, lovely, as if carved from jade, Jiang Daping was overjoyed. He couldn't get enough of looking at them, couldn't get enough of holding them. So I'm 50 this year, and I'm already a grandfather. Ha ha ha. Mom, Dad is actually quite good to me. Just now he didn't mean to hit me at all. He told me a bunch of things, and that's when I understood the loving care he and you, Mom, have for me. I was deeply moved. Also, Dad gave me this bank card. There's 800 and it said it's for me to buy a house. Jiang Chun, seeing his mother still angry, came over to put in a good word for his father. He took out the bank card. Song Mei saw it and her expression changed. That Jiang Daping, where did he find that bank card? I hid it so secretly, and he still found it. Well, no wonder this old fellow has so much private money again. He can even afford to smoke Zhonghua cigarettes. Jiang Chun. He hadn't expected his father to take the card without permission either. But since that was the case, he should probably return the card. After all, he really wasn't short of money. He had a house and a car. He had just been whipped with a belt by his father and then rewarded with $1 million by the system. Mom, you take the card then. Why would I take it? Your father gave it to you, so you keep it. The money in it was meant for you to buy a house and find a wife. Song Mei immediately shoved the card back into Jiang Chen's hands. Then she glanced deliberately at Su Qingqing. Qingqing, don't you think so? Oh Mei, just stop teasing me. Su Qingqing couldn't help blushing. She understood that her dear best friend had fully decided to make her a daughter-in-law. Years of close friendship, and now she was her mother-in-law. Her best friend's fine son was to become her husband. Well, whatever. Song Mei was very pleased with Su Qingqing's reaction. A daughter-in-law like her best friend, someone she knew inside out, well-educated with a great figure and fertile, was truly a rare find even with a lantern. After a few words, Song Mei also wanted to go over to the crib. The reason was simple, though she had already held the babies many times. Seeing Jiang Daping gleefully holding his grandchildren, especially with one arm cradling 2 little ones in the crib, still made her envious. She couldn't help but want to get close to her own grandchildren. Come, let me hold them. Song Mei approached, reaching out her hands. There's another one over there. You hold that one. I want to do the same as you hold 2 at once. No way. Jiang Daping refused without a second thought. You've held them so many times already. I've just started holding them. Why are you fighting me for it? Jiang Chun listened from the side, speechless. He thought to himself as if 3 little babies weren't enough for the 2 of them to hold. He was about to step in and mediate when suddenly he heard his mother exclaim in surprise, "Oh, Jiang Daping. How come there's blood here?" Jiang Daping, who was joyfully hugging 2 babies, was startled by Song Mei's words. He looked down in the direction she pointed and indeed saw blood. A large patch of blood. Let me see. Sun Qian hurried over to check as well. Uncle-in-law, how did you manage this? The wound has reopened, Sun Qian said after examining him. Whether it was due to excessive joy or being carried away, the wound from his appendectomy had split open a bit, though it wasn't actively bleeding. Oh, the wound reopened. Yes, uncle-in-law, but I'm an obstetrician. For this you need a surgeon to handle it, Sun Qian said with a serious expression. Jiang Daping took another glance at the 4 to 5 centimeter wound and the blood that had stained the area. He waved his hand, completely unconcerned. It's nothing serious, won't die, he said cheerfully, still holding 2 babies in his arms on the crib and even trying to pull the 3rd little one closer. A man of your age acting like a child. You just had appendectomy surgery. Don't you know your own condition? Song Mei was getting angry. Are you going to see a doctor or not? No, I won't go even if I die. Jiang Daping was in high spirits playing with the kids and couldn't bear to leave even for a moment. Won't go even if you die? You want to die, but I don't want to be a widow. Song Mei stood on tiptoe and went straight for him. A wife. Can you be a little gentler? I'll go all right. Why didn't you say so earlier? What were you being stubborn for? Song Mei grabbed Jiang Daping by the ear and without further argument dragged the reluctant man off to see the doctor. The others covered their eyes. It's fine. We didn't see anything. Jiang Chun shook his head, silently feeling sorry for his father for 3 seconds. Sigh. My dad is a bit henpecked. After Jiang Daping and Song Mei left, Jiang Chun said to Su Qingqing with some resignation. I can see that. Su Qingqing smiled. Then if we end up together in the future, would you want me to be henpecked? I don't know about that, but I'd rather have freedom. It's too much trouble to control someone. I can't be bothered. There's 8000 in this card. Mom and Dad said to buy a house, but in Shihai City, 8000 probably won't buy a very good house. What do you think? Whatever. I don't have high standards anyway. No high standards. Jiang Chun teased deliberately. If I lived in a doghouse, would you come with me, eh? Su Qingqing spat and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chun, a beautiful, playful glare. First, I don't necessarily have to live wherever you live. Second, if you really lived in a doghouse, I wouldn't be with you. Adults can endure hardship, but I can't let the children suffer. That's true, Jiang Chun laughed. But you can rest assured, I will never ever let you and the kids live in a doghouse. Sun Qian, who hadn't left yet, and was checking the babies for jaundice, overheard their conversation and suddenly felt a toothache from all the sweetness. Were the young couple flirting just now? TSK, they really made a lovely couple. Alright, you're being discharged today. Get your things together and handle the paperwork. There's a lot to do. Oh, and Xiao Chen, have you remembered all the postpartum precautions for the mother? Yes, I remember. Avoid strenuous activity, maintain hygiene, prevent the wound from getting wet. And oi. Right, regarding intimate relations, there's a 42-day recovery period. For close contact, make sure to ask for the woman's consent often and stop if she feels any pain or discomfort. Jiang Chun. I know, cousin. You've already told me. You weren't doing that on purpose, were you? Of course not. Sun Qian denied it firmly, widening her eyes. I'm an obstetrician. This is just medical advice. Besides, I'm worried you young folks might be too hot-blooded to control yourselves. Jiang Chun began packing his belongings and handling the discharge procedures. His mother called, saying that his father's condition was slightly more serious. After cleaning the wound, he still needed IV. In short, if he wanted to be discharged by noon, he would have to rely on himself. Of course, over the phone, Song Mei complained incessantly. You're no help. Just coming here to add to the chaos. Jiang Daping could only laugh sheepishly beside her. Fortunately, there wasn't much to pack. It didn't take long for Jiang Chun to gather all the items and complete most of the discharge formalities. Just then Sun Qian arrived again. She brought a red envelope with cash and a triple stroller specially designed for triplets. Xiao Chen Xing Xing. This is my gift for you. Don't think it's too little. Jiang Chun saw that the red envelope contained 500 yuan, and the triple stroller was clearly expensive. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. His cousin was indeed generous. Su Qingqing also felt the gift was substantial. Cousin, isn't this a bit too much? Having spent a few days with Sun Qian, she found her pleasant, and now following Jiang Chun addressed her as cousin. This is nothing. Sun Qian laughed. Next time I'll give you an even bigger one. Next time? Su Qingqing was puzzled. Of course. You and Xiao Chun have had the children. You're not going to get married, are you? You can't just ride the bus without buying a ticket. Qingqing, let's just accept it, Jiang Chun said cheerfully. Money aside, the more the better, and the triple stroller was exactly what they needed. No reason to refuse. After all, it's cousin's kind gesture. It would be rude to decline. Besides, our cousin is wealthy and generous. This little gift is nothing to her, just a few days' wages. Sun Qian. What wealth? What a few days' wages? I'm just an ordinary person, okay? Her monthly salary was a few thousand plus bonuses, barely over 10,000. This was truly just her sincerity as an aunt to her nephew and niece. Ah, this ungrateful cousin. Like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, mistaking kindness for malice. She had spoiled him in vain when he was little. Thank you, cousin. Su Qingqing said. We're family, no need for thanks. Sun Qian laughed, thinking that her sister-in-law certainly knew how to speak. Having matters to attend to, Sun Qian went back to work for a while, saying she would come to see them off when Jiang Chun was ready to leave. Su Qingqing could now stand and walk for a short while. Together with Jiang Chun, she placed the 3 babies into the stroller, played with them for a bit, and fed them until they were full. Then they paused to tidy up, ready to depart. But at that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived, Wang Bingbing. She also came to give a gift. Jiang Chun having a child is a major life event. As an old classmate, since I happen to be here, I couldn't be rude. Congratulations. She gave 100 yuan in cash, a fruit basket, and several sets of baby clothes. Having been thoroughly outshone by Su Qingqing in looks, figure, and temperament, and then ignored and cold-shouldered by Jiang Chun, followed by Song, Mei officially recognizing Su Qingqing as the Jiang family's daughter-in-law in her role as future mother-in-law. All of this left Wang Bingbing disheartened. She no longer held any hope that Jiang Chun would turn back to her, caring for her and being as devoted as he once was. Since then, to avoid awkwardness, she had even swapped shifts with colleagues, deliberately avoiding the area where Su Qingqing's ward was located. As for this gift, after all, they had been classmates. To show no acknowledgement of an old classmate's childbirth, pretending not to see it would be socially awkward. So as soon as she heard that Jiang Chun was about to be discharged, she rushed over again. And of course, it was impossible that there was no lingering thought in her heart. After all, back then Jiang Chun had been so good to her, willing to give everything, to pour out his heart and soul, even his life. Though some of his actions might have seemed foolish and laughable, his heart had been absolutely sincere. She had been foolish back then, not appreciating it. And over the years, after going around in circles among all the young men she had met, she still felt that she liked sunny, handsome guys like Jiang Chun. How foolish she had been to miss Jiang Chun. Though her A-cup couldn't compare to Su Qingqing's ample bosom, everyone had their own tastes. What if Jiang Chun actually preferred her A-cup? Hope must be kept alive. What if it came true? After all, she was his first love, and he had once been willing to die for her. It was this faint glimmer of hope, this last-ditch effort, the regret of not cherishing him back then, that drove Wang Bingbing to use the pretext of giving a gift as an old classmate to see Jiang Chun once more. But her arrival instantly plunged the room into a heavy silence. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead, feeling awkward. For a moment, he didn't know how to handle it. If he refused the gift, she was being kind-hearted as an old classmate, and it would be embarrassing. If he accepted it, Su Qingqing would be displeased. Don't be fooled by this girl. She seemed generous in many ways, but she could be quite petty. Damn, the saying that the best ex is like a dead person couldn't be truer. And back then he wasn't even an ex, just a simp, and one who ended up with nothing. Honey, since it's your old classmate's goodwill, just accept it. Just as Jiang Chun was hesitating whether to accept or not, Su Qingqing spoke up beside him, her tone calm. The content surprised Jiang Chun a little. Had she just called him husband? Nice, very nice. Thank you, old classmate. I'll accept the gift. Jiang Chun quickly recovered and said to Wang Bingbing. It's nothing, it's only right. Wang Bingbing replied politely, but her heart was bitter. That's Su Qingqing. Was she already calling Jiang Chun husband? For a moment it felt like a needle had pierced her, but the real sting was yet to come. Su Qingqing slowly walked over to Jiang Chun, naturally linking her arm with his. We're being discharged today. You and my husband are old classmates. You're welcome to visit us at home. As she spoke, her ample bosom pressed intimately against Jiang Chun's arm, and Jiang Chun on his part instinctively reached out and wrapped his arm around Su Qingqing's slender waist. Seeing this, Wang Bingbing felt like spitting blood. Welcome to visit us at home. Did that mean they were moving in together after discharge? And one was linking arms, leaning her weight on him, while the other held her waist. Was this a public display of affection? Moreover, men were indeed visual creatures. They still preferred big ones. Wang Bingbing felt as if 1,000 needles were stabbing her heart. Fine, she had come here to be humiliated. How stupid. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. Okay, thank you. I have things to do, I'll be going now. After exchanging a few polite words, Wang Bingbing fled, as if escaping. One more second, and she feared she would burst into tears. You just called me husband. Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingcheng after Wang Bingbing left. That sounded nice. Keep calling me that from now on. Dream on. Su Qingcheng's face flushed involuntarily as she pushed away Jiang Chen's hand from her waist. I only let you be my husband for a few minutes. If you want me to call you that in the future, dream on first. So, I was only husband for a few minutes. May I ask how many minutes exactly? Jiang Chen asked with a mischievous grin, his words laden with double meaning. Su Qingcheng didn't catch on at first. Hearing his question, she joked back, let me calculate. From when your old classmate came in to when she left, maybe. About 3 minutes in total. Oh, so 3 minutes. Not bad, at least not 3 seconds. This time, even Su Qingcheng slow as she was understood what Jiang Chen meant. Her face instantly turned crimson. Get lost. She shot him a fierce glare. Your mind is so filthy. I'm not talking to you anymore. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. After laughing, he became troubled again about how to handle Wang Bingbing's gift. He glanced at Su Qingcheng, seeking her opinion. Su Qingcheng understood immediately. Since we accepted it, keep it. After all, it's your old classmate's goodwill. 1,000 yuan can buy a lot of things, and throwing away the fruit basket would be a waste. Su Qingcheng quickly returned to a normal expression and gave her suggestion. True, then let's keep everything, Jiang Chen said. Since Su Qingcheng had agreed, he had no worries. These baby clothes look exquisite and are not cheap. They should look good on our 3 little ones. Jiang Chen was about to put away the baby clothes Wang Bingbing had given and store them with Su Qingcheng's things, but Su Qingcheng stopped him. Forget the baby clothes. Our little ones should wear the clothes we buy. The clothes your old classmate gave are indeed good quality. They can serve as diapers for the 3 babies. Jiang Chen. Well, as they say, this girl was generous in many ways, but just a bit narrow-minded. Then came the discharge. Sun Qian finished her work and came to help pushing the triple stroller. Su Qingcheng could walk, but not for long. Jiang Chen found a wheelchair for her to sit in as they went downstairs. Once downstairs, he carried her to the hospital entrance. Sun Qian couldn't help but smirk. Su Qingcheng, as expected, felt that familiar discomfort again. Without thinking, it was the phone in Jiang Chen's pocket. She was used to it by now. However, a few minutes later, when Su Qingcheng unexpectedly noticed that Jiang Chen's phone was in his hand, not in his pocket, she suddenly panicked. Aunt! Su Qingcheng let out a startled cry. Her face flushed crimson, and she immediately tried to get down from Jiang Chen's arms. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Nothing much. Su Qingcheng said. I encountered a pervert. Encountered harassment. Jiang Chen was momentarily baffled. He was holding her, so how could there be a pervert? When he pressed further, Su Qingcheng adamantly refused to explain and insisted on walking on her own, though her pace was excruciatingly slow. Jiang Chen had no choice. If she didn't want to be carried, then so be it. He reluctantly set Su Qingcheng down. After getting down, Su Qingcheng walked slowly and inadvertently glanced at a certain area of Jiang Chen's body. She was secretly startled, her face burning with heat. It was actually so. No wonder. Ding. Host carries his wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 8,000 yuan. A reward for carrying his wife. Not bad, you dog system. Xiao Chen, what's the situation with your uncle, eh? My dad is getting in 4 drip and my mom is with him. But judging by the time, it should be almost over. Did you ask how serious it is? I did. My dad gave his usual catchphrase, can't die. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Sun Qian listened and then laughed along. That was indeed the uncle's style. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Chen how they would get back and whether they needed a taxi, a screech of brakes was heard. It was Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei driving back in their car, the trustworthy old Volkswagen that had served their family for 10 years. Just in time. Son, come on, I'll drive you back. Jiang Dapeng, still in the driver's seat, said enthusiastically. It turned out that Jiang Dapeng's wound had reopened and he needed to see a doctor. Although the maternity hospital had a surgery department that could treat adult males, Song Mei saw the long queue and decided to drive Jiang Dapeng to another hospital. When they arrived, the doctor examined Jiang Dapeng's wound and scolded him for being so careless. This was a recent surgery, not an ordinary wound. Jiang Dapeng remained nonchalant, uttering his usual, can't die, leaving the doctor both exasperated and amused. At Song Mei's insistence, Jiang Dapeng reluctantly agreed to have the wound treated and then receive another 4 drip. Even then, Song Mei was uneasy and kept a close watch, fearing that this old fellow might, as before, pull out the 4 needle and run off before the drip was finished. After the 4, Jiang Dapeng insisted on driving, saying he wanted to personally take his 3 grandchildren back. The doctor said it wouldn't affect his driving. Only then did veteran driver Song Mei glare at Jiang Dapeng and let him take the wheel. Son, don't look down on your dad's car. It's a bit old and your mom drives it now, but you know this car has no major problems and has served our family meritoriously over the years. Jiang Dapeng said cheerfully to Jiang Chen. Ever since he learned he had 3 grandsons and granddaughters and became a grandfather, his heart was as sweet as honey and everything looked joyful. Joy brings a refreshing spirit and life suddenly felt like a second spring. Dad, no need. I have a car. What? You have a car? Jiang Chen nodded, walked toward a BMW X7 parked not far by the roadside, pressed the key fob, and the headlights immediately lit up. A BMW X7. Holy crap. This time not only Jiang Daping, but also Song Mei's son Qian and the others were utterly astonished. Son, is this really your car? Yes, it is, Jiang Qian said. But this is a BMW X7. It costs about 2 million yuan on the road. Jiang Daping looked shocked, his first reaction utter disbelief. How could his son be driving such a fine car before he the father had ever owned one? This is a BMW X7. You didn't steal it, rob it, or rent it, did you? What if I said I bought it with money from robbing a bank? Would you believe me? Get lost. Tell me the truth. Is this your car? Of course it's mine. But this car costs 2 million. You just graduated. Where did you get that kind of money? It's only a bit over 2 million. Not bad, and besides it's perfectly normal for a fresh graduate to have a luxury car worth 1 million, right? Jiang Daping. Well, this brat was showing off in front of his old man. But despite the astonishment, Song Mei and the others were also bursting with questions. However, they were about to leave the hospital, and grilling Jiang Chun like this at the entrance wasn't appropriate. So everyone stepped forward. They placed the 3 babies, the stroller, and various items into the car one by one. The back seat of Jiang Chen's BMW X7 had been modified with child seat functions, allowing the 3 little ones to lie comfortably in the rear. Song Mei noticed that the interior of her son's car was still spacious. She then got in as well. As a result, Jiang Daping's car, aside from himself, could only carry emptiness. Then they headed back. As for the destination, Song Mei thought, where else could it be? It must be Jiang Chen's rental apartment. However, half an hour later the car drove directly to the entrance of the Bisuiju residential complex, which greatly surprised Song Mei, as Bisuiju was the most famous high-end community in all of Sihai City. Any apartment there cost at least 10 million yuan. Even renting would cost at least 10 to 20,000 yuan per month. Son, you live here? But this is Bisuiju. Your rent must be a lot, right? I'm not renting. I have an apartment here. Jiang Chen's car drove directly into Bisuiju. After greeting the security guard at the gate, Jiang Daping's car followed. Once inside, they arrived at Jiang Chen's apartment. Staring at the luxurious decoration inside, the old couple was stunned and bewildered. They had just learned that their son bought a 2 million yuan car, and now they discovered he owned a 10 million yuan apartment like this. They were just an ordinary working-class family. Such a car and house would take them decades of scrimping and saving to afford, and even then they couldn't. But their son, had he hit the jackpot? Jiang Daping and Song Mei wandered around, inspecting Jiang Chen's apartment. Without much joy, they pulled him aside for a talk. Their faces were heavy with concern. Son, tell us the truth. Did you hook up with some rich woman? Otherwise, where did you get all that money? Yes, son, you're still young. Don't think about taking shortcuts through sugar dating. Besides, what's so good about those shortcuts like a rich woman? They have money, they know how to have fun, and there's the rich woman's ball game. Jiang Daping said, his expression one of anguish. Rich woman's joy ball? Song Mei asked, puzzled. It's steel wool ball, Jiang Daping explained reluctantly. Steel wool ball. Song Mei looked even more confused. Hey, just search it yourself, Jiang Daping had to say. Song Mei searched it herself. After reading the explanation, her face flushed slightly, and she shot Jiang Daping a fierce glare. You old pervert. You sure know a lot, don't you? I'll deal with you when we get home. Jiang Daping's mouth twitched. Then the couple united and pressed Jiang Chun about whether he had been involved with a rich woman. No. How could your son ever do such a thing? Jiang Chun replied helplessly. Although young people nowadays like shortcuts, he was a model student with good character and academics. He absolutely would not. Well, not that he had the chance anyway. If not, then have you done something illegal? Song Mei pressed on. Yes, the quick ways to make big money are all listed in the criminal code. Don't do anything stupid, Jiang Daping added, fixing his gaze on Jiang Chun. For example, that recent ice sugar business. Have you done that? Ice sugar. Song Mei was puzzled again. It's drugs made to look like ice sugar sold under the guise of ice sugar. Off. Song Mei was shocked. She turned to Jiang Chun, her voice trembling. Son, don't tell me you made money that way. That's a capital offense. Jiang Daping had only asked casually if Jiang Chun was selling ice sugar. But seeing Song Mei's reaction, he was startled and looked at Jiang Chun nervously. Could the brat really have? No, impossible. Jiang Chun, watching his parents' serious and anxious expressions, found it both funny and exasperating. Where did this even come from? Selling ice sugar. Ridiculous. He was sworn enemies with gambling and drugs in this life. But thinking about it, it was understandable. He had suddenly struck gold, just graduated, and already owned luxury cars and a mansion worth tens of millions. Anyone would find it hard to believe, including his own parents. To ease their worries, Jiang Chun took out the property deed and car purchase contract, proving the car and house were his. Then he showed them his phone and bank account. All the rewards from the system were legal and legitimate. Even his purchases of the car and house had lawful funding sources, profits from stock trading and Bitcoin. Every transaction was recorded. Song Mei and Jiang Daping were both well educated. After carefully examining Jiang Chen's various income sources, they found everything legal and compliant with clear origins, not illegal gains or payments from some rich woman. They were utterly convinced and relieved. They never expected the brat to be so impressive. Well, the brat had 3 kids at once, more impressive than his old man. And he makes more money than me. Jiang Daping grinned from ear to ear. If his son was awesome, he as the father could bask in the glory too, right? When the son eats meat, the father gets to drink the broth. Song Mei was also deeply gratified. The brat hadn't been raised in vain. Right after graduation, he was already so impressive, affording tens of millions in cars and a house, with over $1 million in cash in the bank. He was way better than his father. No matter how you looked at it, he had a daughter-in-law, 3 grandchildren, and a successful, accomplished son. Life was now complete. At the thought, Song Mei was overjoyed. In the midst of her happiness, she suddenly slapped Jiang Chun. "Brat, if you're so good at making money, why did you cheat your mother?" she said with a hint of anger. Jiang Chun. He had been feeling a sense of accomplishment watching his parents' elation. The sudden slap caught him off guard. What was the tigress upset about now? How had he cheated his mother? Come on, he just got together with her best friend. Was that such a big deal? She had 3 grandchildren out of it, so why wasn't she letting it go? Could it be early menopause? Mom, how did I cheat you? Still denying it. Song Mei persisted. Are you playing dumb with me? First you cheated me out of 3,000 yuan in bonuses and subsidies, then you cheated your father and me out of our life savings of 8,000 yuan. Is that not cheating? At that, Jiang Daping also caught on. His wife's 3,000 was one thing, but the 8,000, that was the fruit of their hard work over half a lifetime. Son, your mother is right. You're already so rich, why covet our money? The 3,000 we can consider as a gift, but the 8,000, though originally meant for your house, you already have a mansion worth tens of millions. Isn't it a bit much to still want that 8,000? Jiang Daping fired off questions. After all, he was a technician earning about 8,000 a month. Only in recent years had his salary improved, barely making ends meet. Song Mei worked in a public institution, which looked good on the surface, but was demanding and low-paying, with just 6,000 a month. Over the years, after covering household expenses and Jiang Chen's education, they had little left. The 8,000 was accumulated bit by bit over more than a decade to reach that amount. Frankly speaking, the 8,000 was the old couple's lifeline. Jiang Chun understood their feelings. He smiled helplessly, took out the 2 bank cards, and handed them back. Mom and Dad, I was just keeping them safe temporarily. How is that cheating? Besides, you 2 forced them into my hands back then. We forced you, but why did you actually take them? Yeah, you should have declined at least. I did decline. I said I had money, but you didn't believe me. If I hadn't taken them, you would have beaten me. Song Mei and Jiang Daping thought back. It was true. At the time, the brat clearly needed money, but was stubbornly refusing. They really wanted to knock some sense into him. Dad, Mom, you've worked hard all these years supporting me through college. Now that I have some spare money, I want to give you a gift. Jiang Chun said sincerely. Song Mei's first instinct was to refuse. A gift for us? No need, no need. We're old and stiff, what do we need gifts for? By the way, you haven't been fooling around and gotten another girl pregnant, have you? Adding more grandchildren. Old fool, what nonsense. Nonsense. The son inherited my handsome genes, charmed a few girls outside, and then. It's only natural. Our wife. Can you go easy? No. I'm telling you now. If our son dares to be disloyal to Ching Ching, I'll break his legs. Right? If he dares, I'll break his legs too. Seeing Mom scolding Dad with such fiery passion, Jiang Chun could only rub his forehead, thinking to himself, when did Dad become such a clown? Where had that old-fashioned hot-tempered and domineering man gone? Oh well, let me spare a second of sympathy for Dad and spend the remaining 99 seconds laughing. Ha 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 ha. Mom, Dad, don't get the wrong idea. The gift I'm giving you is a house. Jiang Chun took out the property deed and keys, speaking seriously to his parents. What? Giving us a house? Song Mei and the others were surprised, and as usual they immediately objected. Silly boy. Even if you have money, why give us a house of all things? Don't we have a place to live? We were even thinking of buying a house for you. With the 800,000 in hand, buying this house is out of the question, but there are plenty of affordable neighborhoods in Sihai. A smaller apartment there could be bought outright, and even the Swan Lakefront, a mid-range luxury community, would be easy to put a down payment on. Yes, son, we know you have filial intentions, but keep the house for yourself. By the way, son, which community did you say you bought the house in? It's the Swan Lakefront community. Ah, the Swan Lakefront. Good heavens, although it's not as good as Bishui Residence, a house that would cost 2 to 3 million in full. Why would you buy such an expensive house for us, you silly child? Exactly, it's not like we can eat or drink it, just a waste of money. Your career has just started. Getting into the habit of spending lavishly is not good. Song Mei and the others scolded Jiang Chun for wasting money. They adamantly refused the house, with Jiang Daping being particularly vocal, expressing deep pain over Jiang Chen's reckless spending. Yet even as he spoke, he quietly slipped the deed and keys into his hand. To be fair, it was the son's filial devotion, and it would be hard to turn down such sincerity. After all, they couldn't let their son feel disheartened. Jiang Chun watched this and felt genuine joy in his heart. After all, they were his parents. They had worried endlessly for him over the years. They had worked hard and saved their whole lives. It was only right to let them enjoy some comfort. No matter how good he was to them, it could never be too much. Giving them a house was nothing. Is this really your house? After Jiang Chun resolved his parents' doubts and worries, he stepped out and ran into Su Qingqing, who was wandering around the room. The 3 little ones were sleeping soundly, giving her a chance to inspect their future new home. She didn't know much about Jiang Chun. Based on her understanding of her good friend Song, May the family was of average means with no prominent background or connections. Jiang Chen himself was just a fresh graduate, yet he had first a BMW X7 and then a house in Bishui residence. Even though she was used to seeing the finer things, she couldn't help but be astonished. A BMW X7 would cost about 2 million on the road. And the most notable feature of Bishui residence was its exorbitant price. The house they were about to move into would easily cost over 10 million. For a recent college graduate, such a level of assets was frankly excessive. Of course it's mine. Jiang Chen smiled. So Teacher Su, what do you think? Not bad, right? It's not bad. Su Qingqing nodded, looking at Jiang Chen with a strange gleam. I thought you were just a poor student, but it turns out you have quite a few merits, a hidden rich man. Then Teacher Su will be busy from now on. I'm full of merits from head to toe, just waiting for you to discover them slowly. Hung Fu's going to discover them. Hearing the implication in Jiang Chen's words, Su Qingqing's face inexplicably flushed and her heart stirred. But she put on a disdainful tone, steadied herself, and suddenly added, by the way, can I make a request? What request? Go ahead. Could you please stop calling me Teacher Su from now on? Then what should I call you? Wife? Darling? No. Mother of my children. Get lost. Then what should I call you? Just your name doesn't seem respectful enough. How about, I call you Annie? Why? Because calling you Annie is thrilling. Su Qingqing was so embarrassed she wanted to hit him. She almost cursed it out loud. Thrilling? What the hell is thrilling? Have you ever seen an auntie who gave birth to your children? Seeing Su Qingqing's expression on the verge of breaking down, Jiang Chen felt a secret thrill. The girl was still too easy to tease. Ha ha ha. Su Qingqing turned away in anger, deliberately putting on a cold face. After a moment, she suddenly remembered something and asked Jiang Chen, did you just give your parents a house in the Swan Lakefront community? You heard that. Your parents were so loud, how could I not? True. I gave them a house at Swan Lakefront. What are you already feeling possessive? What do you mean possessive? It's not my house. I just think you're very filial. Meijie and your dad haven't raised you for nothing. Of course. Filial piety is a traditional virtue of our Chinese nation. I've always been this filial. I'd rather give my best to my parents. Jiang Chen puffed out his chest, boasting. Su Qingqing blinked and asked, the Bishui residence house is much more expensive than the one at Swan Lakefront. Since you're so filial, why didn't you let Meijie and them live in Bishui residence? Oh well. Jiang Chen was instantly tongue-tied, scratching his head. Auntie Su, your question. Your question is just too unfriendly. What did she mean by, if I'm so filial, why don't I let my parents live in Bishui residence? Well, wasn't it because I thought they might not be used to it? Cough cough, the truth is I wanted to enjoy the comfort myself. As the saying goes, among the 100 virtues, filial piety comes first. It's the intention that counts, not the act. Seeing Jiang Chen at a loss, Su Qingqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Oh, I see. So this is your version of filial piety. Well, there's some filial piety, but not much. Ha 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 ha. While Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing were teasing and bantering, Song, Mei and Jiang Dapeng weren't idle. After happily accepting the house keys from their son, they immediately rushed over to the 3 grandchildren. The 3 little ones were sleeping soundly. Disturbed by the sudden commotion, they all woke up, twisting their little bodies and crying nonstop. Song Mei checked and found their diapers needed changing. Seeing this, Jiang Dapeng volunteered to help change them. Changing diapers? Are you sure you can do it? Song Mei asked. What do you mean, can I do it? It's just changing a diaper. I used to change diapers for that brat back in the day. Jiang Dapeng said matter-of-factly, then confidently began changing the diaper for his little grandson. See, what's so hard about it? Isn't it just undoing the diaper, wiping the little one's bottom clean, removing the old diaper, and putting on a new one? Simple. Couldn't be simpler. Two. You little rascal. Grandpa is changing your diaper, and you pee right into Grandpa's mouth. Filial. Damn filial. Jiang Dapeng volunteered to change the diapers for the 3 little ones. As he did so, he boasted to Song Mei about how simple it was. However, just as he was changing the diaper of the first cherished grandson, the little one suddenly sprayed a stream of urine, and by an unfortunate coincidence, it landed right in Comrade Jiang Dapeng's mouth. Song Mei burst into laughter at the sight. Feeling good now, huh? Changing a diaper and getting a mouthful of your grandson's urine? You're quite a talent. Let's see if you still show off. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing also couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Chen helplessly poured a glass of water for his father. Jiang Dapeng himself didn't seem to mind. He spat twice without even drinking the water Jiang Chen handed him. Instead, his spirits remained high, and he didn't resent the little grandson who had urinated on him. He said cheerfully, the first time I change my darling grandson's diaper, he pees in my mouth. This shows how close he is to his grandpa. Besides, what do you know? This is child's urine. It's great for your health. In short, he acted completely unconcerned. The others were left speechless. Ding. The host's father got peed in the mouth by his grandson, a display of grandfatherly love and filial piety. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 30,000 yuan. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Jiang Chen was stunned. His grandson peeing in his grandfather's mouth. How could that even earn a reward? What kind of logic was this damn system using? Ding. The logic is grandfatherly love and filial piety. Ding, the system issues a random quest continue encouraging the host's father to change the grandson's diaper, achieving the goal of grandfatherly love and filial piety, or fatherly love and filial piety. The host will receive an additional reward. The host may refuse. Refusal incurs no penalty and no reward. Jiang Chun. Grandfatherly love and filial piety. Fatherly love and filial piety. Was this random quest from the damn system even something a human would do? No way, absolutely not. Jiang Chun made up his mind and stepped forward to persuade his father. Dad, just forget it. Let mom change the diaper this time. What do you mean forget it? At my age the words forget it have never been in my dictionary. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Daping immediately bristled. I refuse to believe I can't change a diaper for my little grandson. You watch, son. I'll show you how to change a diaper beautifully for the baby. With that he rolled up his sleeves and started again. But as soon as he began he let out an owl. Everyone looked and saw that comrade Jiang Daping, in his overzealous effort, had grabbed a handful of the baby's excrement. Ding. The host's father grabbed a handful of excrement, achieving the quest objective. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50,000 yuan. Jiang Chun. Ding. The host's father refused to give up, successfully grabbed a second handful of excrement, soiled his sleeve, and was so furious he almost wanted to cut off his own hand and throw it away. Achieved quest objective. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000 yuan. Jiang Chun. Before they knew it, it was noon. Song Mei and Jiang Daping's initial excitement gradually faded and their stomachs began to growl. Qingqing, what do you want for lunch? I'll make you something delicious. Song Mei was the first to approach, asking Su Qingqing's opinion. In the past, Song Mei would always ask Jiang Daping what he wanted to eat, which made him a bit uncomfortable at first. But he quickly caught on. Su Qingqing was both a close friend and daughter-in-law, so of course the tigress would prioritize her. Saya's family status. It seemed to be dropping again. I'm fine with anything, Su Qingqing replied. Alright, since today is your first day out of the hospital, I'll just make something simple, Song Mei said with a smile. As longtime sisters, she knew Su Qingqing's straightforward nature. She said what she meant. When she said anything, she truly meant it. But as a mother-in-law, Song Mei couldn't just make something simple. There was a fresh supermarket in the community downstairs. Jiang Chun bought the ingredients and brought them up. Song Mei then started cooking. Jiang Daping clamored to help. Song Mei refused without a second thought. Jiang Chun chimed in, also not wanting his father to help with the cooking. Faced with the firm opposition from mother and son, the helpless comrade Jiang Daping could only shake his head, look down at his hands, and wisely give up. Mom, how about I try cooking lunch? Jiang Chun suddenly remembered his divine culinary skills, which he had never displayed, and wanted to take this opportunity to show off. You cook? Are you up to it? Song Mei was skeptical. She had tasted her son's cooking before. If the pot didn't burn, that was already high praise. As for the taste, it was better left unsaid. Son, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you. Forget about cooking. You've cooked before. The food was so bad that even a dog would shake its head after eating it, Jiang Daping chimed in, rarely agreeing with his wife. As soon as Jiang Daping said that, Song Mei and Su Qingqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chun just held his forehead. Comrade Jiang Daping, you really have a way with words. Saying my cooking is so bad that even a dog would shake its head. In fact, my cooking was so delicious with just the right amount of salt and spice that the dog jumped 3 feet high, squealed, and ran away happily. Mom, let me try just once. If I really can't cook, well, you can take over. Jiang Chun urged Song Mei. Alright, I'll watch from the side. Seeing Jiang Chun's sincere desire to show off, Song Mei finally agreed and let him into the kitchen. But she still had no faith in his skills. The cooking is mainly for Qingqing. What we eat doesn't matter. Qingqing is in her postpartum confinement and needs to feed 3 babies. Every meal must be nutritious. I know, Mom. Jiang Chun responded while busying himself. The first dish he made was home-style stir-fried pork. He washed the pork belly, sliced it, thinly sliced garlic and ginger, and cut scallions. With his divine culinary skills, not only was his cooking experience and technique extraordinary, but his chopping speed was also incredibly fast. His movements were almost a blur. Song Mei was still chattering about preparing a side dish of stir-fried pig liver with radish. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already heated the pan, added oil, stir-fried the pork belly slices until they separated and rendered the fat. In no time, a fragrant, beautiful home-style stir-fried pork dish was ready. Son Qingqing is my best friend, so I won't go on and on. She gave birth to 3 children for our Jiang family. That alone is no small feat. She has rendered great service to our family. We must treat her well. Otherwise we'd be heartless. Song Mei chattered as she placed the prepared side dishes next to Jiang Chun. But when she looked up, she saw that Jiang Chun had already finished the stir-fried pork and even made a smashed cucumber salad on the side. You're done already? Song Mei exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Mom. Taste it. Jiang Chun handed her a pair of chopsticks. Song Mei took a bite of the stir-fried pork and was overwhelmed with disbelief. The taste was explosively delicious beyond description. In a word, in all her decades of life, she had never eaten such flavorful stir-fried pork. Then she tried the smashed cucumber salad, which was equally astonishing. It was just a simple cucumber salad, yet she tasted a divine flavor. How did that brat manage to do it? Mom, how is it? Good. Seeing his mother savoring the dishes without saying a word, Jiang Chun momentarily doubted his divine culinary skills. Song Mei quickly grabbed another bite of the cucumber salad to satisfy her craving before mumbling, delicious. So delicious. Son, when did your cooking get so good? I taught myself recently. Taught yourself? Come on, you're showing off again. Song Mei scolded with a laugh. Son, your cooking is great. I'll take this cucumber salad to your dad and let him try it. Okay, sure. Jiang Chun continued cooking stir-fried pig liver with radish, steamed mandarin fish, tomato beef brisket, boiled prawns. One dish after another. But just as he was getting into the groove, Song Mei hurried over. Son, make another cucumber salad. Your dad gobbled up the whole plate before we even officially started the meal. Oh well. Jiang Chun chuckled. Comrade Jiang Dapeng was getting more uninhibited as he aged. When he was a child, if he had done that, Jiang Dapeng would have given him a beating. No problem, I'll make another one right away. By the way, Mom, what did Dad say about my cooking? Jiang Chun asked. Your dad said that before your cooking was so bad, even a dog would shake its head. Now your cooking is so good that even a cow would pause for 3 seconds. After the baby was born and Qingsheng was discharged from the hospital, they moved into a new home. 2 joys crowning 1 happiness. With Song Mei assisting, or rather merely observing, Jiang Chun prepared a magnificent spread of dishes. Stir-fried pork with vegetables, braised pork liver with radish, steamed mandarin fish, tomato beef brisket, poached shrimp, pork trotter stewed with soybeans, wood ear mushrooms, with eggs, stir-fried spinach, seaweed egg soup, and 2 plates of smashed cucumbers. Jiang Dapeng's eyes gleamed at the sight. If Song Mei had not been watching, he would have dug in long ago. Qingqing, today is the first meal our family shares together. Song Mei smiled at Su Qingqing. Every dish on this table was made by Xiao Chun. Taste them, you'll surely crave more. While Jiang Chun had been cooking, Su Qingqing had taken a short nap in the bedroom. Stepping out and seeing the entire spread prepared by Jiang Chun, she turned to him in surprise. You made all of this? Every dish looked extraordinarily appetizing, just the sight alone promised incredible flavor. Certainly do try them, Jiang Chun smiled. Su Qingqing nodded, picked up her chopsticks, and tasted the spinach. The moment it entered her mouth, it was fragrant and delicious. Her mouth watered instantly. She then couldn't resist trying the braised pork liver with radish, the steamed mandarin fish, the tomato beef brisket. Each one burst with umami, sending explosions of flavor across her taste buds. It was so delicious, she almost wished to swallow her own tongue. Not bad. Truly outstanding. Su Qingsheng was not usually one to overindulge, yet the moment she tasted Jiang Chen's cooking, she found an inexplicable rush of delight, and within moments she had already eaten several mouthfuls. And still her chopsticks refused to stop. Jiang Chun, I never expected you to cook so well. You've truly impressed me, Su Qingsheng couldn't help but praise. Jiang Chun showed no modesty. I've said it before, I have no real flaws, only virtues. Qingsheng, eat more if it's delicious. We're family, don't stand on ceremony. Exactly, Qingsheng. It's rare that you enjoy what this kid cooks, so eat plenty. Let me tell you the truth. His cooking before would make even a dog shake its head. But now, even a cow would pause and stare in astonishment. Here, try the shrimp. Though simply poached, the flavor is simply unmatched. Seeing Su Qingsheng savor every bite, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng beamed with delight, repeatedly piling food onto her plate until it overflowed. Thank you both. If you keep adding, I won't be able to finish. Su Qingsheng, unable to refuse their earnest kindness, worked hard to tackle the overflowing dish of delicacies. In the past, this would have been an insurmountable challenge. But now, she reckoned she could not only finish this, but perhaps even a second bowl, no, maybe even 2. Meanwhile, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng may have been constantly feeding Su Qingsheng, but they themselves were devouring their meals with great enthusiasm. Comrade Jiang Dapeng had even monopolized 2 plates of smashed cucumbers, thoroughly satisfying his craving. No surprise, this was the most delicious smashed cucumber he had ever tasted in his life. He felt the previous decades had been somewhat wasted. As the chef, Jiang Chun felt considerable satisfaction watching his family devour his cooking with such gusto. His own chopsticks, of course, were not idle either. After a busy morning, he was genuinely hungry. He tried a piece of steamed mandarin fish first. Not bad at all. His own cooking was simply delicious. As the family dug into their meals, Su Qingsheng suddenly cried out, clutching her chest and knitting her brows tightly. What's wrong? Jiang Chun asked. It's nothing. Su Qingsheng said, rising to her feet, gesturing toward Jiang Chun, then pointing at the crib where the 3 babies lay before hurriedly rushing toward the bedroom. Jiang Chun instantly understood her meaning. Yet in his heart he remained incredulous. Could it really be? Such innate talent was simply staggering. Jiang Dapeng, engrossed in his meal, suddenly saw Su Qingsheng cry out and enter the bedroom. Then Jiang Chun also rose and pushed the baby crib into the bedroom, leaving him utterly bewildered. What's happened to Qingsheng? Did something occur? Before he could finish, Song Mei immediately cut him off. Focus on your meal. None of your concern. Oh, Jiang Dapeng responded, realizing it was something he should not meddle in. He resumed his meal. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun and Su Qingsheng emerged from the bedroom, each carrying one of the 3 infants. The babies had already been fed to contentment and were fast asleep. They lay in a row inside the crib, all adopting the same surrender-style sleeping posture, which was utterly adorable at first glance. This sight immediately captivated Song Mei, who was utterly enchanted by them. This also confirmed her suspicion Su Qingqing must have slipped back into the bedroom earlier to nurse the babies. Qingqing, come and continue eating. The food is still warm. Song Mei enthusiastically beckoned. Apart from the 2 plates of smashed cucumber that Jiang Dapeng had devoured, she had saved the rest of the sumptuous dishes for Su Qingqing ever since the young couple had retreated to the bedroom with the children. She had even carefully heated them up in the microwave. Su Qingqing felt a little flushed and nodded before sitting down. As it happened after the recent episode in the bedroom, she was indeed quite hungry, ravenous in fact. Coupled with the irresistible allure of Jiang Chen's cooking, she didn't stand on ceremony once seated and began to eat with gusto. While Su Qingqing settled in to eat, Jiang Dapeng finally received permission from his formidable wife to pick up his chopsticks again and indulge in dishes other than the smashed cucumber. However, noticing that Jiang Chun hadn't made any move to eat since coming out, he asked with some surprise, "Son, why aren't you eating? There's still so much food." Song Mei was equally puzzled. "Yes, son, you're a growing young man. Food is the foundation of life. How can you not eat?" I'm really not hungry. You two go ahead." Jiang Chun offered a vague explanation. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng exchanged a look, both baffled. But despite their confusion, they didn't dwell on it. Their own stomachs were still craving the delicious food, so they didn't press further. Together with Su Qingqing, they resumed their focused meal. However, unnoticed by anyone, Su Qingqing was secretly blushing as she ate. If not for her hunger, she would have wished for a hole to crawl into, or at least to hide in the bedroom and never come out. As for Jiang Chun, that big jerk. Sigh. This life, she was truly caught by him. Ding. The host family is reunited, and the couple is harmonious. To add joy to the host's happy and fulfilling life, congratulations on receiving a special reward, Golden Twin Kidneys Lucky Draw Gift Pack X1. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Jiang Chun was a bit surprised. Just like that, he got another reward. Golden Twin Kidneys Lucky Draw Gift Pack X1. Alright. His wife was so incredibly gifted. As her husband, how could he show weakness? With this thought, Jiang Chun immediately claimed the reward of Golden Twin Kidneys. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense power within his body, and then, well, the system was awesome. Draw. Ding. Lucky draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 bottles of Matai and a piece of business information. There was actually business information. So the system, was it starting to pave the way for his commercial empire next? By the way, son and Qingqing, have you decided on names for the 3 grandchildren yet? Jiang Dapeng suddenly remembered to ask as they were eating heartily. At his question, Song Mei also looked over with interest. Not yet. We haven't thought of good names, so we've put it aside for now, Jiang Chen said. There's no rush, or we have to pick a name within a month anyway. How can you say there's no rush? Naming children is a big deal. They'll have to live with it for their whole lives. Jiang Dapeng patted his head again. How about this? I won't bother with the formal names, but let me pick their nicknames. You, Song Mei immediately objected. You'd come up with something like Dog Xing or Dog Dan. Well, what's wrong with that? I'm an educated man after all, Jiang Dapeng said sheepishly. In truth, he had had such intentions, but since his formidable wife had preemptively warned him, he had to think of something else. The eldest is a boy. How about calling him Shirtu? Shirtu means sturdy. He'll be strong and healthy from childhood. The second and third are both girls. Early on, besides Xiaoqin, your grandmother and I always longed for a daughter, but we never got our wish for various reasons. Now with 2 granddaughters at once, our wish is finally fulfilled. How about the second one be called Xinxin and the third one Nian? Jiang Dapeng put down his chopsticks and earnestly elaborated. The eldest boy's nickname was Shida, the second girl's was Xinxin, and the third girl's was Nian. I think it's okay. Song Mei mused carefully. Xiaoqin, Xinxin, what do you think? Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded. The nicknames are indeed good. Su Qingqing echoed. Seeing everyone unanimously agree on the nicknames he had chosen for the children, Jiang Dapeng was immensely pleased. He rubbed his hands together and added, now that the nicknames are settled, the formal names are up to you two. Regarding the formal names of the 3 little ones, Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing had discussed it many times privately, but never found a satisfactory one. Since Dad had helped with the nicknames today, the formal names could no longer be delayed. So Jiang Chun took out a large dictionary and flipped through it with Su Qingqing. Song Mei also came over to join in the fun. After browsing for a long time, the 3 of them still had furrowed brows. After another long while, Jiang Chun finally had a glimmer of an idea. The eldest is a boy. How about taking the courtesy name of Bai Ji and calling him Jiang Letian? The second and third are girls. How about taking the idiom Yixiao Yanran and naming the second Jiang Yixiao and the third Jiang Yanran? As soon as Jiang Chen finished, Su Qingqing, who had been frowning in thought, also chimed in. The eldest Jiang Letian. The second Jiang Yixiao. The third Jiang Yanran. Good. Song Mei muttered the names to herself, then suddenly slapped her thigh in approval. When the formidable wife approved, comrade Jiang Dapeng naturally followed suit, and indeed these 3 names were really quite good. With the unanimous agreement of the family, the names of the 3 little ones were finally decided. Son, is there any alcohol? We have so many happy events in the family today, how can we not celebrate? Jiang Dapeng said excitedly. Alcohol? Sure, Jiang Chen replied. The system had just rewarded him with 3 bottles of Matai. He pretended to go to the bedroom, retrieved the 3 bottles, and brought them over to the table. Jiang Daping's eyes lit up at the sight. It's actually Mount I-80. This is top-notch stuff costing tens of thousands per bottle. Son, where did you get this? Just bought it, Jiang Chen said. Just bought it. Jiang Daping was surprised. He was about to wonder if it was a fake, but then he glanced around the luxuriously decorated living room and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Buying a fake? No way. With his son's net worth, a 2 million car, a 10 million house, and millions in the bank, spending tens of thousands on a bottle of Mount I-80 was truly a piece of cake. Jiang Daping, who loved alcohol, couldn't contain himself at the sight of 3 bottles of Mount I-80. He eagerly tried to open one, but Song Mei immediately stopped him. You just had surgery this morning, and we're on in 4 drip. How can you drink all this? Jiang Daping slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten? Honey, how about just 1 glass? Let me just taste the Mount I-80. Jiang Daping couldn't resist the temptation. Oh, indeed, he had never had it before, so he pleaded with his formidable wife once more. Unsurprisingly, his formidable wife refused without hesitation. Not even 1 glass. Do you want to die? I don't want to be a widow. Jiang Daping was left speechless. Su Qingqing almost laughed out loud. Jiang Chun, however, was used to it. Knowing that his father really couldn't drink, he quickly persuaded him. Dad, forget it. You really can't drink this time. Let's just toast with water instead, and next time I'll have a proper drink with you. Well, all right. Jiang Daping reluctantly gazed at the 3 bottles of Mount I-80. So he and Jiang Chun toasted with water, each sip accompanied by a longing glance at the Mount I-80. Song Mei watched for a while, and seeing that Jiang Daping had no chance to sneak a drink, she finally relaxed and went over to the crib to check on the 3 babies. Su Qingqing, who had almost finished eating, also came over. The 2 women chatted softly while playing with the babies. Mei Jia, maybe I should just call you Annie from now on. Su Qingqing suddenly said. Call me Annie? Why? Song Mei was surprised. We've been good sisters for years. Haven't you always called me Mei Jia? It feels awkward. Su Qingqing said, looking embarrassed. Think about it, you're Jiang Chen's mother, and I call you Mei Jia, and I call his father uncle. It just doesn't feel right. Song Mei laughed at this, but on second thought it was indeed odd for a married couple to call each other's parents by different titles. It's fine, Qingqing. Such forms of address are only temporary. Song Mei comforted her with a smile. You can change how you address me when you and Xiao Chun get married. When I marry Jiang Chun. Exactly. Because I don't want to hear Auntie, I want to hear you call me Mom, haha. Song Mei couldn't help but laugh softly. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. So that was it, I treat you as a sister, but you want to be my mother. Sigh. It was all that big jerk's fault. Song Mei chuckled for a while. Then, thinking about how the young couple would soon be living on their own as the future mother-in-law, she felt obliged to give some advice. Qingqing, I'm 100% satisfied with you and my son together. But honestly, you're older than him, so if there are things he needs to learn, you should teach him. Teach him some things. Su Qingqing didn't catch on immediately. Mei Jia, what things do you mean? Ahem. Song Mei was a bit embarrassed, but for the sake of their harmonious married life, she steeled herself to hint. What else could it be? Just the marital matters. Su Qingqing's face instantly turned crimson. She had thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. But teach that big jerk. Huh. Mei Jia, you don't know? I may be older than your son, but when it comes to these matters, your son knows far more than I do. Oh. At Su Qingqing's words, Song Mei immediately understood. Indeed. Young people nowadays were not like their generation. What didn't they know? What couldn't they do? There were so many outrageous stories in the news, and her good-for-nothing son was no saint. Otherwise, how would these 3 grandchildren have come about? Forget it, let them do as they please. Song Mei felt she had been worrying unnecessarily. She looked at Su Qingqing with a hint of apology. That brat must have saved the galaxy in his past life to deserve such a wonderful wife. After dinner, the family chatted for a while, and then Song Mei and Jiang Daping prepared to leave. Jiang Daping had been holding his eldest grandson and granddaughters since he finished his drink, reluctant to let them go. Even when Song Mei called him to leave, he still felt unsatisfied and didn't want to go. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't had enough of watching the grandchildren yet, Jiang Daping said, still wanting more. What do you mean why? You want to be a third wheel here, don't you? Song Mei shot back. If you want to see your grandchildren, can't you come another time? Third wheel, eh? Jiang Daping was puzzled for a moment, then glanced at Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing and suddenly understood. Right. The young couple needed their own space. Understood. Comrade Jiang Daping immediately packed up to leave, momentarily forgetting what third wheel meant and also forgetting that he himself had a formidable wife. Son, since I'm going back with nothing to take, just pack me those 3 bottles of Mount I-80. After all, you owe me 3 bottles of Mount I from back then. Jiang Daping said to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled. Sure, no problem. But Dad, after all these years, you still remember me pouring your 3 bottles of Mount I down the drain. Of course, Jiang Daping said. I'll remember that incident for the rest of my life. Every time I think of it, I regret it. Regret? Jiang Chun asked. Don't tell me you regret not beating me harder. How could that be? If I had beaten you harder, I'd be afraid of breaking you. No, I regret hiding them in the first place. Why didn't I just drink those 3 bottles of Mount I earlier? Jiang Chun packed the 3 bottles of Mount I-80 and handed them over. The recipient was, of course, Jiang Daping's wife. Song Mei took the package and said to Jiang Daping, you can't drink now. I'll keep this Mount I-800 for you. It's Mount I-80, not 800. No problem, dear. Given my current health condition, I can't drink anyway. I was planning to hand this over to you for safekeeping. At least you're sensible. After that, the old couple prepared to leave. Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing escorted them downstairs. Before leaving, Song Mei exchanged a few whispered words with Su Qingqing. Then she pulled Jiang Chun aside and spoke earnestly. Son, now that you're living with Qingqing as a man, you should be more accommodating. Women all have their little tempers. Don't be petty. Also, Qingqing is in confinement after childbirth. Don't be impatient. Take things slowly and consider her feelings. Don't be reckless and bully her. I know, Mom. My ears are about to grow calluses. Mom, I don't understand what you're saying. Don't understand. Just wait. Do you get it now? Ouch, Mom. Be gentle. Could you twist less hard? Do you understand now? I understand. I understand. Although it hardly hurt at all, Jiang Chun pretended to rub his ear. A wave of exasperation swept through him. This mother, was she really his birth mother? He was already a university graduate. No wonder his father secretly called her a tigress all along. Honestly, she was a complete tigress, always resorting to force rather than reason. Still, he saw his parents off to the car. As Jiang Chun turned to head back, he spotted Su Qingqing standing behind him, laughing uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at just how funny that was. Because my mom just twisted my ear. What else could it be? Haha, speaking of which, you've had that moment too. Su Qingqing covered her mouth as laughter erupted from her, unable to contain herself. Jiang Chun. Was this woman actually happy about his mother pinching his ear? Just wait. You'll be the one crying soon. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng drove off together. After leaving the Bishuju residential complex, Jiang Dapeng was eager to return home and hide those 3 bottles of Mount I-80. Even though the tigress wouldn't allow drinking, now merely watching the bottles brought him great satisfaction. And if he could boast about them to his old friends, what a spectacle that would be. However, Song Mei, driving their decade-old Volkswagen, clearly had other plans. Husband, where are we going instead of home? Where else? Swan Lake residential area, of course. Swan Lake residential area? Jiang Dapeng immediately understood. His son had gifted them an apartment in Swan Lake, and there was no better time to see it than now. They had heard about this community long ago, with its prime location and excellent layouts, having originally planned to purchase there for Jiang Chen's future wedding home. Who would have expected this? Thanks to their son's generosity, they were actually living in the Swan Lake apartment first. Song Mei drove straight to Swan Lake with Jiang Dapeng. Upon entering the community, they were immediately struck by the beautiful landscaping and well-equipped public facilities. While it couldn't match Bishiju, it far exceeded the rundown apartment they'd lived in for over a decade. Lush trees, verdant gardens, flower beds, fountains, a crescent-shaped lake, and fitness areas, everything one could wish for. Once inside the apartment, they were equally impressed by the interior furnishings, which were truly comparable to the one Jiang Chun resided in at Bishu. Am I dreaming? We saved for half our lives planning to buy him a wedding house here, and now he's giving us one directly. Our son has grown so successful, truly remarkable. Indeed, their devotion to him was not in vain. That's true. Your maternal instincts seem to favor physical discipline. It's one thing you do it to me after all these years of being bossed around, but your son just gave us this apartment, and you immediately twist his ear. That really cuts deep. What do you know? Do you think I'd actually be that unreasonable? I was just pretending to scare him. He's our only son, and we cherish him dearly. If you have that much self-control, then why do you actually hit me, eh? Because you're different from him. Scolding and disciplining come from love. Huh, how about? Should I also show you the same treatment? Go ahead, borrow 10 guts and try it. As they bickered, they explored the apartment with growing interest. From the living room to the kitchen and bedrooms, discovering every piece of furniture and appliance was included, making it move-in ready. Their eyes lit up with genuine delight. Wow, not bad at all. Everything is just wonderful. When they saw the master bedroom's warm interior and Simmons' mattress, Jiang Dapeng's eyes shifted, glancing at Song Mei, and a mischievous thought suddenly occurred to him. To be fair, Song Mei had always maintained her appearance and figure well. Otherwise, she couldn't have given birth to such a handsome son like Jiang Chun, nor would she have remained close friends with Su Qingqing. Wife, do you remember when you mentioned we should raise another child? I remember. That was just said in anger back then. That pesky kid caused so many troubles that I was frustrated enough to want another child. But we don't need to say it in anger now. Come on, wife, let's put it into practice. Huh, shameless. What are you thinking? Your wounds haven't even healed. It's fine, it won't affect anything. Get lost, you old scoundrel. Don't even think about having another child. At Jiang Chen's place in Bishuju. Soon after returning, Su Qingqing felt sleepy and went straight to bed. Partly because she was tired, and partly because she hadn't yet gotten used to the fact that she would now be living with a man. Even though this man had gotten her pregnant and delivered 3 adorable babies, she still felt uncomfortable around him. He was, after all, her best friend's son. Su Qingqing slept from afternoon until evening, eventually awakened by the baby's cries. She rushed to the living room, where Jiang Chun was tending to them, soothing and feeding formula. Hungry? Su Qingqing asked. Yes, they were fed earlier this afternoon, but the breast milk stored in the refrigerator ran out, so I had to prepare formula this time, Jiang Chun explained. Why didn't you wake me then? Su Qingqing said with a hint of complaint. Breast milk is still better for the babies at this stage. I wanted to, but you were so sound asleep, I couldn't wake you. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed red, and she said nothing more. She immediately took 2 of the babies from Jiang Chun, nestled them against her chest, and began nursing them, one in each arm, while Jiang Chun, accustomed to this, assisted nearby. Soon all 3 babies were fed. Jiang Chun gently placed each one in their cribs and rose to his feet. Dinner time. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Anything. How about I order takeout then? Jiang Chun teased. Su Qingqing shot him a look. I'm still breastfeeding. If you can bear to feed the kids takeout, be my guest. That's exactly it. You're still recovering from childbirth. Let's eat something proper. Jiang Chun offered generously. Tell me what you'd like, I'll cook for you myself. Having witnessed his impressive cooking skills at noon, which surpassed even what she expected from a state banquet chef, Su Qingqing couldn't help but swallow at the thought. And she was indeed hungry. I've been craving fish lately. How about sweet and sour fish? Just one dish. Isn't that enough? I could also have garlic prawns. Only garlic prawns as well. 2 dishes aren't enough. Then I'll skip it and just have some seafood soup. That gives us 2 dishes and a soup. More than enough, and I couldn't finish it all anyway. Su Qingqing quickly explained worried Jiang Chun would waste food preparing too much. Then she remembered she hadn't asked about his dinner. What about you? What are you having for dinner? But the moment the words left her lips, she regretted it. Why would he be hungry? He never was. Jiang Chun didn't overthink it. He was simply marveling at how straightforward his wife was, starting with just 1 dish for dinner, only adding another, and a soup after he prompted her, as if she feared he couldn't afford to feed her. With the pantry running low, Jiang Chun headed downstairs to buy more ingredients. Su Qingqing eyed the bags he carried and asked in confusion, You bought so much. Are you planning to make that many dishes? Not all for tonight's meal. Then just prepare a few simple dishes for dinner. After purchasing the ingredients, Jiang Chun began cooking. Thanks to his exceptional culinary skills, he prepared dinner in just over an hour. Time to eat. When Su Qingqing approached the table, she was stunned by the spread before her. In addition to the sweet and sour fish, garlic prawns, and seafood soup, she had ordered there were braised lean pork with daylily stir-fried lettuce, with pork steamed egg, with minced meat chicken, with mushrooms, and sautéed greens. A total of nearly 7 or 8 dishes. Is this what you call eating less and keeping it simple? Su Qingqing was amazed. With so many delicious dishes spread before her, it seemed Jiang Chun had a completely different understanding of those words. My mom said you're recovering from childbirth and told me to treat you well. It's only a few dishes. Dig in. Jiang Chun said casually. Su Qingqing surveyed the spread. Nearly every dish appealed to her appetite. Picking up her chopsticks, she began eating eagerly, but after a few bites, she suddenly remembered something important. Aren't you eating? I am. Let me make 2 glasses of honey coconut juice, and I'll be right there. Oh good. Su Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, having worried he might skip dinner again to save room for later. Wah, After Su Qingqing and Jiang Chun finished their meal, the 3 little ones were hungry once more. Babies typically follow this pattern. Feed, sleep, repeat. With most of their day spent dozing off, only gradually becoming more awake and playful as they grow. When one of the triplets started crying, the other 2 would immediately join in, as if coordinated. The loud wailing echoed through the apartment. While many find infant cries grating and unsettling, to Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing those sounds were like a symphony. And who wouldn't treasure their own child? Calm down, no more crying. We'll feed you right away. Jiang Chun rushed to the crib, first rolling it over to Su Qingqing's side. Working together, they quickly fed all 3 babies. It's gotten warm since we came home from the hospital. Shall we give them a bath later? Yes, they could use a good bath. Because babies have delicate digestive systems, they shouldn't be bathed right after feeding, so Jiang Chun pushed the stroller around the living room and balcony for a while until it was time. After soothing the 3 little ones to sleep, it was finally time for evening rest. Since Su Qingqing had a C-section, she couldn't bathe for now, but the summer heat made her feel sticky and uncomfortable, so she asked Jiang Chun to help her wipe down. Jiang Chun agreed without hesitation. Previously at the hospital, he'd only cleaned certain areas, but this time was different. Of course not partial. As he got to work, Su Qingqing suddenly grew embarrassed and struggled to maintain her composure. Wait, could you close your eyes? What do you mean close my eyes while helping you clean? Yes. Okay, no problem. Jiang Chun agreed immediately, without hesitation. Su Qingqing felt far too shy to bare herself before Jiang Chun, so she asked him to close his eyes while she washed. Jiang Chun readily agreed. She breathed a small sigh of relief. After all, she was entirely naked before Jiang Chun. What kind of situation was that? Asking him to close his eyes made the washing somewhat more difficult, but at least it would ease the awkwardness. However, to her great bewilderment, despite Jiang Chun keeping his eyes closed, the washing went remarkably smoothly, without any hindrance. She couldn't help but ask curiously, did you actually keep your eyes closed? I did. You can check if you don't believe me. But, even with your eyes closed, how do you know where to wash? Of course I do. I can feel it. By touch alone, I know exactly where everything is without even thinking. Su Qingqing was initially stunned, but quickly caught on. By touch. Oh, it actually made perfect sense. Ugh, what a rascal. Truly typical of him. At this thought, her face flushed crimson like a ripe persimmon. But since it was already like this, she had nothing more to say, so she simply closed her eyes and lay flat, letting Jiang Chun do as he pleased. The apartment was laid out with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Besides the master bedroom, there were actually 3 additional bedrooms with bedding and sheets already. However, because he needed to take care of the 3 little ones, Jiang Chun slept in the master bedroom at night. Of course, he also slept in the bed. But he slept at the foot of it while most of the bed was occupied by Su Qingqing. So often he would just curl up at the foot and take a short nap. Anyway, with his current physique, a quick nap was far better than sleeping for several hours back then. How about you come sleep at this end instead? It was late at night. Su Qingqing lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The days of cohabiting with someone were, after all, something she still needed to adjust to. Deep in her subconscious, it felt as though just yesterday she had still been an innocent, carefree little girl. And then suddenly she had become a young wife with 3 children. Unable to sleep, Su Qingqing opened her eyes and actually noticed Jiang Chun sleeping curled up at the foot of the bed. Feeling somewhat pitying, she gently called out to him. All right. Jiang Chun hadn't actually been asleep. After responding, he simply laid down at the head of the bed. The space at the head was spacious enough, so Su Qingqing shifted to one side and made room for him. So you weren't asleep either. I don't need much sleep. Since neither of us is sleeping, want to chat a bit? Sure. What should we talk about? Anything, like tell me about you and your parents. Su Qingqing said, feeling inexplicably like laughing. Jiang Chun sounded somewhat exasperated. Talk about me and my parents. Alright, my dad has a rather hot temper, and my mom speaks harshly, but has a soft heart. When I was little, I was a famously naughty kid. They beat me in every way possible, singles, doubles, mixed pairs. Back then I resented them for it. They were always ready to lecture me with reason. But now I understand. They weren't really hitting me. More often than not, they were just trying to scare me, afraid I'd turn bad. Yeah, I can tell, Su Qingqing nodded. Though your dad has a bad temper, it's mostly your mom who lays hands on you. And there's a noticeable difference between when your mom hits you and when she hits your dad. Did you ever notice? What difference? Well, when your mom hits you, she's just putting on a show. But when she hits your dad, she's usually genuinely striking. Huh. I always thought it was all pretend. Jiang Chun had never heard it put that way before, but after Su Qingqing pointed it out and thought about it, it actually seemed quite true. His mom was always quite fierce toward his dad. Do you know the reason? Su Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. No idea. Jiang Chun shook his head blankly. You know? Something like that. Your mom hasn't said it directly, but roughly that's the idea. There's only one son, can't be exchanged or returned, so she can't really hit him hard. If he holds a grudge, he'll take care of her in her old age. But a husband is different. If he really asks for it, she'll deal with him. And if that doesn't work, she can always find another one. Jiang Chun was utterly speechless upon hearing this. So that was how his mom thought. No wonder. Sigh. He couldn't help but feel sorry for his dad for 1 second. For the remaining 99 seconds. Meanwhile, in the new home by Swan Lake, comrade Jiang Daping lay soundly asleep on their Simmons mattress, blissfully cuddling his wife. He was sleeping soundly when suddenly a nightmare startled him awake. Seeing his wife still beside him, he felt somewhat reassured, but remembering the nightmare, he reached out to touch her. Who knew his wife's response would be? Smack. An unforgiving slap. By the way, how did you meet my mom? Jiang Chun noticed Su Qingqing seemed quite familiar with his mother, so he curiously asked. That was several years ago. We met in a yoga class. Su Qingqing didn't hold anything back, saying directly, we got along well, hit it off, and as our relationship grew closer, we became good sisters. Several years ago. I should have not yet started university back then, right? No, probably still in middle school. Huh. So that means I was just a little brat back then. Pretty much. Su Qingqing said while her thoughts drifted back several years. When she first met Song Mei, she found her straightforward and candid, even going out of her way to help her out of difficulties on several occasions out of loyalty. She had been fortunate back then to have made such a good friend. But she never expected that years later she would end up entangled with her good sister's son and incidentally plant a few seeds that would blossom and bear fruit. And thinking back to when she first met Song Mei, this Jiang Chun had truly been just a little brat. Perhaps this is fate. The reality you perceive today was quietly seeded long ago at some point in the distant past. Then came a period of silence. Su Qingqing felt a bit drowsy, closed her eyes trying to sleep, but after a while she still couldn't drift off. So she had to poke Jiang Chun beside her again with her elbow. Let's keep talking. About what? Thanks to his enhanced physique, Jiang Chun wasn't sleepy anyway. Anything will do. Well, I've told you about me and my parents. Why don't you tell me about yours? There's not much to say about me and my parents. But I can tell you about my personality and hobbies so you can get to know me better. Okay. Actually, my personality is quite cheerful. I just prefer quiet over activity and don't particularly like crowded places. And that's nice. My hobbies are also quite simple, like taking walks alone when free, listening to music, reading books, sitting in a corner of the park meditating, and also playing the Xiao flute. What? A surge of excitement rippled through Jiang Chen's heart. Wang Defa, the renowned goddess professor of Sihai University, gifted and versatile, she could actually do that. However, aren't you the icy goddess? Really? Su Qingqing had initially remained composed, but Jiang Chen's reaction startled her. She quickly grasped the implication. After all, she was an adult. Regarding such matters, although she had never dated, she had certainly heard enough to understand. So she knew at least a little. That's not what you think. It's about playing a wind instrument. Su Qingqing realized she had been misunderstood, in precisely that manner, and her delicate cheeks flushed crimson all at once. She hurriedly explained. Ahem, you should have said so earlier. I thought. Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Exactly. She was the celebrated cold goddess of Sea High University. How could she possibly do that? Because of this incident, Su Qingxing felt utterly mortified, her face burning with shame. Fortunately, it was dark enough to hide her embarrassment. To divert attention, she promptly turned the conversation and asked Jiang Chun a question. But she regretted it as soon as she asked. That can you do it? No, I can't. I only know how to whistle. Oh, then an awkward silence descended. Su Qingxing never imagined she would ever experience such a humiliating day, saying something so crude in front of a man, even though she hadn't intended it that way at all. But that word. It had been ruined, twisted into something unbearable to contemplate. And she had spoken it so casually without a second thought. It was inexcusable. Only, no wonder men are pigs in disguise. Su Qingxing couldn't help but shoot Jiang Chun a covert, embarrassed glare. What filthy thoughts. Ridiculous. That said, even though the darkness made it hard to see clearly, that pig's face was extremely handsome, sharp features full of virile charm. One glance was enough to make her want to look again. Truthfully, he might be the most handsome boy she had ever seen. Recalling how diligently he had cared for her and the baby over these past days, her heart stirred with an unusual sensation. What if she gave him a little sweetness? Su Qingxing's mind immediately conjured some unspeakable flustered images. Quickly snapping back to reality, she startled at her own shocking thoughts. Since when had she become so impure? Her delicate face flushed crimson once more. But that, even if she were to give everything to that pig, even if she helped him with that, it absolutely could not be now. It would have to be much later. Forget it. For now she would firmly ignore that pig. It would save her from this tangled mess of emotions. Wah, wah. Just then the baby in the nearby crib suddenly cried out. At night the baby was usually tended by Jiang Chun, but Su Qingxing was still awake and naturally went to check. However, before she could even rise, Jiang Chun was already there, faster than her, arriving at the crib in an instant. He must be hungry again. The newborn had not yet begun nursing and Jiang Chun was accustomed to night feedings. After checking and changing the diaper, he gently touched his finger near the baby's lips, and the baby immediately began suckling. Still hungry, Jiang Chun said with a doting smile. Su Qingxing, still somewhat resentful from earlier, deliberately avoided speaking to him. She leaned over, picked up the baby, and began feeding. The moment the baby had milk, the crying ceased. It seemed the little miss was indeed upset. Jiang Chun noticed as well. He shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. Thus, in an awkward silence, the two cooperated as usual, feeding all three babies until they were full. After feeding the babies, Jiang Chun continued with the aftermath, burping each one and lulling them to sleep. Ding. Host has cohabited with his wife for 1 day. Perfect and unforgettable. Congratulations. You have earned a reward 100 yuan in cash and 1 lottery draw. Early the next morning, Jiang Chun was awakened by the system's voice. Because he had stayed up until the early hours. Even with his enhanced constitution, he still woke later than usual. But upon hearing the system's notification, he couldn't help but groan inwardly. Perfect. Honestly, that hardly qualified. Only something like a wedding night could truly be called perfect. As for unforgettable, that he admitted was truly memorable. Lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a luck card. A luck card. Good stuff. After that, Jiang Chun got up, checked on the 3 little ones, freshened up, and went to cook. After all, the mother was still in postpartum recovery, taking care of things was only right. With his divine-level culinary skills, making breakfast was effortless. Time to get up and eat, he called out to the bedroom. No. Su Qingxing replied. She had just woken as well. Given last night's events, sleep was impossible. She yawned and prepared to get up and wash. Her stomach was already growling, and since tasting Jiang Chen's cooking yesterday, she was filled with anticipation for his breakfast. As for Jiang Chen himself, she rather dreaded meeting his gaze. There was no helping it. There had been far too many moments lately that made her wish she could bury herself alive. After washing up, Su Qingxing arrived at the dining table. On the table were scallion pancakes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, pan-fried eggs, and vegetable congee. One glance told her it looked exquisite and delicious. But just as she was about to eat, she suddenly noticed the portions were quite small. It seemed the breakfast had been made only for her. She couldn't help but ask with concern, "Have you already had breakfast?" You go ahead." "I've already eaten," Jiang Chun replied with a gentle smile, pushing the stroller toward the balcony to let the 3 newborns get some sunshine. Newborns are prone to jaundice, and sunlight exposure helps reduce it. Buzz. Just then Jiang Chen's phone rang. Jiang Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was his classmate Zheng Chong. "Hey Changzi, what's up?" "Jiang Chen, something's wrong." Zheng Chong's voice was urgent as soon as the call connected. "Something wrong? Who?" "Lu Wei. Lu Wei got dumped." "Dumped? That guy never even had a relationship, did he? How could he be dumped?" "Oh, it's all because of you." "Because of me, eh?" "Yeah, forget it, just check the WeChat group." Jiang Chen hung up and opened WeChat. The 303 WeChat group had already exploded with over 99 messages. After scrolling through them, Jiang Chen finally understood what had happened. It turned out that Lu Wei had gone and provoked Feng Rongrong. Feng Rongrong was a senior 1 year above him. With her outstanding looks and figure, she had once been hailed as one of the campus beauties. Throughout her 4 years of university, countless boys had pursued her. She had publicly changed boyfriends 7 or 8 times, and privately it was said there were many more. As for the simps trailing behind her, they were even more numerous. Unfortunately, Lu Wei was one of those simps. Over the past few years, he had wasted far too much time, energy, and of course money on Feng Rongrong. He was always at her beck and call, coming when summoned and leaving when dismissed. He had even stooped to the absurdity of washing her boyfriend's socks. And what did he get in return? Maybe a smile from the goddess Feng or a meal together, but never anything more intimate. He couldn't even hold her hand. As for anything else, forget it. He didn't even have the privilege to lick her boots. After repeated disappointments, Lu Wei. Finally, he steeled his resolve and woke up from the delusion of being a simp. But recently something had snapped in his mind. Out of nowhere, he started simping again, spending a fortune, and even boldly confessing his love in public. The result was predictable. The gift he had carefully prepared, costing thousands, was thrown into the trash by Feng Rongrong without even a glance. Then right in front of him, she got into the luxury car of a middle-aged man. Lu Wei couldn't take it anymore and was on the verge of a breakdown. His buddies tried to console him, asking why he put himself through this, but he actually defended himself. He had liked her for so many years, and giving up felt like a waste. Besides, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Even the master can take maternity leave. With Brother Chen's successful example before him, he wasn't aiming for the master. He just wanted to be bold enough to let his beloved senior take maternity leave. Was that too much to ask? Wasn't it reasonable? Well, reasonable. Very reasonable. But still, that's pretty bold. After learning the details, Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead and mutter a few complaints. In the 303 WeChat group, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were desperately trying to talk Lu Wei out of it. Weizi, give it up. That Feng Rongrong is clearly playing you. To be blunt, Feng Rongrong has so many boyfriends, both openly and secretly. She's practically a public bus. You could like anyone, but you chose a bus. Your heart is too big. Jiang Chen chimed in as well. Weizi, think it through. That senior Feng Rongrong is way too deep. You can't handle her. Yeah, Weizi. The senior is too deep. You can't handle her. One. Too deep, can't handle one. Facing his buddy's advice, Lu Wei still seemed reluctant. To be honest, I didn't want to either. But these past 2 days, Feng Rongrong took the initiative to ask me out, gave me all kinds of hints, smiled at me on her own, and even held my hand. I know it sounds pathetic, but in all my life, no girl has ever smiled at me like that. I've never even held a girl's hand before. So, I was genuinely confused. I thought she had feelings for me. But I never expected that in just 1 day she would dump me like a used rag and get into some middle-aged man's car. Sigh. Weizi, that Feng Rongrong was just using you as a pawn to get the attention of her real target. What feelings for you? To put it bluntly, Weizi, if she won't even let you touch her, she's definitely just messing with you. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were indignant, as if they had suddenly been transported back to their college days. They were all good buddies from the same dorm, with a truly unbreakable bond. At this point, Jiang Chen also offered his advice. Weizi, do you know the biggest difference between you and Feng Rongrong's boyfriends? It's not about looks or anything. It's that you're poor. So the most important thing is for you to pull yourself together and become rich as soon as possible. Brother Chun is right. Weizi, if you were rich, just imagine. With Feng Rongrong's style, she'd be crawling into your bed in the middle of the night begging you to have your way with her. Yeah, Weizi, pull yourself together. I want to become rich too, but I just don't have a way. No way? Asked Brother Chun. Right. No way? Asked Brother Chun. Brother Chun, don't hold out on us this time. Look, you've already won over your goddess. Su got a wife and child. Just share your secret to getting rich. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao all started clamoring. Jiang Chun was momentarily speechless. While the truth was he did have a secret to getting rich, just lying there every day and tens of thousands would roll in. But that was because of his system cheat. He scratched his head thinking, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He actually did come up with a secret to getting rich. Earlier, the system had rewarded him with a piece of business information. At first, Jiang Chen thought it was a business opportunity, but it turned out to be a divine-level barbecue technique. In fact, with his current culinary skills, he could already make delicious barbecue, even comparable in taste. But compared to that, this divine-level barbecue technique was more professional, more commercialized, and perfect for large-scale business applications. Jiang Chen was now busy taking care of his wife and child, so he couldn't spare the time. This would be a perfect opportunity for them to try their hand at it. However, before Jiang Chen could say anything, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao had already started arguing over the so-called secret to getting rich. Hey guys, I'm already in such a miserable state, and you two still want to compete with me. Could you show a little conscience? Ahem, Weizi, we also want to be like Brother Chun. Strike it rich overnight, marry a white-skinned beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Besides, your misery is just that. You failed to simp your goddess. But hey, you never succeeded before either. Right. Actually, your worst moment was just washing your goddess's boyfriend's socks. To be honest, I've done that too. What the hell? Xiangzi, you big-eyed, honest-looking guy, you've actually done that. No wait, you've simped too. Truly miserable. You think washing your goddess's socks is the worst. Wrong. Actually, let me let you in on a secret. I've even washed the goddess's boyfriend's underwear. Lu Wei's final statement left the joking Zheng Chang and Wu Hao utterly dumbfounded. They were practically stunned. What the hell? You even washed the goddess's boyfriend's underwear. Okay. You're the most miserable, you're the most awesome. To be honest, the moment Lu Wei spoke those words, not only Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, but even Jiang Chun were left utterly stunned. No wait. This kind of thing would make even a cow pause for 3 seconds. Jiang Chun had previously thought that helping his goddess's boyfriend wash socks was already absurd enough, but now there was someone offering to wash underwear too. And what was even more outrageous, no exaggeration here, was that it turned out to be his good buddy from the same dormitory. This Lu Wei, he's really got it rough. Jiang Chun knew Lu Wei as a genuine and simple-hearted person with no malicious intent. Upon learning of his wretched circumstances, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh for a moment before sharing the details of the wealth-building secret with him. Lu Wei readily agreed. All right then, brother Chen, I'll find time to visit your place. I've come to realize something. Money is a man's backbone. I swear I'll make money, I'll make big money. One day I'll make that phone Rong understand. Back then you ignored me, but now I'm beyond your reach. Never underestimate the ambition of youth. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Hold on, Lu Wei, don't speak too soon. Jiang Chun quickly advised. Come take a look first and decide if you want to do it. After making arrangements with Lu Wei, Jiang Chun prepared to make some barbecue. On his way down to buy groceries, he also picked up barbecue ingredients and seasonings. His home kitchen already had grilling equipment, which saved him the trouble. Since this was a god-tier grilling technique focused on commercial application, speed and batch production were crucial. Naturally, there was no need for the meticulous attention to detail aimed at achieving an ultimate taste experience. And of course, the texture and flavor turned out to be equally unparalleled. The secret lay entirely in that specially prepared barbecue dipping sauce. While making barbecue, Su Qingsheng was taking care of the child in the living room and had smelled the kitchen aroma long ago. Several times, she pushed the stroller past the kitchen doorway, and only when the grilling was complete did the rich scent of barbecue fill the air. She could no longer restrain herself. Like a kitten catching the scent of fish and spotting it, she felt an unbearable itch in her heart until she could devour a proper meal. Give it a taste. This is my first time grilling this way. See how it tastes. When Jiang Chun saw Su Qingsheng arrive, he immediately picked up a freshly grilled skewer and offered it to her. Su Qingsheng didn't refuse. After taking the skewer, she didn't wait for it to cool and immediately took a small bite. For 3 seconds, she stood frozen, her mind going blank, because it was simply too delicious. It was so exquisite, simply explosive on the taste buds. Su Qingsheng would swear that from the moment she was born she had never tasted such wonderful barbecue. Thus, a generously portioned skewer was quickly finished by her. Could I have a few more? Su Qingsheng felt somewhat embarrassed about her ravenous appetite. She worried outsiders might think she was starving, though she'd actually eaten a decent breakfast. Go ahead, eat as many as you like. Having just finished one skewer himself, Jiang Chun perfectly understood Su Qingsheng's craving. He handed her the entire bunch of freshly grilled skewers, over a dozen in total, saying, "Go sit in the living room and eat there. There's smoke in the kitchen." Su Qingsheng took them excitedly, about to head to the living room when she suddenly realized, "I'm taking all the skewers. How will you eat?" "Don't worry about it, take them. I'll keep grilling. Besides, it doesn't matter who eats them," Jiang Chun said with a smile, never stopping his hands. "It doesn't matter who eats them." Su Qingsheng caught the double meaning in his words and shot him an amused glance, then took the skewers and pushed the stroller into the living room without further hesitation. Just then Song Mei video called. It was perfect timing. She could chat with her best friend while enjoying the fragrant barbecue. Song Mei was usually focused on her grandchildren, so seeing Su Qingsheng devouring skewers surprised her. As a close friend, she knew Su Qingsheng wasn't typically a foodie and had never been particular about what she ate. Secondly, the skewers were simply irresistible. They must have just been grilled, golden in color, sizzling with oil. Just watching them on video made her mouth water. "Are you eating barbecue, Qingsheng? Those look delicious." "Yeah, your son grilled them." "Want some?" "Your son grilled them." "That's wonderful then. I'll come over sometime to taste them." "No problem." After that, the two chatted about daily life and cooed at the children through the video call. Then Song Mei shifted the topic, asking about Su Qingsheng's recent experience. "How was it, Qingsheng? Did my son behave well? Did he bother you?" "It was fine," Su Qingsheng replied. But thinking back to yesterday and last night, the great pork trotter had actually behaved reasonably well, except for occasionally overeating at certain times during the day or evening. "Fine. Then that's good," Song Mei said happily. "I was really worried that boy wouldn't know better and might embarrass you by moving in with you suddenly. By the way, Qingsheng, how are you?" Song Mei followed up. "How's your recovery?" "Overall, it's going pretty well. The wound doesn't hurt as much anymore." Su Qingsheng answered honestly, but rubbed her belly with a somewhat complaining expression. "It's your son's cooking that's too good. In just this short time, I already feel like I've gained weight." While complaining, she still kept stuffing barbecue into her mouth. Song Mei laughed at this. "Gaining a little weight is good. That means you're well nourished. Only with proper nutrition can you produce enough milk. Looks like those 3 little ones definitely won't go hungry." Su Qingsheng heard this and couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. Sigh, this goes beyond just having sufficient nutrition and milk. I feel like I've been eating more and more lately, almost turning into a pig. What should I do? As she thought this, a wave of guilt struck her heart. so she quickly took several more bites of skewers to calm her nerves. After finishing the call with Song, Mei Su Qingcheng had also finished her dozen or so skewers, still feeling unsatisfied. She wanted to eat more, but couldn't. Her stomach felt uncomfortably full. Finished so quickly. Jiang Chun had just finished another batch and came to the living room. Seeing the pile of empty skewers in front of Su Qingcheng, he was surprised. Those were over 10 skewers. Can you even handle eating them all so fast? Those words hit right where it hurt for Su Qingcheng. But honestly, those skewers were simply too delicious. After the first one, she couldn't stop eating, as if addicted. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Could you rub it for me? Sure, but be careful next time. Don't eat so much all at once. Okay, definitely next time. In the afternoon, Lu Wei arrived. He carried a bag of fruit and a baby rattle he had bought for the child. Jiang Xin opened the door and welcomed him in. Wei Zi, you didn't need to bring anything. Hey, it's nothing much, Lu Wei said. This rattle is specially for the baby. Lu Wei entered the room, placed the fruit and rattle on the table, and greeted Su Qingcheng, hello sister-in-law. He then played with the baby for a moment before eagerly following Jiang Chun to the kitchen. Chenggu, what's the secret to getting rich? Thinking about future success and marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman. Lu Wei could hardly contain his eagerness. But upon entering the kitchen and seeing the barbecue ingredients, seasonings, and already grilled skewers, he was taken aback. This? You're not asking me to learn how to barbecue, are you? That's right, it's barbecue, Jiang Chun said with a smile. Damn. Lu Wei's face showed reluctance. So after all this, the secret to wealth is just barbecue. Chenggu, you're not messing with me, are you? Why would I mess with you? Don't underestimate barbecue. If you do it well, you'll have a life of luxury. Jiang Xin picked up a skewer and handed it to Lu Wei. Try it first, then talk. Try it. Lu Wei took the skewer skeptically. The skewer in his hand had been grilled for a while and was now a bit cold. He expected it wouldn't taste great. In fact, he had once worked part-time at a barbecue restaurant. He thought barbecue was just so nothing special. Thinking this, Lu Wei put the skewer into his mouth, took a bite, and chewed gently. Suddenly he jolted. Wowee. The taste was incredibly delicious. Holy shit. Holy shit. His eyes were wide open, an expression of utter disbelief. In a few quick bites, he finished the skewer in his hand, still unsatisfied, then eyed the skewers on the plate. He lunged over, grabbed one, and was about to eat, when he suddenly remembered to ask, Chenggu, can I have more? Go ahead. They were left for you, Jiang Chen said. During their 4 years of college, the roommates in the dormitory had a good relationship. Lu Wei was especially good. Once Jiang Chen got into a dispute while playing basketball. The opposing side was a crowd of tall, burly men, but Lu Wei showed no fear, charging forward first to shield Jiang Chen. One day Jiang Chen missed class due to something. It happened that the teacher was extremely strict and 2 absences would disqualify one from the exam. Jiang Chen had already missed 1 class, so Lu Wei gave up his own opportunity to answer the roll call for Jiang Chen, thereby saving Jiang Chen's exam eligibility. For these reasons, Jiang Chen had reason to give his brother a hand. Of course, his brother was also quite pitiful. Not only was he a simp, but he even washed his goddess's boyfriend's underwear. This is fucking truly a rare misery in the world. Lu Wei had always been a foodie. When he encountered delicious food, his eyes would light up, and he couldn't move his legs. Now hearing Jiang Chen say it was all for him, he simply devoured all the skewers on the plate in one go. Finally, he wiped his greasy mouth, satisfied and relaxed. Holy shit. Delicious, delicious. This skewer is so damn tasty. Lu Wei praised in rapid succession. Now do you understand why this is the secret to wealth? I understand. But Chenggu, did you use magic or some divine technique? How come the skewers are so delicious? I finished it, and it was so good I wanted to cry. It's not that exaggerated. Whether the skewers are good depends on the ingredients, grilling method, and heat control. But the key to the flavor of my skewers is this barbecue seasoning. Barbecue seasoning. Yes, this is a family recipe. With this seasoning, even shoe soles would taste good. After that, Jiang Chun demonstrated the main content of the divine level barbecue technique, including ingredient selection, grilling method, heat control, etc. To Lu Wei, these things were actually quite simple. An ordinary person could learn after watching twice. Moreover, Lu Wei had worked in a barbecue restaurant, so learning these was a piece of cake. As for the most crucial barbecue seasoning, Jiang Chun had to prepare it himself. It wasn't that Jiang Chun intentionally held back, but because it required some techniques and skills from divine-level culinary arts. Even if Jiang Chun wanted to teach, Lu Wei simply couldn't learn. Wei Zi, tell me, how is this barbecue? Does it have a future? Awesome, absolutely awesome. Of course there's a huge future. Lu Wei was excited. As long as this barbecue is launched with this flavor, I tell you, Chenggu, even gods would be unable to walk away. It's guaranteed to take the entire Sihai city by storm. Every street, every alley, men and women, young and old. Everyone will love this. Lu Wei had worked in a barbecue restaurant before. He knew what those barbecues tasted like. Compared to Jiang Chun's, they were simply garbage. Jiang Chen's barbecue, as long as it was launched, no doubt it would definitely be a hit. Just consider lamb skewers. If each skewer is sold for 4 yuan, selling 1,000 a day would be 40 yuan a day, over $1 million a year. Sell 100 a day, that would be 40 a day, over 10 million a year. Thinking about how much money he could make in the future, Lu Wei was excited and rubbing his hands together. Damn it. When I have money, the first thing is to throw money at that phone. Rong. smash her face curse, and interrogate her make her kneel on the ground, crying in regret best cry, for 3 days and nights, then I'll consider whether to forgive her or not. Chinga thanks. That woman Feng Rongrong played me this time, and I've been feeling bad lost my job. Lately I feel like there's no way out in life. Weizi, what are you thanking for? We're classmates and good brothers, you're being too formal. Besides, we don't know how it'll turn out yet. You set up the barbecue stall first, then we'll talk. Okay. Jiang Chen saw Lu Wei off. After returning, he saw the baby was still sleeping peacefully, nothing to worry about. He went to the kitchen again to mess around with some food, 13-spice crawfish, stir-fried clams, foil-wrapped grilled fish, garlic grilled, oysters, etc. This time it wasn't for experimenting with dishes. It was purely because he was craving and wanted to satisfy his urge. And to be honest, damn, the food he made was really delicious. While Jiang Shun was busy cooking, Su Qingxing smelled the aroma and came over again. Naturally, she had a bit of everything. Then as expected, she ate too much again. Why do you always eat so much? You eat too much and then make me rub your belly. Can't you control yourself? Jiang Chun said helplessly. It's all your fault. Why do you make so much delicious food for no reason? And you keep changing it up, first skewers, now crawfish, oysters, clams. This makes it impossible for a person to resist sinning. So making delicious food is a crime. Fine, next time I'll just cook badly. No, I'm kidding. Just keep doing your normal thing. After a bit of banter, Su Qingxing suddenly became shy, her face flushed as she stared at Jiang Chun, making him feel uneasy. Jiang Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? Did I rub too hard? Did I make you uncomfortable? No, not really. Then why are you looking at me like that? Is it possible that I'm looking at you like this because you've been rubbing the wrong spot for a while? Jiang Chen looked down and saw it was true. Ahem, old habits, don't mind. I'll change it now. After returning from Jiang Chen's place, Lu Wei began his plan to get rich. He bought a second-hand barbecue set and a used tricycle, then tried making a batch using Jiang Chen's barbecue sauce. Satisfied with the flavor, he decided to set up a stall. Lacking funds for a shop, he could only start with a street stall. Meanwhile, Zheng Chong and Wu Hao were curious about the secret to wealth. After finally locating Lu Wei on a food street, they were astonished to find him running a barbecue stall by the roadside. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Lu Wei, didn't you get the secret to riches from Jiang Chan? Why are you setting up a stall? Don't tell me the secret is just running a stall. Lu Wei shot them an annoyed look. What's wrong with a stall? Can't a stall make you rich? His words confirmed their suspicion. The secret was indeed just running a stall. Damn, it really is. Wei, you begged for that secret, and this is it. Jiang Chun must have tricked you. But who knows? There are 360 trades, and every trade has its master. Maybe Wei will reach the peak of life and marry a beautiful rich girl by running a stall. They laughed sarcastically, but Lu Wei didn't mind. Having been college roommates for 4 years, he knew their personalities all too well. He began making skewers. With the divine barbecue sauce, the skewers sizzled, releasing an irresistible aroma that made Zheng Chong and Wu Hao's mouths water. But since Lu Wei was a newcomer with a fresh stall, the passers-by, though numerous, didn't stop to buy. Some were drawn by the aroma, but hesitated and moved on after glancing at his stall. Wei, since no one's buying, why not let us try some? Yeah, we can give you feedback. All right. Lu Wei was inexperienced. He noticed crowds at other stalls while his remained empty, doubting his own cooking. You can taste but one skewer each at most. I need to sell the rest. No problem. Zheng Chong and Wu Hao agreed readily, but the moment they bit into the skewers, their taste buds exploded with delight. They couldn't stop exclaiming. Then they couldn't stop eating. Lu Wei, anxious about not making a sale, turned around to find half the skewers gone. He fumed, damn you two pigs. You've eaten most of them. How can I do business now, Wei, your skewers are insanely delicious. We couldn't resist. Just then 4 or 5 scantily dressed beauties approached the stall. Boss, are you selling skewers? How much each? These beauties were students from a nearby dance academy. Attracted by the aroma, they hesitated briefly before coming over. Lu Wei still pretending to hit Zheng, and Wu immediately broke into a smile. Yes, 4 yuan each for lamb skewers. Then give me 5, said the lead girl. Coming right up. Lu Wei had pre-grilled some skewers to attract customers with aroma and reduce wait time, but since this was his first order, he decided to grill fresh ones out of respect. Sizzle, sizzle. The 5 lamb skewers soon turned golden and released a mouth-watering fragrance. 5 skewers, here you go. Thanks. The lead girl handed one to each of her friends. Despite the heat, they took a bite, overwhelmed by the allure. Unanimously, their faces showed surprise and admiration. Delicious. Boss, 5 more. No, 5 each. Coming right up. Lu Wei was overjoyed. His first sale had struck gold. With that first order, especially from eye-catching beauties, more customers followed. Everyone who tasted the skewers was amazed and full of praise. Lu Wei was soon overwhelmed with work. Zheng Chong and Wu Hao pitched in. Within 2 to 3 hours, all skewers were sold out. After deducting costs, net profit was over 800 yuan. Damn, 2 to 3 hours and over 800 net profit. That's way better than my job. Zheng Chong and Wu Hao were amazed, and Lu Wei was ecstatic. He was one step closer to throwing money at Feng Rongrong. He immediately called Jiang Chen to report. Bro Chun, great success today. Sold out in under 3 hours, earned over 800. Half for you, half for me. I'll transfer the money now. Nice, Jiang Chun said on the phone. But forget the money. You're just starting out earning hard-earned cash. Besides, a few hundred is nothing to me. Lu Wei thought about it. True. Jiang Chen's car alone was worth nearly 2 million. A few hundred was indeed trivial. All right, bro Chun. I'll keep a record. When we figure out a profit split, I can't let you take all the loss. Back at Bishui residence, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing were watching TV in the living room. She had overheard the call. Your classmate is decent. He's using your recipe and willing to share profits, Su Qingqing said. But from your tone, are you planning to dive into the food industry? Pretty much, Jiang Chen replied. Oh, you really are. Her eyes lit up. How big do you expect to scale a? She admired his ability to make money, as few fresh graduates achieved his level. So hearing his entrepreneurial intentions piqued her interest. Maybe a few trillion. What? Trillions? You're bragging. Su Qingqing didn't believe him. In truth, Jiang Chun didn't believe it either. He was just speaking casually. As for the barbecue business, his current plan was simple. Since he had no time, he could help his buddy while testing the market. If he continued, he would need to put in more effort. With his divine barbecue skills and a system that gave him an edge, opening thousands or even tens of thousands of wildly successful barbecue shops would be quite reasonable, right? But for now, he was just daydreaming. He enjoyed cooking, taking care of his wife and child, and earning money effortlessly while lying around. Life was wonderful. Why would he bother with the grueling effort of starting a business? He had little motivation. The weather forecast predicted rain that evening. And indeed, around 8 or 9 o'clock, there was a sudden crack of thunder. A massive bolt of lightning slashed across the sky, followed by a deafening peal of thunder that echoed through the night. The rain began to pour down heavily. After days of sweltering heat, the rain had finally arrived. It was a rare and precious rainy night. After Jiang Chun coaxed the 3 little ones to sleep, he relaxed on the side, scrolling through videos. Su Qingqing was also still awake, engrossed in reading a book. Just as she was deeply absorbed, she suddenly coughed once, her throat ticklish, and then burst into a violent fit of coughing that lasted for quite a while, before she finally recovered. Why are you coughing so badly? You must have internal heat, right? Jiang Chen asked. I guess so. Su Qingqing took a sip of water to soothe her throat. I usually only cough a little, but I don't know what happened today. My throat is itchy and a bit painful. Come on, open your mouth. Jiang Chen approached Su Qingqing. What are you doing? Su Qingqing was puzzled. Jiang Chen's sudden request left her suspicious. Could he have ill intentions? Let me check your throat to see if you really have internal heat. Seeing how wary the girl was, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Su Qingqing said, but hesitated. Opening her mouth for a man to inspect, it was a bit intimate, wasn't it? Especially when he was such a jerk. Open wider, or I won't be able to see. Under Jiang Chen's further instructions, Su Qingqing reluctantly opened her mouth, even wider, her delicate pink tongue inadvertently poking out slightly. Jiang Chen shone a small flashlight inside and examined carefully. After a moment, he put the flashlight down. You do have internal heat. There's some inflammation in your throat, but it's not too severe. I'll make you some special honey pear water later. Once you drink it, the coughing will stop. Jiang Chun possessed the parenting mastery skill. Although it primarily focused on infant care, handling minor daily health issues was no problem for him either. Of course, if Su Qingqing's cough were more serious, only a doctor could help. He had his limits. Who knew you knew so much? Su Qingqing praised him, noticing his confident demeanor. Of course, who am I if not multi-talented? Jiang Chen showed no modesty at all. He continued, by the way, internal heat is often caused by diet. You haven't been watching what you eat lately. You've been eating everything. That's what's causing the problem. You need to be more careful from now on. Internal heat can be passed to the baby through breastfeeding. Got it. Su Qingqing's face flushed. She thought this jerk, though young beyond reason, seemed to know everything. Good, just remember that. Jiang Chen smiled. He was about to head to the kitchen to prepare the honey pear water when he suddenly heard coughing from the crib area. Cough, cough. Jiang Chun went over and checked, discovering all 3 little ones were showing the same symptoms as Su Qingqing, internal heat. See, it came true, just as I said. Jiang Chun told Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's face turned red all of a sudden. Then she suddenly thought of a more crucial question and blurted out, you actually ate even more than the 3 kids, so why aren't you the one with internal heat and coughing? Her face grew hot the moment she asked. It was regrettable she'd even brought it up. Jiang Chun was caught off guard by this question. What do you mean I ate more than the 3 kids? I'm a decent guy. Don't slander my reputation, okay? Well, the reason is simple. Because I'm an adult. Jiang Chen finished making the honey pear water. He gave some to Su Qingqing first, and the effect was immediate. The itchiness and pain in her throat greatly subsided. He then diluted it with water and fed it to the 3 little ones one by one. Soon the children stopped coughing and fell into a peaceful, comfortable sleep. This honey pear water was brewed exactly according to the recipe the system provided. As for why it was so effective, he couldn't really explain it himself. His answer would always be God-tier skill. Not bad, you really have some skills. Su Qingqing praised enthusiastically and proactively peeled an apple for Jiang Chun. I worked hard for all this, and my reward is just an apple. What else did you want as a reward? At least something like this. Jiang Chen smiled and tapped his cheek with his finger. Su Qingqing's pretty face flushed red. She spat back, maybe you should just go to sleep. Dreams can give you anything you want. Suddenly buzz, her phone rang. It was Su Qingqing's phone. Su Qingqing picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, and her expression changed. She looked up at Jiang Chun and said, "It's my mom calling." Her mom. Jiang Chun was a bit surprised. During this time together, he had grown accustomed to his own parents. Su Qingqing rarely contacted her family, and he had nearly forgotten that she also had a mother and father. Seeing Su Qingqing's rather troubled expression, Jiang Chun thought she might have something to discuss with her mother that she wouldn't want him to overhear. So he said, "You go ahead and answer. I'll go take a shower. It's fine, having you listen is okay too." Su Qingqing pulled Jiang Chun back to his seat, then pressed the answer button. "Mom." A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end, full of concern. "Qingqing, how have you and the baby been lately? Are you both doing well? Do you still have enough money over there?" "Mom, we're both fine. Money isn't a problem." "That's good. Are you?" A sigh came from the phone. "You and your father are both too stubborn, neither willing to yield. Now look, your father stays home depressed and sighing all day. He cares about you deep down, but he's just too proud to admit it. And you being away from home, with the baby suffering on your own. If it weren't for your father's poor health and all the company matters, I would have come over directly. Mom, you don't need to come. If my father finds out, he'll get angry with you again. Besides, I'm doing fine. No need to worry. That's what I say, but what mother wouldn't worry about her daughter giving birth alone away from home? By the way, how is that guy treating you? Did his family look down on you?" "No, he and his family have been very kind to me." Su Qingqing glanced at Jiang Chun. "As long as he treats you well, that's what matters." "All right then, Qingqing. I won't talk too long. We'll stay in touch on WeChat. I'm calling you behind your father's back right now. Once I convince him, the two of us will go to Sihai together to see you and the baby." "Okay, Mom." Su Qingqing hung up the phone. She looked at Jiang Chun, wanting to share something, but hesitated and ultimately said nothing. Jiang Chun had many questions, like what exactly happened between her and her parents. But since she wasn't willing to talk about it for now, he wouldn't force her. Unknowingly, the night deepened past midnight. Su Qingqing lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind preoccupied with thoughts, still unable to sleep. In the dark night, she softly called out toward Jiang Chun, who was lying on the other side. "Jiang Chun." She hadn't expected him to respond. But no sooner had she called out than a voice came back immediately. Huh, you're not asleep either." "Neither are you. I can't sleep because of that phone call." "What about you?" "I can't sleep because I feel heartache." "Heartache?" "Yes, I can't sleep because I ache for you. That's why I'm awake." Hearing this, Su Qingqing burst out laughing. "Get out of here." She lightly punched Jiang Chun with her tiny fist. Though she complained, her heart swelled with warmth. "Still, it's nice that you know how to care for someone. Then let me show my appreciation too." "How do you want to show it?" "How about I let you hold me while we sleep?" "What? You want me to hold you while you sleep?" Jiang Chun was startled, wondering when the little lady had become so bold in her demeanor. She was actually taking the initiative. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing's face was burning with embarrassment. To be honest, this was the first time she had been so bold and explicit, so after saying it, she felt incredibly shy and wanted to find a place to hide. Fortunately, it was dark, so her expression was hard to discern. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. "Let me hold you while you sleep." "No problem." For this little beast that had finally walked into the trap, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He unreservedly pulled Su Qingqing into his embrace. Su Qingqing's delicate body trembled, instantly freezing, as if she had been turned to ice, not daring to move a muscle. After a long while, she gradually relaxed. Then the two of them pretended to sleep, but how could they possibly fall asleep in such a state? "Let's talk a bit more," Su Qingqing said first. "About what?" Jiang Chun replied. "Anything, like what dreams you had when you were a child." "My childhood dreams. That's quite simple. I remember in elementary school, during class, the teacher asked many kids what they wanted to be when they grew up. Some said they wanted to be doctors or scientists, others said generals or martyrs. When it was my turn, I said I wanted to be a swordsman who could leap over roofs and vault over walls, which made the whole class burst into laughter. The teacher said to believe in science, that there was no such swordsman as I described. I insisted there was, just that they hadn't discovered it yet. Strangely enough, for a long time afterward, I truly believed the world was full of wonders, that martial arts and mystical arts must exist. I also took it for granted that one day I would have a fortuitous encounter and some reclusive master would pass on extraordinary skills to me. Because no matter what, being a swordsman was just too cool. Roaming the world with a sword, plucking flowers and leaves to kill. And with 10 steps one man is slain, 1,000 miles no trace remains. The deed done, I brush off my clothes and hide my name deep in the shadows. Su Qingqing listened intently and couldn't help interjecting. Exactly, that's the spirit. Basically upholding justice and drawing a sword to help when seeing injustice. But besides that, nothing else. Su Qingqing asked again. Yes, while wandering the world, it would be even better if a female swordswoman accompanied me. Jiang Chen said. You sure think big. Su Qingqing chuckled. And now do you still want to roam the world and be a chivalrous swordsman? Definitely not anymore. Besides, even if I wanted to, there's no such thing in this world, right? Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingqing in his arms. As for now, I just want to earn some money, support my wife and children, and live a simple, peaceful life. Su Qingqing's face flushed again when she heard Jiang Chen talk about supporting a wife, but she praised him. That's decent. At least you have a conscience. I must have won it, otherwise my mom would make sure I do. Jiangchen, why did I have to meet you? After a moment of silence, Su Qingqing suddenly spoke softly again. Maybe it's fate. Jiangchen scratched his head. Then will you be good to me in the future? Absolutely. You're my own wife. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Besides, with my mom around, if I dare to mistreat you, she'd be the first to disown me. By the way, since we're going to live together from now on, do you have any thoughts or requests? I don't have many requests, just that you don't bully me too much. Don't bully you too much. Does that mean I can bully you occasionally? Jiangchen teased deliberately. Get lost. Su Qingqing naturally understood what Jiangchen meant. Not that kind of bullying. Besides, in my current state, can you bully me? As she spoke, she cast a rather resentful look at Jiangchen. That little wife-like gaze immediately made Jiangchen feel a bit overwhelmed. It was too much for him. Then, if I don't bully you, I can at least kiss you, right? This time Su Qingqing didn't say a word. Instead, her face secretly reddened, and she quietly closed her eyes. The room fell into complete silence. For a moment, you could almost hear the sound of heartbeats. Su Qingqing, with her eyes closed, waited for a while. When she realized he hadn't moved, she felt a mix of anxiety and disappointment. Ah, this fool. Why is he so dense? I closed my eyes and said nothing. That's a clear consent. Just as she was feeling a bit disheartened, a warm breath suddenly rushed toward her. The next day, Su Qingqing slept until dawn and didn't wake up until after 9. Awake. Go wash up and have breakfast. Jiangchen, who was playing with the baby nearby, smiled at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing nodded. Just as she was about to get up and freshen up, Jiangchen stared at her with a puzzled look and asked, after sleeping, how did your lips get so swollen? Su Qingqing looked in the mirror and saw it was true. But she quickly figured out what had happened and shot him a resentful glance. You tell me. They're swollen because a dog kissed me. Jiangchen, suddenly realizing what she meant. Well, at the time he had indeed been a bit carried away by lust, but to be fair, this kind of thing, couldn't be entirely blamed on him. Just after breakfast, Song Mei's video call came through. But before she could even get a good look at her grandchildren, she was drawn to Su Qingqing. Qingqing, what happened to your lips? Why are they so swollen like two little sausages hanging there? My lips are swollen because I was bitten by a dog, Su Qingqing said lightly. Song Mei, bitten by a dog. But the brat didn't even have a dog at home. Suddenly a light bulb went off in her head, and she thought of a possibility. Her expression became as vivid as if she had discovered a new continent. Could it be that the brat? Song Mei sighed inwardly, thinking, why be so impatient? What if she got pregnant again before the postpartum period was over? What a mess. After thinking about this, Song Mei felt both surprised and helpless. She had given countless reminders and instructions, yet why couldn't he control his impatience? Although as a mother-in-law she naturally believed that more grandchildren were better as a close best friend, she didn't want to see Su Qingqing's health damaged or even collapse. Qingqing, did that brat bully you yesterday? No, your son treats me very well. No. Song Mei was somewhat surprised. I mean, did he force you to do anything? Like something you didn't want to do, but he insisted you do it, no alternative? Oh, if you're talking about that, there really are some things. What? Really? Hearing this, Song Mei got excited. This kid really doesn't take her words seriously at all. It's okay, Qingqing, just tell me. I'll handle it. If that brat really did something to you, don't worry, I'll break his damn legs. Sister Mei, it's not that serious. Your son just keeps forcing me to sleep on time and eat breakfast on time. Then what about the rest? As for the rest, recently both the baby and I have been feeling hot and coughing. Your son won't let me eat whatever I want, especially spicy food. Song Mei was utterly bewildered. How could this be? It felt like she was suddenly force-fed a mouthful of dog food. She thought to herself, what was going on with this Su Qingqing? She was trying to help her out of goodwill, not as a future mother-in-law, but as a close best friend. How could she start showing off their affection? Could they be working together? Was Qingqing also willing? Song Mei thought of this, her heart skipped a beat. She figured there was no denying this possibility. Her own son was so handsome and so charismatic. Over time, feelings would naturally grow between them. And since Su Qingqing was a young woman, it was also quite normal that she couldn't control herself. So she advised in a gentle tone. Qingqing, I know you young people have strong desires, but you just had a C-section and gave birth. You should restrain yourself when necessary. You really can't joke around with your body just for momentary pleasure. That pleasure is indeed satisfying, but the after-effects are still quite severe. For instance, there could be inflammation in that area or pelvic inflammatory disease, which greatly affects your body's recovery. Also, it can easily trigger a miscarriage. If you want to have a second or third child in the future, it won't be easy. Song Mei spoke with sincere earnestness, feeling she had poured out her whole heart, hoping her good sister could understand her good intentions. But Su Qingqing was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Sister Mei, what are you talking about? What inflammation, what miscarriage? Why can't I understand? Can't understand. This time Song Mei was a bit unhappy. Come on, they had been best sisters for years. They used to talk about everything with no secrets between them. How could she speak so sincerely now with words said to this extent? And Su Qingqing still played dumb, pretending not to understand. Were you closer to my son, or to me, your good sister? Just as she was about to say more, suddenly, Su Qingqing on the other end reacted. Oh, I understand. Sister Mei, do you think your son and I did that thing? But how could that be possible? I've always been very careful. I'm not very familiar with your son. We only just started kissing. So you and my son haven't. Song Mei couldn't believe it. No. Su Qingqing's tone was unequivocal. So far we're still in the stage of building our relationship. Last night, we just kissed. Because neither of us is very skilled, my lips are a bit swollen this morning. It's really not what you think. Besides, how could getting pregnant from just kissing all this? Song Mei held her head in her hands. Ahem, you should have said so earlier. I even thought. Alright, this time it's my fault. I overthought it and misunderstood you too. Su Qingqing was originally having the video call with Song Mei in the living room. But as she heard Song Mei's words getting more and more absurd, she felt embarrassed for Jiang Chun beside her to hear, so she went to the balcony. What was your mom telling you? Being so mysterious. When Su Qingqing finished the call on the balcony and came back, Jiang Chun asked. Nothing, just girl secrets. Su Qingqing certainly wouldn't tell him that Sister Mei misunderstood and thought she and the big lug had already done that thing, and she might even be pregnant before finishing her confinement period. Girls' secrets? Alright. Jiang Chun didn't ask further, because for this kind of thing asking would be pointless unless the other party was willing to tell voluntarily. Don't you want to know what secrets we talked about? Well, that depends on you. If you don't want to say, asking me is useless. Su Qingqing thought for a moment and revealed a little. Your mom just called and talked about my having a second or third child. What? Jiang Chun was surprised. Is your mom that urgent? We just had triplets and she's already thinking about a second or third child. Who knows? Maybe your mom still has the old generation's thinking, believing that more children bring more blessings. Su Qingqing said, the key point is if I really have a second or third child, what do you think? What else could I do? Just raise them. But I do have a wish. Since we already had 3 for the first child, I hope for 4 for the second child and 5 for the third child. 4 for the second child, 5 for the third. Wouldn't I become a Sao? It's okay. If you really become a So, I won't despise you. Get lost. Su Qingqing gave Jiang Chun an affectionate scolding glance. If I'm a So, then what are you? After the rain, the air was fresh. The weather wasn't too hot. Su Qingqing had been at home for many days during her confinement period. Feeling stifled, she wanted to go out for a walk. She also wanted to take the baby out to breathe fresh air and get in touch with nature. Jiang Chun saw that Su Qingqing was recovering well in all aspects. So he agreed. The two decided to visit a sculpture park near Bishiju. That sculpture park was a newly built internet-famous park in Sihai City. Besides various sculptures, the environment inside was elegant with abundant flora and fauna known as a natural oxygen bar. Therefore, many people went there to check in and play. Neither Jiang Chun nor Su Qingqing had been there before. They decided to take the baby for a stroll. After making proper protections for the baby, the family of 5 set out and soon arrived at the sculpture park. Due to the good weather, there were many visitors inside. Seeing Jiang Chun pushing the triplet stroller, many people were curious and amazed. Wow, triplet babies. It's the first time I've ever seen them. Tisk, the babies are so beautiful. My wife giving birth to twins for me, I felt like my ancestral grave was smoking. This young man, wow, actually having Dragon Phoenix triplets, amazing. This is what you call achieving everything in one step. But triplets are good and all. Raising 3 at once, the economic pressure must not be small. You're being too narrow-minded here, aren't you? These triplets are 2 girls and 1 boy. In other words, that's 1 construction bank and 2 merchant banks. People like him wouldn't need your worry. That's right. If I had such 3 kids, I'm afraid I'd laugh myself awake in my dreams at night. Hearing the passers-by's praises, Jiang Chun felt extremely satisfied inside. Which father wouldn't like his children being praised? Turning to glance at Su Qingqing beside him, his heart was even more relaxed. As expected of a top-tier goddess, since Su Qingqing was still in her confinement period and afraid of wind, when going out she had wrapped herself tightly, wearing long sleeves and long clothes with a hat and mask. But even so, she remained slim with magnificent curves. At a glance, one could tell she was a delicate beauty. As the saying goes, a beauty's beauty lies in her bones, which is absolutely true. Jiang Chun, let's also try that thing. After visiting the sculptures for a while, Su Qingqing, who was in high spirits but hadn't had enough fun, naturally took Jiang Chun's arm and suddenly pointed to something not far away. Are you sure you want to try it? Jiang Chun glanced in that direction, somewhat surprised. Su Qingqing pointed to an area in the park specifically set aside with numerous amusement rides. And what she said she wanted to play was clearly the bumper cars, where a bunch of kids were having a blast. Yes, Su Qingqing immediately replied firmly as Jiang Chun asked back, her tone slightly playful. Since we've got nothing else to do, let's just play for a bit. But that's for kids or for parents with kids. Are you sure as an adult you want to play bumper cars? Jiang Chun glanced at Su Qingqing. Besides, in your current condition, you probably can't even play right. Who said I'm going to play bumper cars? I'm letting you play. Su Qingqing blinked. What? Me play? Then what will you do? I'll watch you play. Are you sure? Absolutely. Jiang Chun felt a deep sense of helplessness. Playing bumper cars, yet there was such a bizarre request. She wouldn't play herself, but just watch others play. What kind of twisted mentality is that? Ding. Host faces choice. Choice 1, comply with your wife's wishes, make her smile, and receive a mysterious gift. Choice 2, refuse your wife's unreasonable request, earn the title of Iron Straight Man, and shortened by 1 centimeter. Jiang Chun, is there even a choice? Damn it. shortened by 1 centimeter. No man could tolerate that. Choice 1. Jiang Chun said with his mind, then walked to the bumper car ticket booth, spent 20 yuan to buy a ticket. Actually, to be honest, he hadn't played bumper cars in many years. Playing again all of a sudden was actually quite exciting. After all, it was full of childhood memories. The bumper car ride lasted 3 minutes. Jiang Chun, rediscovering his childhood, was having a great time, and Su Qingqing outside was equally delighted, almost beside herself with joy. She couldn't help but snap a few photos and send them to Song Mei. Sister Mei, come see what your son is doing. Doesn't he look like the silly son of a landlord? Haha. Yes. But a silly son matched with a silly daughter-in-law, truly a perfect pair. Ding. Host complied with your wife's wishes, made her smile. Congratulations on receiving a mysterious gift. Hole-ridden stockings, you deserve it. Hole-ridden stockings. This damn system. Always rewarding useless and indecent crap. Hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but complain. At least you could have rewarded a few tens of thousands of yuan, but instead you reward a pair of stockings, and hole-ridden ones at that. What are you laughing at by yourself? After chatting with Song Mei, Su Qingqing recovered from her state of ecstasy. Turning around, she noticed the strange smile on Jiang Chun's face and couldn't help asking. Nothing. Just now I bought you a gift online, Jiang Chun said casually. Bought me a gift? Tisk, it's rare that you're thoughtful, not bad. But can you tell me in advance what the gift is? Well, hey, you'll know when the time comes. It's something to wear. Something to wear. Great. Su Qingqing said with a look of anticipation. Jiang Chun glanced at a certain pair of straight and long legs and couldn't help but imagine a certain scene. Although it was a bit indecent, he couldn't suppress the excitement building in his heart. Sigh, that damn system has ruined me. Back then I was such a proper person, but now, after wandering around the amusement park for a long time, even though Su Qingqing couldn't play, actually due to her physical condition she couldn't, she still watched with great interest. Finally they arrived at a certain spot. Su Qingqing was eager to try. This was a ring toss game with dolls scattered on the ground. If you successfully tossed a ring around a doll, you could take it away. Wanna play? Jiang Chun asked. Su Qingqing nodded. Alright, I'll buy you some rings, Jiang Chun said. Ring toss just requires standing and swinging your arms. It's not too much activity, perfect for the little lady to play. Around the ring toss area, many people were playing. Each one aimed at their desired doll, posed, and tossed rings, having a great time. However, very few actually succeeded. So the boss was happily collecting money, grinning from ear to ear. Boss, how does this ring toss game work? 10 yuan for 10 rings, whatever you win is yours. Alright, give me 20 yuan worth of rings. Sure. Here are 20 rings, please take them. Jiang Chun took the rings and handed them to Su Qingqing. After receiving them, Su Qingqing immediately began playing with great enthusiasm. It was hard to believe that such a playful person who was having as much fun as a child was actually the cold and aloof female professor of Sihai University. But fun as it was, Su Qingqing tossed all 20 rings in one go without winning a single doll. Jiang Chun, I want to try again. Su Qingqing turned her head and looked at Jiang Chun with pleading eyes. Jiang Chun. Boss, another 20 rings. Sure. Here are your 20 rings, and I'll give you 5 extra, wishing you a great time. The boss cheerfully handed the 25 rings to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun handed them to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing continued playing with enthusiasm. As a result, 25 rings were gone again, still without any success. Forget it, let's go. Su Qingqing looked disappointedly at a certain doll she had taken a fancy to, then pulled Jiang Chun to leave. Having tossed 45 rings in one go without winning any, it seemed she just wasn't good enough. Looks like you really like that doll. Jiang Chun asked upon seeing this. Kind of, I just like its appearance a bit. Su Qingqing glanced at the doll again. Forget it, I can't win it. Let's go. Let me try, Jiang Chun said, then went to the boss and bought another 20 yuan worth of rings. Seeing this, the boss was overjoyed. He loved customers who wouldn't give up. Sure, 20 rings in total, and I'll give you 10 extra. The boss continued cheerfully handing the counted rings to Jiang Chun, feeling as if he had just picked up another 20 yuan for free. Because he had tried the rings himself, even he, after tossing 100, might not win a few. Since Jiang Chun had already paid, Su Qingqing couldn't stop him, so she could only watch from the side. However, she didn't believe Jiang Chun could win the doll she liked, or even win any doll at all. Yet a few minutes later, the ring toss boss was almost in tears. Damn, that young man with a total of 30 rings had won 30 dolls in a row. That's right, not a single miss. Even though the young man's technique didn't seem that impressive, no matter how bad the angle or how off the force, he would still luckily succeed in winning a doll. Damn it was simply eerie. Su Qingqing was overjoyed. Since they couldn't take all the dolls away, she picked a few favorites and returned with a full load. She never in a million years expected Jiang Chun to be so good at ring toss. And Jiang Chun too was quite surprised. The luck card produced by the damn system was truly awesome, actually making the ring toss success rate 100. One word, too awesome. The two walked around the sculpture park contentedly for a while longer, then prepared to go back. Su Qingqing went to the restroom, and at that moment Jiang Chun saw a familiar girl's figure. The girl clearly also saw Jiang Chun. Unable to avoid her, Jiang Chun had to brace himself and go over to greet her. Hello, counselor. The girl walking toward them was his college counselor from back then. Her name was Yin Li, and she wasn't particularly old either. Around 27 or 28, about the same age as Su Qingqing, yet she had an unforgettable nickname. iron-boned old maid abbreviated simply as Demoness. She was no pushover, especially when it came to tormenting others. Back then, Lu Wei and his bunch of buddies, eager to charm more girls and escape their single lives, eagerly signed up for every social event. They got too carried away and skipped classes for days on end. As a result, they caught the Demoness' eye. For the following years, she tormented them relentlessly. All the dirty and tedious tasks fell squarely on their shoulders. When it came to benefits, they were conveniently absent. And any time there was trouble, they became the go-to negative examples. If they dared to grumble, Yinli would retort that their thoughts were impure, filled only with thoughts of chasing girls, making their lives shallow and base. They desperately needed her, the engineer of human souls, to set them right. Then one winter day, Lu Wei and the gang were caught red-handed after making a mistake, and once again she conscripted them. They were in the middle of a gaming spree on a holiday when she called them away to help clean. The weather was bitterly cold, no heating breath, turning to ice. Unprepared, Lu Wei and the others ended up with red, frostbitten hands. So they made a request, hoping Yin Li would show some consideration and provide gloves or hand warmers, otherwise completing the tasks on time would be impossible. However, Yin Li immediately patted Lu Wei on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's fine, teacher believes in you. You can finish on time without gloves. Keep it up." Lu Wei and the boys nearly burst into tears upon hearing that. Keep it up. My ass. This woman was nothing short of a female demon king. From then on, bearing such deep resentment, Lu Wei never called her Demoness again. Secretly, he referred to her exclusively as Old Maid. Compared to the unfortunate Lu Wei and his friends, Jiang Chun, however, hadn't caused any trouble back then, so he mostly escaped Yin Li's wrath. On the contrary, as the campus heartthrob, he seemed to receive quite a few favors. Even so, encountering Yin Li in the park still made Jiang Chun feel uneasy. After all, she was his former counselor and the very same Demoness from his college days. Jiang Chun. Yin Li, approaching from the opposite direction, immediately noticed him and exclaimed in surprise, "You're also here at the sculpture park. What a coincidence." She casually greeted him, but quickly spotted the stroller beside Jiang Chun. A sudden gasp escaped her. Wow, 3 little babies. Oh my god, they're triplets. How are they all so adorable? Yin Li bent down, using words to coax the 3 babies. While doing so, she said to Jiang Chun, "Are these your relatives' kids? So cute. Can I pinch their little cheeks?" "It's better not," Jiang Chun replied. "A child's facial nerves are still developing. Don't pinch, but gently touching is okay." "Alright, then I'll just gently touch their cheeks with my hand." Wow, so fair and soft like porcelain dolls. Yin Li gazed at the 3 little ones in the stroller, her eyes shining. She gently touched each cheek, acting like a mischievous girl, completely unlike the former Demoness who loved tormenting people. After playing with them for a while, Yin Li finally stood up, reluctant to leave. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chun, whose relatives' kids are these? These 3 little babies are too cute, just one look makes me want to melt. Whose relatives' kids? This. Jiang Chun sighed, pausing for a moment before saying, "Teacher, Yin, if I say these are my kids, would you believe me?" "What? These are your kids?" Yin Li was startled. She scrutinized Jiang Chun from head to toe, her expression full of disbelief. "Jiang Chun, I remember you're not the type to brag. How come after graduation you've started lying?" "Teacher, Yin, I'm not lying. These 3 are truly my children. Why don't you believe me?" Jiang Chun argued. "Believe you? My foot. How old are you anyway? You just graduated, probably haven't even grown your hair properly, yet you dare claim you have 3 kids. Yin Li said, sizing him up again as she spoke. Suddenly her expression turned peculiar. "Jiang Chun, you're not using your handsome face, being the former campus heartthrob, to think you're so popular that you're using kids as an excuse to push people away, right? Well, other girls might actually believe that. But don't worry about me. Because I don't like men." "Hey." Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking, is this what a counselor should say? This. Sigh. No wonder they called her the iron-boned old maid and Demoness. Frankly speaking, she was worse than the evil nun. Oh, which man would dare to marry her? No wonder back then she was too busy tormenting others to notice any suitors. Oh well, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Jiang Chun helplessly muttered, realizing he couldn't really converse with this Demoness. He was just about to find an excuse to take his leave. At that moment, Su Qingsheng happened to finish using the restroom and walked toward Jiang Chun. She was still wearing a hat and mask, thoroughly covered since she was still in her confinement period. Going out in the wind wasn't advisable. With her outfit, outsiders couldn't tell at all. At most, they might guess she was a beautiful woman. But for those familiar with her, even fully covered, Su Qingsheng's distinctive figure was unmistakable. There was no hiding her impressive physique, and her graceful swaying walk was enchanting. Although she was slightly plumper than Lin Daiyu, her gait still carried an inexplicable delicate charm, as if a gentle breeze could carry her away. Due to her extreme slenderness, it even gave the impression that a strong gust could blow her away. Thus, with such obvious characteristics, Jiang Chun spotted her immediately. Yin Li, being Su Qingsheng's colleague, naturally noticed too. "Qingsheng." Yin Li hurriedly approached. "It's been ages since I saw you. I never expected to meet you here. What a coincidence today." She warmly grabbed Su Qingsheng's hand. Actually, Sihai University had 2 goddesses. One was the true goddess Su Qingsheng, and the other was Yin Li, the iron-boned old maid. Both were well known on campus. Being in similar grades and having occasional interactions at school, their relationship was decent. However, given their short acquaintance, Yinli couldn't compare to close friends like Song Mei. But did that hinder Yin Li's enthusiasm to see Su Qingqing? Not at all. What had she just said? I don't like men. Yes, it's really quite a coincidence. Su Qingqing smiled, though she hadn't really wanted to meet her colleagues at this moment. After all, having a child out of wedlock and giving birth to triplets would be awkward to spread around the workplace. Coincidence, right? I told you so. Haha. Qingqing, come let me introduce you to my good student, and the former campus heartthrob of Sihai University, Jiang Chun. Yanli chuckled like a sparrow, pulling Su Qingqing over to Jiang Chun. She enthusiastically introduced them without pause. By the way, you wouldn't believe it, Qingqing. I was also strolling in this sculpture park and happened to meet my good student here. See the triplets in this stroller. These are clearly Jiang Chen's relatives' kids, but this Jiang Chun insists they're his own, even swearing it to me. The key point is, how old is he? Just graduated, probably hasn't even grown his hair properly, yet he dares to claim he has 3 kids. Yinli said, sizing up Jiang Chun again as she spoke. Suddenly her expression turned peculiar. Jiang Chun, you're not using your handsome face, being the former campus heartthrob, to think you're so popular that you're using kids as an excuse to push people away, right? Well, other girls might actually believe that. But don't worry about me. Because I don't like men. Hey. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking, is this what a counselor should say? This. Sigh. No wonder they called her the iron-boned old maid and demoness. Frankly speaking, she was worse than the evil nun. Oh, which man would dare to marry her? Yinli went on and on. Su Qingqing listened patiently, though her expression was certainly a bit strained. Fine, she could tolerate Yin Li's gossip about her good students, but why did she have to drag me into it? So, I'm supposed to be that big, dumb, brainless fool. She actually suggested I'd bear a child for some pimply teenager. Come on, please. I'm already an adult, graduated from university, and I'm a fully grown woman now, okay? Jiang Chun was equally speechless. All he could do was silently mutter in his heart, female, demon, iron-willed, spinster, cruel nun. Sigh. No wonder no man dares to marry her at such a young age. A teacher, Yen. If you don't believe me, there's no need to bring others into it. Jiang Chun pressed his hand to his forehead and said to Yen Li, after all, she is the mother of my child. Oh, Jiang Chun, you're addicted to showing off. The mother's right here, huh? Fine, where's your child's mother then? Come on, let me take a look and see what the real thing looks like. Regarding Jiang Chen's words, Yen Li still didn't believe him in the slightest. Such a handsome young man, yet he married so early and already has a child. How could anyone think that way? Besides, she genuinely felt Jiang Chen wasn't much older than her students. A bunch of kids who hadn't even grown their hair in properly yet. And here he was daring to put on airs in front of her. Teacher Yen. Jiang Chun could take no more and decided to lay his cards on the table. Is it possible that the person standing next to you is actually the mother of my child? Yen Li was startled. What on earth? The person beside her was Jiang Chen's child's mother. But the only one by her side was Su Qingqing. Could he possibly be saying that Su Qingqing was his child's mother and therefore his wife? Come on, Su Qingqing was the goddess professor known throughout Sihai University. Was she really going to be his wife and bear his children? He must be daydreaming. But just as Yen Li was about to launch into another round of complaints about Jiang Chun, she suddenly caught sight of the expressions on both Su Qingqing and Jiang Chen's faces. The words died in her throat, and she pointed at Su Qingqing, her face etched with disbelief. Qingqing, you. Yes, Jiang Chen is right. Those triplets are his children, and I am their mother. Su Qingqing nodded and openly admitted it. What? Holy shit. Were those triplets actually Jiang Chen's children? Su Qingqing was the mother of Jiang Chen's children. Yen Li felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. Charred on the outside, tender on the inside, sizzling with oil, golden brown, like a delicious skewer. Or rather, an utterly stunned person. No way, Qingqing. Yen Li's eyes widened, her mind temporarily short-circuiting, struggling to process the information. She couldn't bring herself to believe this outrageous reality, that one of her former students had actually ended up with the goddess professor of Sihai University, and worse, had gotten her to bear 3 adorably cute children for him. Damn it. And all she'd done was laugh her head off just moments ago. This was such a humiliating slap in the face. How unbelievable. Yes, it's true, Su Qingqing confirmed once more. There was nothing to explain. It either happened or it didn't. But even as she said it, recalling the whole thing made her feel. Yes, absurd, truly absurd. Qingqing, come let me speak with you for a moment. Yen Li gestured toward Jiang Chun, then took Su Qingqing's hand and led her aside. What she wanted to discuss was clearly something between women, something difficult to voice in front of Jiang Chun. When did you two get together? Yen Li, despite her shock, was bursting with curiosity. Cough, cough. It was purely a coincidence. Yen Li was a fearsome figure and a spinster in the eyes of her students, but among fellow teachers she had a decent reputation and had helped Su Qingqing on numerous occasions. So when Yen Li asked, Su Qingqing shared the general outline of what had happened. Damn, that's too absurd. As if we're in a TV drama. Yen Li couldn't help but swear. She found it hard to imagine such a thing happening to her. No, such a thing would never happen to her. So you had the children and are still living together. Yes, what else was there to do? We need to take care of the kids. I see. You mentioned earlier that you'd also met each other's families. Yes, I met his parents, but mine haven't met his yet. Don't worry, that'll happen sooner or later. Yanli added with a hint of envy looking at Su Qingqing. Jiang Chun is a decent guy. Handsome, and you two make quite a match. But didn't someone just call him a stupid idiot who'd never have a child? Su Qingqing brought up the earlier remarks. Cough cough, I'm sorry. Yanli hurried to apologize. I didn't mean it, I really had no idea back then. Qingqing, you're right. Jiang Chun seems like a decent lad, but who would have thought he'd end up doing something so outrageous? But honestly, he's pretty solid overall. Handsome, smooth-talking, and he was on the school basketball team back in the day, so he's built well. You got there first this time, one move, and it's done. Otherwise, one of my friends might have made a move. One of your friends? Yes, a friend of mine. After chatting with Su Qingqing for so long, Yin Li's burning curiosity was finally satisfied. But there was still one small question that kept nagging at her. If she couldn't get the answer, she'd be racked with anxiety, maybe even lose sleep over it. Qingqing, I have one more question. Go ahead. Well, you gave birth to 3 babies for Jiangchen, so how many times did you two? That night, Su Qingqing blushed deeply and glared at Yin Li. What do you think? We were both drunk that night, so how many times could it have been? So that meant only once. Once in triplets. Yin Li was utterly shocked. Holy shit. Not only did he score on the first try, but he scored 3. Incredible. Jiangchen, you're quite something, aren't you? Getting Qingqing to give you 3 little babies in one go. That's impressive. After whispering with Su Qingqing, Yin Li turned around and said to Jiangchen. That was indeed true. In all her years, she had never seen triplets before. Besides, it happened to people she knew. One was her colleague, the other her former student. To put it more colorfully, it was like a little cow stepping on a live wire. Absolutely electrifying. Not bad. Pretty decent, Jiangchen echoed. Better not to brag too much in front of the old spinster. Besides, who knew if her words were genuine praise or just sarcasm? Oh, being modest, huh? Yin Li casually praised him again. What do you do for work now, eh? Nothing much. I take care of Qingqing and the kids, and do some freelance work at home for extra income. Nice. Very responsible. Yin Li praised once more. Since she had been wandering around the sculpture park anyway, and had already chatted for a while, it was time to head back. So she bid farewell to Su Qingqing. Bye, Qingqing. I'll come visit you and the babies sometime. Sure, you're always welcome. Bye, Jiangchen. After greeting Jiangchen as well, Yin Li was about to leave when Jiangchen suddenly said, Teacher, Yin, did you forget something? What? Yin Li was puzzled. Didn't you say earlier that if the triplets were mine, you'd eat your phone? This. Yin Li slapped her forehead. She had spoken too hastily back then. But really, Jiangchen was being difficult. She had just been joking around. Did he have to hold it against her? Couldn't a teacher make a mistake? Sigh. All those years of teaching him wasted. Jiangchen, it's not that I don't want to, but look, it's obviously a bit difficult. Yin Li weighed a large screen phone from the Chrysanthemum brand in her small hand, her face troubled. What's difficult? Jiangchen asked, knowingly thinking, you used to be so tough on us. Go ahead, teacher Yin, show me. It's just, this phone is too big for me to eat. Alright. We were all just joking. Jiangchen, don't take it to heart with your teacher. Su Qingqing stepped in to mediate, saving Yin Li from the awkward situation. Exactly. Jiangchen, I was just kidding. You wouldn't really make me eat a phone, would you? Besides, as a student, why are you arguing with your teacher? Huh? Yin Li laughed while trying to pull rank. Afterward, Yin Li said goodbye to Su Qingqing and Jiangchen. Before leaving, Su Qingqing added, Yin Li, please don't tell anyone about my triplets. I still have to go to work. Got it. Don't worry, Qingqing. You know me. I'm famously tight-lipped. As they watched Yin Li skip away alone, Jiangchen and Su Qingqing both felt, how to put it, astonished, because she was just too eccentric. She could be carefree and childish like a little girl one moment, and then pull rank and act superior the next. They called her an old spinster and extinction sect leader, but she was only 28. This, Yin Li, is quite special. Su Qingqing tried to find a polite word to describe her. You bet she's way too special. When she was our counselor, we gave her a bunch of nicknames behind her back, Jiangchen complained. A bunch of nicknames. Let's hear them. Like the female demon extinction sect leader and the iron-boned old spinster. Huh. This. Su Qingqing looked surprised. You gave her so many nicknames. She then winked and smiled at Jiangchen. I'll secretly tell her tomorrow. Hey. No need, she knows about the nicknames. What? She knows. How did she react? I'm not sure exactly, but I heard she seemed to take it as a compliment rather than an insult. Why? Because she thinks an old spinster is still a virgin. This reason left Su Qingqing speechless. She didn't know what to say. An old spinster is still a virgin. Well, okay, that was pretty cold. After being out for a while, it was time for a meal. Even though Su Qingqing wanted to stay longer in the sculpture park, she had to go back. Even if she didn't eat, the babies needed to be fed. Feeding the 3 little ones outside was really hard on her, especially since there was a certain big pig trotter who always liked to enthusiastically help out during meals. What were you whispering about with Yin Li earlier? On the way back, Jiangchen asked. Guess. I bet it was about me. Then guess what about you? That I'm handsome and so amazing that I got you to have triplets. No way. Su Qingqing pretended to disdain, but she was secretly surprised. The big pig trotter had actually guessed right. But when it came to being amazing, she had a different opinion. Because scientific research shows that when it comes to having multiples, the woman is the decisive factor. In other words, it wasn't the big pig trotter who was amazing, but herself. Of course, the big pig trotter was also amazing in every way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen him. Since the three little ones were starving, as soon as Su Qingqing got home, without even resting, she hurried to feed them. And as usual, Jiang Chen was there to help. After that, nothing much happened until evening. Buzz, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was Lu Wei. Hey Wei, how did the stall go today? Jiang Chen asked over the phone. Pretty awesome. Brother Chen, you have no idea how popular your skewers are. I set up the stall for just one afternoon and made over $1,000. Now I'm exhausted like a dog, Lu Wei said excitedly. Then he reported the situation to Jiang Chen. In short, the skewers were delicious, business was booming, and he Chang and Wu Hao were so busy they were sweating buckets, but they also made a good amount of money. The only trouble was the urban management officers showing up every now and then. When they came, they had to run. When they left, they came back. It was a cat and mouse game, like fighting a guerrilla war. Brother Chin, I've made $1,280 from noon till now. I've kept your share recorded. Without your ancestral recipe, I couldn't have sold so much. We're brothers, but we keep accounts clear. Damn, gotta go. The urban management is here again. We have to run. Lu Wei hung up hastily. A skewer stall made over 1,000 in one afternoon. That's profitable. Su Qingqing, who had overheard the entire call, commented. To be honest, it was much more than her salary. Of course, look who taught the skewer technique, Jiang Chen said. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, showing extreme disdain for his self-praise. Then she said with some concern, but it's not good that your friend keeps getting chased away by the urban management. As soon as she said it, both of them suddenly realized the same fact. Song Mei was actually an urban management officer. Because Jiang Chen was rarely home and his mother had been transferred a few times, he had almost forgotten that she was in the urban management system. Su Qingqing hadn't realized it either, because Song Mei rarely talked about her job. And in fact, Song Mei was not only an urban management officer, but also held a fairly high rank. Meanwhile, near the food street, Lu Wei Zhengchang and Wu Hao had just pushed their stall away from a sudden urban management raid. They were now catching their breath in a corner. Zhengchang and Wu Hao both had regular jobs, but ever since they learned that Lu Wei had set up a skewer stall on Food Street, they came almost every day ostensibly to help their poor buddy. But in reality, they were addicted to the skewers. Strange as it was, the skewers were so delicious that once you started eating, you couldn't stop. It felt better than idling at home doing crafts. And it was damn profitable. In just one afternoon, they had made over $1,000. But it was exhausting. Besides playing cat and mouse with the urban management, they had to keep threading skewers, grilling, flipping, seasoning, and bagging. Business was so hot they couldn't even take a sip of water. They were all used to a pampered life. They couldn't handle this. Plus the heat, so by now all three were drenched in sweat, their hands nearly cramping. The chubby Lu Wei was especially worn out, panting heavily like a dog. Sigh, damn it. This job was profitable, but honestly, back when he was doing crafts at home 3 times a day, he had never been this tired. At a detachment of the Siha City Urban Management Bureau, a capable and valiant female captain was delivering a mobilization speech to numerous urban management officers regarding a special campaign for city appearance rectification. City appearance is the face of a city. The vibrant hustle and bustle represents the spirit and vitality of a city's economy. However, filth and disorder are not what we call vitality. They're the greatest enemies of urban civilization. Recently, near Jiefeng Avenue in our Siha city, the phenomenon of chaotic street vending has become extremely severe. An unsanitary food street has even emerged with conditions so filthy and disorderly that they severely disrupt traffic, leaving nearby residents in constant grievance. Our focus in this special operation will be the area around Jiefeng Avenue, with the food street being the top priority. Additionally, reporters from Siha television station will be joining us to cover and report on this operation. Lastly, I want to remind everyone once more that although this is a special rectification campaign, we must strictly follow laws and regulations, enforce them in a civilized manner, and act with impartiality. The television station is broadcasting this live. Anyone who resorts to violence in public or makes things difficult for the ordinary people will have to answer to me. The mobilization speech was met with enthusiastic applause. That female captain delivering the speech was none other than Jiang Chen's mother, Song Mei. Outsiders only thought that Comrade Jiang Daping was henpecked by his wife. In the presence of his fierce tiger-like wife, Jiang Daping was often as submissive as a mouse before a cat. Little did people know that back in the day, Song Mei was also beautiful as a blooming flower, gentle as water, with a temperament as docile as a kitten. Otherwise, how could she have been coaxed into the small woods by Jiang Daping after just one blind date? This fierce and capable demeanor that Song Mei displayed today was also forged little by little through years of work experience. Alright, let's move out now. Song Mei waved her hand, and the large group of personnel began to move out, heading straight for Jiefeng Avenue, with the food street being the very focus of their focus for this operation. As evening approached, on the food street, the crowd was dense and the atmosphere was bustling and lively. Various snack stalls were scattered everywhere, and it was also the peak business hour of the day. Lu Wei and the other two had also brought their barbecue stall over, selecting a prime spot, preparing to make another round of profit. Judging by the current situation, making another 1,000 or so should not be a problem. The The three of them spread out their stall, determined to work hard no matter how tired they were. Unexpectedly at this moment, Lu Wei suddenly panicked and hurriedly looked for a place to hide. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, seeing this, also became panicked. What's going on? The urban management officers are here again. No, it's the old spinster, Lu Wei said. Huh. On the food street. Just as Lu Wei and his two companions saw Yanli approaching and hurriedly tried to avoid her, Yanli had already spotted them. A malicious grin spread across her face, instantly sending chills down their spines. Am I really that frightening? You actually tried to flee at the sight of me. I've always been amiable and treated you with courtesy, haven't I? Lu Wei and his companions realized they couldn't escape. They fell silent. Amiable. Courteous. Who treats others with such amiability that it makes their skin crawl? And as for courtesy, you're more about convincing through reason. Gee, good afternoon, Teacher Yan. Good afternoon, Teacher Yan. Seeing no way out, the three braced themselves and greeted Yanli. The more socially adept Zheng Chang quickly recovered from the initial awkwardness and plastered a smile on his face. Welcome, Teacher Yan. What brings you here? Fancy a stroll on the food street, as well. His ingratiating smile and tone made it hard to imagine that just moments ago he had been muttering about the old maid, with as much resentment as Lu Wei, the most tormented of the three. Oh, I'm just wandering aimlessly, taking a stroll to clear my head, Yanli said, still wearing a carefree expression. I didn't expect the food street to be so lively now. Of course, Zheng Chang chimed in, this is now a hotspot for trendy street food. He then turned to Lu Wei and Wu Hao. What are you standing there for? Get some skewers ready for Teacher Yan. She's been standing here for a while. All right, coming right up. Zheng Chang's theatrical performance left Lu Wei and Wu Hao dumbfounded. Snapping out of it, they quickly began grilling. Soon several golden fragrant skewers were ready. Here, Teacher Yan, please taste them. Zheng Chang enthusiastically handed the skewers to Yanli. Yanli was a foodie who couldn't resist good food. Yet faced with skewers from her former students, she hesitated. After all, these three had been notorious troublemakers whom she had disciplined many times. What if they tried to get back at her? What if they poisoned the skewers? Or worse, what if they urinated on them? Such was the twisted logic of the spinster Yanli. She suspected poison and urine, but never doubted the taste. The skewers looked utterly delicious. Golden brown and richly aromatic. Just looking at them made her mouth water. After a second of hesitation, Yanli finally made up her mind and took the skewers. All right, in light of your enthusiasm, I'll reluctantly accept your offering. She took a big bite. Yanli was stunned. Holy crap. She knew the skewers would be good, but she never expected them to be this divine. The first bite was so delicious it made her want to cry, as if her entire being had been elevated. It was better than anything else, though she had never experienced anything like it before. Not bad. You three really know how to make amazing skewers. Yanli praised while devouring them. She finished the first skewer in a few bites and immediately reached for the next, as if eating any slower would be a crime against such exquisite flavor. Eat up, Teacher Yan, have more. Wei, how, what are you gaping at? Get more skewers for Teacher Yan, Zheng Chang urged as he saw Yanli nearly finished. All right. Lu Wei and Wu Hao, who had been mesmerized watching Yanli eat, snapped out of it. So this was how the old maid ate skewers. They quickly grilled more skewers. Sizzle. Sizzle. Soon they were ready. Teacher Yan, here are the skewers. Oh, I couldn't possibly. It's fine, please eat. It's a small token from us. Teacher Yan honoring us by eating is our pleasure, Zheng Chang cajoled obsequiously. All right then. Yanli didn't hold back and dug in. Zheng Chang, aren't you all supposed to be at work setting up a stall here? We do work. Wu Hao and I have jobs. It's Lu Wei who runs the stall. We're just helping out. Oh, I see. Lu Wei, are you making money from this stall? Pretty decent. I earned over 1,000 this afternoon. Yanli Midchu looked up. Over 1,000 in one afternoon, and he called it pretty decent. She worked her ass off for a week and didn't always make that much. Hearing Lu Wei's words, the skewers in her mouth suddenly lost their appeal. All right. I'm full of time to head back. Despite her petite frame, Yanli was a voracious eater. In no time she had downed 20 skewers. Satisfied, she patted her belly and pulled out her phone to scan the QR code. No need, Teacher Yan. It's on us. Zheng Chang, Lu Wei, and Wu Hao immediately protested, still harboring a shred of affection for their former advisor. It's fine, I'll just pay a token amount. 10 or 20 yuan, Yanli said. The three were speechless. Token amount. 10 or 20. Scanning the QR code, Yanli paid, waved goodbye, and sauntered off alone. Take care, Teacher Yan. Goodbye, Teacher Yan. The three saw her off like a plague. As soon as Yanli disappeared, Zheng Chang, who had been sycophantic a moment ago, immediately changed his tune and cursed, damn that old maid. As expected, she hasn't changed a bit. Wu Hao agreed. Only Lu Wei stared at the payment notification on his phone, stunned. The old maid hadn't just paid a measly 10 or 20 yuan as she'd claimed. She actually paid 100 yuan. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao soon noticed too. Holy crap, has the sun risen from the west? Something's off about the old maid, they exclaimed. Maybe. Our Teacher Yan has always been this decent. Lu Wei's remark immediately drew rebuttals. Cut the crap. Who was it that used to torment us in every way possible? And you, Wei, remember how she treated you like a dog. And now you're defending her. Wake up, Wei. You need to know the two women who tormented you the most in life are Feng Rongrong and the old maid. Stay strong. Don't let 100 yuan sway you. But Lu Wei seemed oblivious to Zheng Chang and Wu Hao's words. He scratched his head and mused. Actually, teacher, Yin has a decent figure and a pretty face. If I had a girlfriend like her, it wouldn't be bad, right? What? Decent figure. Pretty face. A girlfriend like the old maid. Holy crap. Lu Wei's words nearly made Zheng Chang and Wu Hao soil themselves in shock. They could hardly believe their ears. Wei, what did you say? You want to have an old virgin as a girlfriend? Zheng Chang's eyes were full of shock. Wei, speak clearly. What the hell do you mean? Wu Hao thought Lu Wei might have misspoken, failing to express himself clearly. But Lu Wei looked somewhat serious. What else could I mean? I mean hit on her, court her, pursue a romantic relationship with teacher Yin. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were about to lose their minds. Damn it. They were witnessing history. Never in their wildest dreams did they think they'd see the day when Wei would want to date the old virgin. He wanted to be her boyfriend. And he kept calling her teacher Yin. Wei, you're going after the old virgin. Are you out of your mind? She gave you the hardest time back in the day. Are you suffering from PTSD or something? That Yin Li treated you like a dog, and now you want to pursue her. Damn. Are you tired of living? And, as the saying goes, if you're bold enough, even the master takes maternity leave. It works for Jiang Chun, but for you, can you even match the key to the lock? Not to mention with your IQ, that old virgin would eat you alive, and you wouldn't even know what hit you. Jiang Chun can have a big sister and still go out for 3 months, but you'd be dead in one night with the old virgin. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao caught Lu Wei and earnestly advised him. Their words came from the heart. Lu Wei was moved and suddenly felt that his sudden idea was too absurd and ridiculous. So he scratched his head and tried to backtrack. Hey, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? That old virgin tortured me before. How could I possibly chase her? Glad you understand. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the familiar Lu Wei was back and their earnest advice had not been wasted. However, Lu Wei's next words plunged them into shock again. But speaking of which, teacher Yin really has a feminine charm. Her voice is pleasant, and she's quite easy on the eyes. Too bad she's at most AB Cup. If she were AC or above, I'd definitely go for it. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao. Damn you, Lu Wei, with your honest face, even noticed such a detail. That the old virgin is at most AB Cup. Okay, he's obsessed, 100% obsessed. But they didn't dwell on the obsession for long. Because at the barbecue stall, many customers were waiting impatiently for their food. No matter what, you can't argue with money. The three of them started working together. Here are your 10 skewers, please take them. Boss, another 20. Coming right up. Boss, I want 30 skewers. Sure, wait a moment. Business was booming. Lu Wei was exhausted, but grinning from ear to ear as he collected money. Working with Brother Chen really paid off. If he worked a bit harder, the day of spending money on phone rong, no spending money to pursue teacher Yin, wouldn't be far off. Suddenly the crowd stirred. The city inspectors are here. I heard this time they mean business. It's a special rectification campaign focusing on the food street. Everyone pack up quickly. Damn, a special rectification. Let's get out of here. The surrounding vendors panicked. Although they were used to playing cat and mouse with the inspectors on the food street, hearing that it was a special rectification campaign scared many into fleeing. Lu Wei and his two friends were also panicked. They didn't understand the specifics of the rectification, but the literal meaning and the sight of vendors fleeing told them the situation was serious, more dangerous than before. So they wanted to flee too. Suddenly Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Look, isn't that Brother Chen's mom leading the group? He pointed in that direction. Wu Hao and Zheng Chang looked and were surprised. It really is. Jiang Chun said his mom is some kind of city inspector captain. If she's leading this, shouldn't she be able to cut us some slack? They looked around. Many vendors were still operating. They started to have some ideas. To be fair, the barbecue stall was making good money, and they were reluctant to give it up. Suddenly Jiang Chen called. Lu Wei saw and immediately answered. Wei, this time my mom is leading a special rectification of the food street. You three should close up and run. No worries, Brother Chun. I see many stalls still open. Besides, since your mom is leading, isn't that even better? We're college classmates, old dorm buddies. Your mom is the captain, as she should give us some face, right? But Wei, don't worry, Brother Chun. The worst that can happen is they confiscate the stall and fine us. Okay, I gotta go, customers are here. Bye. At Bisui residence. After hanging up, Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly. That way I told him, but he's still so stubborn. Sai, he's gotten addicted to street vending. What? Your classmates won't listen? Su Qingxing asked. Yeah. Jiang Chun nodded. Su Qingxing chuckled. This is going to be fun. Your classmates won't listen, and they're about to get into trouble. Seeing the girls so smug, even gloating, Jiang Chun had a mischievous idea. How about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether they'll get into trouble. How? Su Qingxing asked. I bet they won't get into trouble. If I win, you let me kiss you. Jiang Chun said. Wei and the others were so stubborn, they'd probably get into trouble. But maybe since his mom was so fond of him, she might let them off for being his classmates. That was possible too. Besides, it was a bet. He wouldn't lose anything. Su Qingxing blushed and hesitated. What if you lose, eh? If I lose, Jiang Chun glanced at Su Qingxing, I'll let you kiss me. TCH, isn't that the same? Huh, same. Then how about if I lose, I let you sleep with me tonight? Get lost. Watching Su Qingxing's feigned indignation, Jiang Chun felt amused. While this girl was becoming more and more interesting. However, regarding the bet with Su Qingqing, although he had initially taken it as a joke, after careful thought he realized he wasn't entirely without a chance of winning, because he knew his mother quite well. For reasons well known to all, the work of urban management officers was never easy. Some things were wrong to do and wrong not to do, often leaving them caught between a rock and a hard place. And ever since his mother was transferred to the urban management department of Sihai City, she had changed her previous rough and tumble methods, genuinely appealing to emotion and reason. On hot days, she helped melon farmers sell their melons and vegetable vendors buy their produce. As a result, she was very popular among the common people. It was for this reason that his mother was promoted to squad leader. As for the food street, no kidding, it originally was indeed an illegal roadside market, but now it's become a real attraction, a famous internet-famous check-in spot in Sihai City. Why would his mother, with nothing better to do, take people to crack down on it? That would be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? And with his mother's famously gentle working style, if she went there, she'd probably end up helping sell skewers and candied hawthorns, if not worse. Besides, he was her only precious son after all. His mother had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, as she might complain verbally, but she doted on him immensely. Everything that had happened these days had proven that. So there was no reason she would help others sell skewers and candied hawthorns, yet when it came to his own classmates, she would deliberately make things difficult and not even give him any face. And of course, to be fair, Lu Wei and the other two had already been warned by him in advance. If they really got into trouble being fined or having their carts confiscated by his mother, they had no one to blame but themselves. See, are you betting or not? Jiang Chen laughed again. No bet, Su Qingqing directly refused. Because whether you win or lose, you'll always be the one taking advantage. Well, Jiang Chen was helpless. Look at what you're saying. If I win, you let me sleep with you. If I lose, I let you sleep with me. Isn't that perfectly fair? How is it that I'm always the one taking advantage? In response to Jiang Chen's blatant lies, Su Qingqing rolled her eyes with a pretty expression. Who would want to sleep with you anyway? Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was Lu Wei. Hey Go. I've totally overestimated myself. Originally, seeing that so many vendors around hadn't left, the three of us didn't leave, either thinking that the timid starve while the bold thrive. But who knew this time the authorities were serious? We got caught on the spot, and it was Auntie herself leading the team. I thought maybe she didn't recognize me, so I proactively mentioned your name. And after mentioning it, sheesh. Originally, just a warning would have been enough for us to pack up and leave. But after I mentioned your name, Annie directly fined us 500 yuan and confiscated the barbecue stall, saying it was illegal roadside business. Jiang Chen was speechless hearing this. Well, more or less it was within his expectations. But wasn't his mother supposed to dote on him? After all, he was her only precious son. Why did it get worse when Wei Zi mentioned his name? He comforted Lu Wei with a few words, then hung up. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. Seeing it was his mother calling, Jiang Chen immediately answered. Mom, my classmates were setting up stalls on Food Street. Did you catch them? Yes, I caught them. Illegal roadside business, refusing to accept corrective measures, Song Mei said. Oh, but Mom, you weren't like this before. Why did you get serious? Besides, aren't people talking about the city's smoke and fire atmosphere these days? You guys. What else? We didn't get serious before because there were few complaints. Now the surrounding residents are complaining bitterly, with roads blocked to the point of being impassable. How could we not step in? Besides, mess and disorder are mess and disorder. Does smoke and fire mean mess and disorder? As for your classmates, they were quite bold. Originally, I saw 3 young people out there trying to make a living. When I inspected their spot, I was about to let them off, just tell them to leave. But they didn't want to leave, they wanted to continue. They tried to cozy up by calling me auntie, and said they were your classmates. What could I do? There were so many people watching, leaders, my team members, and even TV reporters recording. If I let your classmates off, wouldn't that be public favoritism and abuse of the law? Especially when they were caught red-handed on video. Jiang Chen was speechless. Well, so that's how it was. Then looking at it this way, Wei Zi and the other 2 were caught by his mother with no injustice at all. They were just too lacking in situational awareness. But don't worry, kid. Your classmates are all fine. They weren't actually detained, just taken in to sign a guarantee form and then released. And your barbecue stall has been returned to them as well. Song Mei continued. Thanks, Mom. Don't thank me. What can I say? I'm your mother after all. But you should also let your classmates know that street vending isn't sustainable. The food street area is a key target for cleanup operations. You won't be able to set up there anymore. It would be best if they found a proper shop and operated legally. Got it, Mom. By the way, I'll transfer 500 yuan to you shortly. You can give it to your classmates. Is that the fine money? No, that was the fine. It's been recorded and submitted. This is my own money. It's not necessary, Mom. It's only 500 yuan. I'll cover it myself. That's different. If you pay, it seems trivial. I'm an elder here. If I find your classmates money and didn't even give you face, that wouldn't be appropriate. This money can serve as compensation for them. Alright then. The matter came to a satisfactory close. It couldn't have been more perfect. However, street vending was no longer viable. As his mother had pointed out, it wasn't a sustainable approach. They needed to establish something legitimate. So the immediate priority was securing a proper storefront. Lu Wei had accumulated sufficient experience from his recent street vending, while Jiang Chen gained clearer insight into the barbecue industry, one that held tremendous potential. Ding. Since the host lost the bet, congratulations on receiving the reward Yoga Master level skill. Nanny, this could also earn a reward. This is. Other hosts receive rewards for successful achievements, but his system takes an unconventional approach, rewarding him even for losing the bet. System, you've been mischievous lately. Ding. Thank you for the compliment, host. System will continue to strive. Not bad. Jiang Chun praised and received the Yoga Master level skill. In just a few seconds he possessed all the experience and skills equivalent to a Yoga Master. Before, whenever yoga was mentioned, the first thought was that it was women's exercise. But after receiving the Yoga Master level skill, he instantly felt a new world open up, because yoga isn't just for women, a man can practice it too. And what's more impressive is they can practice together. What are you grinning about all by yourself? At this moment, Su Qingqing approached Jiang Chun and asked, nothing. I was just thinking, judging by this incident, my mom is actually quite reasonable. Jiang Chun came to his senses and said, that's right. Su Qingqing agreed. Sister Mei has always been quite reasonable. Saying this, she suddenly blinked and added, can't believe it, I actually won this bet. Haha. Her triumphant expression was unmistakable. Seeing this, Jiang Chun's expression turned to sheer astonishment. This girl was only focused on being happy. Had she forgotten something? You seem very happy. I won the bet I agreed to. Shouldn't I be happy? You should indeed be happy, but according to the terms of our bet, it seems if you won I would let you sleep with me, right? Huh. Su Qingqing immediately realized, her pretty face flushing red. Even if I won I wouldn't want to sleep with you. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to practice yoga. Saying this, she fled as quickly as she could. Su Qingqing had practiced yoga before. She met Song Mei back then on a yoga class. Now, because she was in postpartum confinement, due to overnutrition, she wanted to exercise a bit to reduce the fat on her belly. Of course, due to the cesarean section, even though the wound had mostly healed, she could only attempt simple yoga poses and strictly avoid more complex ones. Jiang Chun had nothing to do, so he watched for a while. What are you looking at? Su Qingqing felt a bit uneasy, blushing as she shot a glare at Jiang Chun. She had changed into yoga clothes, her curves graceful and tantalizing, her impressive figure clearly revealed under the thin layer of yoga wear. Jiang Chun watched with great interest. No wonder there was such a phrase as yoga beauty. Wearing yoga clothes compared to being naked or wearing other clothes indeed had a unique charm. Moreover, if he hadn't known that Su Qingqing couldn't engage in strenuous exercise due to the C-section, he would have really wanted to join in. After all, he was now at the level of a yoga master. A little guidance for her was more than enough. What am I looking at? Of course I'm looking at the scenery. If you want to see scenery, go to the window. The view is good there. No need, the view here is just fine, uniquely beautiful. Alright, later, I'll let you have your fill of looking. She said the last sentence in a low voice, then didn't look at Jiang Chun, her pretty face flushing with embarrassment. Jiang Chun, having added 10 points to his physique, had exceptional hearing, so he heard what Su Qingqing said. But even after hearing it, he was still puzzled. What did she mean by have your fill of looking later? Could it be that later there would be some big show? But that didn't seem right. There were only 2 people at home now, and the young lady was still recovering, still in confinement. The doctor had said there was a 42-day period. How could there be any big show? Jiang Chun scratched his head for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Whatever, he didn't understand anyway. It wasn't until about half an hour later, when Su Qingqing had sweated from yoga, and he was in the bathroom, helping her take a bath. He finally understood what the young lady had meant earlier. This wasn't the first time Jiang Chun helped Su Qingqing bathe, but before, strictly speaking, it was just a sponge bath. Facing the graceful Su Qingqing, Jiang Chun was at a loss for words. The scene was like a painting, beautiful and enchanting. He even felt that he might need to take back some previous thought. To be honest, Su Qingqing's current state was far more beautiful than when she wore yoga clothes. So how is the scenery? Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful. Of course it's beautiful, absolutely breathtaking. Hearing Su Qingqing's question, Jiang Chun immediately replied, is it more beautiful than when I was doing yoga? Of course. Then is my figure good? Yes. Compared to you, Teacher Xiaoza is nothing. Huh. Teacher Xiaoza. Get lost. That night neither of them slept well. Whenever Jiang Chun closed his eyes, he saw white beautiful scenery and had all kinds of strange dreams. Su Qingqing was the same, and she also had all kinds of strange dreams. When she couldn't sleep at night, she actually wanted to chat with Jiang Chun like before to pass the time. But after thinking it over and over, she gave up. She had just let him have his fill of scenery. Now in the middle of the night, if she called that big pig's trotter over to chat, what if he misunderstood? What if he got carried away and turned beastly? Forget it, forget it. If I can't sleep, I'll just count sheep alone. Ding. The host and his wife had an unforgettable evening, deepening their bond. The host should work even harder to give his wife and child a better future. Ding. System releases new task, secure a shop to prepare for the upcoming barbecue business. This early morning, Jiang Chun, still drowsy and half asleep, heard the system's prompt regarding the new task, securing a shop. This was actually already within Jiang Chun's plan. After yesterday's incident where his mother led a raid on the food street, it was clearly inappropriate to let Lu Wei continue barbecuing on the street and playing cat and mouse with the city inspectors. He definitely needed to get a shop. To borrow his mother's words, it was time to formalize. Whether to rent or buy, that would be analyzed case by case. I'll go out this morning to handle the shop matter. I'll try to be back by noon, but time is tight, so it might be difficult. After they finished breakfast and fed the baby, Jiang Chun said to Su Qingqing, "It's fine, go ahead." Su Qingqing immediately agreed. "If you don't have enough time in the morning, don't rush back. I'll cook for myself at noon." "You can cook?" Jiang Chun asked. "Of course I can. Don't underestimate me. My cooking may not be as good as yours, but I can still manage. How about this, if you come back in the afternoon, I'll make you a lavish dinner." "Sure." Jiang Chun smiled. He thought to himself, so soon the young lady already has the demeanor of a virtuous wife and mother. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chun drove out of the Bisui residences. His destination was directly the food street of the university town. Compared to the back alley food street that was occasionally raided by city inspectors, this university town food street was the true most bustling and most popular food hub in Sihai City. He originally planned to go directly, but coincidentally Lu Wei called. As soon as he heard that Jiang Chun was going to the food street to look for a shop, he immediately wanted to go too. Jiang Chun then went to his place to pick him up, and they went together. Holy shit! A BMW X7. After they arrived, Lu Wei saw Jiang Chun's car and was extremely envious. He had seen Jiang Chun driving this car before, but seeing it again still surprised him. He walked around the car, then sat inside, still clicking his tongue in admiration. Impressive. Awesome. Man, when the hell will I ever get to drive a car like this? Work with me, and within 3 years I guarantee you'll be driving a car like this, Jiang Chun said. Brother Chin, are you serious? Would I lie to you? If you step it up, maybe even a year. It's fine, Brother Chin, even if you're fooling me, it's okay. I've been dreaming of driving a car like this. As they talked, Jiang Chun stepped on the accelerator. With a roar, the car shot forward like a beast. On the way to the university town food street, Jiang Chun suddenly remembered and asked Lu Wei, "By the way, my mom didn't give you a hard time that day, did she?" "No, not at all. Although she caught us that day, confiscated our barbecue stall, and fined us 500 yuan. But actually she was very nice. She took us to write a guarantee letter and gave us a few words of advice. Then she let us go and returned the barbecue stall. So it's just a 500 fine, nothing else," Jiang Chun said. "But it's okay, I'll transfer that 500 to you later. The 500 yuan, you'll give it to me." Lu Wei was surprised. "Are you kidding? Besides, I don't really need 500 yuan. It's not from me, it's actually my mom's money. She felt that fining you 500 was reasonable, but since you're my classmate and running a stall isn't easy, she transferred the money to me and asked me to give it to you. This? No need, no need. The money from my barbecue sales hasn't even been split with you yet. Don't argue with me. The split money is separate. This 500 is my mom's money and she told me to give it to you. I can't just pocket it, can I, eh? Well, alright then. Thank Auntie." Lu Wei finally agreed to take the money. "By the way, from now on you need to be more tactful when doing things." "Yes, sure, absolutely." About half an hour later, Jiang Chun and the other arrived at the university town food street. Since it was morning, there weren't many people on the food street. After parking the car nearby, Jiang Chun and Lu Wei observed the shops on both sides. Before coming, Jiang Chun had done some research. He knew that the food street offered a wide variety of cuisines, but there was only one barbecue restaurant. As it happened, that barbecue restaurant had put up a for transfer sign due to poor management. Therefore, after roughly walking around the food street, Jiang Chun and the other headed straight for that barbecue restaurant. The door of the barbecue restaurant was open. In fact, its location was excellent. Anyone coming to the food street could easily spot its eye-catching sign. Externally, it was very advantageous. However, as soon as Jiang Chun and Lu Wei stepped inside, they immediately found it less than satisfactory. At first glance, the interior decoration was average with a few tables placed around. It looked a bit dirty and messy. Clearly, it hadn't been tidied up much, and the shop owner probably had a carefree attitude. In the end, there could only be one reason: the barbecue restaurant was poorly managed, and the owner had lost the motivation to serve. "Hello, our barbecue restaurant only opens in the afternoon." Inside the barbecue restaurant, the owner and his wife were having breakfast: pickled vegetables, plain congee, and a few steamed buns. When they saw someone enter, the owner holding his bowl came forward and said, "We're not here to eat barbecue." Jiang Chun turned and pointed at the for transfer sign on the door. "I see your barbecue restaurant is listed for transfer. If the terms are right, we'd like to take it over." "You want to take over my barbecue restaurant?" The owner was stunned for a moment, then quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and said enthusiastically, "Great, welcome, welcome. This shop of ours has indeed been considering a transfer recently. To be honest, this shop is our pride and joy. Currently, the barbecue restaurant is steadily profitable, earning a few $100,000 a year with ease. Now we're in a hurry to transfer due to some urgent matters. Yes, if it weren't for an urgent situation back home, we wouldn't be in such a rush to transfer." The owner's wife also put down her bowl and chopsticks and chimed in. "How much is the transfer fee?" Jiang Chun asked directly. "The transfer fee is a flat 300 yuan, the owner replied crisply. 300,000 transfer fee. Before Jiang Chun could react, Lu Wei, who had once worked part-time at a barbecue restaurant, exclaimed in surprise, "How much is your daily revenue that you dare ask for 300? We say this based on our reasoning. Daily revenue of 100 minus utilities and labor costs, net profit 300. For such a thriving barbecue restaurant, we're only asking this modest transfer fee." "Exactly. If you don't believe us, you can ask around. We're actually asking too little at 300. Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Daily revenue of 100 minus utilities and labor costs, net profit 300. Are you kidding me? In that case, let me calculate for you. With daily revenue of 1000, assuming a higher average of 100 per table, that's 100 tables. But you currently have fewer than 10 tables. In other words, your barbecue restaurant would need to turn over tables more than 10 times to achieve a daily revenue of 100. More than 10 turnovers. For this shop, is that possible? Lu Wei's words left the owner and his wife stunned. They had thought the two young visitors would be easy to fool, but unexpectedly, they were quite knowledgeable. More than 10 turnovers. Why not? Our business is booming with customers queuing every day. Our record is 20 turnovers, so averaging more than 10 is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? After coming to her senses, the owner's wife began to argue irrationally, disregarding basic facts. Lu Wei shook his head and laughed. Jiang Qin smiled and said, indeed very reasonable. Judging by the layer of dust on the tables in this shop, it's not just possible to average 10 turnovers a day. It could be 20 or even 30. As he spoke, he swiped his finger across a table in the corner, leaving a trail in the dust, and his finger was covered in grime. The owner and his wife were extremely embarrassed. With such a thick layer of dust on the tables, how could you claim the barbecue restaurant averaged 10 turnovers a day? Who the hell would believe that? Well, the transfer fee of 300 is indeed a bit high. How about you name a price? The owner wiped his forehead and said helplessly, in my opinion, at most 1500, no more. Lu Wei said, 15000. No, we paid 18000 as transfer fee when we took over this shop. The owner complained, inwardly thinking this guy was too ruthless in bargaining, cutting it in half. Seeing that Jiang Qin seemed like a reasonable person, he turned to Jiang Qin and pretended to be generous. Brother, you name the price for the transfer fee, really. If it's not too far off, I'll sell the shop to you at a loss. Jiang Qin simply held up one finger. Seeing this, the owner exclaimed in surprise, T10. 10,000. He thought to himself, these two young men are even more ruthless in bargaining. The 300 transfer fee. The first one cut it in half, and this one cut it all the way down to 100. Yes, exactly 100,000. Brother, you're too ruthless. You cut it by more than half in one go. Yeah, big brother, add a bit more. Add a bit more, and the shop is yours, the boss couple pleaded with a troubled expression. Seeing that their reaction wasn't too intense, Jiang Qin had a rough idea in his mind. Then, after walking around the shop, he said to the boss couple, is this barbecue shop's commercial property also yours? Yes, because we were in the catering business ourselves. After buying this property, we simply started the barbecue business, the shop owner casually said. Seeing Jiang Qin ask about this, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that you, brother, want this property of mine? Yes, I do want your property, Jiang Qin nodded. Are you selling it? What? You want to buy the property? The shop owner couple exclaimed in surprise, sizing up Jiang Qin. We'll sell. Then they had Jiang Qin and his companion sit down, serve tea, and the shop owner briefed them on the property. I bought the property 5 years ago. At that time, I took out a loan of 2 million. Brother, if you don't believe me, I can show you the purchase contract later. The first floor is the restaurant, the second floor is the warehouse and living quarters. I originally thought that since the property is located in the university town's food street, whether running a barbecue shop or waiting for the property to appreciate, I could make a big profit. But I never expected a pandemic to hit. These years of the pandemic have dealt a heavy blow to the catering industry. I won't hide it from you, brother. Our barbecue business isn't doing well now, and the property's value has fallen instead of rising. I can see that you're sincere, brother. So I won't ask for much. The property is a flat price of 1.8 million, and as for the barbecue shop, I'll throw it in as a bonus, free of charge. What do you think? A property bought for 2 million, now asking for 1.8 million. The barbecue shop as a bonus. In other words, no transfer fee. Jiang Qin estimated that the price of 1.8 million was about right with no water in it. Besides, he could afford it, so he decided not to bother with further negotiation. Alright, deal. After securing the property, Jiang Qin took Lu Wei to a decoration company and finalized the renovation and decoration plan for the barbecue shop. The second floor of the barbecue shop, originally a warehouse and living quarters, Jiang Qin converted entirely into a dining area, adding private rooms and a lounge. After finalizing the renovation plan, Jiang Qin handed the keys to the barbecue shop and the decoration contract to Lu Wei. Lu Wei was startled. Qin, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to follow me? Since I'm tied up now, I'm putting the barbecue shop in your hands to manage for me. Handing the barbecue shop to me. Yes, so are you willing? Hell yes. I'd be willing even if it kills me. Lu Wei replied without a moment's hesitation. He had known from their earlier barbecue stall days that Jiang Qin had a knack for the catering business. Following him would definitely be lucrative. He just hadn't expected Jiang Qin to hand over the entire barbecue shop to him this time. Alright, Wei Z, since we're classmates and buddies, I'll be straightforward. I'm giving you 2 options for running this barbecue shop. One is to be my store manager, the other is to be my business partner. Which one do you choose? Lu Wei blinked. Qin, which one pays more? The store manager gets a monthly salary of 10,000. The business partner gets a monthly salary of 5,000 plus 5% of the shares. Jiang Qin said, 10,000 a month. 5,000 a month plus 5% of the shares. Of course I'll choose the one that pays more. Qin, I choose to be your business partner. Lu Wei scratched his head and grinned. Following you having 5% of the barbecue shop shares is way better than a measly 8 or 10,000. Alright, it's settled then. Yes, settled. As for Lu Wei, this classmate and good buddy of 4 years in college, Jiang Chen trusted him. But there were two options. If Lu Wei had been greedy and chosen the 10,000 a month store manager position, Jiang Chen would have been somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, Lu Wei lived up to his trust. He ultimately made the choice Jiang Chen most hoped for. Just as they were about to head back after finishing their business, Lu Wei's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at who was calling, then mysteriously stepped aside to answer. When he came back, he said to Jiang Chen with a silly grin, "Chen-gu, can I borrow your BMW X7 for a spin today, just to show off?" "What are you up to?" Jiang Chen asked. "Oh, I just made a date with a girl. She agreed to go out with me." "What the hell, you're going on a date?" Jiang Chen was shocked. He thought to himself that Wei Zi, the eternal simp, had finally wised up and gotten a date. "Awesome, Wei Zi. Which girl?" "Yeah, it's a date." "As for which girl, Chen-gu, don't ask." Lu Wei didn't say, but Jiang Chen's first thought was that female demon and counselor Yin Li. But no way, writing the teacher. Had this kid already put what he learned into practice that fast? Lu Wei's crush on the female demon. Since the day Lu Wei let it slip, Sheng Chong and Wu Hao immediately told Jiang Chen. There was no helping it. It was too explosive. It was like a mouse serving as a bridesmaid for a cat. How crazy was that? Jiang Chen was equally shocked after hearing this. Damn, Wei Zi was just asking for trouble. One must remember that in the past it was Lu Wei who suffered the most from Yin Li's torment. In the dead of winter, Lu Wei was engrossed in a video game when Yin Li dragged him off to clean. His hands were red and his whole body shivered from the cold. He was almost driven to tears by the ordeal. But how long had it been since graduation? Lu Wei, once healed, forgot the pain and actually went on a date with the female demon. That was simply outrageous. With Yin Li's methods, Lu Wei, despite his bulky build, stood no chance against her. He would likely be devoured by her, leaving not even a scrap of bone behind. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lu Wei. "Wei Zi, are you sure about this? That teacher Yin is no ordinary person. Be careful or she'll devour you without you even knowing what happened. You were head over heels for that Feng Rongrong before, and now you've changed your target. That's good. But teacher Yin is still too tough for you," Jiang Chen advised. "It's fine, brother Chen. I know what I'm doing." Besides, who devours whom is still up for debate. Lu Wei didn't care at all. He then drove Jiang Chen back to his home in Bisuiju. After Jiang Chen got out, Lu Wei said, "Brother Chen, I'll return the car to you tomorrow morning. You two are going to spend the night outside." Jiang Chen was surprised. He seldom needed a car currently, so returning it the next day was fine. But Lu Wei and the female demon were going to stay overnight. Damn, they were moving fast. "Yes. We've arranged to go to the seaside and watch the ocean together," Lu Wei said with excitement. Jiang Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. But seeing Lu Wei so excited, he didn't have the heart to say anything more. Maybe this was just the guy's fate. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen headed home. He stopped by the fresh supermarket downstairs and bought some fresh fruit before going back. Ding. Host has successfully completed the task of securing a store today. Task evaluation excellent. Congratulations, host. Reward 1. 8 million cash and a lottery gift pack. Holy crap. A reward of 8 million. I only spent 8 million on the store, and now I've gotten it back. Tongzi, you're awesome. Thank you for the compliment, host. Tongzi will keep up the good work. Tongzi, draw the lottery. As you command. Ding. Host has successfully drawn the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of Divine Scar Removal Potion. Divine Scar Removal Potion can target any scar. After application within 1 night, the wound can fully heal, and the scar will be perfectly removed, leaving the skin smooth and new. Special reminder, the Scar Removal Potion is of divine grade, so it may have unexpected effects. Please use it with caution. He actually drew a bottle of Divine Scar Removal Potion. Jiang Chen immediately thought of the scar left on Su Qingqing's abdomen from her C-section. After all, she was the mother of his child. This Divine Scar Removal Potion would be perfect for her. As for the unexpected effects, Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously. It was just a scar removal potion. What unexpected effects could it possibly have? It couldn't turn into a gene potion, could it? Back so soon. Jiang Chen entered the house, and Su Qingqing greeted him. "I was afraid you'd be starving by noon, so I came back early." Jiang Chen laughed. "If I'm cooking at home, how could I be hungry?" Su Qingqing said. "I won't let you starve." "So you had a good lunch then?" "Of course. I made braised chicken, braised pork trotters, and a bowl of seafood soup. The taste was incredible. I couldn't stop eating." Su Qingqing said proudly. "So that means there's a hidden master chef in my house." Jiang Chen laughed. "What did you think?" Su Qingqing looked smug, but before she could continue, her smile froze. Because Jiang Chen pulled out a takeout bag from the trash can right in front of her with the order receipt still attached. Uncle Yang's Braised Chicken Shop No. 007, 1 braised chicken, 1 braised pork trotters, 1 seafood soup, 1 rice. Remarks, braised chicken without spice, seafood soup without cilantro. Jiang Chen read the order aloud. "So this is the lunch you made?" "No, ordered." "Well, Su Qingqing was incredibly embarrassed, her expression as awkward as a thief caught red-handed. Well, her big chef persona had been ruthlessly exposed. Jiang Chen poked at the takeout and found that each dish had barely been touched. "You ordered takeout, why didn't you eat?" he asked, puzzled. Isn't that wasteful? It was too awful, so I only had a few bites. So did you actually cook anything for lunch? I did it still in the pot. Jiang Chun became curious and went to the kitchen to see what the girl had made. He lifted the lid and found a large black lump emitting a pungent smell. What is this thing? Scrambled eggs. I added too much dark soy sauce and the heat was too high, so it turned out like this. Jiang Chun was speechless. To turn such a simple dish as scrambled eggs into such a monstrosity, she was truly a talent. So today you first tried to cook, found it terrible, then ordered takeout, found it equally terrible, and then threw it in the trash. Is that right? Jiang Chun asked. Yes. But actually it's all your fault. My fault. Yes. It's all because you cook so well. You've spoiled my palate. I used to be not picky about food. I could eat my own cooking as long as it was cooked through. But now that I'm used to your cooking, I can't even stomach my own food, and even my favorite takeout makes me want to vomit after one bite. Su Qingqing argued convincingly. Well, so it's my fault for cooking well. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead. I was actually looking forward to the lavish dinner you mentioned this morning. But now, forget it, I'll do it myself. Just tell me what you want to eat, name the dishes. Great. I want braised chicken, braised pork, trotter, seafood soup, boiled shrimp, baby bok, choy king, oyster mushrooms, steamed sea bass, and sweet and sour beef tenderloin. Su Qingqing hopped with joy, rattling off all the dishes she wanted to eat right now. So many. Can you finish all that? Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Yes, I guarantee I can finish it all. Su Qingqing patted her chest in assurance. Jiang Chun broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, this girl must be starving after a whole day. She's almost gone crazy. Jiang Chun went to the kitchen. An hour later, following the dishes Su Qingqing had ordered, he prepared a table full of delectable cuisine. Su Qingqing was indeed famished. She pounced on the food, devouring it heartily, without regard for her image. Watching from the side, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. I think from now on you'll just have to be my wife. Why? Su Qingqing asked while still stuffing a piece of beef tenderloin into her mouth. What do you think? I was gone for less than a day and you ended up starving like this. If you were to leave me, do you think you could survive? But if you were my wife, I would never let you go hungry. I promise to keep you well fed every day. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at Jiang Chun. The meaning was there, but why did it sound so odd? Keep her well fed. Come on, she wasn't a child. Yet deep down, she actually felt the same way. A certain female writer once said, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. To capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her. Something had long been captured by that man. She had even borne him 3 children. Now her stomach was firmly in his grasp. It seemed that in this life, she was truly unable to escape. Forget it, why think about all that now? Let's fill the belly first. After eating for a while, when she had something in her stomach, Su Qingqing slowed down and asked Jiang Chun about his errands today. How did it go? Everything's settled. Done. You just wait to be the boss's wife. You're really planning to start a business. Otherwise, how else would I support you and the kids, eh? Su Qingqing wanted to say that she and the kids didn't need him to support them. Her money was enough. But she swallowed the words before they came out. Then she changed the subject. By the way, Sister May called this morning and said your dad's birthday is coming up. She asked us to bring the kids to their place for a gathering in a few days. Sure, Jiang Chun said. So should we prepare a gift for your dad? Su Qingqing asked. Well, Su Qingqing's question stumped Jiang Chun for a moment, because to be honest, since childhood it had always been his parents preparing birthday gifts for him. He had never actually prepared a birthday gift for his parents. Yes, of course we should prepare, Jiang Chun said. After all, he had already graduated from college and was now a father himself. If he didn't prepare a gift for his dad's birthday, it would be inexcusable. Then what gift should we prepare? Su Qingqing asked again. Jiang Chun was also stumped. Since he had never given a gift before, he truly didn't know what would be appropriate. Let's just eat first. We still have a few days so we can think about it carefully. After that, the two ate in silence. Although the meal was made by Jiang Chun for Su Qingqing, since it was around mealtime, and he was also hungry, he ate together with her. There was no way Su Qingqing could finish it all alone. But no matter what, Jiang Chun intended to be the supporting role. Yet as they ate, Su Qingqing suddenly kept urging Jiang Chun to eat more, and even used her chopsticks to pile food into his bowl. Come on, eat. You should eat more, get really full. Jiang Chun was confused. Why are you telling me to eat so much? Because. Su Qingqing's face flushed a bit. She hesitated, trying to organize her words tactfully, and finally said, the babies have grown a lot. Their appetites have grown a lot too. They've been eating more and more lately, and my milk supply is running low. Jiang Chun instantly understood. No, what did that have to do with him, the milk daddy? After dinner, it was almost evening. The two rested in the living room. Regarding Su Qingqing's request during the meal, Jiang Chun naturally agreed. He would no longer compete for it, and no longer help. After resting a while, Su Qingqing went to do her usual yoga, which was just a few very simple yoga poses. Having eaten a lot this time without realizing it, she wouldn't sleep well without doing some exercise. Jiang Chun played games on his phone for a while, then suddenly remembered something: the divine scar removal potion. Has the C-section wound on your belly healed? Jiang Chun came up to Su Qingqing and asked. Su Qingqing, who was doing some simple yoga poses, blushed when she heard this. Didn't you see it that day? It's almost healed. The day she referred to was of course the day Jiang Chun helped her bathe. The wound is almost healed but the scar is still there. I have a special scar removal potion here. Do you want to try it? As he spoke, Jiang Chun took out the divine scar removal potion. It was a small bottle of green liquid. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing felt tempted. As she recovered from childbirth, the wound gradually healed, and her figure slowly returned to what it was before. But the ugly and somewhat fierce scar left by the C-section would ultimately remain on her belly. This potion can remove scars. Where did you get it? Su Qingqing took the green bottle and asked curiously. This? An old man gave it to me. Jiang Chun made up casually since he couldn't reveal the system. Huh, an old man gave it to you. Don't tell me it was some fortune teller. Let me tell you those are all scams. Su Qingqing immediately showed a rejecting attitude. Ahem, I was just going to tease you. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I bought this at a high price online from abroad. It's the latest tech product with amazing scar removal effects. Jiang Chun introduced it seriously. That's more like it. Su Qingqing's expression softened upon hearing this. Afterward, Jiang Chun carefully applied the scar removal potion to Su Qingqing's scar. Worried about the effect, he applied it over and over again, then wrapped it with a piece of gauze. Is this scar removal potion effective? I hope it doesn't fail and actually make the scar bigger. Su Qingqing said with some concern. Don't worry, it's definitely effective. Jiang Chun said with certainty. Anything from the system is top-notch. This scar removal potion was no exception. However, because Jiang Chun seeking the best scar removal effect applied too much potion, almost the entire bottle onto the scar, some of the liquid still seeped downward while he was wrapping it with gauze. Su Qingqing's expression instantly shifted. Su Qingqing inquired, this scar removal potion. It won't cause any problems, will it? Jiang Chun replied instinctively, no. No problems at all. Jiang Chun responded instinctively, though his reply was somewhat uncertain. After all, this divine-grade scar removal potion was undeniably potent. It could erase scars, stretch marks, and more. But the key point was that during its introduction, the system had also included a special warning. Specifically, since the potion was divine-grade, it would have unexpected effects. The potion had seeped downward, and judging from the girl's expression, an unexpected effect was definitely occurring. But what exactly would that unexpected effect be? Jiang Chun was actually not sure either. Are you sure there's no problem? Su Qingqing asked. Then, of course there's no problem. This is a high-tech product I bought at a great expense. If there were any issues, I wouldn't dare use it on you. Jiang Chun persisted, gritting his teeth. It's fine, really fine. By tomorrow the effects should show, and then you'll know how good this potion is. But, it won't be ruined, will it? Su Qingqing's face stiffened, still worried. Ruined? No, absolutely not. Jiang Chun said with utmost firmness this time. However, he scratched his head, still feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. Damn it, he had just been praising the system excessively recently. This divine-grade scar removal potion, please don't cause any trouble. The night passed without incident. Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing together, as usual, took care of the three little babies, bathing them, feeding them, putting them to sleep, and then they both silently went to bed. Aside from Su Qingqing making several trips to the bathroom during the night, everything was normal. However, while there was one more abnormality, Jiang Chun didn't get his usual midnight snack. But that was nothing. The three little ones were growing rapidly, their appetites increasing. Even with Su Qingqing's extraordinary endowment, it became increasingly difficult for her to keep up with the demands of the three babies. Under such circumstances, if he were to compete for food again, it would be utterly unreasonable. The next morning, Su Qingqing suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. It turned out that upon waking, she felt a strange sensation on her belly. After removing the gauze, she discovered that the scar removal potion's effects were indeed miraculous. My heavens. The long surgical scar is actually gone. And the stretch marks are gone too. This potion is simply too amazing. Su Qingqing marveled in disbelief. Jiang Chun heard her and came over. He saw that it was indeed true. Not only were the scars and stretch marks completely gone, but the skin was as smooth as new. The divine-grade scar removal potion was truly incredible. However, Jiang Chun hadn't forgotten the unexpected effect, so he tried asking again, do you feel ruined? Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's face flushed crimson. She glared at Jiang Chun with a reproachful look and said no. Her blunt answer left Jiang Chun completely bewildered. What exactly did this no mean? When he asked again, Su Qingqing simply replied, you guess. Then she gave him a stunningly beautiful, alluring, and meaningful eye roll, and went on to get up and wash up. Jiang Chun. He stood there stunned for a long while, not sure if he had figured it out or not. He shook his head anyway, and went to make breakfast. As for guessing, it was impossible to guess. Don't try to guess a girl's thoughts, you'll never figure them out. After breakfast, Jiang Chun pushed the three little babies to the balcony to bask in the sun for a while. Then Lu Wei called, saying he had returned from his seaside date, and would drop off the car soon. Jiang Chun said, okay. He casually glanced at his phone, and found that the 303 group chat was in an uproar. It turned out that Lu Wei was showing off in the group, saying he had gone on a seaside date with the old maid. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao naturally didn't believe him and retorted that without proof, it was meaningless. As a result, Lu Wei actually posted pictures in the group. First date, and I'm already battered. But it was worth it. Attached were various pictures and short videos. With pictures as evidence, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were initially shocked. Holy shit. Wei, you actually went on a date with Teacher Yin. And you're even showing off? Awesome, awesome. They both thought to themselves that Lu Wei was really something, learning from Jiang Chun, daring to pursue a teacher. After all, that old maid, Yin Li, was no pushover. She had been extremely harsh back in the day. But after watching for a while, the two were left speechless and stunned. Because at first it seemed normal, but then it got abusive again. Yes, abusive. Holy shit. Why are you showing off? More like complaining about your misery. Bruised all over, black and blue, a pitiful sight. Damn. Did you go on a date with the old maid? Or did you become her human punching bag? Did you guys play SM? Damn, that's too wild. Be careful she doesn't kill you. Afterwards, Zheng Chong and Wu Hao both Jiang Chen asking him to persuade Lu Wei not to let Yin Li destroy him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. This Lu Wei had no limits when he was fawning over Feng Rongrong, even washing her boyfriend's underwear. Now he was provoking Yin Li, side jumping from one fire pit into another. Just as Jiang Chen was about to type a few words in the group, Lu Wei was already at the door. Jiang Chen opened it. Chen Gu. Hello, sister-in-law. After entering the house, Lu Wei politely greeted Su Qingqing and placed some seasonal fruits he had bought on the table. Good. Su Qingqing, who had been watching TV on the sofa, politely responded. You didn't have to bring anything. It's nothing, just some cheap stuff for you and Chen Gu to try. Besides, I borrowed Chen Ji's car. Lu Wei said enthusiastically. The guy had basically driven back overnight, yet showed no signs of fatigue. Seeing that Lu Wei was indeed bruised and battered, Jiang Chen didn't want to ask in front of Su Qingqing, so he pulled him into the kitchen. Wait, what the hell happened? You just went on a date with Yin Li, went to see the sea together. How did she end up beating you like this? Jiang Chen was puzzled, looking at Lu Wei. And forget the bruises, the originally loose pants he wore out had been cut short into shorts. But despite that, Lu Wei looked disheveled, but his spirits were truly high. We did go see the sea. I just went on a date with Teacher Yin. How could you call it being abused by her? Besides, am I willingly being abused by Teacher Yin? Lu Wei argued firmly. Jiang Chen, what? You're like this and still defending Yin Li. And still calling her Teacher Yin. Remember back then, everyone hated this, Yin Li calling her a female demon and old maid. If she didn't abuse you, then how did you get those injuries? Jiang Chen asked. Hey, it's from the date, just minor injuries. Lu Wei laughed. From the date? Jiang Chen was surprised. What did you two do? Your arms are covered in bumps. What happened? We were watching the sea together. Teacher Yin saw that I was overweight and knew I was type A blood, so she suddenly wanted to see the night sea. We went, and all these bumps are mosquito bites from the beach. Then what about your face? Why is it black and blue? While watching the sea at night, Teacher Yin suddenly wanted to practice Taekwondo, so I became her sparring partner for a while. And your pants? Well, ahem, when we were digging in the sand, Teacher Yin thought my pants were too long and kept getting sand in them, so she kindly cut them shorter for me. Jiang Chen listened and couldn't help but sweat profusely. This Yin Li was truly a weirdo, playing with Wei in such a wild way. If she were placed in some fantasy world and had some power, she would definitely be a murderous female demon, and a super perverted one at that. Kill if you blink, kill if you speak, kill if you enter with the left foot, kill if you enter with the right foot. And someone like Lu Wei wouldn't last 3 minutes in front of her. No, 3 seconds would be too much. Out of friendship, Jiang Chen made the same choice as Zheng Chong and Wu Hao, to persuade Lu Wei to turn back and not let Yin Li toy with him anymore. Wei, listen to your brother, you should back off. That Yin Li is not your type at all. Feng Rongrong was no good, but at worst she just made you wash her boyfriend's socks and underwear. But this Yin Li is different. She's a female demon. If you keep going, Zheng Chong, Wu Hao and I are really worried she'll kill you. Jiang Chen advised earnestly. However, Lu Wei, still high on excitement, couldn't listen. Chen Gu, it's fine really. Teacher Yin is actually a nice person. She said my skin is thick and tough. I'm a living person, she can't eat me. Besides, it doesn't matter if Teacher Yin isn't my type. The key is that I am her type. Wei, why can't you listen? Do you think Zheng Chong, Wu Hao and I would harm you? Jiang Chen was getting a bit angry, thinking, why is this guy as stubborn as a mule? Chen Gu, Lu Wei argued. I understand what you guys say and I know it's for my own good, but I have my reasons too. What reasons? Tell me. Well, Lu Wei scratched his head. Back when I was chasing Feng Rongrong, no being her backup, I was such a simp, giving her my all, eating instant noodles while buying her expensive gifts. I even did things like washing her boyfriend's clothes. But in the end, after all that simping, I ended up with nothing. I couldn't even get close to Feng Rongrong, let alone touch her finger. But Teacher Yin is different. We went on a seaside date, and I felt so happy. She was very considerate of my feelings. Most importantly, for the first time in my life at 20-something, I held a girl's hand. Jiang Chen was taken aback. You held Yin Li's hand? Yeah. While watching the sea at night, somehow, I touched Teacher Yan's hand, and then we held hands. Actually, it wasn't just holding hands, I also. Lu Wei recalled, then suddenly stopped. This shocked Jiang Chen even more. And he inexplicably felt gossipy and anxious. Wei, you held hands, then what happened next? Just say it already. At the sound of Jiang Chen's question, Lu Wei scratched his head embarrassedly, cleared his throat twice, and continued. Well, it's nothing much. We just want to see the sea together. We sat on the beach a bit too close to each other. Too close. I could even smell the fragrance of Teacher Yan's hair. What? Jiang Chen was astonished. That's it? Yeah. And that's all. Of course that's all. It was only our first date. What more did you expect from me? Lu Wei said matter-of-factly. Compared to Feng Rongrong teacher, Yen is like a fairy descending from the heavens, specifically coming down to save me. Then again, thinking about how I used to grovel after Feng Rongrong back then, I really want to tell my past self one thing. A simp dogs get nothing. Brother Chen, tell me. Teacher Yen treats me so well, how could I possibly give her up? And be honest, were my reasons earlier reasonable? Lu Wei asked Jiang Chun with confidence. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead and glanced at Lu Wei's bruised and battered face. He couldn't help but feel. This guy wasn't actually in that bad shape after all. Well, it really depends on what you decide. Only you know whether the shoes fit properly. What others say is just advice. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Seeing Jiang Chun give way, Lu Wei immediately cheered up. Brother Chun, I washed the car for you, filled it with gas, and parked it in the usual spot downstairs. Here are the keys. See ya, Brother Chun. Bye, sister-in-law. As soon as the questioning ended, Lu Wei handed the car keys back to Jiang Chun, stood there for 2 more words, and then skipped off goodbye. Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng watched Lu Wei disappear out the door and down the stairs in a flash. For a moment, both were stunned. Your classmate is covered in injuries, but why does he look so happy? Su Qingcheng asked curiously. He really is quite happy, Jiang Chun said. This kid's been single for over 20 years, and he finally got to hold a girl's hand. Do you think he wouldn't be happy? But then again, Wei Zi seems to have fallen completely for Yan Li this time. It's like an old house catching fire. There's no saving it now? Su Qingcheng was surprised. What's going on? After a pause, Jiang Chun sat beside Su Qingcheng and gave her a general rundown of what happened between Lu Wei and Yan Li. Upon hearing the story, Su Qingcheng also couldn't help but marvel. Speaking of which, your classmate is all beaten up, yet he still maintains such enthusiasm after being mistreated by Yan Li. Wow, that's rare indeed. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Jiang Chun replied, though he didn't mention that if we're talking about rare behavior, this kid had once washed underwear for his goddess's boyfriend. That would have been even more extraordinary. I'll be honest, I actually think. It's hard to say, but Yan Li and your classmate might just end up together in the end. Why? Because like a curved blade cutting against a gourd, everything has its match. I get the curved blade cutting the gourd part, but you're using the second phrase incorrectly. Yan Li doesn't need to exert control over Lu Wei, as she just extends one finger and he immediately submits. It's not Yan Li who dominates Lu Wei, it's Lu Wei who's completely under Yan Li's spell. What, Lu Wei is the one who can't resist Yan Li? Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. That's quite an unconventional way of looking at it. As he spoke, he unconsciously wrapped his arm around Su Qingcheng's slender waist. She truly is exceptional. Even though she just gave birth and hasn't finished her confinement period. But this waist truly gives one the impression of being easily grasped in both hands. Over there. Jiang Chun's sudden move startled Su Qingcheng, and her body went rigid. She tried pushing him away secretly, but couldn't budge him. She gave up in resignation. Her heart was filled with embarrassment, cursing the pig for his lecherous hands. During broad daylight, he dared to take advantage of her. Hasn't he had enough of such antics at night? How shameless. But on the surface, she continued to pretend nonchalance. This isn't unconventional thinking, it's actually reverse thinking. Su Qingcheng went on earnestly, but then again, that was just my intuition. Whether your classmate Lu Wei and Yan Li will end up together is up to their own destiny. That's true. Jiang Chun also spoke seriously. By the way, based on your description, your classmate must be a submissive type, right? A submissive type. Jiang Chun understood immediately, but somewhat unexpectedly these words came from the cold goddess professor's mouth. Admiration. What's admiration? Jiang Chun asked deliberately. Su Qingcheng's beautiful face flushed red. What do you mean, what's that? You clearly understand, yet you keep asking me. I wasn't confused, I was just curious how you knew. TCH. I may not have eaten the pork, but I've certainly seen the pig walk. Su Qingcheng said, coquettishly rolling her eyes at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle at Su Qingcheng's charming appearance. He suddenly felt a bit restless, or rather his hands itched. Ding. Host has embraced his wife for the first time at home during broad daylight. Reward 300,000 yuan. Ding. Host's current action triggers an additional reward. Starting from now, each minute spent embracing the wife will earn 300,000 yuan. Note valid for today, only right now. This. You get money for hugging your wife. 300,000 yuan for every minute. Then what's there to hesitate about? Jiang Chun simply wrapped both arms around her. Su Qingcheng. She could barely hold it in anymore. Thinking to herself that this pig was pushing his luck. She wanted to struggle, but trapped in Jiang Chun's iron-like arms, there was no way she could break free. However, since she couldn't escape, then. Anyway, this pig has been taking good care of her, and the child working hard for so long. Never mind, let's just consider this a little bonus for him. With Su Qingcheng's half-hearted resistance, Jiang Chun holding his wife became even more unrestrained. Outside the window the sun was bright, and unknown birds chirped. The room was harmonious and warm. He lay on the sofa, one leg crossed, watching TV, with a soft, fragrant warmth in his arms. Beside him were 3 soundly sleeping fair and adorable babies. Hugging his wife in broad daylight. This is pure happiness. Su Qingcheng had become somewhat resigned. She closed her eyes, tilted her head against Jiang Chun's shoulder, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. For a moment she said nothing, but didn't fall asleep either. No kidding, in such a situation, even if she wanted to sleep, she wouldn't dare. What if that rascal gave in to his beastly nature? She really couldn't resist anymore. By the way, what is Yin Li's reputation among your colleagues? He thought of Lu Wei earlier, who was tormented by the old spinster, yet became infatuated with her, like a house on fire beyond saving. Jiang Chun, while enjoying his embrace, suddenly asked about it. After all, Lu Wei was his own buddy. Next step, opening a barbecue shop, he still needed his help. If that old spinster played him to death, or left him crippled, it would really be a loss outweighing the gain. Moreover, the old spinster and the young woman were colleagues. After her postpartum confinement and returning to work, the young woman would inevitably be more or less influenced by the old spinster's bad influence. Not bad. Su Qingqing thought seriously and said, before you told me, I really didn't expect that Yin Li's reputation among students was like that. She continued, but among our colleagues she is really quite nice. She added, I've never heard of her having conflicts with anyone or doing anything outrageous or bizarre. She is usually quite lively and cheerful and always ready to help others. Jiang Chen said, so her weirdness is only directed at us students? Su Qingqing replied, probably. But think about it, she is just a counselor at school. Everyone is a colleague, so who can she bully? Maybe she just sees you as a bunch of kids fun to tease and easy to bully. Su Qingqing naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and analyzed with great insight. As she spoke, her eyes were still half closed in a dreamy state. Looking at the young woman in his arms with her seemingly lazy, yet incredibly alluring appearance, Jiang Chun was momentarily dazed. An ancient saying goes, the spring night is too short, the sun rises high, henceforth the emperor no longer holds morning court. It tells of ancient emperors who, after obtaining a beautiful woman, indulged in pleasure every day and stopped attending court. Jiang Chen felt that if it were him, damn it, not to mention 3 months, even 3 years without attending court, he would be capable of it. He remained dazed for a while. Jiang Chun composed himself and continued the previous topic. After all, they were still discussing serious matters. That's true. He agreed with Su Qingqing's assessment of Yin Li. To be honest, he was a bit surprised that this old spinster was actually quite reliable among her colleagues. So then even if Lu Wei fell into her hands, he shouldn't be too badly off. But on the other hand, he still didn't want the young woman to have too much contact with the old spinster. What if the young woman learned bad habits from the old spinster? She might also start tormenting people, inflicting bloody wounds, or even if not bloody, using ropes and whips or something. That scene would be too perverted. Too exciting. Jiang Chun considered himself a decent man. He couldn't stand that kind of thing. It was better to keep things as they were, plain and simple. How was your relationship with Yin Li back at school? Did you interact much? Not much, just colleagues, Su Qingqing replied truthfully. We only had contact occasionally during classes or activities. We might not even exchange a word in a week. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Jiang Chun said, nothing, I just want to suggest that you have less contact with Yin Li in the future. Why? Su Qingqing asked again. What else? Near ink one gets black, near cinnabar one gets red. Yin Li is a pervert and a weirdo. I'm afraid you'll learn bad habits from her. Su Qingqing was initially surprised, then gave a silent laugh. Oh, I see. You're afraid I'll learn from Yin Li and start tormenting you, right? She said with a smile, already opening her eyes. At that moment her eyes sparkled with radiance, cute and charming. Jiang Chen saw this and couldn't help feeling more attracted. Torment me? With your little frame, I could torment 10 of you. She retorted, that's not necessarily true. Brute force isn't everything, sometimes wisdom is more needed. So you're unconvinced. If you're not convinced, come and try. Jiang Chen said, try it then. Su Qingqing, in a rare display of playfulness, bantered with Jiang Chun for a while. She was just extending her arm, eagerly wanting to challenge Jiang Chun to an arm wrestling match, but with her pure mind, she never imagined that the rascal had long been unable to restrain himself. Seeing her dare to provoke him verbally, he immediately suppressed her. Well, not with his hands, but with his mouth. He kissed her instantly. Su Qingqing was caught off guard, not expecting Jiang Chen to do that. That rascal had no martial ethics. But fortunately, she had already mentally prepared herself to give Jiang Chun some benefits. So despite being caught off guard, she just gave him a couple of small punches with her little fist, then let him have his way and immersed herself in the moment. After a few minutes they finally parted. Su Qingqing was still a little pouty, thinking about Jiang Chen's lack of martial ethics. Jiang Chun saw the young woman's expression. He couldn't help but want to laugh. This little girl. She still looked unconvinced. How did it feel? Jiang Chun asked with a smile. Not great, but your technique has improved compared to before. You didn't bite wildly like last time. You're criticizing me. You're not any better. She spat. I'm different. How different? Want to try again? Let's try. Su Qingqing didn't hesitate. He chuckled. How the little girl dared to provoke him again. What else to wait for? Of course, suppress her again. So Jiang Chun didn't hesitate either. After another few minutes they parted. This time Su Qingqing was flushed all over. After parting, she immediately gave Jiang Chun a big eye roll, and then spat. Don't be shameless. Jiang Chun was suddenly scolded, and was a bit confused. Wait, I didn't do anything just now, why am I shameless? She said, you haven't done anything. Just your behavior, just now dare you say you didn't do anything. Su Qingqing's face was red with shame, and she gave Jiang Chun another fierce glare. We agreed to use only mouse. Why did you use your hands? Your hands were not obedient at all. You even. Jiang Chun was speechless. This. Ahem. He was really wrong. He hadn't thought about that at all. He had that accidental behavior just now, or it must have been instinct. Yes, a man's instinct at certain times. Su Qingqing, irritated by Jiang Chen's behavior, gently scolded him a few times. She stood up, took a few breaths, steadied her mind, shot him a sidelong glare, and then sauntered toward the restroom. Jiang Chen scratched his head, looking both innocent and helpless. I didn't want this either. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host hugged his wife in broad daylight for a total of 11 minutes and 33 seconds. At the rate of 300 yuan per minute, the host has earned a total reward of 346500 yuan. The system rounded up the amount. Congratulations to the host for receiving 400 yuan. Ding. Host kissed his wife in broad daylight over and over again, unable to stop, triggering an extra reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine musical instrument skill. Please select the type of instrument. Option 1, Western instruments. Option 2, Eastern instruments. Only 11 minutes and 33 seconds. Jiang Chen thought he had held her for at least half an hour. But tisk. The damn system was finally being considerate, rounding 346400 up to 400. Not bad. Then came the divine musical instrument skill. There was even a multiple choice question. I'll choose option 2, Eastern instruments. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He had to support domestic products. Ding received. Please continue to select the instrument type. Option 1, Shao vertical flute. Option 2, Guqin. What the hell? Must pick option 2, Guqin. If he chose the Shao, wouldn't that be the same as his wife? Then they could blow together. If his little lady found out, she'd laugh her head off. Your dad's birthday is coming soon, right? What gift are you picking for him? Su Qingxiang had returned from the restroom, her expression back to normal. She sat down on the sofa and suddenly asked Jiang Chun. A birthday gift for his father. Jiang Chun scratched his head again. They had discussed this before, thinking they had a few days to figure it out, but so far they still had no clue. It was rather embarrassing. His father had worked hard his whole life, and this was Jiang Chen's first time giving him a birthday gift. But what to give? He was stuck, because he truly had no idea what his father would like. Any ideas? Jiang Chen thought for a while, but still came up with nothing, so he asked Su Qingqing again. Me? Su Qingqing smiled. This is a birthday gift from you to your father. I don't have any great ideas either, but seeing your classmate return your car keys this morning gave me a sudden suggestion. What suggestion? Let's hear it. Your parents' house only has that old Volkswagen, right? Why not give your father a new car as a birthday present? A new car as a birthday gift for Dad. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His parents' old Volkswagen had been driven for 10 years. From his memory of elementary school until now, it had no major problems, but constant minor ones. His father always boasted about that old Volkswagen, saying it had made great contributions to the family, praising it endlessly. But if he were given a new car, that Jiang Dapeng would be overjoyed and kick the old Volkswagen aside without a second thought. That's a great idea. Then I'll give Dad a new car for his birthday. Jiang Chen exclaimed happily. But what car to choose? That was also a question. Jiang Chen currently owned a BMW X7. With his finances, buying another BMW was no pressure, but would his father like it? His father was an engineer who always advocated for domestic equipment and detested the current situation of being choked by foreign technology. Besides, although the car was for his father, his mother would inevitably drive it too. His mother was a minor leader at her unit. If she suddenly switched from the old Volkswagen to a brand new BMW, it might arouse suspicion. So after comprehensive consideration and discussion with Su Qingqing, Jiang Chun decided to buy his father a domestic new energy vehicle instead. Domestic new energy vehicles were at their peak, developing rapidly, and in terms of technology, performance, driving experience, and quality, they were in no way inferior to foreign brands like Tesla. Since we're choosing domestic new energy, how about the 80M7? After comparing a bunch of models, Su Qingqing suggested again. Yeah, that's the one. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Although the 80M7 also had its flaws, considering his parents' needs, being able to run on both electricity and fuel with no range anxiety, the M7 would definitely suffice. The old couple could drive to the suburbs or countryside for fun, which would be nice. The weather is good today. Since we've decided on this car, let's just go buy it today. Jiang Chen said. Great. Su Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Chen's proposal. During her postpartum confinement, she had to avoid wind and many taboos, so she rarely had the chance to go out. Staying indoors all the time, she felt like she was going moldy. Taking advantage of the fine weather, it was the perfect opportunity to go out and have some fun. But going out meant bringing along the 3 little ones, which in turn meant a bunch of necessities: wet wipes, diapers, formula bottles, a water flask, a thin blanket, and so on. After they packed up and were about to leave, Su Qingqing thought for a moment and said, "It's inconvenient to feed them formula outside, and it can easily cause heatiness. Forget it, let's feed the 3 little ones at home before we go." Jiang Chen immediately agreed. A dozen minutes later, Su Qingxiang had fed the 3 little rascals, and the family of 5 finally set out. Jiang Chun drove straight to the auto mall. Since they had already chosen the brand and model, it saved a lot of trouble. He drove directly to the AITO 4S store. The moment the family of 5 got out of the car, they attracted a lot of attention. Whoa, a family of 5 and their triplets. What a sight. And look, the father is handsome, and the mother is beautiful. Tisk tisk, the man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. They're both a perfect match and a feast for the eyes. So jealous. Many people in the crowd exclaimed in admiration. The auto mall housed 4S stores for various car brands. Many salespeople from BBA dealerships noticed Jiang Chun driving a BMW X7 from afar and assumed he had strong purchasing power, thinking he would still choose a luxury brand like BBA if he bought another car. But none of them expected that after Jiang Chun parked the car, his family walked straight into a domestic new energy store. The AITO 4S store was bustling with customers. Jiang Chun quickly found the 80M7 display car. Su Qingqing, looking after the three children, stood by and watched the display car for a while before sitting down on a chair by the side of the store to rest. Senior Jiang Chun, what are you doing here? Just as Jiang Chun was thinking that the display car looked decent, and if the test drive went smoothly he would buy it directly, a female salesperson in a work uniform spotted him and exclaimed in surprise. At the sound of her voice, three other girls in the same work uniforms also noticed Jiang Chun and hurried over. In an instant, Jiang Chun was surrounded by four girls. Jiang Chun was taken aback at first. He had been intently examining the vehicles when suddenly a group of people surrounded him with such enthusiasm that he felt momentarily ill at ease. Glancing over his shoulder, he realized he recognized all four of the girls. The one leading the group was named by Lu, while the other three were Zheng Qiu, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan. All four were juniors at Sihai University, a year below him. More accurately put, they had once been among his most ardent admirers. Back when Jiang Chun was a sophomore, he had made the university basketball team. With his excellent skills and handsome appearance, he had won over quite a few female fans during games. Among those devoted followers were four freshmen, by Lu Zhengqiu, Lu Bingyan, and their roommate, who were particularly enthusiastic. They had pursued him faithfully ever since, never missing a single one of his matches. And because they often hung around the court, occasionally bringing him water and milk tea, Jiang Chun had come to know them. To be honest, although the four girls were exceedingly warm and forward in their demeanor, and by Lu, whose beauty had once earned her the title of campus queen, was quite striking, he simply felt nothing. She was small and thin with a flat figure that held no appeal at all. How should he put it? He preferred girls with a bit more flesh to them, though certainly not too plump. If he had to give a concrete example, yes, right now what he desired most was someone like Su Qingqing. A breathtaking beauty such as hers, slender, yet curves in all the right places, an absolute gem that could not be sought, but only stumbled upon. Senior. Hello, senior. After you graduated in your senior year, I kept hoping I'd never see you again. I didn't expect you'd still be in Sihai City, and what incredible coincidence to run into you here again. Yes, it really is such a coincidence. It's been so long, yet you're still as handsome and dashing as ever, senior. Senior, are you here alone? Are you also come to look at cars? Bai Lu and her three companions had barely spotted Jiang Chun before they descended upon him, chatting excitedly and chattering non-stop like a flock of sparrows. The noise was relentless. Jiang Chun felt a headache forming. He had once thought mischievous boys were unbearable, nearly causing chaos wherever they went, but these girls were hardly any better. Come now, he reminded himself, you're women, not children. If they had been strangers, Jiang Chun would have considered giving them the cold shoulder and asking them to leave on the spot. But they were his juniors after all. He still needed to show a certain courtesy. Actually, I am here to look at cars, Jiang Chun said, scratching his head helplessly. He glanced at their uniforms and added, you work as salespeople at this 4S dealership? Yes. We're salespeople. Classes are light right now, so we came here to work part-time and gain internship experience. The four of them nodded eagerly upon hearing Jiang Chun's question. Almost before finishing her reply, Bai Lu asked briskly, Senior, have you found a model you're interested in? Would you like us to give you an introduction? Yes, even if you don't buy anything. We're free anyway. Let us help you compare models so you can make a better decision when you're ready to purchase. Zheng Qiu, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan chimed in, not wanting to be left out. Though each girl was more eager than the last in their hearts, they believed Jiang Chun was only here to browse, perhaps looking at models and learning about features, but unlikely to actually buy anything. After all, during his university years, Jiang Chun's spending habits had always been quite modest. But what surprised them was Jiang Chun actually was here to buy a car. I'm here to look at cars, and I do intend to purchase one, Jiang Chun replied honestly. As for the model, I've taken a liking to the AITO new M7 at your dealership. What? Senior, you really are here to buy a car? The top-spec new M7 costs over 300,000 yuan. I never would have guessed. A wave of surprise swept over the four girls, quickly giving way to admiration. To afford a car worth over 300,000 yuan right after graduation spoke volumes about senior Jiang Chun's capability. Consequently, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Chun grew increasingly ardent. Handsome, fit, and prosperous. This was without question a catch of the highest order. He was exactly the type of promising prospect they adored. Senior, how about I help you choose the configuration? Or how about I help you test drive the car? The four girls offered one helpful gesture after another, but Jiang Chun politely, but firmly declined them all. He had originally wanted to take the car for a spin, but their incessant chatter had given him a splitting headache, so he simply gave up the idea. Then, Senior, just tell us how we can help. Yes, with us you needn't stand on ceremony. I'd like you all to keep quiet for a moment, Jiang Chun said. Initially puzzled by Jiang Chen's rejection of their assistance, the four girls suddenly understood upon hearing him speak thus. They had been far too enthusiastic. Sorry, senior. We apologize, senior. We were being far too noisy just now. Realizing their misstep, the four girls immediately fell silent, keenly aware that making a good impression on Jiang Chun was paramount. No worries, no worries. You mean well, Jiang Chun said casually. How about this? I'll take a look around on my own for now, and if I need anything I'll come find you, alright? When shopping, nothing frustrated him more than a salesperson hovering nearby, endlessly peddling products in his ear. These junior girls, though acquaintances, offering what they believed was good intention. Jiang Chun found their attentiveness equally vexing. Wonderful. Then senior will stay right nearby. If you need anything, just come find us. The four girls readily agreed, sensing the appropriate boundaries. But just as they were about to depart, Bai Lu suddenly felt compelled to ask Jiang Chen one question in person. This question had tormented her for an extraordinarily long time, keeping her restless at night. Until she received a clear answer, her heart would remain as restless as if cats were scratching at it. So just before leaving, she turned back and approached Jiang Chen once more, asking, Senior, may I ask you a question? Her face flushed with heat as she summoned every ounce of courage she possessed. What is it? Go ahead. Still absorbed in studying the vehicle's performance data, Jiang Chun did not even look up, merely responding with a casual, measured tone. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing was resting in the nearby lounge area with her 3 children. After scrolling through her phone for a while and playing with the little ones, she had also fed them some water. Having sat in the lounge for roughly half an hour and figuring Jiang Chun had likely finished browsing, she glanced over in his direction. What she saw caught her completely off guard. Oh dear. Not 3 or 4 young women were flocking around Jiang Chen, showering him with effusive attentions. Though all wearing work uniforms, clearly identifying them as salesgirls at the 4S shop, the degree of their eagerness seemed rather excessive. TSK tisk. Looks like our big heartthrob is quite the popular catch. Su Qingqing couldn't help but remark with a hint of amusement. Senior, I might be a bit presumptuous to ask this, but I really can't hold it in anymore. It's just, Senior. Have you and that Shinsini by any chance already broken up? Bai Lu gathered her courage and finally asked the question. Afterward, her heart thumped anxiously as she stared at Jiang Chen, terrified that she might hear an answer she didn't want from his lips. Back when she first entered university as a freshman, she saw Jiang Chen playing basketball and developed a crush on him. Of course, Jiang Chen was well aware of this. He wasn't cold or indifferent to her, but his attitude was clear: don't come near, you're not my type. But she couldn't let go and kept persisting. When she learned that Shinsini had become Jiang Chen's girlfriend, she nearly had a breakdown of her Dao heart. Fortunately, word had it that their relationship lasted only 2 or 3 months. After hearing the news, she felt a bit better, but it was just hearsay, and she couldn't be 100% sure they had broken up. This torment kept her awake almost every night. So when she happened to run into Jiang Chen here, she seized the opportunity, mustered her courage, and asked him directly. Zheng Xiao and Lu Bingyan behind them watched, filled with envy. To be honest, they were thinking the same thing. Jiang Chen saw Bai Lu's timid, humble question and thought she was about to confess her feelings to him. Instead, it turned out to be this kind of question. Even so, Jiang Chen was inwardly speechless. Sai, why be such a simp? So what if she's a girl? A female simp is still a simp. Isn't it better to just live your life well? Well, you're right. We've already broken up. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly and said. He paused, intending to explain further, but it's no big deal that Shinsini and I broke up because now I have a wife and children. To completely extinguish her hopes. However, before Jiang Chen could finish, Bai Lu, upon hearing just the first part, was overcome with ecstasy. Oh, you've already broken up. Thank you, Senior. Thank you for answering my question. This is exactly the answer I wanted. She hurriedly rushed over to Zheng Xiao and Lu Bingyan, brimming with joy and irrepressible delight. Jiang Chen watched speechless, shook his head, and had no time to bother with them. Instead, he continued studying the actual 80 M7 vehicle. Although he had already settled on this model at home following the advice of many handsome guys, Jiang Chen had just unexpectedly stumbled upon quite a bit of negative information about this car online. What if he bought it and found it riddled with problems? It was meant as a birthday gift for his father to make him happy, but if his father wasn't satisfied, that wouldn't do. So Jiang Chen decided to be cautious and take a closer look at the 80 M7, comparing it with others. There was still time anyway. If all else failed, he could just choose another car. Great news. Senior and that Shinsini have broken up. The news is absolutely true. Senior just admitted it himself. So that means you Vixen have got your chance. Get lost. And you two, aren't you both Vixens too? Hee, I guess so. That Shinsini is a fickle and blind woman, especially greedy for material pleasures. She's totally unworthy of Senior. Unlike us, we'd be willing to eat chaff and swallow vegetables with Senior. Even if we didn't eat meat for 3 years, we'd be happy and content. That's right. How about we have a fair competition and win Senior on our own merits? Great. It's settled then. Bai Lu, Zheng Xiao, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan excitedly discussed. The 4 girls were all quite attractive in their own right. On campus, they were usually surrounded by admirers and pursued by many male students, earning the title of the Four Beauties. Especially Bai Lu, who in terms of looks alone, even surpassed the campus belle Shinsini. This gave them the confidence and foundation for a fair competition. After a lively discussion, they noticed that Jiang Chun was fully absorbed in checking the car. They didn't want to disturb him again rashly. Also because Jiang Chun was there, they had no interest in serving or explaining things to other customers, so they simply went to the lounge area to sit for a while. But in the lounge area, they happened to encounter another familiar face, the goddess professor of Sihai University, Su Qingqing. Hello, Professor Su. Hello, Professor Su. Bai Lu Zhengxiu and Lu Bingyan, surprised to see Su Qingqing, quickly went over to greet her. Su Qingqing was a renowned ultimate goddess at Sihai University. The campus belle Shinsini paled in comparison to her. She was almost universally known. Being able to meet Professor Su in person at the 4S store where she worked naturally excited the four girls. Truly an ultimate goddess. Even with almost no makeup and ordinary attire, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Every move, every smile, made even the girls' hearts flutter. Hello. Su Qingqing nodded in acknowledgement. She had been watching from a distance as these girls fawned over that big jerk. Unexpectedly, in no time the girls came to the lounge and recognized her. From the way they addressed her, she guessed they were Sihai University students, though she didn't know them. After greeting and marveling at Su Qingqing's beauty, the girls' attention quickly shifted to the baby stroller beside her. It couldn't be helped. The three little babies were an incredibly dazzling presence wherever they went. Wow. Triplets. So cute. Their fair chubby cheeks are just adorable. The four girls gathered around the stroller exclaiming in admiration. Internally, they were also surprised. Because they hadn't seen Professor Su on campus for nearly a year. Judging by the situation, she must have gotten married and had children during that time. Professor Su. Your husband must be very handsome, otherwise you couldn't have such adorable babies. Yes, they say boys take after their mothers and girls after their fathers. The father must have very high looks. Look at how beautiful the two girls are with those big, dark, sparkling eyes. Wow, when they looked at me, my heart felt like it was melting. Hearing the four girls' praises, Su Qingqing glanced at Jiang Chun in the distance and said, he's all right, just a little bit handsome. We're so envious of you, Professor Su. Envious that your husband is handsome and your babies are adorable. A family of 5 so harmonious. Truly a perfect life. Don't worry, you'll have it too. Su Qingqing said with a smile. Thank you, Professor Su. I hope your words come true and I can win over Senior. He. The four girls chatted politely with Su Qingqing for a while, but their gazes inevitably drifted back to Jiang Chun in the distance, and the topic naturally revolved around him. Senior is so serious when he works. Serious guys are the most handsome. But Senior is also very handsome when he's not serious. Such a top-quality male god. I wonder which vixen will end up with him in the end. Su Qingqing, overhearing all this from the side, was left speechless. Could it be that, in the end, I am that vixen? Sigh. These love-struck girls and little hussies. How could their taste be so bad? Why did they have to fall for that big jerk? That big jerk is a bit handsome, but he's full of flaws. Handsy, an old driver, greedy, shameless, and lecherous. Especially his disrespectful behavior. He even snatched. That's just too low. What do you see in a guy like that? A male god. Ha, a male god, my foot. Apart from being a bit handsome, he's almost worthless. Su Qingqing thought this, sighing repeatedly. Then she took out her phone and sent Jiang Chun a voice message. Honey, could you come over? Hubby. Bai Lu Zhengxiu and the other two women, upon hearing Su Qingqing send such a voice message, couldn't help but brighten up. Could it be that Teacher Su was about to call her beloved over? Whether judging by Teacher Su's match or the extremely high cuteness of the three adorable babies, her beloved must be a handsome man with an impressive appearance. Moreover, Teacher Su's tone was extremely intimate. What did that indicate? It showed that the two had a very close relationship. The four women thus looked on with eager anticipation. They were all very curious to know who exactly this man was who had managed to win over the ultimate goddess of Sihai University. But then again, even if this mysterious man, Teacher Su's beloved, was extremely handsome, impressive, and even captivating and talented, he was still no match for Senior Jiang Chun. In their hearts, Senior Jiang Chun would always be the most handsome guy in the world. After Su Qingqing sent the voice message, Jiang Chun received the notification and immediately heard it. Hubby, could you come over for a moment? This? Why is she being so affectionate? What's that little girl up to? Jiang Chun was busy. Suddenly receiving such a voice message, he couldn't help but mutter in confusion. When he turned to look at Su Qingqing's spot, he saw the four junior girls sitting right next to her. He instantly understood. Oh, that little girl must have just seen the scene of those junior girls fawning over him. She must be jealous now. She wanted him to go over and play along. Without hesitation, he stopped, scratched his head, and walked straight towards Su Qingqing. Over by the four junior girls, by Lu Zhengxiu, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan, having just heard Su Qingqing's voice message, were all looking around, eagerly hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious man's true face. Thus they were both expectant and bursting with gossip. They were all a bit restless. But after looking around for a while, they didn't see any trace of the mysterious man. Due to Su Qingqing's stunning beauty and the three extremely adorable babies, many passers-by couldn't help but glance over, but none of them matched their target. Finally, they saw a familiar figure instead. Yes, that familiar figure was none other than Jiang Chun. Why is Senior here? We've been waiting all this time, but it's Senior who's coming over. Could it be that Teacher Su's beloved is Senior? Get out of here. Even thinking with your toes, you know it's impossible. Senior just graduated while teacher Sue is already a professor. The age gap is huge, and they didn't seem to know each other before. How could it be possible? Exactly. Then what is Senior doing here? What else? He must be tired from looking at cars, and wants to rest his feet. Also, maybe Senior wants to take the opportunity to chat with us for beauties, get to know each other better, and build some rapport. Who knows? Bai Lu and the others chattered away in discussion. The possibility that Jiang Chun was teacher Sue's beloved was dismissed without a second thought. As they put it, even thinking with their toes they knew it was impossible. So after a few words they all rushed forward enthusiastically. Senior, you must be tired from looking at the cars, right? Come rest here for a while. Let me get you a glass of water. By the way, Senior, do you want room temperature or iced? Senior, let me tell you, there's also a famous celebrity from our Sihai University here. That's right, it's our university's beautiful professor and ultimate goddess teacher, Su Qingqing. Teacher Su disappeared for nearly a year, and it turns out she got married and had children. Come look, Senior. This is the legendary ultimate goddess teacher Su and her 3 triplet babies. Look at the 3 babies, each one fair and beautiful like porcelain dolls. They're just too adorable. Bai Lu and the other 3 girls welcomed Jiang Chun over. They were all attentive, serving tea and water, buttering him up, and even proactively introducing teacher Su and her triplet babies to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. He thought to himself, why are you all introducing her? This is my wife and my children. How could I not know them? How could I not know how beautiful my wife is and how cute my children are? He looked at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing, at that moment, also looked over. In her gaze towards Jiang Chun, there was both teasing and coquettishness along with an elusive, watchful amusement. Senior, why aren't you saying anything when you see teacher Su? You know teacher Su is the most famous goddess professor at our Sihai University. Many people would love to even meet her. Senior, are you too excited to speak? That's normal. Ha ha ha. And these 3 little babies. Senior, come take a look, don't you think they are super cute? You have no idea, I just watched them for a while and felt my heart melting. Bai Lu and the others didn't notice the subtle expressions on Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing's faces when they exchanged glances. They were still busily introducing Su Qingqing and the triplet babies to Jiang Chun. As for Jiang Chun, after listening to the 4 junior girls' praises of his wife and children, to be honest, he was very satisfied and enjoyed it. He wouldn't get tired of hearing it even 1,000 times. After all, wasn't his own wife beautiful? Weren't his own children cute? Then he rubbed his forehead, composed himself, and said seriously, ahem. Well, I completely agree with all your evaluations, just now really couldn't agree more. But let me add something. Actually, teacher Su is my wife. Bai Lu and the others were stunned. They thought they had misheard. What? Senior said teacher Su is his wife. This Senior. Did you misspeak? So teacher Su is your wife. You two are a couple. Yes, Senior, are you joking? Teacher Su is the famous goddess professor of our Sihai University, not an ordinary person. You can't joke about being her husband. Who's joking? If you don't believe me, you can ask your teacher Su yourself. Jiang Chun said. Bai Lu and the others then turned to ask Su Qingqing. Teacher Su, is your beloved Senior Jiang Chun? Are you two a couple? Yes, we are a couple. Su Qingqing nodded straightforwardly. Hey. Bai Lu and the others were shocked beyond belief, as if struck by thunder. Their bursting gossip hearts instantly vanished completely. Senior Jiang Chun had actually won over the goddess professor Su Qingqing of Sihai University. And teacher Su's beloved was actually Senior Jiang Chun, whom they had been pursuing desperately. It can't be true. How is this possible? The 4 women felt like they were falling apart. But the leading one, Bai Lu, still couldn't give up. She turned again and looked at Jiang Chun in disbelief. Senior, tell us the truth. Is teacher Su really your wife? That's right, teacher Su is indeed my wife. Then, what about the children? Look, since I call teacher Su my wife, then these adorable triplet babies are naturally mine and teacher Su's children. Jiang Chun said without any concealment, extremely candidly. Bai Lu felt like she was about to go crazy. Oh my god. How could this be? How could this be? Not just Bai Lu, the other 3 women felt the same. For a moment, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. All their previous attentiveness now turned into a joke. Their excitement and smiles were completely frozen on their faces. But just like last time when they learned that Jiang Chun and Shinsini were together, the so-called 4 beauties were extremely disappointed and dejected, yet their gazes towards Jiang Chun still held lingering attachment and fantasy. Alas, what was Senior thinking? Why get married so young? And he even has 3 children. I'm afraid that in the future Senior might come to his senses and regret it. Su Qingqing saw this. She smiled secretly without showing it, and now she made her move. Hubby, you must be tired from looking at the cars. Here, have some water. Su Qingqing took a bottle of water from her bag and was about to hand it to Jiang Chun. She could see through the 4 girls of Bai Lu's hidden motives clearly. At the same time, like Jiang Chun had felt before, she sensed a deep sense of helplessness. To be so mindlessly infatuated was truly unparalleled. Regarding certain crazy fans in society who obsessively chase celebrities, she had once found their behavior incomprehensible. But now she somewhat understood. At the same time, a bit of sympathy arose for that scoundrel. Wait, no, sympathy for him. What was she thinking? That guy was so shameless, knew far too much and often acted like a seasoned driver. What if he actually hoped for mindlessly infatuated girls surrounding him? Thank you, wifey. Jiang Shun reached out to take the bottle of water Su Qingsheng was offering. Don't rush, I'm thirsty too. Let me have a sip first. Su Qingsheng twisted open the bottle, took a sip herself, and then handed it over with a smile. Jiang Shun. The four girls of Bailu. Jiang Shun was just about to take the water bottle. Unexpectedly, Su Qingsheng directly brought the water bottle to Jiang Chen's lips. It's fine, let me feed you. Jiang Shun immediately understood and drank several gulps from the bottle. After he finished drinking, Su Qingsheng took out a tissue and carefully wiped the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, the four girls of Bailu felt like they were breaking apart. If what had happened earlier felt like plunging into an icy cave, then now, it was as if 10,000 arrows were piercing their hearts. Every sip Su Qingsheng fed Jiang Shun, every wipe of his mouth. They watched it all unfold, and each act turned into thousands of sharp arrows ruthlessly stabbing into their hearts, piercing them until they were riddled with holes and drenched in blood. But then again, Teacher Su wouldn't be doing this on purpose, right? Hubby, sit down and rest. After feeding Jiang Shun water, Su Qingsheng took out several oranges. Hubby, I have some oranges in my bag. Shall I peel them for you? Sure. I'll peel one too, just for you. Jiang Shun also picked up an orange and eagerly began peeling it. After both Su Qingsheng and Jiang Shun finished peeling, they seamlessly fed each other segment by segment. One segment for her, one for him, feeding each other mutually. Seeing this scene, the four girls of Bailu were dumbfounded. For heaven's sake, could you couple stop showing off your affection already? Don't you have any conscience? Please stop torturing single dogs right in front of us, okay? But then, was that really all? Of course not. After sitting for a while, they started to feel a bit warm. Su Qingsheng casually took off her thin outer jacket, revealing a black strap dress underneath that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her flawless curves were shamelessly displayed right before the four girls of Bailu's eyes. Then Su Qingsheng affectionately linked arms with Jiang Shun. Especially her large breasts, they pressed intimately against his body once more. This time, the four girls of Bailu's eyes bulged wide, almost driven mad. They had previously only heard that Teacher Su's figure was sensational, remarkably impressive. Only after seeing it in person did they realize just how extraordinary it truly was. Faced with such a magnificent domineering weapon, the four girls glanced down at their own modest figures. Either A or B cup, neither particularly impressive, and suddenly couldn't bear it anymore. Inferiority seized them. Shame overwhelmed them. For heaven's sake, they couldn't take it anymore. Unable to endure any longer, the Bailu four beauties, without so much as a farewell, fled the scene in defeat. Jiang Shun and Su Qingsheng exchanged a glance upon seeing the four girls of Bailu slip away without a word. Both pairs of eyes showed exasperation and beneath it a hint of amusement. You're truly perverted. Thinking of Su Qingsheng's calculated moves earlier, Jiang Shun pretended to complain with mock disgust. And you're hardly any better. Su Qingsheng immediately shot back. Ding. Host and wife showed public affection in front of others, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one-click optimization and a reward of 100 yuan in cash. He had actually received a hidden reward. One was the one-click optimization, and 100 yuan in cash. Although he still didn't know what the one-click optimization was used for. But there was no need to guess. System-produced items were bound to be exceptional. Ding. System special reminder: if the host, while showing affection with his wife, could also give her a public kiss, that would be perfect. What? Just kiss his wife, and it would be perfect. To be honest, he was already inclined to do just that. Wifey, turn your head over here, Jiang Shun suddenly said with a smile to Su Qingsheng. What for? Hearing Jiang Shun call her wifey again, Su Qingsheng's cheeks grew warm, but she obediently turned her head to face him, watching him grin at her with confusion. What do you want to do? Don't talk. MMPH. Su Qingsheng was caught off guard and couldn't react in time before Jiang Shun covered her mouth with his. Flustered and embarrassed, she punched him a few times with her small fists. You shameless man. I told you to act, and now you've gotten carried away. Acty? Who said I was acting? I was being completely serious. As he spoke, Jiang Shun cupped Su Qingsheng's face and kissed her fiercely again. Su Qingsheng. Ding. The host publicly kissed his wife again and again. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100 yuan. Another reward of 1 million yuan. Should we go again? Jiang Shun, still craving more, was about to proceed when Su Qingsheng wiped her mouth and hastily stopped him. No. No more. Everyone is watching. With that, she cast a petulant, reproachful glare at Jiang Shun. He looked around. This. Indeed. A large crowd surrounded them, all staring in their direction. Even two dogs curiously gazed their way, utterly dumbfounded in every sense. To be honest, such a handsome man and beautiful woman kissing passionately in public, who could bear it? Even the dogs couldn't. All right. Flushing with embarrassment, Jiang Shun had no choice but to desist. Fine. After all, she was his wife, he could enjoy her company at home. Now put your coat back on. Jiang Shun reminded her, glancing at his wife's black camisole and the formidable allure it hinted at, even he familiar as he was felt a bit lightheaded. What for? I'm really a bit hot, Su Qingsheng said. Nothing, it's just not good for others to see. When the girl seemed slow to catch on, Jiang Chun had to reiterate. This time Su Qingqing understood instantly. Okay. Nodding, she promptly put the coat she had removed back on. After all, her infinite beauty was best reserved for her big pig trotter alone at home. Taking a break in the rest area, Jiang Chun took the opportunity to investigate the one-click optimization reward from the system, discovering it was truly amazing. This one-click optimization was somewhat of a skill. Why somewhat? Because it targeted various items. More directly and specifically, it could optimize any vehicle Jiang Chun purchased to its absolute pinnacle of perfection. In other words, the AITOM-7 Jiang Chun had chosen, with many sharp-eyed critics pointing out its various issues and flaws. Buying it would have been fine, but knowing it had a host of problems and giving it to his father as a birthday gift would be simply unacceptable. This one-click optimization could perfectly resolve all issues, instantly upgrading the M7 Jiang Chun selected to its highest state. As for the various flaws and problems criticized by the sharp-eyed, they simply ceased to exist. You say its range extender hybrid system capable of both electric and fuel is redundant. Excuse me, after one-click optimization, the hybrid system becomes the world's finest. Volkswagen, Tesla, Toyota, and others pale in comparison. You say its new energy vehicle consumes 7 liters per 100 kilometers. After optimization, it uses less than 1 liter. You say it's too heavy. After optimization, the body incorporates extensive composite materials, reducing weight by a tenth. In short, after one-click optimization, the M7 is incredibly impressive, matching Jiang Chun's own BMW X7 in every aspect, and even surpassing it in several performance metrics. That works. Just buy the 80M7, optimize it, and save the trouble of looking at other cars. Jiang Chun thought to himself. He wasn't fixated on any particular brand. He just happened to choose the 80M7 at first. But coming out to buy a car, he really didn't want to waste time comparing and selecting. Better to just use the one-click optimization. Besides, his wife was as beautiful as a flower with a beauty that could topple cities. Why not go home and hold her? Ding. System notification. The one-click optimization includes a main optimization for the vehicle and 2 supplementary optimizations for small electronic devices. A main optimization and 2 supplementary ones. For small electronics. No question, it's for phones. Honey, is your phone lagging? If so, I can fix it for you. Jiang Chun said to Su Qingqing. Are you addicted? Su Qingqing, hearing him call her honey again, glared at him fiercely. The others are gone. Why keep acting? I'm not acting. Jiang Chun emphasized, then chuckled. Don't you want to be my wife? No. Su Qingqing spat immediately. Her face flushed. After a pause, she still handed him her phone. I've used it for over a year. It's a bit slow now. Please optimize it. Jiang Chun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This girl, so contradictory, was truly adorable. He longed to go home and kiss her senseless. Jiang Chun took the phone and placed it alongside his own. He immediately used the one-click optimization. With 2 faint, imperceptible flashes within less than 3 seconds, both phones were optimized to the world's highest level, with all software and hardware upgraded comprehensively. Speed. Naturally, it was lightning fast. Meanwhile, Bai Lu and the other 3 girls had fled in panic. They were now hiding in a corner, licking their wounds in secret. But the pain was too intense. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves, or find a piece of tofu to bash their heads against. Not wanting to live another minute in this world. No, even a second. Of all things. Oh, at that moment the 4 girls wished they could throw themselves into their mother's arms and weep. My heart aches so much. It hurts unbearably. As for looking toward Jiang Chun, the 4 girls dared not even glance that way. A single glance would deal 10,000 points of critical damage. Because their beloved senior Jiang Chun, after they left, had openly held and kissed their teacher Su again and again. Utterly shameless and unashamed. But life must go on, and they still needed to earn their wages. Bai Lu and the others were interning and working part-time at the 4S store, needing performance. So shortly after, Bai Lu, the leader of the 4 beauties, forced herself to come out and help Jiang Chun with the car purchase procedures. Senior, how will you pay? Need a loan. Full payment. Full payment. Would you consider installment? We can waive the fees. No thank you. Senior, today's procedures are done. But the car here is a display model. There's no stock available. The actual car will arrive tomorrow, and it's already afternoon. Registration and plates will take some time. Could we deliver the car to your home tomorrow after everything is sorted? Fine, that works. What's your address, senior? Building 1, Oi Bisui Residences. Bisui Residences? Bai Lu was stunned. Another knife twisted in her heart. To know he lived so well was worse than death. Bisui Residences was the most luxurious community in Sihai City, with apartments starting at over 10 million yuan. How will you get back, senior? Should we call a car for you? Bai Lu asked, steadying herself. No need, I have a car. Jiang Chun said, and together with Su Qingqing and the 3 little ones, the family of 5 walked out of the store toward a 200 million yuan BMW X7. Bai Lu saw it. Instantly, she felt 2 more knives pierce her heart. Not only did the senior buy the car in full, but he also lived in the multi-million yuan Bisui Residences, driving a 200 million yuan BMW X7. Alright. Her heart was already riddled with holes leaking everywhere. No need to mind such a brutal blow now. No. This heart is dead. Goodbye, senior. Goodbye, teacher Su. Bai Lu and the other three girls out of politeness came out of the shop together and waved goodbye to Jiang Chen's Su Qingqing and her family. Afterward, watching Jiang Chen's BMW X7 gradually disappear into the distance, the so-called four beauties stood with vacant eyes and desolate expressions, a thick wave of disappointment and despair washing over their hearts. The disappointment was that their senior was doing so well now, yet it had nothing to do with them. The despair was that Teacher Su's combat power was too formidable. It was suffocating. In the face of her unstoppable ultimate weapon, they had no chance of winning. The sum of all their assets, BBA together no plus an A, couldn't compare to her alone. Su Qingqing naturally noticed the disappointment of Bai Lu and the other three. While waiting for a long traffic light, she suddenly had a glint in her eyes and said to Jiang Chun in a teasing tone, "Tell me honestly, how many X's do you have?" This? Why suddenly asked this? Jiang Chun was a bit uncomfortable because this was a notorious trap question. "I'm just curious. Can I ask?" Su Qingqing said with a smile. Sure. Jiang Chun scratched his head and said, "Shin Sini, you should know her, right?" Shin Sini. The campus belle of Sihai University. I've heard of her. Su Qingqing said, "Who else?" "No one else. I only have this one X." "Impossible." Su Qingqing didn't believe it at all. "Look at those four junior girls of yours just now. Each one is utterly infatuated with you. From this one can imagine how popular you were back in college. And a guy as lecherous as you and a veteran driver who knows way too much. You tell me only one X. You're lying to ghosts." Well, Jiang Chun couldn't help but scratch his head again, breaking into a sweat. This girl was judging by appearances and had a prejudice. Who said that being handsome means having a lot of girlfriends? Who said that being skilled means having messy romances? Well, honey, I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. I really only had Shun Sini as an ex, and that was in my senior year. I originally planned not to date during college, thinking that a man should prioritize his career and making money. With money and a career, any girl can be found. As for being skilled in many things, well, you can't really blame me for that or think I have messy romances. In today's society, there are so many learning resources, both domestic and from a certain island country. I've been exposed to them, so it's not strange if I know a little bit, right? Learning resources? Could it be little movies? Su Qingsheng was surprised inside, but she kept a straight face and asked as seriously as possible. Oh. Jiang Chun looked surprised. Teacher Su, you know about that too. Then you must have watched a lot, right? Anyway, yes. It's that thing you mentioned. When Su Qingxing heard that, her originally stiff face immediately broke. This big pig trotter. Is he doing it on purpose? Just now he was calling me wife and darling, but now, when talking about this, he directly changes to calling me Teacher Su. It seems. He really is well versed in this. Are all these things you said true? Su Qingxing asked again with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Every word is true. Jiang Chun thumped his chest. Are you sure? Of course. Truer than pearls. All right, then stretch out your arm. What for? Oh, just stretch it out. All right. Jiang Chun reluctantly stretched out his arm. Su Qingsheng took it, held it in both hands, and couldn't help exclaiming, wow. Such a long and beautiful arm. Tsk tisk. Such a beautiful arm, it would be a pity not to leave a mark of love. Saying that, she fiercely bit his arm. Jiang Shin knew the girl had bad intentions, but he never expected that she would bite him. Ouched. Why are you biting me all of a sudden? And so hard. Jiang Chun felt a pang of pain. Actually, Su Qingsheng was just making a gesture, but didn't hurt at all. But Jiang Chun was someone who had long lived under the shadow of double beatings from his parents and various forms of punishment, thus he had long developed extraordinary skills in dealing with being hit. So even though Su Qingsheng only bit lightly, Jiang Chen's expression and actions on the other side showed extreme pain, so much so that Su Qingsheng thought she had been too rough and bitten hard, and she hurriedly checked Jiang Chen's wound. What's wrong? Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Jiang Chun waved his hand magnanimously. But seriously, I'm puzzled. Why did you bite me? You're not born in the year of the dog, are you? Seeing Jiang Chun perfectly fine, Su Qingsheng's pretty face immediately flushed, and she spat. You're the one born in the year of the dog. How dare you say that? Haven't you bitten me? You've bitten me more than once, okay? This. Jiang Chun was immediately speechless. Because what the girl said was indeed true. And more than once. Also true. All right. Oh, well, it's almost dinner time. How should we handle dinner? Jiang Chen's face turned red, and he quickly changed the subject. Being suddenly reminded of this by the girl, he really couldn't handle it. Let's just go home and eat. Restaurant food is just SOSO. Su Qingxing looked at the various food signs on the street and was a bit tempted, but then she thought of the big pig trotters cooking and immediately decided to go back. All right, let's go back and cook ourselves. I happen to be hungry too. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at Su Qingxing. Who knew? That glance would cause trouble again. Seeing this, Su Qingxing suddenly panicked. You? What are you looking at me for? Her tone was fierce due to embarrassment. Jiang Chun was baffled. I mean, did I say anything? Did I express any meaning? I just looked at her, didn't I? Do I have any other lecherous thoughts? This girl. Just now she bit me, and now she's inexplicably fierce. Sigh. Life is impossible. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Just then the light turned green, and with a roar he immediately drove off, speeding toward home. Brother Chun, my relatives in Yun province brought me some Jian Shouqing mushrooms. I've been watching the news and got scared, afraid I'd see little people after eating them, so I never dared to try. You're pretty good at cooking, aren't you? So, Brother Chun, why don't you take all these Jian Shouqing mushrooms? Jiang Chen drove home with Su Qingqing and their 3 little babies. Shortly after arriving, Lu Wei suddenly called saying his relatives from Yun province had sent him some Jian Shouqing mushrooms. He didn't dare to eat them, afraid of seeing little people. He thought he might as well give them to Jiang Chun. Given how often Jian Shouqing had been making the news lately, Jiang Chun naturally knew what they were. Jian Shouqing is a general term for a type of bolete mushroom. When the flesh is touched by hand, it turns indigo blue, hence the name. Fresh Jian Shouqing is tender, smooth, crisp, and delicious, even more satisfying than meat. It is truly a delicacy on the tongue. However, because eating it often leads to seeing little people and entering a hallucinogenic state of poisoning, many people are deterred. Of course, there are also live streaming influencers who, to attract attention or seek thrills, deliberately eat this stuff, trying to balance between poisoning and seeing little people, only to cook it improperly. They do see little people, but they also end up in the hospital with medical bills of tens of thousands. With Jiang Chen's divine culinary skills, Jian Shouqing that could cause hallucinations was nothing more than an irresistible delicacy. Are you sure you don't want those Jian Shouqing? I don't want them at all. I'm scared of death and superstitious. I really don't want to get poisoned or see little people. All right, bring them over. But just give me a little, no need for too much. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Jiang Chen agreed. He also wanted to try something new. And Jian Shouqing was quite expensive, at least 100 or 200 yuan per caddy, and good ones could even be 400 or 500. Even then, you couldn't always get genuine ones. Letting Lu Wei send some over for a meal was a good idea. If it tasted good, he could buy more himself later. Sure thing. Lu Wei immediately agreed. Really, just a little, just a bit. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Wei arrived excitedly. Brother Chen, I've brought the Jian Shouqing for you. He came in carrying 2 large bags of Jian Shouqing. Jiang Chun was startled. Damn, 2 big bags of Jian Shouqing, at least 10 caddies. Wait, do you have a different understanding of a little? You call this a little? 2 big bags of Jian Shouqing. That's over 10 caddies. Hey, my relatives have them everywhere on the mountain. To them, these 2 bags really are just a little, said Lu Wei. But this is too much. I should pay you. This costs several hundred per caddy. Jiang Chen said. Although he and Wei had a good relationship, 2 bags were worth thousands of yuan, and taking them for free didn't feel right. Seeing Jiang Chen about to pay, Lu Wei panicked and quickly stopped him. No, Brother Chun. If you pay, that's being too formal. Are you looking down on me or something? I've been running the barbecue stall for a few days and made quite a bit of money, but I didn't split it with you. In the future, I'll follow you in the barbecue business to make big money. This little bit of Jian Shouqing is nothing. Besides, my relatives have plenty of this stuff. When there's too much to eat, they just feed it to the cows. All right, Brother Chun. I've got things to do. Catch you later. With that, Lu Wei dropped the 2 bags of Jian Shouqing and dashed off. That way. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had wanted to gossip a little. He was curious about how Wei was doing with the old spinster, whether he had made any progress. That time by the seaside, Wei had been utterly humiliated on their date, yet he was still bouncing around alive. It was nothing short of a miracle. But come to think of it, could this guy be in such a hurry because he was rushing off to date the old spinster? Holy crap. If that were true, this guy would be a legend. As for Lu Wei's claim that his relatives had so many Jian Shouqing they fed the leftovers to cows, that was a bit far-fetched. Because even in Yun province, Jian Shouqing was not cheap. It wasn't like common cabbage. Feeding Jian Shouqing to cows on purpose. Never mind whether the cows would eat it, but if the owner intended to do that, it would probably be for a pot of Jian Shouqing beef stew. What's this? 2 big bags. Are they mushrooms? Su Qingsheng came out of the bathroom and asked, seeing the 2 bags of Jian Shouqing on the floor. Since she had gone straight to the bathroom after returning home and then taken a shower, she didn't know about Lu Wei bringing the Jian Shouqing. Yeah, it's a type of fungus from Yun province. It's absolutely delicious, Jiang Chun said with a smile. He deliberately kept it vague, but Su Qingsheng guessed it right away. Could it be that fungus that makes you see little people dancing? Huh. Jiang Chun was surprised. How did you know? What's so hard about that? The fungus that's been in the news recently is this Jian Shouqing. You said it's from Yun province and very delicious, and with that sly grin on your face, I immediately knew it had to be this. Jiang Chun scratched his head and smiled. So how about some Jian Shouqing for dinner tonight? No thanks. Why? Because I'm afraid of seeing little people. You know my cooking skills. I guarantee you won't see any little people after eating. Still no? What if a miracle happens? Su Qingqing shook her little head like a rattle drum, resolute. Anyway, no matter how delicious you make this Jian Shouqing, I absolutely won't take a single bite. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. If I eat it, I'll be a dog. An hour later, Jiang Chun had prepared a grand feast. There were braised spare ribs, steamed sea-based boiled shrimp, greens, stir-fried beef, with scallions, lotus root soup, candied yam, cola chicken wings, and so on. A truly rich spread. Having been out all day, both of them were ravenous. So once the dishes were on the table, they dug in heartily. But amid the array of delicacies, a certain little dog, however, fixated on just 2 dishes, devouring them ravenously, her chopsticks never stopping. Because one was stir-fried Jian Shouqing. and the other was braised Jian Shouqing. Jiang Chun had wanted to try them too, but in the blink of an eye the 2 plates of Jian Shouqing were almost empty, eaten up by the little lady. Hey, can you slow down? I want to slow down, but it's so delicious my hands just can't control themselves. So fragrant. So tasty. Eating so much. Aren't you afraid of seeing little people dance? With taste this good, even if I see little people dancing it's worth it. Then, could you leave me some? I've barely had a few bites of these 2 plates. Honey, I have to say this. Su Qingqing, with her mouth full and speaking indistinctly yet assertively, said, I'm your wife. It's rare for me to like something so much. Shouldn't you let me have more? What was going on? The little lady had actually called him honey, just for Jian Shouqing. That was just outrageous. While Jiang Chun was still dazed, Su Qingqing instantly claimed both plates of Jian Shouqing, a trace of triumph in her eyes. The taste of Jian Shouqing was truly unexpectedly excellent. She had been afraid before, worried about hallucinating little people dancing after eating it. But then she thought of Big Ox's cooking skills and felt less apprehensive. When the 2 plates of prepared Jian Shouqing were served, and she took one bite, all her concerns vanished. The flavor was absolutely exceptional. Honestly, it was even more satisfying than meat. She could accept being like a puppy since this particular puppy had bitten others before. And calling Big Ox husband was always part of her plan. What was there to do? At this point she had already given birth to 3 children, her body no longer untouched, having experienced everything. There was no escape now, sooner or later. Besides, the Jian Shouqing Big Ox made was simply too delicious. In a moment of overwhelming delight the word husband slipped out naturally. Actually, calling him that felt quite satisfying. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your wife has called you husband with such tenderness as never before. Reward 100,000 yuan. What? There's a reward for calling him husband. 100,000 yuan. Not bad at all. This damn system is actually doing a great job. Both plates of Jian Shouqing were quickly devoured by Su Qingqing in a whirlwind, leaving not a single bite for Jiang Chun to participate in. After finishing, she still wasn't satisfied. Her eyes darted around, and she fixed her gaze on those 2 large bags of Jian Shouqing. Hubby. What should I do if I still want to eat Jian Shouqing? How about you stir-fry some more? The taste is simply amazing, I can't stop craving it, and those 2 plates were nothing compared to what I really want. Su Qingqing playfully licked the tip of her tongue. Her tone carried a hint of coaxing sweetness. Jiang Chun barely resisted the urge to swoon. How could this be the goddess senior from Sihai University, the aloof female professor? For the first time ever she called him husband, and not only that, she was being playfully teasing and coquettish with him. Come on, any man would be completely overwhelmed by this. Excited, he almost wanted to take out the torn stockings the dog system had rewarded him and enthusiastically help this girl put them on. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Su Qingqing noticed Jiang Chen's strange expression and felt puzzled. Could she have gone too far just now? Was it too deliberate? If she truly set Big Ox on fire, and he lost control with her current fragile body, she certainly couldn't handle it. After all, she was still confined to bed recovering from childbirth. Ahem. Nothing, just thought of something. Jiang Chun quickly covered up his thoughts. Jian Shouqing is delicious, but you shouldn't eat too much. Eating too much will definitely harm your health. Besides, there are still so many dishes on the table, all specially made for you. If you don't eat them, it would be such a waste. Jiang Chun advised. But I really still want to eat. Just make me a little more, okay? Su Qingqing pleaded. Continuing her coquettish tactics, she knew she might be playing with fire, and if she couldn't control it, she could get burned. But what else could she do? For a bite of food, she had to be like this. Jiang Chun face-bombed. This? Alright. I yield to you. Then I'll make another plate. 1 plate. That won't be enough at all. If you're making it, why not make more? Then how much do you want me to make? How about you just cook both those bags of Jian Shouqing? What? Are you a glutton? Those 2 bags weigh over 10 jing. Even a pig couldn't finish that much. Ding. Host scolded his wife as a glutton, the couple bickering affectionately. Congratulations, host, you have earned a reward of 500 yuan and ACG panties. Jiang Chun. How could that also earn a reward? But an ACG panty. Just hearing the name it felt improper. But then again, they had previously rewarded him with torn stockings, which were far more scandalous. So this ACG panty wasn't anything special. Sigh. System brother. Wouldn't it be better if you rewarded tens of thousands of yuan? All these improper things, what good are they to me? I'm a decent man. I really don't need. No. You need them. Jiang Chun. Son, Dad's birthday is coming up soon. When the time comes, you and Qingqing along with the 3 little ones must come together. After Jiang Chun and his wife finished their meal, his mother called to discuss his father's birthday. Mom, since I said I'd go, I will definitely go. Jiang Chun said. Alright, I'll let your dad know. By the way, did you prepare a birthday gift for your dad? It doesn't matter if you didn't prepare a gift. After all, your dad has never accepted your gifts before. But if you did prepare one, the old man would certainly be thrilled. Songmei added. Don't worry, Mom. I've prepared a gift for my dad. He'll definitely like it. Alright, then I'm relieved. After hanging up with his mother, Jiang Chun suddenly thought of a problem. He asked Su Qingqing, wife, did you prepare a gift for my dad? Immediately regretting it, he realized she hadn't even married into the family yet, without any formal status. Asking like this was indeed inappropriate. But Su Qingsheng didn't mind at all. She had successfully eaten another plate of giant shaoqing and was now fully satisfied. After resting for a while, she was doing some simple yoga poses to aid digestion. I did prepare one. When you bought a car for your dad, I had already gotten mine ready. Huh, what gift? Jiang Chun asked again involuntarily. It's a secret for now, you'll find out later, Su Qingsheng said with a mysterious smile. Anyway, I definitely won't embarrass you. Alright then. Jiang Chun didn't think much of it. Since his wife said she wouldn't embarrass him, she certainly wouldn't. Glancing at the yoga Su Qingsheng was doing, he suddenly thought of another important matter. Damn it, he was now at least a yoga master. Wife doing yoga again. How about we do it together? Together? Yeah, have you never heard of couples yoga? I've been researching some online recently. Want to give it a try? How do we do it? Easy. Just follow my movements. Whatever I do, you do. Come on, let's start with a simple couples yoga pose. That day, after Su Qingsheng used the divine scar-removing potion, not only had the visible scars on her skin disappeared, but the layered abdominal wounds caused by her cesarean section had also completely healed. There was another unexpected effect as well. As for what it was, perhaps only Su Qingsheng could truly understand its impact at present. Huh, you seem so skilled at this. When did you learn yoga? With Jiang Chun joining in, Su Qingsheng's yoga practice immediately escalated in difficulty, and she surprisingly found herself doing couples yoga under his guidance. The difficulty kept rising. Su Qingsheng couldn't help but marvel at it all. She had been practicing yoga for years after all. She and Song Mei had met through yoga, and both possessed a solid foundation and personal insights. Yet in front of Jiang Chun, her yoga level resembled that of a complete novice. Clumsy and frequently making mistakes. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun appeared even more accomplished than her previous yoga instructor. Every movement he demonstrated resembled that of a true yoga master. Though amazed, she still thoroughly enjoyed it. She had always been passionate about yoga. Under Jiang Chun's hands-on correction and guidance, her progress in yoga was rapid. She could even attempt some high-difficulty poses she had previously dared not try, and most of them succeeded on the first attempt. If I said I only started learning yoga recently, would you believe me? Jiang Chun smiled. It was honestly the truth. Becoming a yoga master had truly only taken him a few days. I believe it. So much. Su Qingsheng wore a look of utter disdain. Not wanting to explain was one thing, but claiming he'd only started learning recently. What nonsense trying to fool a 3-year-old. Given Jiang Chun's current yoga level, it would take at least a decade or two of rigorous training and guidance from a renowned master to achieve such mastery. But then again, you seem to be proficient in quite a lot of things. Cooking, massage, childcare, and now this yoga. It's simply incredible. Su Qingsheng listed them off one by one on her fingers. This is nothing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun continued unabashedly. Your husband is full of hidden talents. Don't rush, you'll slowly discover more. Su Qingsheng's pretty face suddenly flushed red along with a hint of disdain. Full of talents. Slowly discover more. This guy had truly thick skin and was shamelessly bold. Boasting like this was simply showing off how capable he was in every aspect. Bah. And here in broad daylight with no sense of shame. What's wrong? Looking at your expression, you still don't believe me. Jiang Chun laughed again, half serious and half joking. It couldn't be helped. In front of his own wife, his thick skin was simply extraordinary. I believe you. I believe you, alright. Then tell me, don't you think I'm like that legendary treasure boy? Uff, selling yourself. You're just praising your own wares. Su Qingsheng immediately rolled her exquisitely beautiful eyes. Jiang Chun, seeing that captivating, meaningful expression on Su Qingsheng's face, chuckled again. If he hadn't considered he still had matters to attend to, he truly might have gotten lost in the moment once more. After his amusement subsided, Jiang Chun refocused and continued teaching with full dedication. The more he taught, the more amazed he became. Jiang Chun's yoga mastery came from a system-enhanced cheat, achieved in the blink of an eye. But Su Qingsheng was different. That was genuine talent. She grasped everything instantly. Sometimes she understood without being explicitly taught, drawing inferences and applying knowledge flexibly, though it couldn't be ruled out that Jiang Chun simply taught well. Especially her body's flexibility. Her tall, slender figure was as supple as soft noodles. It was truly breathtaking. Witnessing this, Jiang Chun unhesitatingly increased the intensity once more. They went through difficult poses such as the chair pose, high-flying whale, camel pose, bird pose, modified boat pose, and more. Since Su Qingsheng was learning for the first time, Jiang Chun had worried about teaching too quickly. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Qingsheng actually managed all of them. Her form was remarkably perfect. Jiang Chun, as her partner, couldn't help but be greatly astonished. No wonder she was exceptionally gifted, truly top-notch. They practiced couples yoga for nearly half an hour. Although Su Qingsheng had only recently undergone a cesarean section, since her wounds and scars had completely healed, she didn't hold back. Driven by her passion and energy, she practiced until she was drenched in sweat before finally stopping. Impressive. Likewise, after their polite mutual compliments, Su Qingsheng, covered in sweat, went to take a shower first. Jiang Chun, who hadn't sweated much, immediately headed toward the 3 little monsters. The 3 little monsters had actually woken up long ago. Lying in their cribs, they sucked their fingers or gazed around with pairs of big, dark, curious eyes. As they grew day by day, their appetites increased, and they ate more and more. Su Qingqing gradually found herself struggling to keep up. And it wasn't just about eating. During the day, the time they spent lying and moving around also grew longer. The three little monsters weren't crying because they wanted to eat or needed a diaper change when they woke up. Simply put, they were quite curious about this relatively unfamiliar world, instinctively sucking their fingers and looking around with those big dark eyes. At first, nothing was wrong. But as time passed, the three little monsters began fussing and crying. Fortunately, Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing had just finished their couple's yoga session, so Jiang Chun came over to resolve the issue. My three little ones. What's wrong now? Let daddy see if you're hungry or need changing. Jiang Chun experienced an efficient check on each of the three babies one by one. After cleaning their diapers, since Su Qingqing was still bathing, Jiang Chun prepared formula for them individually. Su Qingqing was due to return to work next. The three little monsters' diet would definitely need to gradually transition from breast milk to formula. Not long after the three little babies were full and satisfied, Jiang Chun then brought over some hanging toys that made sounds for them to play with. The little ones already had some vision, and upon seeing the toys they instinctively reached for them. For a while the three little ones played joyfully. However, just as Jiang Chun watched them play with the satisfied expression of a proud father, suddenly a startled scream erupted from the bathroom. Up. Then Su Qingqing rushed out from the bathroom extremely panicked, saying, "Husband! It's over, husband. I saw a little person." Jiang Chun was amusing himself with three babies when suddenly Su Qingqing let out a scream, burst out of the bathroom in a panic, and kept pressing herself against his chest, babbling about having seen tiny people. He was startled, then utterly bewildered. "What's going on? You saw tiny people in the restroom. Take it easy. Slow down and tell me." Jiang Chun comforted her, and as he listened to Su Qingqing's explanation, he instantly thought of giant Shaoqing mushrooms. He was deeply puzzled. His wife saw tiny people. Could it be that she had eaten nearly 3 plates of giant Shaoqing, and now it was finally taking effect? Is she already hallucinating a country of little people? But how could that be possible? His cooking skills were extraordinary. He possessed god-tier culinary prowess. As for handling giant Shaoqing, it was a piece of cake for him. To make several dishes with it, and still have someone get poisoned was simply impossible. Not just 3 plates. She could eat 10 plates and nothing would happen. But what on earth was happening? Still amid the confusion, there was an unexpected delight. Su Qingqing had burst out of the restroom in a panic. Because the incident had happened so suddenly, she was of course wearing not a single stitch of clothing. Before his eyes in his embrace, pure white skin. Jiang Chun didn't know where to put his hands. Yes. It's tiny people. I swear I saw tiny people. I suspect it's because I ate too much giant Shaoqing. Combined with all that yoga earlier, too much activity. So the tiny person sickness flared up. Su Qingqing babbled incoherently. Then tell me, where did you see these tiny people? Just now in the restroom. In the restroom? Jiang Chun frowned, then asked, and what about now? Can you still see them? No. Not anymore. I don't see them now. Su Qingqing glanced around and shook her head. Not anymore. Jiang Chun couldn't help but sigh. He could already tell that whatever Su Qingqing had seen was definitely not tiny person sickness caused by eating giant Shaoqing. Poisoning from giant Shaoqing causes continuous visual hallucinations of tiny people. It was impossible to see them in the restroom, but not outside. Don't be afraid. I'll go check the restroom. Jiang Chun offered some comfort. All right. Su Qingqing nodded. Be careful. For a moment, she even forgot to ask whether Jiang Chun had tiny person sickness. If he didn't, then he wouldn't see the tiny people either if he went into the restroom. Jiang Chun entered the restroom. The first thing that caught his eye was the colorful clothes and tiny baby clothes Su Qingqing had hung up. Jiang Chun casually glanced over them. He felt a bit surprised. Judging by size, it seemed they had grown again. All right. Jiang Chun steadied himself and searched the restroom for tiny people. Quickly, he found the very thing Su Qingqing had described in a corner. Seeing it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, then called out to Su Qingqing, "Come here, take a look. What exactly is this?" "I'm not looking. I'm scared." "Scared of what? You could stomp a bunch of these flat." "What?" Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. Upon seeing the so-called tiny people, she felt simultaneously embarrassed and amused. Because clearly, it was just a cluster of tiny flying insects resembling mosquitoes. What tiny people? This is... I guess. I was just too nervous. Seeing something crawling everywhere in such numbers scared me to death. My vision blurred, and I jumped to the conclusion of tiny people. Su Qingqing rubbed her forehead and said apologetically, "Jiang Chun." He felt even more exasperated and at a loss for words. Say, miss, is pregnancy brain real? Taking a shower and mistaking tiny flying insects for tiny people. Sigh. How clueless can one possibly be? However, Su Qingqing's reaction actually showed that deep down she was still quite afraid of the tiny person sickness caused by eating giant Shaoqing. Moreover, she had eaten a considerable amount, 3 whole plates, nearly finishing them all by herself. Even though Jiang Chun had cooked them and it was temporarily safe to eat. But in her heart, she was undoubtedly still a bit scared. So the moment she noticed any movement, she became overly alert and panicked. The dim lighting in the restroom only made things worse, leading her to believe she had truly seen tiny people. The same principle as mistaking a bow's reflection in a cup for a snake. Then, Then what do we do now? Su Qingcheng embarrassedly scratched her head. Well, actually scratched the towel on her head since she was washing her hair and had it wrapped in a towel. What do we do? Of course eliminate them all, said Jiang Chun. He was also somewhat puzzled. Bisui residence was after all a luxury mansion and a brand new house. How could there be flying insects? But considering they had wings, they might have simply flown in from outside. But regardless of how they got in, elimination was a must. Without another word, Jiang Chun fetched insecticide and sprayed directly. One spray killed a whole cluster. Su Qingqing, seeing how effective the insecticide was, also grew eager to try. Let me handle some too. Sure, no problem. Jiang Chun glanced at the bare and gleaming Su Qingqing and said, pretending to be casual, but if you want to do it yourself, there's one thing you need to do first. What is it? Hurry up and put on some clothes. Otherwise, swaying right in front of me like this is really too draining of my energy. Ding. Host defeated Tiny People for his wife, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 yuan. A few days passed in a flash. It was the day of Jiang Chen's father's birthday. Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng had already coordinated with Song Mei ahead of time. They would definitely be there today. Jiang Chen's gift was ready. The 4S shop had already delivered the 80M7. All paperwork was completed, and Jiang Chun also activated the one-click optimization function to upgrade the M7 to its highest state, durable, reliable, and built to last. Old man would surely love it. Su Qingcheng was equally taking this visit seriously. She had gotten up very early to get ready for visiting Jiang Chen's parents' home. After applying a light makeup, she tried on outfit after outfit, hoping to find something both beautiful and appropriate. She asked Jiang Chen's opinion on each one. Jiang Chen said every time that it looked great. Though he was telling the truth, his wife was naturally stunning, a top-tier goddess. Even if she wore a fertilizer sac, she would still be a feast for the eyes. But Su Qingcheng was deeply dissatisfied, thinking he was just brushing her off. Yet after trying on more than 10 outfits in a row, she still had no idea what to wear to meet her future mother-in-law. Take a look. I just tried so many outfits. Which one looks the best? Which one do you like most on me? Out of sheer helplessness, Su Qingcheng could only ask Jiang Chun for help once more. Jiang Chun glanced at Su Qingcheng and couldn't help but smile. Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course the truth. Otherwise, why would I ask you? Alright then. I'll be honest. I like it best when you're not wearing any clothes. What? Su Qingcheng had been full of expectation. After hearing that, her face flushed crimson. She gave Jiang Chun an affectionate glare, completely unprepared for this answer. I knew you were just a block of wood. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. And you haven't seen me like this enough already. In the western suburbs of Sihai City, an old residential community with a history. Inside the former home of Jiang Daping and Song Mei. Early that morning, after waking up, Jiang Daping kept going to the balcony to peer at the entrance of the community, hoping to see if Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng had arrived. Song Mei looked at him with disdain. Since our son said he's coming, he'll definitely come. Look at how impatient you are. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. They probably just finished breakfast. Besides, you never seemed to miss him before. When he came home for a couple of days during college break, you couldn't wait to shoo him away. You don't understand, Jiang Daping laughed. I just didn't want that brat to interfere with our private time. That boy is really something. You're already grown up, yet you still keep coming home during breaks, so clueless. Shameless old man. Song Mei's face flushed, and she scolded Jiang Daping. That's our son, isn't it? How can you be such a father without any care for him? Who says I don't care? Who was the one running to the balcony early this morning hoping to see our son? Fatherly love is like a mountain, what do you know? Jiang Daping retorted. You're looking for your son. I think you're actually waiting to see if your grandchildren are coming. Song Mei shot him a glance, hitting the nail on the head. Well, Jiang Daping felt a bit embarrassed. He chuckled awkwardly. Can I look forward to seeing both my son and my grandchildren? There's a saying that grandparents dote on grandchildren. It's natural for me to be fond of them. And where do grandchildren come from? They're born from our son. So my affection for our grandchildren is actually the same as my affection for our son. Fine, you win. Song Mei feigned disdain, then instructed Jiang Daping. Let's clean the house again. It's an old place and hasn't been lived in for a while. This is Qingqing's first time here, so we need to make it presentable. Sure. Jiang Daping immediately agreed, and together they began tidying up the house once more. Originally, the birthday celebration was planned at the new home, the one by Swan Lake that Jiang Chun had given them. The couple had lived there for a while and had no complaints about the house or the neighborhood. However, considering that Qingcheng was visiting for the first time, the old house, though a bit shabby, was where Jiang Chun grew up and held special significance. After some deliberation, they decided to hold the birthday at the old house to show sincerity, letting Qingqing experience the old Jiang family and learn more about Jiang Chun. Moreover, Jiang Chen's childhood room was still intact. Song Mei, knowing Su Qingqing, thought she would be curious about it. How time flies. In the blink of an eye, our boy has grown up, and I, Jiang Daping, am 50 years old, now a grandfather of 3. Yes, I had a dream the other day, dreaming of the boy as a little kid wetting the bed in the middle of the night. I had just changed the sheets and he wet them again. I was furious, but when I woke up, I realized 10 years had passed, and we're now grandparents. How did we get together back then? It was a blind date, right? Yes, a blind date. Things moved pretty fast after the date. I remember the next day you came home with me to meet my parents, didn't you? Yes, but it was all because you played the rogue. I played the rogue. What do you think? We had just met on the blind date, and you already wanted to hold my hand. After a few drinks, you didn't know your place, dragging me into the woods. What? This? Zhang Dapeng covered his face, deeply embarrassed. Was I really that awful back then? Ahem. Part of it must be because I'm handsome and charming, otherwise you wouldn't have let me hold your hand and agreed to go to the woods. Let's change the subject. By the way, I wonder if that brat will prepare a birthday gift for me this time. He's always been the one to receive gifts from me, and if the gift wasn't good, he'd throw a tantrum. Now I'm getting old. He's graduated from university, has a wife and children. I wonder if he'll prepare a gift for me. But it's okay if he doesn't. After all, I'm his father, I owe him for life. What nonsense are you talking? Our son isn't that ungrateful. Songmei rolled her eyes at him. I'll tell you the truth, as soon as our son heard your birthday was coming, he started preparing a gift. What a... Zhang Dapeng was overjoyed. What gift did he get me? I don't know, he didn't say, but he said you'll definitely like it. That's great. Zhang Dapeng rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his joy. Meanwhile, Song Mei and her husband, especially comrade Zhang Dapeng, were eagerly waiting. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Su Qingsheng were getting ready to leave with their 3 little ones. Jiang Chun had arranged for a chauffeur to drive the 80M7 he was giving to his father. Su Qingsheng had chosen a light blue dress, simple, elegant, and appropriate. She carried a small handbag. Jiang Chun admired her outfit, praising his wife's sense of style. But he still wondered, didn't you say you prepared a gift for my dad too? Where is it? You didn't forget, did you? I did. Su Qingsheng smiled, patting her small bag. It's right here in my bag. In your bag. Since his wife said she had prepared something, Jiang Chun had nothing to say. But he was still curious about what gift she had chosen. Before leaving, Jiang Chun set aside some of the seeing hand mushrooms Lu Wei had given him, packing them in a bag to take to his parents. There were over 10 caddies, they couldn't finish them all. He planned to let his parents try something new. You're giving them seeing hand mushrooms? Su Qingsheng exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you afraid they'll see little people? What's there to fear? As long as they follow my cooking method, it's perfectly fine. But I saw little people. And you still have the nerve to bring that up. Did you actually see real little people? At least you didn't turn into Ultraman to fight monsters like in the news. Otherwise our home would be in trouble. Su Qingsheng's cheeks flushed slightly. She knew Jiang Chun was subtly teasing her about that news story where someone ate Jian Shouqing, saw monsters, and turned into Ultraman. She had seen it too. That was a genuine case of poisoning causing hallucinations. As for her own experience of seeing little people, it was probably due to her nerves being too sensitive, stemming from a lingering fear deep inside. That was why she had become paranoid, mistaking a swarm of tiny flying insects for little people and scaring herself. Though it turned out to be a false alarm, she still felt a trace of unease. But, as that rascal had said, after eating so much Jian Shouqing, she really didn't have any reaction at all. Son Qingsheng. You're here. Welcome, Qingsheng. Welcome to the Jiang family's old house. Seeing Jiang Chun and Su Qingsheng arrive, Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng hurried downstairs to greet them. After warmly welcoming them, Zhang Dapeng immediately went to the back door of the car and carefully lifted the 3 babies out one by one. Yo, my little darlings, Grandpa has missed you so much. You've become even more adorable in these past days. Look at you, chubby and fair, so cute. Come, at Grandpa's house, Grandpa will treat you well. Holding his 3 grandchildren in his arms, Jiang Dapeng was utterly captivated, his face beaming with joy. He carefully placed the 2nd and 3rd babies into the stroller, then picked up the eldest. Jiang Dapeng was delighted again. Yo, this is Debeo, the eldest of the 3 little cuties. I remember you, little rascal. Last time I changed your diaper, you peed right into your grandpa's mouth. Now you're at Grandpa's place. If you have the guts, pee on Grandpa again. Dad, look at what you're saying. Do you really want your little grandson to pee on you again? Don't you mind? Jiang Chun couldn't help but facepalm at his father's words. My own little grandson, why would I mind? If my little grandson pees on me, what does that show? It shows that my little grandson is close to me. Jiang Dapeng declared with righteous indignation. Jiang Chun could only shake his head, thinking, is this what they call the affinity between grandparents and grandchildren? Such affection was almost without principle, practically indulgence. If that little stinky treasure dared to pee on him, he would. Ahem, little stinky treasure. Little ancestor. Can you please not pee? Or at least pee after you finish eating, okay? Not to mention a baby this big really is an ancestor. Even the heavenly king wouldn't be able to handle it. Qingsheng, you've become even more beautiful over these days. Song Mei walked up to Su Qingsheng, looked her up and down, and couldn't help but praise. At that moment, Su Qingsheng, though only lightly made up and wearing a simple light blue dress, stood gracefully and elegantly. Song Mei, despite knowing her for years, thought she looked like a celestial maiden descending from heaven. Unbelievably beautiful. Well, that brat is truly lucky. Moreover, her best friend had suddenly become her daughter-in-law, and this double bond made it all the more worthwhile. Meijia, don't tease me. I'm still the same as before. Hearing Song Mei's compliments, Su Qingsheng felt a bit shy. If there was any difference from before, it was that after giving birth, she had become more mature and voluptuous, now a wife and mother. Besides, after using that scar removal potion and recently practicing couple yoga frequently, her skin seemed to have improved even more than before. Of course, all thanks to that rascal. What teasing? Those are my true feelings. By the way, how has that brat been treating you these days? Has he bullied you? No, he's been good to me. That's good. I'll give him the courage. I doubt he would dare. But Ching Ching, you see you have the kids and live together now. It's also the time to hone your relationship. Sometimes letting that brat bully you a little is actually fine. Let him bully me a little. That's fine. Ahem, the kind of bullying between couples. The kind of bullying between couples. Yes, that's the idea. You know what I mean. Song Mei made a series of vague innuendos. She was truly afraid that her harsh words earlier had scared her precious son, making him overly polite to Su Ching Ching and afraid to cross the line. This was something she couldn't say to her son directly, so she simply confessed it to her best friend. After all, her friend was older and knew when to advance and retreat, understanding more. This would also prevent the two from treating each other with excessive courtesy, being so polite that they no longer seemed like a young couple. Su Ching Ching was a bit startled by this. Was her best friend the mother of that rascal hinting at the intimate matters between husband and wife? Later Song Mei's words became so explicit. How could she not understand what couple bullying meant? But sigh, did she really need to be reminded? Did she need such roundabout hints? Your rascal is self-taught and has many talents. He does far more than what you mentioned. Song Mei saw that her best friend understood, and her earlier efforts were not in vain. She immediately beamed and warmly invited Ching Ching. What are we doing chatting out here? Come on, let's go inside. The Jiang family's old house was in a decades-old neighborhood. The neighbors were all familiar with one another. Seeing that the Jiang boy had brought back an unbelievably beautiful wife and 3 triplet babies, they all came out one after another greeting Jiang Daping and his wife. Many also asked about Jiang Chun. He answered politely. After the Jiang family went upstairs, the neighbors were still in a state of amazement and astonishment. Is this Jiang Chen's wife? Oh my, she's gorgeous. Prettier than the actresses on TV. Not just the wife. Look at their babies, chubby and fair, especially since they're triplets. Yeah, triplets. In our neighborhood, we haven't seen anything like this in decades. Tisk tisk, are the Jiang family's ancestors grave smoking. Just think, Jiang Chun was a troublemaker back then, almost becoming a thug and getting taken to the police station for tea. Back then, who in our neighborhood hadn't seen that kid causing trouble again with his dad Jiang Daping, chasing him around the neighborhood with a belt? Exactly. At that time, everyone thought the kid was ruined. Jiang Daping and his wife were even considering having another child. But who would have thought? Not only did the kid not turn out bad, he even got into college. Now he's just graduated and he already has a wife and kids, and triplets to boot. Not just a wife and kids. He must have made something of himself. Look at the car parked over there. It's a BMW X7. Huh, a BMW X7. My God, that car isn't cheap. It costs nearly 2 million yuan. The neighbors all remarked on how Jiang Chin, the young son of the Jiang family, had just graduated from university and already had a wife and children. His wife was extraordinarily beautiful, their children were rare triplets, and he drove a BMW X7 worth 2 million yuan. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This kid had really made it. After all, they had watched Jiang Chun grow up with their own eyes. They knew all too well how unreliable Jiang Chun had been back then, troublemaking and reckless from a young age, running with street thugs, and nearly ruining himself completely. But what really stunned them went far beyond that. You probably haven't heard where Jiang Daping and Song Mei have been living lately, have you? He moved to Swan Lake. Only came back for 2 days for his birthday. Third uncle and old friend of Jiang Daping's spoke up. His words left everyone speechless again. What? They moved to Swan Lake. TSK tisk, not bad. Properties at Swan Lake are incredibly popular in our city. All the young couples want to buy there before getting married. If you don't own one, your mother-in-law won't be happy. They really weren't holding back. A unit must have cost 2 or 3 million. What's there to hesitate about? Their son Jiang Chun gave them that place at Swan Lake, so of course they moved right in. What? Jiang Chun gave it to them. Yeah, Jiang Chun drives a BMW X7 and bought his parents a 2 to 3 million yuan house. It's pretty normal, right? Third uncle continued. There's something else. Do you know where the young couple is living? I only found out when Jiang Daping accidentally let it slip. Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. Third uncle, stop beating around the bush and tell us. Yeah. Hurry up and tell us where Jiang Chun and his wife are living. Don't tell me they're in Bishu. That's the most luxurious and upscale neighborhood in our city. Watching everyone's eager faces, third uncle savored the moment. He took a sip of his goji berry tea, cleared his throat, then leisurely replied. That's right, the young couple now lives in Bishiju, and they paid in full. The crowd fell silent. Many gasped in shock. Bihai City wasn't large. Though it held municipal status, it was more like a county town in reality. For most people, a property at Swan Lake represented the pinnacle of their aspirations. With prices ranging from 2 to 3 million yuan, it was an astronomical sum for a city of Bihai's modest economic standing. Marriage often meant emptying 4 wallets to secure a home at Swan Lake. But Bishuiju existed on an entirely different level. Regular folks couldn't even entertain the idea. Property prices rivaled those in Tier 1 cities, with listings starting around 1 yuan per square meter. Even a modest unit ran into the millions, meaning residents were invariably wealthy or influential. The fact that Jiang Chun could afford a home in Bishiju, paid in full, meant this young man was far more impressive than simply being outstanding. In rougher terms, Jiang Chun wasn't just extraordinary. He was ridiculously impressive. The neighbors were left speechless by third uncle's revelations. Their thoughts drifted to their own children who had been model students praised by teachers and held up as aspirations by their parents, the complete opposite of Jiang Chun, who had nearly become a delinquent. Now that they'd graduated from university, the better-off ones had secured graduate school positions at prestigious institutions or moved to major cities for corporate jobs with salaries of tens of thousands of yuan per month. Others had passed the civil service examinations, securing stable government positions that brought honor to their families and made them speak with added confidence in public. Yet compared to Jiang Chun, who had just graduated and already owned a BMW X7, purchased a home in Bishiju with full payment, and had a wife and children all at once, including rare triplets, these achievements seemed rather modest. Ahem. Perhaps it was better not to mention it at all. Meanwhile, inside the Jiang family's old house, a warm and joyful atmosphere prevailed. Jiang Daping and Song Mei warmly welcomed their son, his fiancée, and their 3 grandchildren to their home, their faces radiant with happiness. With Jiang Daping celebrating his birthday, the wrinkles etched by years melted away, making him appear several years younger as he beamed at his 3 grandchildren. He had already held them once upon arrival, and now indoors he couldn't put them down, utterly captivated by them. Watching this, Song Mei gave him an exasperated look. Realizing his folly, comrade, Jiang Daping finally set the babies down. But then, no sooner had he placed them than Song Mei had already picked them up again. She took them one by one, refusing to let any slip through. Mom, Dad, I'll leave the fruit on the table, Jiang Chun said. This visit, Jiang Chun had brought a large assortment of premium fruits, expensive varieties his parents loved but rarely bought for themselves. Leave them on the table, Song Mei replied. You foolish boy, just bringing Qingxing and the grandchildren is more than enough. We're already overjoyed, no need for all this fruit. She scolded good-naturedly while washing some fruit and carrying it to the living room. Exactly. You only ever buy the expensive ones. Son, you've bought too much. Your mother and I can't finish it all. You're just wasting money. Jiang Daping joined in with similar complaints. Like Song Mei, his words were dismissive, but his expression radiated warmth. Seeing this, Jiang Chun felt a pang of guilt. After all these years, he had never thought to buy his parents anything, not even birthday gifts, and rarely treated them to fruit. He had always been the one cared for at home, expecting others to provide for him. But that would change from now on. Oh, what's this? Jiang Daping spotted the bag containing the chanterelles. Uncle, these are chanterelles from Yunnan province, Su Qingsheng explained. Chanterelles? From Yunnan? Those mushrooms that make you see little people after eating them, right? Jiang Daping immediately recognized them, having seen countless news reports about their fame. Yes, that's exactly what they are, Su Qingsheng said with a smile. But Jiang Chun knows how to prepare them properly, so as long as we follow his instructions, there won't be any issues. Good, that's reassuring then. Jiang Daping nodded. He understood that while chanterelles were a delicacy, improper preparation could lead to poisoning. But his son was an exceptional cook now, and if he said it was safe, it must be. Afterward, the elderly couple spent time in the living room playing with their grandchildren and chatting with Jiang Chun and Su Qingxing. Then they headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. A family meal that also served as Jiang Daping's birthday celebration, made even more special since it was Su Qingxing's first visit. Though it was an intimate family gathering, the spread was remarkably lavish. The couple had been planning the menu and shopping for ingredients for 2 days. But once in the kitchen, Jiang Daping's earlier cheerfulness faded into a frown. Didn't you say the brat had a birthday present for me? Where is it? All I see is some fruit and a few pounds of chanterelles. Surely this isn't my gift. Jiang Daping felt a touch of disappointment. He told himself it didn't matter. His own child was coming to visit was what counted. Of course he'd be happy if a gift was given, but the absence of one stung nonetheless. Yet if nothing was given, or just fruit and mushrooms like this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why are you fretting over this? No father should be so calculating with his own child. Are the fruits and chanterelles from our son and Qingsheng not gifts? Song Mei echoed his confusion, though her loyalty lay firmly with their son. Exactly. Who counts every penny with their own son, she added. Those fruits aren't cheap. Each one costs at least 200 or 300 yuan. And those chanterelles, at market price, each gene runs at least 200 yuan, and the better quality ones easily reach 400 to 500 yuan per gene. That bag looks to be around 3 gene. Do the math. Between the fruit and the chanterelles, that's easily 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan birthday gift. What more could you want? All right. Rubbing his forehead after Song Mei's explanation, Jiang Daping had to admit that 1,000 yuan was substantial. Those fruits and chanterelles were luxuries he wouldn't normally splurge on himself. His son had gone this far. That was more than enough. Besides, other family sons weren't necessarily this thoughtful. Jiang Daping comforted himself with these thoughts. His mood improved considerably. At that moment, Su Qingsheng entered the kitchen and overheard their conversation. It was her first time visiting her fiancé's family. Although she was close friends with her future mother-in-law, she felt uncomfortable simply lounging in the living room, watching TV, while the cooking was in full swing. That was why she had come to the kitchen, to lend a hand. Song Mei and Jiang Daping spotted Su Qingsheng entering the kitchen and hurriedly rose from their seats. Upon hearing that Su Qingsheng wished to help, the two of them immediately conspired to shoo her out of the kitchen. Qingsheng, just rest. It's just one meal, no big deal. The two of us can handle it. Yes, Qingsheng. You should go rest. You need to watch the three little ones over there. We really are enough. If it had been Jiang Chun coming, the couple might not have spoken so readily. Their son's culinary skills were outstanding now, and they would have gladly let him prepare more dishes. But Su Qingsheng was different. She had to be sent away. His future daughter-in-law was visiting their home for the first time. If they made her work, how would her family perceive it? Su Qingsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate they insisted on sending her away. If Sister May and her husband had allowed her to cook, she would have been deeply embarrassed. After all, her cooking skills were so poor that even scrambled eggs could turn into a burnt disaster. She was infamous for her dark cuisine. But thinking about the conversation she had overheard, she smiled gracefully and quietly shared it with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was currently engaged in a battle of wits with the three little demigods. The three little demigods had been remarkably quiet throughout the journey, but once they arrived at the Jiang family's old house, they suddenly became restless, especially after being passed around and pampered by their grandparents in turn. They seemed somewhat discontented, throwing tantrums in waves. Jiang Chun had to exert considerable effort, changing diapers, feeding them, making funny faces, engaging in small interactions, and singing nursery rhymes, before finally pacifying the three little ones. As Jiang Chun hummed lullabies, each child gradually stopped crying and eventually drifted off to sleep. When he turned back and heard Su Qingsheng's words, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed his old man was longing for his birthday gift quite intensely. Fortunately, he had truly come prepared. He had originally planned to reveal the gift during the meal to give his father a big surprise, but seeing how eager the old man was, Jiang Chun decided not to wait any longer. He would tell him now, saving him from overthinking. Dad, I've prepared a birthday gift for you. Jiang Chun walked straight into the kitchen and said to Jiang Dapeng. Oh, I know. Jiang Dapeng responded casually, thinking it was nothing more than some fruits and matsutake mushrooms. He already knew about those. Dad, my gift might be different from the usual ones. I prepared this for you. Jiang Chun took out the key fob to the new 80 M7. Oh, got it. Jiang Dapeng kept his head down, busily picking vegetables, and replied without looking up. But in his heart he thought, of course it's different. Giving fruits and wild mushrooms as a birthday present to your old man, that's truly distinctive. Song Mei, standing nearby, glanced up and was immediately astonished. She promptly nudged Jiang Dapeng with her elbow. The somewhat dejected Jiang Dapeng finally looked up, glanced at what Jiang Chun was holding in his hand, and froze. Car keys. Yes, Dad. The birthday gift I'm giving you is a car. That old Volkswagen of ours has been driven for 10 years. It's time to replace it. As Jiang Chun spoke, he pressed the car keys into Jiang Dapeng's hand. No, really, I don't want it. What's wrong with driving that old Volkswagen for 10 years? It's still perfectly drivable. Oh, you rascal. If I wanted a new car, I could buy one myself. Why waste so much money on something you can't eat or drink? Inside, Jiang Dapeng was overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. He had already given up hope, resigned to the fact that his son's hard-earned birthday gift would merely be some expensive fruits and matsutake mushrooms. Who would have thought his son would actually gift him a car? Good heavens! Was the sun rising from the west? To be honest, that old Volkswagen had been driven for 10 years. While it had no major issues, it was plagued by constant minor problems. Recently, the air conditioning broke, making every drive an ordeal. He had long been considering replacing it with a new car, but had held back due to frugality. Yet here his son was gifting him an entirely new vehicle on his birthday. Though he was overjoyed inside, as a father he maintained a calm exterior, repeatedly declining and insisting he didn't need it. It was only because his son was being so insistent, constantly pressing the keys into his hand, that Jiang Dapeng finally accepted them with a show of reluctance. After accepting the gift, his heart blossomed with delight. Son, are all the paperwork for the car completed? All taken care of. The car is parked just downstairs, see it? That one right there. The purchase contract and all the documents are inside. Oh, excellent. Looks nice. By the way, son, what brand is it? It's a domestic new energy vehicle, the 80 M7. Domestic? Domestic is great. The quality of domestic products is excellent now. Unlike in our day when domestic cars were unreliable and we had no choice but to buy foreign brands. Things are different now. Domestic cars are every bit as good as foreign brands. Jiang Dapeng spoke with mounting excitement. If not for the fact that he was an elder and needed to maintain composure, not behave like a rash young person, he would have gone downstairs right then to test drive the new car. But soon the opportunity came. Song Mei, seeing her son had gifted a new car, scolded him for spending so recklessly, while also feeling quite pleased. However, when she returned to continue cooking, she realized they had run out of cilantro, scallions, and ginger. They needed to go buy some. Jiang Chun offered to go, intending to stroll through the nearby wet market with Su Qingsheng. But before he could finish, Jiang Dapeng commandeered the task. Never mind, you two stay here and rest. I'll go. He hadn't even finished speaking before rushing toward the door. Seeing how eager he was, Song Mei understood exactly what Jiang Dapeng wanted to do. She immediately warned him. The wet market is only a couple hundred meters from our house. Don't show off by driving the new car. Got it. I'm not driving. Jiang Dapeng replied briskly and had already bolted out the door. Not driving. No way. Come on, this is the new car my son gifted me. It wasn't just about the short trip to the market. If he could drive it, he'd want to take the new car his son gifted him, even if it meant going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Song Mei came to the balcony and indeed saw Jiang Dapeng excitedly heading toward the new car. She shook her head helplessly and smiled. Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Alright. So this was the real comrade, Jiang Dapeng. Mom, for Dad's birthday, what gift did you prepare this time? Jiang Chun suddenly asked Song Mei. Although their mother often teased their father, in reality, she meticulously prepared birthday gifts for him every year. In the early years, they had included hand-knitted scarves, gloves, sweaters, and so on. In recent years, it had been things like mobile phones and sunglasses. This year marked their father's 50th birthday, and they wondered what carefully prepared gift their mother had arranged. Yes, Sister May, what gift did you prepare for Uncle? Since he's not here, now giving him a surprise won't be delayed anyway. Su Qingqing also came over and asked with a smile. What would her future mother-in-law gift her future father-in-law for his birthday? As a future daughter-in-law, she was quite curious. Sighed. Actually, I didn't prepare any surprises. We've been a couple for decades now. The gifts I give are all quite ordinary and practical. Seeing both of them ask, Song Mei had no intention of keeping it secret. Her son had gifted his father a brand new car. As a mother, she was naturally filled with pride, marveling at how her son had grown up. Even now that he could earn money, he hadn't forgotten his parents. Her heart swelled with happiness. So she immediately went into the bedroom and fetched the gift she had prepared in advance. My gift is all about practicality. The price is reasonable too. Exactly 1,000 yuan. As Song Mei spoke, she opened the gift box in her hands. The curiously eager Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing hurriedly leaned in to look, only to discover that Song Mei's gift was strikingly a leather belt. At the sight, Jiang Chun felt an inexplicable panic and immediately tried to bolt. Fortunately, Song Mei reacted quickly. She hurriedly called out to Jiang Chun, "Don't worry, son. It's not Septwolf's." When Song Mei saw her son and realized what it was, she bolted for the door, barely keeping from laughing out loud. Oh, what a wonderful son she had. This is a gift from your mother to your father. You are grown now with a wife and children of your own. No matter whether this belt is 7 wolves or not, your mother and father certainly will not be using it to whip you anymore. Su Qingqing, upon seeing this, could not help herself and burst into giggles. It seemed the foolhardy boy's words were not unfounded after all. The two closest friends shared amused glances, while only Jiang Chun could only facepalm in exasperation. Sigh. All these years, how hard has my life been. That Jiang Dapeng goes out to buy groceries. The market is only 100 or 200 meters away, and he is buying nothing more than cilantro and scallions. Yet he spends nearly an hour out there. There was no need to ask. Of course, he was driving his new car, going round and round in circles, showing off and boasting to his old buddies before finally coming home. Fortunately, there was no rush to prepare the meal, and besides, he was the birthday celebrant. Song Mei merely glanced at his enthusiastic return and let it go. Mom, Dad, shall I help make a few dishes for lunch? Jiang Chun volunteered and headed to the kitchen on his own initiative. In the past, Song Mei and her husband would have kicked him out without a second thought. But things were different now. The last time they had eaten at Jiang Chen's place, even a simple smashed cucumber dish had made Jiang Dapeng incredibly envious. Alright, son, then go make a few dishes. By the way, make sure to prepare extra plates of that smashed cucumber. No problem. Who needs smashed cucumber when your son brought Jun Shouqing mushrooms this time? We should make more of those instead. Alright, then I will do 2 plates of smashed cucumber and 3 dishes with those mushrooms. Great. Very good, let us do it. Seeing Jiang Chun head to the kitchen to help Su Qingqing, as the prospective daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, did not wish to leave the impression of someone who simply came to eat. She too offered to help and, of course, unsurprisingly, was once again told to step aside by Song Mei and her husband. But in the end, she was not left idle after all. Song Mei assigned her the task of preparing scallions and cilantro along with peeling garlic. Su Qingqing worked with great care. With everyone's efforts combined, the lunch, which was also Jiang Dapeng's birthday banquet, was finally ready. It included both Jiang Chen's contributions and Song Mei's signature dishes, totaling around 20 courses spanning land, sea, and air. For a family dinner of only 4 adults, it was hardly lacking in abundance. Scallion seasoned century eggs, tune sprouts with tofu, sweet and sour pork, salt-baked razor clams, stir-fried shrimp, boiled pork slices, scallion garnished, sea cucumber, vanilla-style grilled fish, fried squid rings, steamed swimming crab, chicken stewed with mushrooms, roasted squab with pork ribs, and kelp soup, longevity noodles. 2 plates of smashed cucumber, 3 dishes featuring Jun Shouqing mushrooms, raw braised variety, kung pao red variety, and 1 stir-fried with cured pork. Since this was their own home, Jiang Dapeng did not insist on anything particular. No birthday peaches were prepared, and he had never cared much for cakes anyway, so a single bowl of longevity noodles stood in for everything. Today marks my 50th birthday. I am deeply grateful to my wife, my son Qingqing, and our 3 lovely grandchildren for celebrating with me. I am truly delighted. And by the way, thank you, son, for the birthday gift. To be honest, your old father loves it more than you can imagine. Well then, let us not say more. Everything is in the wine. Come, let us raise our glasses. Cheers. As the guest of honor at the birthday banquet, Jiang Dapeng rose without hesitation, glass in hand, his face glowing with joy as he spoke a few words with unmistakable vigor. The others rose as well, raising their glasses to clink together with his. Happy birthday, Dapeng. Happy birthday, Dad. Happy birthday, Uncle. In the 4 glasses, Jiang Dapeng and Jiang Chun had baijiu, while Song Mei and Su Qingqing had Sprite. Let us eat. Everyone dig in. After the toast, Jiang Dapeng called out once more, and was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Surrounded by the magnificent spread before him, his chopsticks bypassed the 2 plates of smashed cucumber he had requested and went straight to the Jun Shouqing mushrooms stir-fried with cured pork. After just one bite he froze. This was truly a flavor fit for the mortal realm. Coming back to his senses, he felt as though he might swallow his own tongue from how exquisitely delicious it was. He clicked his tongue in approval. These Jun Shouqing mushrooms are truly excellent. The kid really knows his way around a wok. Among the dishes were several of Song Mei's signature recipes: sweet and sour pork chicken stewed with mushrooms, pork rib, and kelp soup, which Jiang Chun had essentially grown up eating. Song Mei deliberately served those particular dishes to Su Qingqing. Upon understanding the significance, Su Qingqing ate with great relish, clearing every bite from her plate. Here to Peng. Happy birthday. This is my gift for you this year. During the joyful family banquet, Song Mei also brought out the birthday present she had prepared, a Jinlalai belt. She had long grown accustomed to the name De Peng. Back on their blind date, when Jiang De Peng had even pulled her into the little grove, she had called him De Peng all along. After all these years, it had simply become second nature. As for intimate terms like husband, certain moments and occasions allowed for them, but she simply could not bring herself to use such addresses in front of others, especially not in front of her son and his prospective daughter-in-law. Jiang De Peng, however, was shameless in Song Mei's own words. Since that day in the little grove until now, he had always addressed Song Mei as wife, even in front of others. Oh, a belt. Thank you, wife. Thank you, wife. Jiang De Peng beamed with joy, unable to stop grinning. A Jinlalai belt, not bad. Hope you did not spend too much. No, just about 1,000 yuan. 1,000. That is hardly cheap. That is already quite expensive, you know. Normally my entire outfit costs less than 1,000. Jiang De Peng complained good-naturedly before happily accepting the belt. After receiving it, he could not resist casting a proud glance at his son. Jiang Chun sighed inwardly. Father, you receive the belt and receive it you do, but why the look at me? Su Qingqing, witnessing this, could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. After laughing for a while, she reached into her small shoulder bag, produced an exquisitely crafted black box, and also rose to her feet, saying to Jiang De Peng, Uncle, happy birthday. This is my gift for you. As she spoke, she handed him the small box. Jiang De Peng was still feeling quite pleased with himself inside. This year he had finally received gifts from both women. His wife had given him a 1,000 yuan belt and his son had given him a new car. Excellent, excellent. But now Su Qingqing stood up as well, wanting to give him a gift too. He was somewhat taken aback. This? How can I possibly accept such generosity? He hurriedly rose as well. He had felt that receiving a gift from his son was already more than sufficient and had never anticipated that Su Qingqing had also prepared something for him. Dad, just accept it. Jiang Chen caught sight of the Patek Philippe logo on the small box and understood that Su Qingqing's gift was a Patek Philippe watch, undoubtedly quite valuable. Though surprised, it was also entirely expected. It seemed his young daughter-in-law was indeed no ordinary person, truly a wealthy lady. A wealthy lady as his wife. If she happened to compare prices with the new car he had bought, would not this watch easily cost several 100,000 at the very least? Or perhaps even several million? Even though Jiang Chun was not short of money, now he was still slightly startled. Just accept it. Song Mei, seeing her son insist, exchanged a glance with Su Qingqing and also urged him to accept. From the standpoint of hierarchy, Su Qingqing was the prospective daughter-in-law in the younger generation. It was entirely appropriate that she prepare a gift for him. Then very well. Sorry to put you to expense, Qingqing. Jiang De Peng politely acknowledged and accepted it. Receiving the small box, he was struck by the fact that although it was merely a watch, it actually felt remarkably heavy. Not at all. Uncle is being too kind. It is only a watch, hardly expensive, did not cost much at all. Su Qingqing also replied with a smile, offering polite reassurances in return. Hearing this, Jiang Chen glanced at his wife. His lip twitched involuntarily. Not expensive. Indeed not expensive. It was merely a Patek Philippe watch, costing only several 100,000, or perhaps a few million. Jiang Dapeng received 3 gifts in succession, from his wife, his son, and his future daughter-in-law. Overjoyed, he seized the moment to drink with his son, going down 7 or 8 rounds. Song Mei was equally delighted. She then produced a large red envelope, rose with a beaming smile, and said, Qingqing, we're close sisters, so I'll speak plainly. You've been with my son and given me and Jiang Dapeng 3 grandsons and granddaughters. I couldn't be more satisfied. Our bond has only grown closer still. However, proper customs must still be observed. Since this is your first time visiting our home, and as your future mother-in-law, I should present you with a traditional meeting gift. With that, she extended the red envelope toward her. Huh. Surprised by Song Mei's gesture, Su Qingqing had never encountered such customs before, and unsure what to do, turned her eyes to Jiang Chun, silently asking for his guidance. Take it, Jiang Chun smiled. It's a local custom, the future mother-in-law's recognition of her prospective daughter-in-law. Oh. With a blush spreading across her cheeks, Su Qingqing accepted the red envelope. Thank you, Sister Mei. Still calling me Sister Mei, eh? Song Mei asked with a smile. Then, what should I call you? Should I call you Mom? Su Qingqing stammered hesitantly. After receiving the meeting gift, she was expected to call her Mom. Was that also the local custom? Isn't that how it works? Song Mei gazed at her with eager anticipation. A mom. But Qingqing and I haven't formally married yet. It's too early to change how I address her. Jiang Chen couldn't help but remind his mother, who seemed completely captivated at the thought of becoming her best friend's mother-in-law so soon. Oh, look at me. I've been too hasty in wanting to be a mother already. Upon hearing this song, Mei slapped her forehead and suddenly realized her eagerness had been premature. She smiled awkwardly at Su Qingcheng and added, "But Qingqing, you'll have to call me mom someday, won't you? That's absolutely certain. On the day I marry Jiang Chen, I'll definitely start calling you mom." Su Qingqing replied with a sweet smile. Yet beneath the surface, she couldn't help but recall how Song Mei had advised her back when they first encouraged her to get together with her son. What exactly had she said then? Even after Su Qingqing got together with her boyfriend Song, Mei insisted they'd still relate to each other as equals. Now though she was eager to assume the role of mother-in-law. "Is this really you, my best friend of many years?" Song Mei, hearing Su Qingqing's response, was overcome with delight and a profound sense of accomplishment. "All right then, I'll wait until the day you marry my son." When the birthday banquet was drawing to a close, the cake Jiang Chun had ordered arrived. Jiang Daping and Song Mei had thought that since they were at home, there was no need for fuss. A bowl of longevity noodles would suffice. However, Jiang Chun had secretly ordered a large cake anyway. After the cake was delivered, Jiang Daping verbally complained about it, yet his beaming smile made his true feelings clear. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the birthday boy Jiang Daping blew out the candles and made a wish before cutting the cake for everyone else. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun took on the role of photographer, capturing numerous photos of his parents, wife, and children. Of course, there were family selfies and group photos, the parents with their 3 little ones, and a picture of Song Mei and Su Qingcheng as close friends. There were also photos of Jiang Chen, Su Qingqing, and their 3 little ones. Jiang Daping, likely intoxicated from the celebration, suddenly felt particularly vain. He once again pulled Jiang Chun to take photos of him posing with his new belt and watch. Jiang Chen agreed to each one. Later, with nothing else to do, the family gathered to play cards with a game of dodiju. Among his old friends, Jiang Daping was renowned for his skill and rarely faced opposition, so he entered the 4-player game with great confidence. However, unexpected events occurred from the very start. In the first 4 rounds, Jiang Chun won 3 as the landlord, while Su Qingcheng won 1 in the same role. To his astonishment, Jiang Daping and Song Mei failed to secure a single victory throughout. Once more, I refuse to believe this. Another hand began with Jiang Chun as landlord once again. The other 3 players teamed up against him. His cards proved overwhelmingly strong, and toward the end he decided to reveal his hand entirely. Only a bomb of 4 threes remained. Yet Su Qingqing also exposed her hand. Her cards were superior, leaving her with just 4 twos and 2 jokers. "You little rascal, let's see how you win now." Jiang Daping gleamed with triumph. Though his hand was weak, it didn't matter. Su Qingqing held only 4 twos paired with 2 jokers. How could she possibly lose this round? It was unthinkable. However, to Jiang Daping's utter amazement, Su Qingqing played her cards, 3 twos with 2 jokers. "What?" Jiang Chen blinked in confusion, then glanced at his wife before playing, without hesitation, for 3's bomb. Jiang Chen won again. Jiang Daping was dumbfounded, and Song Mei stared in shock. Was this even allowed? She had 4 twos and 2 jokers. Surely this round was secured. Yet she played 3 twos with 2 jokers instead. What kind of strategy was that? "Qingqing, what are you doing? Why play like that?" Still losing, Song Mei couldn't help but hold her forehead as she questioned Su Qingqing. "I'm not doing anything wrong. I noticed Jiang Chun wanted to win, so I just let him take the round." Su Qingqing replied with a sweet smile. Well, both Song Mei and Jiang Daping were caught off guard by Su Qingqing's explanation. Great. Just playing cards, yet they were force-fed all this affection. They felt completely full from it all. What an absurd situation. The family played cards and chatted for a while longer until the 3 little ones woke up and began fussing immediately. Jiang Chun went over to check and realized they were hungry. "Don't worry, little ones. I'll get you some food right away." Jiang Chun pushed the stroller into his bedroom, with Su Qingqing following behind. Song Mei and Jiang Daping, understanding the situation, left them to attend to their own matters. Jiang Chen's bedroom was the same room he'd grown up in. It showed signs of age with older furnishings and decor, but Song Mei had cleaned it in advance, leaving it quite tidy and spotless. Facing the 3 hungry little ones, Su Qingqing quickly began feeding them, 1 on each side, while Jiang Chen placed a pacifier in the remaining baby's mouth, who sucked contentedly and stopped crying. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to open the red envelope his mother had given Su Qingqing and counted the money inside. "How much is in there?" Su Qingqing asked with interest. "A total of 888 yuan. 888. Such an auspicious number. It means we'll grow wealthy." Su Qingqing praised. "But there's another meaning to it." "What other meaning?" "It's that mother hopes we'll keep going and try for quadruplets next time." "What a... I'd rather not be treated like a breeding sow." Su Qingqing gave Jiang Chen a playful glance. While they chatted, the 3 babies finished feeding, content and comfortable lying on the bed, a sight most delightful to behold. But suddenly Su Qingqing noticed Jiang Chen leaning over toward her, his hand reaching out, and was startled. What was her big pig trotter up to? Had his primal instincts suddenly taken over? "No way. What are you doing?" My uterus hasn't healed yet." Su Qingqing panicked. Su Qingqing couldn't help but feel flustered. She thought this was the big pig trotter's territory, the bedroom, where he grew up. If he wanted to, how could she resist? Ahem, in fact, she couldn't resist anywhere else either. But location wasn't the issue. The issue was that the big pig trotter's current actions were too blatant. Jiang Chen saw this and said, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? I'm just helping you button up, okay? Look at you in broad daylight after feeding the baby. Your chest is still open, all white and exposed. What kind of decency is that? Jiang Chen said with righteous indignation while helping Su Qingqing button up the front of her dress. Su Qingqing was stunned. I forgot to button up just now. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Su Qingqing, so then I should thank you. Jiang Chen, shouldn't you? Jiang Chen kept his eyes forward, finished buttoning up for Su Qingqing, and said, as for what you said about not having recovered. Hey, am I that kind of person? Su Qingqing blushed. Tisk, aren't you that kind of person? This big pig trotter. She had just finished breastfeeding the baby and hadn't had time to button up yet. He, on the other hand, played the good guy and helped. The entire afternoon, Su Qingqing didn't go out. Zhang Dapeng was called into work overtime due to a sudden company matter, so Song Mei had some peace. She originally wanted to take Su Qingqing and the 3 babies downstairs to stroll around the neighborhood and also chat with old neighbors. But Jiang Chen saw that Su Qingqing didn't want to go out, and thinking about the gossipy mouths of the neighbors, the uncles and aunties, he didn't insist. So he took the 3 babies and his mother downstairs. The residential area was always crowded with a group of elderly uncles and aunties. Because it wasn't the new year and their children were not around, they often had nothing to do. So they would gather together to chat, play cards, play chess, and pass the time. Of course, there was no shortage of gossip about this and that. As soon as Jiang Chen and his group came downstairs, a group of chattering aunties saw them and immediately surrounded them. TSK tisk. Sister Song, you've got a set of triplets, 2 girls and a boy, all at once. Yeah, so rare, we haven't seen this in decades around here. Triplets are good, but raising them must cost a lot of money. You don't understand? 1 son and 2 daughters. That's a construction bank and 2 merchant banks. The Song family should be secretly laughing with joy. Indeed. Sister Song, to be honest, your son is really capable. Absolutely. Although having multiple births is mainly determined by the woman, the man also has to be strong enough. Sister Song, I think your son is quite impressive, a young bull calf, strong and full of energy. It's okay, just okay. Faced with the auntie's flattery, Song Mei remained modest. She gave Jiang Chen a look of disdain on her face, but inside she was overjoyed. These days, who doesn't like to hear nice things? And they were praising her son. Besides, her son was indeed impressive. Not only did he give her 3 grandchildren at once, but he also captured her longtime best friend. Simply too amazing. Jiang Chen stood nearby. Hearing the auntie's praise, he almost tripped and fell. What is this young bull calf nonsense? They actually said that out loud. Come on. If you're going to praise someone like that, don't do it in front of me, okay? I'm right here. And you've all been this way for years. Your mouths are still so good at this. Sigh. Your aunties are indeed your aunties. If I can't afford to provoke, can't I just avoid? Jiang Chen pushed the stroller, wanting to escape by going outside the residential area. But unexpectedly, the group of aunties surged forward and directly surrounded him. Jiang Chen, are you really living in Bishui residence now? Is your car worth over 2 million? Did you rent it? Also, did you buy the house for your parents at Tianyi Lake? Jiang Chen, how did you suddenly become so good at making money? You didn't rob a bank, did you? Exactly. My child Fan Xiaojun was a top student since childhood, excellent grades, graduated from a first-class university, works very hard. I heard about 996 and only earns 3.0 a year. The aunties chattered endlessly, catching Jiang Chen and asking him a barrage of questions. There was no help for it. Since hearing about Jiang Chen's achievements in the morning, many aunties hadn't even taken a good nap and couldn't figure it out. This guy who was a poor student back then almost went astray. Unexpectedly, now he was so capable. He had a luxury car, a luxury mansion, a beautiful wife, and what's more, 3 adorable little chubby babies at once. This was far better than their own children. So after exchanging a few pleasantries with Song Mei, the group of aunties all rushed to the main subject, wanting to learn about the situation and get some tips, because they weren't exactly disbelieving. Rather, many of them didn't believe a word. Let's be reasonable. Jiang Chen, this kid, had just graduated. He was just a poor student that no one had high hopes for. Having a beautiful wife could be attributed to his good looks, and having 3 babies at once could be due to his strong physique. But a car worth 2 million. A mansion in Bishui residence worth tens of millions. And he bought a house worth 2 or 3 million for his parents at Tianyi Lake. That was a bit too much. After all, this kid wasn't some rich second generation. Where could he get so much money? If it wasn't through fraud, then there's something fishy. Of course, they were all neighbors. They still left some leeway in their words, not being entirely harsh. Ding. Host faces a choice. 1. A good man doesn't fight with women. Stay far away from the aunties. Obtain the title, turtle with a shrunk head. Choice 2. Cannot refuse the warm invitation. Have friendly communication and enthusiastic interaction with the aunties. Obtain the title, real man. Here come 2 more choices. How could he tolerate being a turtle with a shrunk head? He must choose choice 2. Jiang Chen had originally thought to avoid trouble, but with the dam system meddling, he had to stay and specially chat with this group of amiable and respectable neighbor aunties. As for that so-called friendly communication and enthusiastic interaction, it was too wicked. Damn system, are you serious? Dear aunties, why would I lie to you? I really live in Bisui residence driving a BMW X7. Come on. Rumors are nothing without proof, see for yourself. Let me show you photos of the property certificate for my Bisui residence apartment and photos of my car purchase contract. Special note, no taking pictures, okay? Actually, let me tell you something. I really don't care for that BMW X7 anyway. Over 10 liters per 100 kilometers and maintenance costs an absolute fortune. And Bisui residence. I don't care for it either. What's so great about a mansion? Property management fees alone run tens of thousands a year. You have no idea how much money gets wasted. As for making money, dear aunties, let me be honest. In today's society, the easiest thing in the world is making money. Take Gates and Musk from America. They make billions every single day in US dollars. And speaking of our own country, old Ma and young Ma, they make billions a day too. As for me, I'm honestly below average, doing nothing all day, earning maybe a few $100,000. Occasionally, I break $1 million. So is making money difficult? Not at all. Oh, by the way, Auntie Sue, don't be so discouraged. Your son Fan Xiaojun is actually quite excellent. Isn't his annual salary $300,000? If he doesn't eat or drink for 30 plus years, he'll surely be able to buy a place at Bisui residence, just like me. After chatting with Jiang Chun for a while, the mindsets of all the aunties gradually cracked. Too much money wasted. Let me be honest, the easiest thing is making money. They had originally wanted to probe Jiang Chun to see exactly how the kid had gotten rich. What if he was doing things the wrong way? Getting rich through deception and fraud. After all, back in the day, this kid was nothing but a poor student, a lazy hooligan. He was almost ruined. But the result ended up with them being blown away by his posturing. And what was that about? I'm comparatively below average, doing nothing all day, earning a few $100,000 or occasionally $1 million. Please, you earn a few $100,000 a day. That's more than most people make in a whole year. And you call that average? If even you are considered below average, what does that make everyone else? Trash. The aunties didn't get the answer they wanted, but instead left full of sour jealousy. Yes, the kind of sourness that comes from eating 10 gene of lemons. Especially Auntie Sue. After hearing all of this, she was completely shattered. Her son Fan Xiaojun, compared to Jiang Chun, had been a top student since childhood, the exemplary child of another family. When the neighborhood kids played together, parents would actively encourage their children to play with Fan Xiaojun and not with Jiang Chun. Compared to Jiang Chun's somewhat shabby family. Meanwhile, their own family had spent years strutting around the entire community with noses held high. But now, to put it bluntly, Fan Xiaojun wasn't even worthy of carrying Jiang Chun's shoes. Heartbreaking. On top of that, this kid said that Fan Xiaojun, if he didn't eat or drink, only needed 30 plus years to buy a house at Bisui residence, just like him. Is that even humanly possible to say? No eating, no drinking for 30 years. How many 30 years does a person even have? Speak of 30 years later. I'd be a 70 or 80-year-old granny by then. Sigh. So, why are we still standing here embarrassing ourselves? Let's go. A group of aunties, after chatting with Jiang Chun for a while, all scattered and ran away. Auntie Lu, Auntie Sue. We were having such a good chat. Why are you leaving? Stay and chat a little more. Seeing the group of aunties running away, Song Mei hurriedly called out. We're not chatting anymore. Not anymore. The aunties kept waving their hands frantically. Stay and chat more. Chat my foot. If they stayed any longer, their mental states would completely collapse. They'd end up lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. They scrambled to flee in every direction. You brat. Look at what you said just now. You scared all the aunties away. Song Mei watched the retreating figures of the group of aunties, then glanced at her son and couldn't help but laugh, scold him. Ahem. Jiang Chun awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I actually meant well for them. You've got so many twisted justifications. Song Mei laughed, scolded again. This is actually seeing all the neighborhood aunties get shut down by her son and have their mental states explode. She couldn't help but feel a touch of satisfaction. After all, back in the day when she and Jiang Dapeng chased Jiang Chun all over the neighborhood with all sorts of objects, how was that not incredibly embarrassing? Those neighbors back then. They might not have said anything to his face, but behind his back, who didn't treat it as a joke? Who didn't incite their own kids to never play with Jiang Chun anymore? But fortunately now, her wonderful eldest son really made her proud. Finally, old mom got to hold her head high in front of everyone. Thinking of this song, May's back straightened a little more upright than before. Ding. Host has had a friendly exchange and warm interaction with the neighborhood aunties, causing them to depart in high spirits. Congratulations to the host for earning the title True Man and a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. Nanny. Made the aunties depart in high spirits. Fine. But in just a short while, merely swapping words with those aunties, and he actually earned 1,000 yuan in cash. Well done, system. Jiang Chun and his mother, along with the three little ones, strutted around the neighborhood with an air of triumph for quite some time, until the three little ones got hungry again and cried for food. Only then did they return fully satisfied. When Jiang Chun pushed the stroller back into the bedroom, he actually discovered Su Qingsheng was reading a book, reading with such deep concentration that she hadn't even noticed him pushing the door open. Wifey, what are you reading so intently? Jiang Chun leaned over and asked with a smile. Su Qingxiang was startled. She immediately hid the book behind her back. Her movements flustered her face, flushed with embarrassment. She stubbornly retorted, reading. Who said I'm reading? I saw it when I came in, you know. Don't tell me you were secretly reading some inappropriate material. Huh? What secret? These are your inappropriate books, okay? I was lying on the bed and it was uncomfortable, so I reached under the bed and found this. While complaining disgustedly, Su Qingxiang took out the book. No, several books that she had been hiding behind her back. More accurately, 2 magazines and 3 books, which she threw over. Jiang Qin took one look and was somewhat surprised, because these were unmistakably his own collection from back in the day. After realizing they were his old collection, Jiang Qin was immediately struck by another wave of awkwardness and embarrassment, especially because of these particular books. 2 of the magazines were pin-up magazines from back then. Actually, it was fine, just covers and illustrations featuring celebrity photos, which by today's standards wouldn't even count as a drizzle. What was awkward were those 3 novels. Although the content wasn't particularly explicit, compared to certain works by some domestic Nobel Prize-winning authors, of course they fell short. But really, those were the widely circulated tales of Emperor Liu of the House of Shu from back in the day. As the saying goes, every maiden harbors spring dreams, and every youth knows the stirrings of love. Jiang Qin was no exception back then. Young and naive, he was particularly curious about the matters between men and women. Driven by curiosity and a touch of bravado, he fell into his first love at a tender age. Though the 2 of them knew absolutely nothing. At most they held hands, causing no real trouble. They were still forcibly separated by teachers and parents. And then, he inexplicably found himself heartbroken. He went through a phase of dramatic despair, making a scene for quite a while. Unable to find solace, he sought comfort in books during his spare time. It was around this period that he came across those 2 magazines and 3 so-called pornographic novels. The magazines were quite ordinary. Their content was unremarkable save for the covers and illustrations featuring female celebrities, the very goddesses of Jiang Qin's heart at the time. That was why he treasured them so. Those 3 pornographic novels were the poisonous weeds secretly passed around among classmates. He actually had a few more. Some were confiscated by the homeroom teacher and thoroughly eradicated. Others met their end at the hands of his mother. Because he had stayed up late reading those books by flashlight until dawn, his mother caught him when she called him for breakfast. She yanked his ear, snatched the book away, glanced at it, flew into a rage, and threw it straight into the stove. So counting them up, these were the treasured items that had survived multiple calamities and escaped destruction. Jiang Qin had hidden them under the bedboard, and that was how they had safely remained until today. But now Jiang Qin was a man of experience. He had no real interest in those poisonous weeds and pornographic novels he had once treasured. He only found it absurd and ridiculous. He couldn't quite understand what was so special about the matters between men and women. It was just that, nothing more. Was there really any need to be so curious? Was it really that mysterious? Besides, this time it was Su Qingxiang who had discovered them. Their relationship had just started to improve. How would this girl look at him from now on? Had he been a bad seed, even at a young age? A mind full of frivolous thoughts. But come on, he was really a decent person. So without further ado, when Jiang Qin saw those things Su Qingxiang had thrown over, he felt both embarrassed and mortified. His first reaction was to destroy all evidence. Jiang Qin found a lighter and prepared to burn them all to ashes. Su Qingxiang watched him, a hint of amusement in her expression, and said with a teasing tone, "These are the treasures hidden under your bedboard. I went to great trouble to dig them out. Wouldn't it be a pity to burn them all like that?" "No pity at all. But these are all famous works." "Famous works, my foot. They're just indecent poison. How about this? I'll keep these books for you." She paused, then suddenly said, "Ah." Jiang Qin was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a request from Su Qingxiang. The 3 books were: one was The Ruined City, one was A Step into the Past, and the last was Norwegian Wood. Strictly speaking, they could be considered classics. But damn, their content was truly poisonous. "You want to keep them?" Jiang Qin asked in surprise. "Yes." Su Qingxiang nodded. "But these books, their content is really improper. To be honest, back then I used to read them as erotic novels." "Improper? That depends on how you look at it," Su Qingxiang said. "These are all works by famous authors with great literary value. If you approach them from an artistic perspective, what you see is literature and art. If you approach them with improper thoughts, then all you'll see in these books is impropriety. The most famous example is the plum in the golden vase. As the saying goes, if there is Buddha in your heart, you see Buddha. If there is filth in your heart, you see filth. That's the principle." Jiang Qin nodded after hearing this. He had to admit what the girl said seemed quite reasonable. If there is Buddha in your heart, you see Buddha. If there is filth in your heart, you see filth. So that meant back then he had been actively looking for filth in the books. No. How could it be looking for filth? At the time, he was actually reading with a kind of learning and critical perspective. "Okay. So are you giving them to me or not?" Su Qingxiang pressed. Of course, of course." Jiang Qin handed over the 3 pornographic novels and asked casually, "Do you want the magazines too?" "Magazines?" Su Qingxiang glanced at the cover photos of the female celebrities, her eyes showing appreciation. "You don't want them anymore? Then I'll take the magazines too." "Fine." Jiang Qin had never imagined that what started as an embarrassing and mortifying situation. In the end, the girl would handle it this way. Seeing that Su Qingsheng had accepted everything and was flipping through the 3 pornographic novels, he couldn't help asking, "By the way, have you read these 3 books before?" "Not all of them. I've only read The Ruined City and Norwegian Wood." "Did you read the abridged version of The Ruined City? The one with notes like, the author has deleted so many words here?" Jiang Chun became interested. "I've read both." "You mean you've read both the abridged and unabridged versions?" "Yes." "Wow. Impressive." Jiang Chun couldn't help but praise. In fact, no matter how curious he had been back then, he had only ever read the abridged version. "What about Norwegian Wood?" "I've read Norwegian Wood once. It was pretty good. When you came back earlier I was reading it. But among the 3, I haven't really read A Step into the Past. I only saw the TV adaptation online before." "Is that so? Then you really should read it carefully." "Why?" "Because, according to what you said, A Step into the Past is a famous work with great literary value. Plus the novel and the TV adaptation, A Step into the Past, have vastly different content." "Oh, in that case I'll have to study it carefully," Su Qingsheng said with keen interest, picking up the copy of A Step into the Past. "Wait a moment. Why?" "The 3 babies are still waiting for you to feed them," Jiang Chun said. When the 3 little ones had come back they were crying with hunger. Jiang Chun had given each a pacifier to suck on, and they had quieted down. But after sucking on pacifiers for so long, without actual food the babies were starting to fuss again. "All right." Su Qingsheng gave the 3 babies an apologetic look and unbuttoned her blouse, without hesitation. "But it's fine, you help me out. I'll read while we do this, and we won't waste time." Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead, but agreed. So with Jiang Chun's full assistance, Su Qingsheng fed the babies while sneaking glances at the novel version of A Step into the Past. After all, it was a work by a famous author and she had a good impression of the TV adaptation, so she was particularly looking forward to the novel and read it with great absorption. So much so that Jiang Chun had to awkwardly hold the 3 babies one after another, trying hard to feed them their milk. Fortunately, he was already familiar with the process. He was able to endure. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Chun asked Su Qingsheng, "How's your research going? Any literary or artistic insights?" To be honest, back then among the 3 pornographic novels, A Step into the Past was the most thrilling. The imagination was boundless. The writing was unrestrained, daring to write anything. Though it was a poisonous book, it was undeniably an extraordinary work that combined history, time, travel, martial arts, comedy, and other elements. Thus Jiang Chun looked at Su Qingsheng's expression with some anticipation. However, when he asked, the girl who was reading suddenly blushed deeply. "Pa, what kind of insight could I get from this kind of book? It looks good, but actually it's just a shallow power fantasy." "Power fantasy? Is a power fantasy bad? In that case, maybe you should stop reading. My arms are getting tired." No. Just hold on a little longer. I've read a dozen chapters and I'm just getting hooked." Ding. The host's youthful collection of books was accidentally discovered by his wife. Together they feed the babies, read literary classics, and discuss life philosophy. The marital relationship is extremely harmonious and happy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hidden reward, 100 yuan in cash. Jiang Chun. Su Qingsheng began reading that book, The Quest for Qin. She was soon completely absorbed. Skimming through it, she finished it in one sitting, and it was nearly evening. Thanks to Song Mei and her husband's insistence, Jiang Chun and Su Qingsheng had already decided to stay another night, so even as evening fell they felt no urgency. "Finished. How did you find it?" "Nothing special, just pretty good." "Good is fine." Jiang Chun didn't glean much useful information from Su Qingsheng's replies, but from her small face, which still held a lingering blush, he could tell that the little lady truly found the book's content quite good. What surprised him slightly was that The Quest for Qin was actually a book from a male perspective, yet the little lady found it so interesting. Where are the kids? Where are the 3 little babies? After finishing the book and satisfying her curiosity, Su Qingsheng finally came back to her senses and instinctively looked for the 3 little babies, because in her memory, she had just been nursing them while reading. "They're in the living room. Mom was clamoring to see her grandchildren, so I pushed the stroller out there." "Oh." Su Qingsheng went out. Jiang Chun also stood up and put down a book of toxic weeds in his hand. While Su Qingsheng was reading, he had fed the babies, settled them down, and then, not idle himself, he picked up that book, The Abandoned Capital, and reread it. Many years had passed since he last read it, and many details had become blurred. Moreover, even though it was an abridged version, with the author constantly deleting so many words here and there, the feeling, how to put it, well, it truly lives up to its reputation as a masterpiece by a renowned author. Even now it remains splendidly captivating. "Qingsheng son, I've just cut some cantaloupe and watermelon. Come have some." In the living room, Song Mei carried a fruit platter to Su Qingsheng and Jiang Chun, inviting them to eat. Each took a slice and ate. After reading all afternoon, eating some watermelon or cantaloupe was indeed refreshing. Jiang Daping happened to come into the living room. He had actually returned from overtime early, laying down for a long nap, and just gotten up. Seeing Jiang Daping, Song Mei brought the fruit platter to him. "Daping, have some too." "Thanks, wife." Jiang Daping was pleasantly surprised. He grinned, took a slice of cantaloupe and a slice of watermelon, sat on the sofa, and ate contentedly. After finishing, for some reason, he was suddenly filled with an inexplicable surge of confidence. So he instructed Song Mei again. Wife, the melon was really good. Give me some more. Song Mei had just put down the fruit platter and was eating a slice of cantaloupe herself. Hearing Jiang Daping's words, she turned to see him lounging with his legs crossed looking exactly like a big shot. She immediately got annoyed. Don't you have hands? Get it yourself if you want some, she snapped unceremoniously. The scene instantly became awkward. Well, family status. Family low status. Jiang Chun silently sympathized with his dad for a second, saving the remaining 99 for laughter. Oh, Dad, honestly back, then why did you have to marry my mom, this tigress? Su Qingqing struggled to hold back her laughter. Seeing Song Mei finish her melon, wipe her hands, and head to the kitchen to cook, she followed. May I'll help you prepare the vegetables. And so the two of them went to the kitchen. As for Comrade Jiang Daping himself, who had misjudged the situation, he just shook his head unfazed. No choice, he was used to it. With an awkward chuckle, Jiang Daping got up, walked to the fruit platter, and took a slice of cantaloupe and a slice of watermelon. Hey, if you won't bring it, what's the big deal, eh? If the fruit won't come to me, can I go to the fruit? With that, he plopped onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and ate blissfully. Then, brimming with enthusiasm, Jiang Daping said to Jiang Chun, Son, it's been ages since we played chess. How about a few rounds today? Sure. So father and son played Chinese chess. Through playing chess with his son, Jiang Daping managed to regain some dignity. Out of 10 games, he won 7 or 8. As for how he won, of course it was through all sorts of retractions and cheating. Jiang Chun asked him about it. Jiang Daping even spoke with great conviction. When you were little, I taught you chess. Dare you say you never retracted a move? Never cheated. Now that you're grown up, it's my turn. Is that not allowed? Jiang Chun. Fine. You're the dad, you have the final say. Ding. Host plays chess with his dad, showing filial piety. Congratulations, host, you have received 8,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Chun. In the kitchen, Song Mei was still complaining about Jiang Daping. She thought to herself, this Jiang Daping. He's just like a reed that climbs up the nose, give him a little sunshine, and he beams, give him a little rain, and he overflows. Actually, she was harboring anger toward Jiang Daping. The fruit incident earlier was just a minor thing. What really infuriated Song Mei was that Jiang Daping had come home from overtime in the afternoon saying he was tired and wanted to sleep. But sleeping was fine. He insisted on dragging Song Mei to sleep with him. And it was broad daylight. They were both well into their years. Besides, their son and future daughter-in-law were right there, and he dared to be so shameless. Song Mei got so angry that she kicked Jiang Daping right off the bed. Men, you can't spoil them. Song Mei really wanted to impart this wisdom to Su Qingqing, but then she thought no matter what she couldn't help her future daughter-in-law against her own son. Oh. She suddenly realized she had returned to the question she had asked Su Qingqing earlier. Was she closer to her son or to her good sister? Song Mei's head ached from thinking. Forget it, let's talk about something else. Qingqing, how are you feeling here? It's fine, quite interesting. That's good. Oh Qingqing, I have an old keepsake. I had someone handle it today. Once it's processed tomorrow, I'll send it to you. Sure, but can you give me a hint about what it is? Not yet. It's related to Jiang Chun. I tell you, you'll definitely love it when you see it. Alright, I'll wait. Song Mei and Su Qingqing, this pair of good sisters and future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, worked together in the kitchen quite harmoniously. Song Mei's cooking couldn't compare to Jiang Chun's divine culinary skills, but she was good at home-style dishes. Su Qingqing, though very average at cooking, was unmatched when it came to preparing vegetables. Qingqing, what were you and Jiang Chun looking at so intently in the bedroom this afternoon? Song Mei casually asked. Oh, we were reading a book together. A book? What book? Some literary classics. Su Qingqing said lightly. Oh, reading literary classics is good, it increases knowledge and cultivates character. Song Mei couldn't help but praise. Seeing Song Mei's expression of great satisfaction, Su Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed. This? Oh, Mei, if only you knew. Actually, your precious son and I spent almost the entire afternoon studying and examining those toxic weeds you once wanted to eradicate and burn to ashes. But all things considered, she had somewhat come to terms with the Big Pig's Trotter's hidden collection of erotic books. Everyone went through that age. Curiosity about the opposite sex and certain things was normal. Besides, those several erotic books were, to be fair, genuine masterpieces by famous authors, not the kind of debauchery without boundaries. Yet even so, Su Qingqing still felt a little melancholy. She was melancholy about those magazines because no matter what, the female celebrity photos inside must have stirred the Big Pig's Trotter's imagination back then and might have even been his first exposure. That evening, Su Qingqing lay on the bed Jiang Chun used to sleep in. Because of the little knot in her heart, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. So she reached out and woke Jiang Chun beside her. Hey, between me and those female stars in the magazines, who is prettier? Jiang Chun was half asleep. He was completely groggy. Although his physique had been enhanced, and he only needed very little sleep to stay energetic the next day, lying in bed with no other entertainment easily lulled him to sleep. Huh, why are you asking such boring questions again? Jiang Chun scratched his head. Oh, come on. Just tell me which one is prettier. Well, I need to take a look first to know. Alright, go ahead. Jiang Chun then turned Su Qingqing's body around, faced her, and looked at her seriously for a while. They were so close that their breaths could be felt on each other's faces. Confirm no one is prettier than you. Really? Smack. Jiang Chun kissed her. Of course it's true. I asked you a question, why are you using your mouth? Smack. Jiang Chen kissed her again, that's my answer. Ah, you. This time Su Qingsheng was so startled, she dared not ask anymore. What if she asked again, and the big pig's trotter kissed her again? Scared. Su Qingsheng had been kissed silly by Jiang Chen. She dropped the matter entirely. After all, those were memories from many years past, from their days of innocent youth. Even if she cared for him deeply now, even if she desired to possess his whole heart, it was hardly realistic, and it could not change the fact that she had been absent from his past. From now on, she would simply focus on participating in his future. But hush, who was caring so much about him anyway? That scoundrel with his clever schemes, who wanted to own his entire heart. Thinking of this, Su Qingsheng could not help but glare fiercely at that certain one in the darkness. Then the night passed in silence. She had once been restless with tangled thoughts tossing and turning, but exhaustion overwhelmed her. She yawned endlessly and finally drifted into a deep slumber until dawn. Son, Qingsheng, get up and have breakfast. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, Song Mei could no longer restrain herself. She finally stood before Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng's bedroom door, knocking and calling them awake. The scene felt strangely like those days when Jiang Chen was still in middle school. On weekends or holidays, Song Mei would have to call Jiang Chen repeatedly to get up and eat. If she did not rouse him, he might sleep straight through until noon, or even 1 or 2 in the afternoon. As Song Mei called out to wake them, she could not help but muse that such a late rising meant the boy and Qingsheng had certainly been busy together. But it was only natural. Young people had boundless vigor. They already had 3 children. What young couple would not do what came naturally? Still, Qingsheng had not yet finished her postpartum confinement. Never mind. Forget it. Why meddle in others' affairs? Meddling too much only brings annoyance. All right, Mom. We're getting up. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes and began to rise. Due to his constitution, he did not require much sleep. But in recent days, aside from waking several times each night to tend to the baby, he had no other activities, so he simply slept. Over time, a new biological rhythm formed. He grew drowsy at those hours. In truth, staying awake would not affect him. It's already past 9. Su Qingsheng woke at the same moment. Seeing the time, she was suddenly flustered. How could she have slept so soundly when she was a guest in her in-law's home? She had actually let Sister Mei call both her and her husband out of bed. How would her prospective mother-in-law view her? Lazy, a bed lagger. Or had she and her husband been so exhausted from late-night activities? Neither was good. So she quickly threw on her clothes, sprang out of bed, and hurried to the washroom. Seeing her son and Qingsheng finally awake, Song Mei brought breakfast to the dining table and said a few words to Jiang Chen as he emerged from the bedroom. Son, this rice wine egg drop soup is for Qingsheng. It is specially made to promote milk production. When you eat, make sure she drinks it. Yes, I understand. By the way, the soy milk and cow's milk are yours. I also handmade steamed buns and fried dough sticks, which I am keeping warm in the steamer. Do not forget to eat them. Mom, I think I'll skip it, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head. I do not have breakfast in the mornings anymore. Aren't you hungry? Song Mei gave him a sideways glance. Well, I ate too much last night, so I'm not hungry now, Jiang Chen answered truthfully. Song Mei. Jiang Chen told the truth on his end. But on Song Mei's side, upon hearing that Jiang Chen refused to eat breakfast, she became somewhat displeased. Hey, you little rascal. What kind of bad habit is this now? Refusing breakfast again. You ate your fill last night, so today you just won't eat, is that it? Don't you know that breakfast is the most important meal of the day? Skipping it will damage your health. Back in Jiang Chen's middle school days, there was a period when he also skipped breakfast just to sleep in a bit longer, and the result was Song Mei caught him off guard and swatted his bottom soundly with a slipper. Ever since then, whenever Jiang Chen was at home, he obediently made sure to eat breakfast. Fine, I'll eat, okay. But milk and soy milk are out. Let me just have a small fried dough stick, alright. Seeing his mother about to launch into another round of nagging, Jiang Chen casually picked up a small fried dough stick and was about to stuff it into his mouth when Song Mei spotted him and immediately intervened. Eating without brushing your teeth. Is that hygienic? Jiang Chen had no choice but to set down the dough stick. Of course, his own mother. Having not seen his father since getting up, he casually asked, "Where's Dad?" "I haven't seen him at all." "Your father called in early this morning for overtime again by his supervisor." "Oh." Jiang Chen nodded. His father was indeed a very busy man nowadays. Though his father held the title of engineer, the actual work was dirty and grueling. In his youth, he was practically invisible at the factory, even earning less than his wife. Yet as he aged, he somehow became more important. His salary had climbed to a higher level as well. Of course, the entire amount was handed over to his wife each month, without fail. After Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng finished breakfast, the 3 little ones were due for their meal as well. So Su Qingsheng took the 3 toddlers to the bedroom to nurse. What should have taken no more than 20 minutes ended stretching past half an hour, yet the 3 little monsters still showed no sign of being satisfied. Because there was simply no more supply. What? It's completely empty. Jiang Chen, who was helping nearby, couldn't help but express his astonishment. This was truly a first for him. But that shouldn't be possible. Jiang Chen was quite puzzled. It had been more than plentiful the night before. And Mother's rice wine egg drop soup seemed to have done absolutely no good either. You know this isn't entirely your fault, is it? Su Qingsheng's delicate face flushed red, her eyes brimming with mock resentment. Sigh. Jiang Chun face-bombed, wanting to protest, but finding himself utterly at a loss for words. So what do you propose we do then? What do I propose? I propose I take a bite out of you. Su Qingqing said resentfully, and without another word, she grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and bit down with fierce determination. Ouch! Jiang Chun let out an exaggerated cry of pain. Looking at the shallow teeth marks on his arm, he could only stare in speechless disbelief. Are you a dog or something? You actually bit me. So what if I bit you? I'm teaching you a lesson. Su Qingqing gritted her small silver teeth, still huffing with indignation. In the living room, Song Mei was wielding a mop cleaning the floors. Suddenly hearing her son's dramatic cry from the bedroom, she couldn't help but call out worriedly, "What's wrong, son?" "Well, I got bitten by a dog." "What? Bitten by a dog?" Song Mei was startled upon hearing this. Recently, some so-called kind-hearted person had attracted several stray dogs to the building. This was an old building with countless hidden corners already, and those stray dogs ran rampant everywhere. Slipping in through the half-open door, they not only stole food, but also had a habit of biting people without warning. So upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, she genuinely believed a stray dog had sneaked in and bitten her son. She immediately grabbed the mop and charged into the bedroom with a murderous aura. "Son, where's the dog that bit you?" Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing. Seeing Song Mei burst in and hearing the exchange between mother and son, Su Qingqing's face flushed crimson. Already unresolved, she decided to take matters further and bit Jiang Chen's arm once again with both hands holding it steady. As for the force, it was only slightly stronger than before. Of course, it fell far short of the grip strength of an infant tugging at one's hair. It was merely symbolic. Su Qingqing wouldn't dare bite too hard on such a precious limb. If she damaged it, she couldn't possibly afford to compensate him. Even so, Jiang Chun let out another cry of pain. He then looked up helplessly at Song Mei and said, "See, Mom, this is exactly how I got bitten by a dog. Terrible, absolutely terrible." Song Mei stood there completely dumbfounded. Song Mei genuinely believed her son had been bitten by a stray dog that had sneaked into the room. Incensed, she grabbed a mop and rushed into the bedroom intent on dealing with the beast. But to her utter shock, the scene before her was far from what she had imagined. The dog that had bitten her son turned out to be Qingqing, displaying the very act right in front of her. Song Mei was completely dumbfounded. This young people truly knew how to live life to the fullest, didn't they? Absolutely wild. As a woman who had walked this path herself, she understood all too well that when a woman bites a man, the meaning was far from simple anger or hatred. More often than not, it was nothing but playful flirtation, a touch of intimacy. It was hardly something to be taken seriously. And looking at the current situation, the reasons for Qingqing's indignation were clear. Why had she bitten the baby? The answer was obvious. Her son had taken undue advantage of her, that was all. What's more, at that very moment, Su Qingqing was consumed by embarrassment, while unaware to herself her robes were thrown open as she nursed the baby. "Well then, you two sort this out yourselves." Muttering a few half-hearted excuses, Song Mei snatched up the mop and hurried out. As she left, she couldn't help but remark repeatedly how unusually bright the morning sun was. Or rather, how perfectly round it looked. All told, she was both astonished and thoroughly mortified. Sigh. She shouldn't have barged in there in the first place. What if the young couple had been engaged in something private? Never mind. From now on, she truly needed to learn her lesson. Her son was grown now, a mother could no longer control him. Let the young ones do as they pleased. After Song Mei hurried out, Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing found themselves locked in an awkward silence in the bedroom. Jiang Chun had only been fooling around. He never expected his mother to actually come storming in upon hearing the commotion. And when she arrived, witnessed the little one biting him, and then simply fled without offering any assistance, he was left utterly speechless. As for Su Qingqing, her humiliation and rage had reached their peak. What a despicable man. Stealing food meant for his own child was bad enough, yet he had the audacity to claim she bit him like a dog, and in front of Mei Jian no less. Some insults one could tolerate, but this? Absolutely unforgivable. And besides, she wasn't a dog. Then what was he? A male dog. Bah, a dog husband. Thus, after Song Mei had left the room, Su Qingqing once again took her position, determined to sink her teeth into that wretched man with all her might. Judging by her ferocious demeanor, the force this time would rival that of an infant tugging at someone's scalp. But Su Qingqing came at him with tremendous momentum. Jiang Chun refused to simply wait for his doom. With a swift dodge, he pulled his arm free and evaded her devastating bite. But Qingqing struck once and immediately followed up with another. Taken completely by surprise, Jiang Chun had not anticipated the little one would persist. He found himself with nowhere left to retreat. Before he could react, Su Qingqing had seized hold of his leg. A triumphant smile spread across Su Qingqing's face. So this was retribution. The man who had wronged her and taken so much advantage of her now had his comeuppance. With that thought, she opened her fangs wide and sank them down with brutal force. Jiang Chun accepted his fate. All right. If he couldn't escape it, then so be it. After all, there would be countless more occasions in the future to endure her bites. What was there to fear? He would simply treat this as experience gained. And so, he meekly surrendered to his fate. But just then, Su Qingqing, brimming with triumph, was about to deliver her bite, when suddenly she herself was seized by sharp pain, a cold gasp escaping her lips before she could even close her teeth. It turned out, the mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. She had been bitten. The culprit was none other than Sanbao, still nestled in her arms and suckling. After feeding for some time with no milk coming, the baby had lashed out in frustration and bitten down hard. You little rascal. How could you bite me? I'm your mother. Su Qingqing, flustered and breathless, had no choice but to release Jiang Chun. She bent down to scold the disobedient child, but after just a few words, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Sanbao bit so hard. Could she be teething? That can't be right. She's only 4 weeks old. What teeth could she possibly have? Speaking, Su Qingqing peeked into Sanbao's mouth and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, what? Our Sanbao really has grown teeth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was equally startled. Infants typically began teething between 4 and 7 months of age, with some children not growing their first molars until as late as 1 year old. But the problem was, little Sanbao was at most only 4 weeks old. Growing teeth this quickly was simply unheard of. He picked up Sanbao and carefully inspected the condition of her gums. After examining her, he let out a wry chuckle. Don't worry, it's just dental pearls. Medically known as epithelial pearls, they are formed from accumulated epithelial cells. They will naturally fall out on their own after some time. Hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Yet she still felt a lingering sense of unease regarding what Sanbao had just done. There was no getting around it. It had hurt terribly. Even though they were merely dental pearls, when a baby bit down in anger, the pain was no joke at all. You little rascal. I'm your mother, and you bite me that hard. If you'd bitten through, I wonder what you'd have to eat. Su Qingqing gently poked Sanbao's tiny nose with her finger, warning her with a look of feigned fury. Faced with the warning from his mother, Sanbao looked utterly bewildered, blinking his big dark eyes and glancing around in confusion, his lips still pursing, as if searching for something. Still hungry, it seemed. Come on, Sanbao, time to eat. In the brief moment that passed, Jiang Chun had prepared a bottle of formula with warm water. He now returned, gently cradling Sanbao in his arms to feed him. Sanbao found the nipple and began sucking eagerly. Watching him nestled comfortably in his arms, savoring the formula, Jiang Chen's eyes were brimming with tenderness. At the same time, joy blossomed in his heart. This little one, though the youngest of the three, truly lived up to being Daddy's little sweetheart. Just earlier, he had given Daddy a proper taste of revenge. Sis, I came today to see you and your brother-in-law. Originally, we heard yesterday was brother-in-law's birthday, and we intended to come then, but something unexpected came up at home, and we got held over until today. It was just past 11 in the morning when Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing were planning to take the 3 little ones outside for some fresh air and sunshine. Then suddenly visitors arrived. It was Jiang Chen's eldest aunt, accompanied by her 2 daughters, his cousin Sun Qian and his younger cousin Sun Wan. Song Mei was both surprised and honored. It wasn't even a holiday or festival, and yet her own older sister and 2 nieces had decided to pay a visit all together. Beaming, she hurriedly went to greet them. Sis, don't tell me you're here just to see me and Depong. You really wanted to see Qingqing and the 3 little ones, didn't you? Song Mei cheerfully took her sister Song Qing's hand and spoke with a grin. Look at you. You read my mind right away. Actually, I really did come to see my daughter-in-law and my 3 precious grandchildren. Oh ho ho. Song Qing laughed heartily. With both Song Qing and Song Mei speaking so warmly, Su Qingqing, as the main attraction, simply could not stay hidden any longer. Since Jiang Chun had just told her who was coming and how to address them, Su Qingqing confidently stepped forward, walked a few steps ahead, and greeted Song Qing. Hello, Annie. Oh, you must be Qingqing. Song Qing studied Su Qingqing from top to bottom, then burst into enthusiastic praise. My goodness, you're truly stunning. Before meeting you, Xiao Qian kept telling me how beautiful you were, saying you were even more glamorous than a movie star. I didn't quite believe it at first, but seeing you in person, I have to admit you are breathtakingly pretty, far more beautiful than any actress on television. Oh, Auntie, you flatter me too much. Su Qingqing said modestly, then gestured for Sun Qian and Sun Wan to come in as well. Cousin, and you too, little cousin. Why don't you two come in quickly? Sun Qian was someone Su Qingqing already knew. She was an obstetrician at Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and the same doctor who had performed her cesarean delivery. They were practically old acquaintances by now. Qingqing, we haven't seen you in days. How is your recovery going? Pretty well, everything has been going smoothly. That's a relief then. After that came Sun Wan. Compared to her older sister Sun Qian's poise and maturity, the younger Sun Wan, though equally pretty, carried a more girlish, playful temperament. Upon reaching Su Qingqing, she couldn't hide her astonishment, circling around to look from every angle. Before coming, Sun Qian had warned her about how gorgeous this cousin Qingqing was. And indeed, upon seeing her in person, Sun Wan agreed she was extremely beautiful. But what truly amazed her was Su Qingqing's figure. Wow, sister-in-law, you're so pretty, and wow, those are really huge. Faced with Sun Wan's blunt honesty, Su Qingqing nearly choked. Pretty, and also really big. Good heavens. Whoever pays a compliment like that the moment they meet someone? What are you babbling about, you impudent girl? If you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut. Sun Qian immediately scolded Sun Wan. Sun Wan, wasn't I just telling the truth? Qingqing, please don't mind her. Your younger cousin Sun Wan is quite forthright and speaks without thinking. Still a bit childish really, but she truly means no harm. Sun Qian hurriedly explained to Su Qingqing. Oh, it's perfectly fine really. Su Qingsheng waved her hand dismissively, thinking to herself that Jiang Qin's younger cousin truly did have a habit of speaking her mind without filter. Where are the 3 little babies? Let great aunt see them. Song Qing had already had her fill admiring Su Qingsheng and now couldn't wait to see the triplets. After all, that was precisely the main purpose of her visit. Auntie, over here. Jiang Chun pushed the stroller forward. Upon seeing them, Song Qing's son Qian and son Wan all gathered around the mother and children at once. Wow, these are the triplets. Oh my goodness, they're so precious. 1 boy and 2 girls, simply perfect. Song Qing couldn't stop praising the 3 little ones, her eyes brimming with deep envy. She then slipped a red envelope into each baby's clothing. It's our first meeting. This is a gift from great aunt. Song Mei hurriedly intervened. Sis, you've already spent so much time with the children. Su Qingsheng also said, yes, auntie, you've already gotten such a good look at them. What are you doing? No. These are just small tokens for the children. There isn't much money inside. Song Qing smiled, then took Su Qingsheng's hand and pressed a red envelope into it. I get one too. Su Qingsheng was somewhat surprised. Indeed, it's an old custom here. Just don't mind it, Song Qing said cheerfully. Well, Su Qingsheng wasn't quite sure how to handle the red envelope, so she glanced over at Jiang Chun. But remembering he probably wouldn't know either, she looked to Song Mei instead, hoping for some guidance. Seeing her elder sister lay it out so plainly, Song Mei could only advise Su Qingsheng, just take it. It's your aunt's heartfelt gesture. All right then. Thank you, auntie. Su Qingsheng accepted the red envelope. No need to thank me. It's only right. Song Qing said with a warm smile. She studied Su Qingsheng from head to toe, once more her envy growing even stronger. Oh, how beautiful she was. Gentle, virtuous, and gracefully poised. If only she could be her daughter-in-law. A pity. She only had 2 daughters. But after all her envy, she still had to admit Jiang Chun was the lucky one. He had everything going for him. Little Chun, you have such a wonderful wife, and she gave you 3 adorable babies. You're truly blessed. Auntie, it's not that great. Not bad, I suppose. Jiang Chun scratched his head, being modest. In truth, he was quite satisfied with his wife in every way. Beautiful, kind, and gentle. Who wouldn't like her? But lately, for some reason, she had taken to biting people on a whim. It hadn't been long, and he'd already been bitten several times by his little one. Though it hardly hurt, she was being altogether too unrestrained. No, he simply had to find a way to cure her of this biting habit. Cuckoo, quack quack. At that moment, a commotion of chirps and rustling sounds came from several bags brought by his aunt cousin and second cousin. Oh, I completely forgot about those. His cousin Sun Qian was the first to snap out of it. She called out to Sun Wan and hurried to bring over the bags, opening them one by one. Jiang Chun knew his aunt's hometown lay in the mountainous region. It was a place of hills and rivers rich in natural resources. In recent years, roads had been built and the economy had flourished. Animal husbandry in particular had become quite prosperous. Yet when he saw what was inside those bags, Jiang Chun was still somewhat taken aback. Inside were 3 pheasants, 2 fat geese, 2 large fish, over a dozen big crabs, and a plump rabbit. Yes, indeed, a real big rabbit. Additionally, there were 2 large glass jars. One held wild honey, and the other contained mulberries infused in liquor. The 2 glass containers were enormous, more like jars than bottles. Each held at least 4 or 5 liters. Witnessing this scene, even Song Mei was nearly dumbfounded, let alone Su Qingsheng. This. What are you doing, sis? Why bring so much stuff all the way here? Are you trying to move your entire household's provisions? Sigh. They're all home-raised and home-produced. Hardly worth anything. Previously, I brought you ordinary free-range chickens and ducks. This time I wanted to mix it up. Brought some newly bred pheasants, fat geese, crabs. So you could try something new. It was so heavy to carry over. Yes, little aunt. If it hadn't been inconvenient to load onto the car, Mom wanted to bring a lamb from our farm as well. And I had planned to rest for a day, but Mom noticed I had brought too much stuff and dragged me in to help. How dare you say that? Was it me who dragged you? Wasn't it you who volunteered, wanting to see what your sister-in-law looks like and meet your 3 nieces and nephew? Well, Mom, just say it. Without my sister and me helping, could you possibly have brought all this stuff here alone? Song Mei knew her elder sister and 2 nieces were blood family. If she continued being so polite with them, it would be too distant. So she said no more and called Jiang Chun over to help tidy things up. The old house was rather dated, but it was still in the urban area, so keeping poultry at home wasn't ideal. Recently, inspectors had been around citing avian flu prevention, so the pheasants and geese would have to be processed and put in the freezer. The 2 large fish couldn't be finished in one meal. They could be fried into fish chunks and stored temporarily. The over a dozen crabs certainly couldn't be kept long, so for the freshest taste, it would be best to eat them all at noon. And that wasn't all. There was also a fat, hefty rabbit. Annie, what kind of rabbit is this? It's so plump. Jiang Chun noted the rabbit was considerably larger than usual, easily weighing 7 or 8 jin. This breed is called a ram rabbit, also known as a lop-eared rabbit. It's a specially bred meat rabbit. Large in size, high economic value, and delicious meat. This one is actually average-sized. Fully grown ones can reach 10 plus jin. We only started raising this breed half a year ago, Song Qing explained. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's appetite was whetted, so he and his mother decided to cook a pot of rabbit meat for lunch. At the same time, he grew somewhat interested in the mountainous region where his aunt lived. He had been there as a child. Back then transportation was inconvenient. One had to ride a bus for a full day and then walk further along dirt roads to arrive. Now it only took an hour or two. Looking at the local provisions his aunt had brought, pheasants, crabs, honey, mulberries. That place had mountains and rivers, clear waters, and lush scenery. Rumor had it that a fine hot spring had recently been developed there. Someday he should find time to visit his aunt with his wife and children. Enjoy good food, have fun, and then soak in the hot spring and sauna with his little one. That would truly be delightful. Su Qingsheng had no idea that Jiang Chun was already planning a family hot spring trip. Her attention remained fixed on the fat rabbit. Such an adorably cute big rabbit on the outside was actually a specially bred meat rabbit. Well, alright. She had never really objected to rabbit meat, though she had no strong feeling either way. But with Big Pig Trotter's cooking skills, rabbit meat would undoubtedly become an exquisite delicacy. Within seconds she had already envisioned all sorts of rabbit dishes. Spicy rabbit heads, fragrant rabbit legs, cold-eaten rabbit, fresh rabbit pot, shredded rabbit, dry pot rabbit, with dipping sauce, spicy rabbit, tripe rock sugar rabbit, cubes, yuxiang shredded rabbit, and more. Rabbits are so cute. Truly delicious. Upon hearing that his eldest aunt had arrived, Jiang Dapeng, who had been working overtime, squeezed in a quick trip home at noon. After chatting with the three Song women for a while, he headed to the kitchen to help prepare the pheasant, fat goose, and rabbit, then joined Jiang Chun to cook lunch together. A lavish feast filled the table. Beyond the usual signature vegetable and cold dishes, the meal featured an impressive array of hearty mains: garlic steamed fish, chopped chili fish head, sweet and sour beef, tenderloin, dry-fried pork intestines, stir-fried river shrimp scallion, sea cucumber, steamed crabs, and pheasant stewed with potatoes. There were also 3 rabbit dishes: braised rabbit, spicy rabbit legs, and shredded rabbit in Yuxiang style. Of course, the pheasant and rabbit were the undeniable crowd favorites. The pheasant, being a smaller portion, was quickly devoured. The real highlight that satisfied everyone's cravings was those 3 plates of rabbit. Song Mei and her husband Jiang Dapeng, along with Su Qingsheng, who knew Jiang Chen's cooking prowess, ate heartily without hesitation. Song Qing and her 2 daughters, however, were tasting Jiang Chen's culinary skills for the very first time. They could not stop praising the meal. They had grown tired of eating rabbit day after day back at home, no matter how delicious. Yet here they transformed into enthusiastic eaters once again. The 3 heaping plates of rabbit were cleared in no time at all. Fortunately, there were still other wonderful dishes to enjoy. Every single one was exquisitely flavorful, making this meal a complete triumph that left everyone thoroughly delighted. Sis and Xiao Qian Xiaowan, my work is swamped, so I can't stay to chat. As soon as Jiang Dapeng finished eating and checked the time, he apologized to Song Qing and the Sun sisters before rushing back to overtime. Song Qing expressed her understanding. Once Jiang Dapeng had hurried away, she leaned over and complimented Song Mei in a hushed voice. My little sister, I never expected that after all these years your husband would still be this dedicated to his work. And not just that, he never neglects his family either. He's a proper model husband. Hearing this, Song Mei could not help but blush. Oh, he's just blindly busy, doesn't earn much money to show for it. As for being a model husband, what model could he possibly be? Nowadays he kept pushing her to fulfill old promises, saying they should have another child, preferably a little girl. But could he not see the situation himself? Thanks to that troublesome kid, he had become a grandfather before even retiring, already with 3 grandchildren. And still not satisfied, now he wanted to start another one. Start another indeed. Judging by the current trend, that brat might just spring more grandchildren on him out of nowhere. After lunch, Jiang Chun and Su Qingsheng returned to the bedroom to feed the 3 little ones. After a morning of preparation and accumulation, Su Qingsheng was spared the earlier awkwardness of depletion. While changing the baby's diapers, Jiang Chun discovered they had run out of the ones they brought. To be safe, he needed to head down and buy more immediately. Son, when you buy diapers, pick up some fruit too, Song Mei reminded him. Got it, Mom. And with that, Jiang Chun was gone. In the living room, Song Qing and her 3 daughters, who had been chatting idly with Song Mei, all unconsciously turned their gaze toward the bedroom. As if on cue, Su Qingsheng emerged with the 3 little ones. They immediately gathered around Su Qingsheng and the babies, excitedly asking question after question. Song Qing, as the elder, began with some casual family inquiries. Su Qingsheng politely answered each one. Then it was Sun Qian's turn. As Su Qingsheng's cousin and the obstetrician who had delivered the babies, her questions were comparatively more professional. Have your lochia completely cleared? Long ago. Has the incision healed? Yes, it has, fully healed. That's good. A C-section scar is inevitable, and those stretch marks on your abdomen may not look pleasant now, but it's alright. They will gradually fade over time. Su Qingsheng nodded. What she did not mention was that thanks to that miraculous scar removal serum from her husband, both her surgical scar and the stretch marks had completely vanished, leaving her skin smooth and supple. Not to mention in other areas as well. Of course, such matters were best left unspoken. Excellent. Sun Qian praised with a smile. It seems you have recovered remarkably well in every aspect. Then with a mischievous glint she added, by the way, does my cousin treat you well? Has he ever bullied you? Of course he does. If he treated me poorly, Sister Mei would be the first to stand up for me. No sooner had Su Qingsheng finished speaking than everyone present, including Song Mei, exchanged knowing laughter. Through Sun Qian's retelling, Song Qing and Song Wan now also knew that Su Qingqing and Song Mei had originally been close best friends. So alongside their laughter they couldn't help but quietly marvel. Reality was truly more dramatic than any TV drama. Sun Qian continued asking Su Qingqing a few more questions, then suddenly shifted the subject. So after discharge from the hospital, did you and my cousin have relations? That simple question fell like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Song Mei was startled and shot Sun Qian a look, thinking how bold this niece was to ask such a thing. But honestly, she was curious too. On the surface, this was about the couple's intimate progress. But on a deeper level, what if that brat had secretly gotten her good friend pregnant behind her back? She would want to be prepared, wouldn't she? Song Mei's curiosity was piquing, and Song Qing felt the same. After all, a woman who could birth triplets must have an extraordinary constitution. Even Sun Wan was curious. She blurted out, chiming in directly. Wait, really? So soon? Has sister-in-law even finished her confinement period yet? Sun Wan's curious inquiry immediately made Song Qing deeply displeased. She had just realized her youngest daughter was listening nearby and scolded. You little girl, what do you know about such matters? Go on, Shu. Go watch TV outside. Without giving her a chance to respond, Song Qing pushed Sun Wan out. Sun Wan protested indignantly. Who's a little girl? I'm only a year younger than my male cousin, and I've already graduated from university, you know. That's different. Your cousin's wife has 3 children. What about you? You've never even been on a date. If you're not a little girl, then who is? After pushing Sun Wan out, Song Qing casually shut the bedroom door. Bang. Sun Wan, pouting, she was thoroughly offended and resentful. All right then. So I'm a little girl. Fine. But so what if I'm a little girl? In this day and age, who doesn't understand what that word means? It's just a certain kind of relationship between men and women for survival and reproduction. Inside the bedroom, Song Qing resumed her original seat, but facing 3 female elders or cousins, and 1 good friend who was pretending to play with the grandchildren. Su Qingqiang could not help but feel a headache coming on. Her pretty face grew warmly flushed inwardly. What kind of question was that from my cousin? Wasn't that intentional? Could she be using her position as an obstetrician to extract information from me? Had I been intimate with my husband since being discharged from the hospital? Please, even if I had, do you really think I would tell you the truth? It would be better to deny it regardless. No. Su Qingqing shook her head. No. Sun Qian was startled and curiously pressed. You haven't done it at all? Yes, never. Besides, I'm still in my postpartum confinement. My body hasn't fully recovered yet, so it's not convenient anyway. Oh, that makes sense. Sun Qian scratched her head, wearing an expression of sudden realization. Listening nearby, Song Qing and Song Mei also found their gossip satisfied. As expected, a woman as gentle, virtuous, and well-educated as Qingqiang was rather conservative after all. But there was still a hint of disappointment. Like Song Mei, who had hoped her best friend could be just a little less conservative. If they had consummated their marriage, it would show that Qingqiang and her son had a good relationship. And who knows, perhaps a second child fulfilling the national policy call. And she could also sternly refuse Jiang Daping's shameless request to start a second family. She could barely manage the grandchildren she already had. What nonsense was this about having another one? Qingqing, you're doing the right thing. Certain matters truly shouldn't be rushed. Otherwise it could harm your health or leave after effects. Sun Qian returned to her role as an obstetrician. Actually, upon hearing Su Qingqing's response, she felt somewhat regretful inside. She thought if she were her cousin Jiang Chen faced with such a breathtaking beauty, she would surely lose control. Of course, some matters aren't so rigid. It depends on your body's actual condition and feelings. For instance, the postpartum recovery period is 42 days, but some recover well and can resume intimacy earlier without any issues, while others recover poorly. Even after 42 days, or 2 to 3 months, the discomfort may persist. Therefore, everything must be based on taking responsibility for your own body. Rushing matters or forcing yourself against your own feelings are absolutely unacceptable. Yes, I understand. All right then, I've added your WeChat anyway. If you have any postpartum or gynecological questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, cousin. No problem, we're all family, no need for such formalities. Afterward, they chatted aimlessly. The atmosphere gradually became more lively. Song Mei, Song Qing, and Sun Qian, being very considerate of Su Qingqing's feelings, all shared some embarrassing stories about Jiang Chen from his childhood, trying various ways to make her happy. With Song Mei, her best friend, by her side, Su Qingqing wasn't awkward at all, and soon fell into easy conversation with them, laughter flowing constantly. However, regarding the various questions from her cousin just now, Su Qingqing's heart was still somewhat troubled. Sigh. After all, it was all because of that damn man. If not for him, how would she have gotten pregnant? How would she have given birth? How would she have become a wife and young mother? And why would she be surrounded by people asking those embarrassing, yet actually very important questions she needed to know? But without that man, it seems she wouldn't have been able to give birth to 3 adorable babies either. And she would have missed out on a lot of daily pleasures. But what does it matter? Without a man, can I just parthenogenesis? Can I lay eggs myself and play with them? So, in conclusion, it was still that man's fault. Su Qingqing, thinking of this, couldn't help but feel her teeth ache with frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, who was selling fruit at the supermarket, inexplicably shivered several times. This. Who's cursing me? No, who's threatening me? Why do I suddenly feel so cold all over? Xiaowan, why are you watching TV alone in the living room? Where are my aunt and cousin? After buying diapers and fruit, Jiang Chun returned and found only Sun Wan alone in the living room, curiously asking. They're chatting with sister-in-law in the bedroom. Sun Wan nodded toward the bedroom. Chatting in the bedroom. Jiang Chun was puzzled. Then why didn't you go? I wanted to go, but my mom said I'm just a little girl, and it's not appropriate for me to listen, so she kicked me out. Sun Wan pouted, saying with an unhappy expression. Jiang Chun, what on earth are they discussing? Could it be something inappropriate for children? Cousin, do you think I'm small? Sun Wan suddenly asked again. Well, not really small. Exactly, cousin. I'm not small at all, I'm already quite big, okay? I've seen everything, I know everything. Only my mom looks down on me, still thinking I'm a little kid. Sun Wan complained to Jiang Chun while watching TV. Jiang Chun glanced at Sun Wan, then at the TV she was enthusiastically watching. He secretly shook his head. So, you who is already not small are still watching Ultraman. Eagle Ultraman. Xiao Chun, you're back. We were just talking about you. Yes, speaking of the devil. Hearing that Jiang Chun had returned, Song Qing, Song Mei, and Sun Qian happily came out of the bedroom. They all had satisfied expressions after their gossip was fulfilled. What were you saying about me? Jiang Chun scratched his head and asked, though he suspected it probably wasn't anything positive, especially coming from his cousin who had always doted on him. Of course we said you're so lucky. And that you're handsome. Song Qing and Sun Qian looked at Jiang Chun and immediately burst into laughter. Alright, go in quickly, one of the babies seems to have wet themselves. Song Mei said at this moment. She wasn't joking around, after all it was her precious son, and she couldn't just stand by and watch. Okay. Jiang Chun carried a pack of diapers inside. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he sensed something was off with Su Qingqing. Her face was flushed red, and after seeing him enter, she pouted, her gaze fixed on him the whole time. She had the vibe of a wronged young bride. What's going on with this girl? Was she teased or bullied by someone? What do you want? Jiang Chun asked, noticing Su Qingqing's strange stare. Nothing, I just want to bite you. Su Qingqing blurted out, looking fierce. Bite you? Well, then wait a moment, let me change the baby's diaper first. Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. This girl actually wanted to do this. It's fine, I'll wait for you. Su Qingqing said magnanimously. She had made up her mind as she had to bite that scumbag at least once. If once wasn't enough, then again. Otherwise her heart was truly suffocated. 1 minute later, Jiang Chun finished changing the diaper. Su Qingqing was not at all polite. Before Jiang Chun could catch his breath, she immediately grabbed his arm and bit him fiercely. Ouch! Jiang Chun, seeing this, was used to being helpless, so he cooperated extremely and exaggeratedly cried out in pain. You're actually biting me. What's wrong with me biting you? Who made me so angry when I saw you that my teeth itched? I'll bite, I insist on biting, I bit, and I still want to bite. Su Qingqing started to be somewhat unreasonable, saying that she bit again. This was vastly different from her usual aloof goddess image. But even so, still aloof, still a goddess. Right now, what goddess was she? She was more like a tigress who just learned to gnash her teeth and bite. Ouch! You're too harsh. Outside the bedroom, Song Mei was chatting and laughing with her elder sister Song Qing and the others when she suddenly heard her son's repeated cries of agony from the bedroom. Out of habit, she asked with concern, Son, what's wrong with you? She regretted asking immediately. Why bother meddling in the young couple's affairs? Just causing trouble. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's voice came from the bedroom. It's nothing, Mom. I got bitten by a dog again. Song Mei was speechless. Song Qing and Sun Qian, upon hearing this, widened their eyes. As experienced women, they understood perfectly what that meant in this context. Sun Qian was secretly astonished. Well, just moments ago when she asked Su Qingqiang whether she had been intimate, she thought her cousin had grown steady and mature, capable of restraint even with such an exquisite beauty. But now it seemed this kid was actually the reserved type, playing quite wildly with his wife. Realizing this, Song Qing and Sun Qian exchanged knowing smiles. Song Mei noticed this. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Serves you right. Let it bite you a few more times and you'll behave. After all, he was her own foolish son. In broad daylight, the couple was in the bedroom, talking about being bitten by a dog and such nonsense. It was quite inappropriate, especially with relatives in the house. She couldn't scold her best friend, so she had to scold her own foolish son. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Jiang Chun heard his mother's words. He couldn't help but feel sad. It seemed that between best friend and son, his mother still firmly chose her best friend. But it didn't matter. Since his mother was biased and wouldn't stand up for him, he would just handle it himself. Thinking this, Jiang Chun curled his lips, instantly channeling the crooked mouth god of war, and then with a wolf-like gaze he appraised Su Qingqiang appreciatively. And Su Qingqiang, having repeatedly succeeded in biting him and receiving Song Mei's strong support, she grew even more smug, completely unaware of her own little rabbit nature and oblivious to the impending danger. Instead, she continued to provoke him. What do you think? Now that Meijie supports me, you big pig's trotter, do you still dare to act tough? Huh? You? Su Qingqiang's face instantly lost its color in fright. She never expected that before she even finished her provocation, the big pig's trotter lunged at her. Not only did he dare to act tough, but he also dared to retaliate, giving her tit for tat and biting her hard. And it was even worse than before. Jiang Chen's retaliation completely subdued Su Qingqing. With a face full of crimson, she adjusted her clothes a few times and glared fiercely at Jiang Chun. This big pig's trotter. He was absolutely wicked. Son, come out here for a moment. Your aunt has something she wants you to help with. After a while, Song Mei knocked on the bedroom door and spoke from outside. Okay, sure, Jiang Chen responded. Then he smiled at Su Qingqing and said, I'm going out then. If you're going out, just go. Why tell me? Su Qingqing replied angrily. The blush on her pretty face had not yet faded, and at Jiang Chen's question her face turned even redder. This big pig's trotter. He was truly shameless, having just bullied her and now grinning and talking to her as if nothing happened. Fine then. I'm going out. Seeing his wife still embarrassed and annoyed, Jiang Chen smiled, settled the three little babies, and prepared to get up and leave. But just as he was about to rise, Su Qingqing suddenly said, Wait, I'll come out too. With Jiang Chen's aunt, cousin, and younger cousin outside, it wouldn't be proper for her, the prospective daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, to stay hidden in the bedroom. Those who knew would understand that she was simply in the bedroom, doing nothing. Those who didn't might think she and the big pig's trotter were doing something shameful. So as Jiang Chun went out, Su Qingqing also tidied up, pushed the baby stroller, and went out. Song Mei, Song Qing, and the others saw them and hurried over. Aunt, what do you need my help with? Jiang Chen asked after sitting down on the sofa. Well, Song Qing looked a bit embarrassed and pulled Sun Wan over. Oh, it's actually about your cousin Xiao Wan. Your cousin Xiao Wan has graduated from university this year and is looking for a job. But her school isn't well known and she has no special skills. Since graduation, she's faced repeated setbacks in job hunting, unable to settle for something beneath her standards. Recently, she's been idle at home, eating for free. Although our family is well off now, having her at home is just an extra pair of chopsticks, but it's not a long-term solution after all. Your uncle and I have been unable to tolerate it for a while. It just so happens that we've heard Xiao Chun that you've made it big. At such a young age, you drive a luxury car worth 2 million, live in a mansion worth tens of millions, and have made quite a name for yourself in Sihai City, a future young entrepreneur. Look, Xiao Chun, could you possibly find a job for your cousin? The job doesn't have to be great, just average is fine. I just can't bear to see her freeloading at home anymore. Song Qing held Sun Wan and rambled on. Jiang Chun understood the gist. They just wanted him, now that he was doing well, to help find a job for his cousin. It shouldn't be too difficult. But he was doing well now, a future young entrepreneur. Although, ahem, this was basically true. But since it was his aunt saying this, Jiang Chun wanted to be modest. However, before he could say anything, Sun Wan, upon hearing her mother's words, immediately became unhappy. Freeloading? Who's freeloading at home? Mom, I ask you, who has been cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning the house for you every day recently? Besides, I've been trying hard to find a job, but I just haven't found the right one yet. You dare to call that cooking? That's more like pig slop. Pig slops. How then, tell me, did you and Dad eat that pig slop, or not? Enough. Stop arguing. We're still at your aunt's house. Let's hear what Xiao Chen has to say. Seeing her mother and sister about to break into a fight, Sun Qian quickly intervened, with a few words of mediation, steering the conversation back to the job matter. Jiang Chun observed the quarrel. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Was his little cousin in a rebellious phase now? And she still liked watching Ultraman. But since his aunt had asked for his help, he should still lend a hand. Xiao Wan, what's your educational background? An ordinary second-tier university, majoring in accounting. Then what are your requirements for the job and salary? Job-wise, I'd like something related to my accounting major. Salary-wise, I hope for at least 10,000 a month, no overtime, no makeup workdays, no temporary assignments. Basically lots of money, little work, and plenty of benefits. Well, Xiao Wan, to be honest, your requirements are a bit high. But I can help you find a job related to accounting. However, at the start, the salary might be a bit lower, benefits average, and there will be more work and overtime. But there's great potential for future development. You know, I'm driving a BMW X7 now, which costs 2 million. I can promise you this, if you work that job for 3 years, I guarantee you'll be driving a luxury car like a BMW X7 and become a real little rich woman. So what do you say? Are you willing to take it? Cousin, are you serious? You can find me an accounting job. After 3 years, I can drive a luxury car like your BMW X7. Become a real little rich woman. You're not joking, are you? Sun Wan exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape. This time visiting her aunt's house, she mainly wanted to see how big her cousin-in-law was, know how beautiful, and never expected to resolve her job situation here. So earlier when Jiang Chen asked about her job and salary expectations, she deliberately aimed high. After all, less work for more money with generous benefits. Who wouldn't like such a job? But these days, good jobs are truly hard to find for college graduates. She actually had a realistic self-assessment. With a second-tier university degree, a non-popular major, and no outstanding skills, she would be content with a monthly income of 5,000 or 6,000. She had no real ambition. As for freeloading at home, that was just her stubbornness against her mother, who still looked down on her even at her age. I'm not a child anymore. I understand everything. Please stop calling me a little girl. Do I look like I'm joking? Jiang Chun, seeing his cousin's interest, continued with a smile. Within 3 years, getting you $1 million luxury car and turning you into a little rich woman is certainly no problem. But everything comes at a price. If you want a nice car, and to be rich you must put in enough effort. In other words, this job might not match your previous expectations. The starting salary is low with plenty of overtime and tasks, even on weekends and holidays. When work comes up you'll have to rush to handle it. That's fine. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wan said, "It's okay, cousin. Those requirements I mentioned were just nonsense. I'm just a regular second-tier university graduate. I don't have such high demands. For my first job, as long as the pay is decent, overtime and extra work, even holidays are no problem. But as long as as you said, there's room for growth." Sun Wan ended with a cute, naive smile. This was truly her honest thought. As long as within 3 years she could become a little rich woman, overtime was nothing. Neither was working on holidays. Even if it was the middle of the night and she was with her boyfriend, she'd be full of motivation to get up and work overtime. Though she didn't have a boyfriend yet. She hadn't even been in love. Once she became a little rich woman, she wouldn't have to stay at home and hear her mother call her a freeloader. "Xiao Chen, what job are you talking about? How can it have such great growth that in 3 years Xiao Wan can buy $1 million car and become a little rich woman?" At this point Song Qing asked with some concern. She knew Jiang Chen well. Apart from being a mischievous kid, as an adult, he was quite reliable. But the job he mentioned, working 3 years to buy a luxury car and become rich, still seemed too far-fetched. Could it be some kind of pyramid scheme? "Mom, don't worry. Xiao Chun is your nephew and Xiao Wan's cousin. Since he dares to say that, he must have his reasons. He wouldn't make empty promises. Besides, didn't Xiao Chun just graduate and already buy a car and house, quickly becoming successful? So if Xiao Chun says 3 years, then it might really be possible." Seeing her mother doubt, Jiang Chen's son, Chen, stepped in. She respected her cousin. Fresh out of college with a beautiful wife, 3 kids, a 2 million car, and a 10 million mansion, she could never achieve that. Of course, she also realized that Jiang Chen's words were probably exaggerated. But that wasn't a big problem. As long as she followed his plan within 3 years, or even longer, it was still possible to become a little rich woman. To be honest, she was even a bit eager to try. "Alright, Sun Chen is right. Since Xiao Chen said it, I have no objections. But Xiao Chen, I have one more request. Keep an eye on Xiao Wan outside. This little girl has never been in society, and I'm afraid she'll be taken advantage of." After hearing Sun Qian's words, Song Qing set aside her doubts and happily added. Either way, she had finally unloaded the burden of a freeloader at home. "Don't worry, Aunt. With me around, no one will bully my cousin," Jiang Chen assured Song Qing, then turned to Sun Wan. "So Xiao Wan, since Aunt has no problem, what about the job I mentioned? Are you willing to take it?" "Yes. Of course I am." After discussing Sun Wan's job, it was getting late. Song Qing and her 2 daughters went home. This visit to Song Mei's house not only allowed them to see Su Qingqing and the triplet babies, but also solved Sun Wan's job problem. Song Qing and her party left satisfied and happy. After sending Song Qing and the others off, Song Mei went upstairs first. The young couple pushed the stroller and lagged behind. Su Qingqing said to Jiang Chen, "If I'm not mistaken, the high-end job you mentioned that can make someone a rich woman in 3 years is actually just helping out at your store." This? Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "You guessed it right. Hit the nail on the head. It's not hard to guess. The moment you opened your mouth, I knew what kind of boast you were going to make. So what job are you planning to give your cousin?" "To suit her, of course, an accounting job." "I know accounting. But specifically the financial director." "Speak like a human. Fine, it's the front desk." "Front desk. Exactly, and to be more precise, the front desk and various odd jobs." Su Qingsheng was speechless. This big pig trotter was indeed a pie-in-the-sky man. If your cousin knew that the job she's dreaming of, working 3 years to become a little rich woman, is actually a front desk and odd jobs, wouldn't she be furious? Jiang Chen heard this and disagreed. "Honey, you don't understand. Don't underestimate the front desk job. According to my plan in the soon-to-open barbecue restaurant, the front desk has considerable power. It controls the restaurant's finances and reports directly to me, the boss. Besides, I'm definitely going to start a company and expand into a chain. If my cousin joins now, she'll be a founding employee. Her status will be on par with Lu Wei, the store manager. Think about it, 3 years from now, if I have hundreds or thousands of chain stores and my cousin has the ability, I'll make her the financial director of the chain brand. At that time, just imagine. As the financial director of a chain giant, buying $1 million car and becoming a little rich woman would be a piece of cake." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Qingsheng was touched. In fact, given the big pig trotter's ability and the irresistible taste of that barbecue, building a chain giant with thousands, or even tens of thousands of stores in 3 years, though difficult, wasn't entirely impossible. So his promise to make Sun Wan a little rich woman in the future wasn't just empty talk. And if Sun Wan could become a financial director and a little rich woman, then she herself, wouldn't she become the boss lady? Thinking of this, Su Qingqing couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. There he stood, tall and straight, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, graceful and handsome, exuding an air of heroism. Her heart raced with excitement. Becoming the boss lady of this big pig trotter seemed pretty nice too. Su Qingqing daydreamed about being a shop owner for a moment and felt quite pleased with herself. But verbally she still said dismissively, "Tch, pie baking man. Always painting pies for others." "How is this called painting pies? It's the thing entrepreneurs do. This is called vision incentive, okay? Jiang Chen retorted. Actually, he used to hate people painting pies too, never expecting that painting pies for others would be so satisfying. Keep painting pies, keep being satisfied. Of course the pies he painted were still quite serious. Hey Wei Zi, how's the barbecue restaurant doing? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, took out his phone, and called Lu Wei. That day when Lu Wei chose to be his store manager, he had thrown the barbecue restaurant renovation and license procedures to Lu Wei. After these days passed, he didn't know how things were progressing. Brother Chen, everything is going well. Everything is proceeding according to plan. On the other end of the phone, Lu Wei said excitedly, the barbecue restaurant's license procedures are done. For the renovation, I've been supervising and pushing every day completely according to your requirements and standards. Within half a day it can be completed. Can it be completed in half a day? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. He originally thought it would still take at least half a month, but it's almost done. Well done. Wei Zi, besides watching the renovation, also make time to go to the labor market and recruit a few quick-handed Annies to wash dishes. Okay, Brother Chen, but how should the wages be given? For wages, just follow the market rate plus a performance and full attendance bonus of 500 to 1,000. Okay, then do we need a receptionist? No need for a receptionist, I found someone. Oh, okay. Understood, Brother Chen, I'll go recruit dishwashing aunties now. After hanging up the phone on this end, on Lu Wei's, and without saying a word, he hurriedly went to the labor market to recruit people. Jiang Chen secretly praised. From the current look, regardless of other things, letting his good brother be the store manager was quite reliable. Mom, we've stayed for a day, should go back. In the afternoon around 4 or 5 o'clock, Jiang Chen felt the time was about right and said to Song Mei, all right then, I won't keep you anymore. Song Mei didn't try to detain them this time. Anyway, we're all in Sihai City. You two coming to visit us anytime is welcome. But if you want to see me and your dad again, go to the Swan Lake side. We plan to settle there in the future. Okay, Mom. Jiang Chen agreed. By the way, son, take this with you. Song Mei took out a dark red booklet and solemnly handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took it and looked initially a bit surprised. Mom, why did you give me the household register? What do I need this for? You silly son. Why am I giving you this? You need this household register to get the marriage certificate. Song Mei laughed, then asked Su Qingqing standing beside her, Qingqing, don't you think so? Of course. Su Qingqing was caught off guard by Song Mei's question, thinking that this sister Mei deliberately asked right, hurrying to get the marriage certificate and get married so soon. Sai, what does she want? Isn't it just that she wants to be my legitimate mother-in-law as soon as possible? Sai, indeed, my good bestie. All right then. Jiang Chen put away the household register and settled the 3 little babies into the car. Song Mei stepped forward to help. Without saying a word, she moved many food and supplies from home onto Jiang Chen's BMW X7. Jiang Chen stepped forward to dissuade, but it was useless. Looking at his mom's manner, it was as if she and his dad didn't need to eat or drink, relying on photosynthesis, could survive on Earth. Fortunately, his dad went to work overtime. Otherwise, more would be stuffed in the car. Mom, we're leaving. All right, go ahead. Take good care of Qingqing and my 3 grandkids when you get back. Take good care of yourself too. Got it. Bye, Mom. Bye, Sister Mei. About an hour later, Jiang Chen's family of 5 returned to their home in Bishuju residential community. Arriving home was a bustle. Unloading things from the car took over half an hour. Besides what Song Mei and her husband bought themselves, even the fat goose and pheasant given by eldest aunt were sent to Jiang Chun and the others. The remaining 2 rabbit leg meats were also sent over. See, you always doubted before whether you were biological, whether you were picked up from a garbage pile. Now isn't it time to have an answer? You are definitely your mom's biological child. Su Qingsheng looked at the mountain like things moved out from the car, couldn't help but click her tongue and joked to Jiang Chun. Yeah. Jiang Chun nodded, thinking pitiable are the hearts of parents in the world. From now on, I must also treat the old couple better. Why did your mom send this wine-soaked mulberry over too? Su Qingqing in the mountain of things surprisingly saw that big glass bottle of wine-soaked mulberry. Don't underestimate wine-soaked mulberry. Actually, this thing is quite good. Not only tasty but also has effects like clearing heat and improving vision, beautifying skin and complexion, nourishing yin and tonifying kidneys. Jiang Chen stepped forward to explain. Nourishing yin and tonifying kidneys. Then speaking of this, is it specially sent by your mom to you? No, you can also eat it. Who said only men need to tonify kidneys? TCH. I'm a girl, don't need to tonify kidneys. By the way, Jiang Chun, actually when leaving just now your mom secretly gave me a gift. Su Qingqing suddenly blinked and said to Jiang Chun with a playful expression. What gift? Jiang Chun was curious. Come take a look yourself and you'll know. Su Qingqing giggled, opened her phone and showed Jiang Chun a photo. Jiang Chun looked at it and was instantly extremely embarrassed. So much that his toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment in the floor. Because that photo was glaringly a wet bed photo of himself from childhood. That wet bed photo was taken on Jiang Chen's first day of kindergarten at age 3. Back then he was wearing open-crotch sleep pants. Don't know if it was excitement from the first day of kindergarten or what he who hadn't wet the bed since over 1-year-old wet the bed that morning. And after being discovered by his mom, she excitedly took a photo with a compact camera. This photo recorded Jiang Chen's shame of a lifetime. It was truly extremely embarrassing. So Jiang Chun, after understanding a bit, immediately found that developed photo destroyed the evidence and burned it in a fire. but never expected. Over 10 years later, his mom actually found the negative, had someone help develop the photo, then turned it into an electronic photo and sent it to her good bestie. Is this a biological mom? Secretly selling out her son's ugly childhood photos to her bestie. A biological mom. Jiang Chen saw the photo and couldn't help but facepalm. In contrast, Su Qingcheng was looking at that wet bed photo with great interest. The 3-year-old little Jiang Chen actually looked like this, wearing open crotch pants with a big patch of urine stains on the bedsheet. TSK. So interesting, so cute. Jiang Chen, you were so small back then. Su Qingcheng studied it carefully for a while, then suddenly sighed. Of course I was so small, I was only 3, then just started kindergarten. No, you misunderstood my meaning. I'm not talking about your age. Not my age, then what? Jiang Chen was surprised. Seeing Su Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle, he paused for a moment, then reacted. Immediately extremely shocked. Woman, you better be really talking about my age. Son, are you asleep yet? It was nearly midnight. Su Qingcheng had gone to bed early due to fatigue, while Jiang Chen had made sure the 3 little divine beasts were well fed before settling down himself. After browsing his phone for a while, he too was preparing to turn off the lights and sleep. But just then he received a call from his father. I was about to sleep. What's wrong, Dad? Jiang Chen said. Is Qingcheng by your side? Jiang Dapeng hesitated and asked again from the other end. No. Jiang Chen glanced at the sleeping Su Qingcheng. It's nothing, go ahead, Dad. What did you need? Hey. Well, son, I'm not calling for any particular reason. Didn't Qingcheng give me a birthday gift the other day, a watch? To be honest, that watch was quite exquisite. I don't know what brand it is, but I really liked it. So just now curiosity got the better of me. I searched for the letters Patek Philippe on the packaging box, and unexpectedly this watch turned out to be quite expensive. Could it be Patek Philippe? Dad, you're only just finding out now that the watch is Patek Philippe. Jiang Chen chuckled. Of course. I'm busy with work all day, how would I know about watches? I've heard before that Rolex watches are quite expensive, but I've never seen a real one. On my 50th birthday, I received a Patek Philippe birthday gift, which turns out to be absurdly expensive. Just any ordinary watch costs hundreds of thousands, several hundred thousand, or even up to $1 million. This thing. I think one watch could buy an apartment in Xihai. Jiang Dapeng said in a rather shocked tone. That night, he was simply showing off. His son and daughter-in-law had left, leaving it just the two of them at home. He showed off right in front of Song Mei, driving the 80M7 that Jiang Chen had gifted him, wearing the watch Su Qingcheng had given, and took Song Mei for a nice evening drive since there was nothing else to do. For a moment it felt like returning to their youthful days. Romantic and heartwarming. On the way back, Jiang Dapeng spotted an inn named Feng Linwen and didn't even want to go home. He wanted to drag Song Mei along to experience it. Song Mei just rolled her eyes at him repeatedly. Only then did Jiang Dapeng obediently head home. After returning, his excitement remained undiminished, and he pulled Song Mei into doing some yoga together. Later, feeling bored, he dug out the watch box, followed the English letters on it, and searched online, thinking it must be expensive, possibly worth several thousand. But when he searched, he nearly dropped his jaw, because it turned out to be Patek Philippe. Any ordinary watch from them cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Jiang Dapeng guessed the watch in his possession. It was worth at least several hundred thousand. Upon discovering this, Jiang Dapeng was quite startled. You could accept spending hundreds of thousands on a car since it was a big-ticket item, but a watch worth hundreds of thousands was genuinely hard to come to terms with, and what he found might have even been an underestimate. So at midnight, Jiang Dapeng simply couldn't hold it in anymore and called Jiang Chen to share the news. Otherwise, he never would have fallen asleep. After hearing his father's words, Jiang Chen expressed his understanding. They say the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. At first glance, a seemingly ordinary watch could actually be worth hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. It was all true. If he hadn't done some research on it before, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that a mere watch could be so outrageously expensive. And someone like his father, an honest, hardworking, ordinary citizen whose wife and children occupied most of his attention, finding it hard to accept was completely natural. Dad, Patek Philippe watches are indeed very expensive. Several hundred thousand for one watch is perfectly reasonable. But it's too expensive. I'm just an ordinary person. I only wanted a simple birthday celebration. I didn't expect to receive such an expensive gift. I also gave you a car that cost several hundred thousand. That's different, Jiang Dapeng argued firmly. You're my son, I can accept whatever you give me no matter how expensive. But Qingcheng, after all, isn't even my daughter-in-law yet. Then what do you want to do, Dad? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Did you find the watch too expensive and now you want to return it? Well, returning it wouldn't be appropriate either, Jiang Dapeng said in a troubled tone. Since it's inappropriate, then what do you want? Qingcheng gave you a gift, so just accept it. No matter how expensive, it's still a gift meant for you. Besides, you're the elder. Accepting a gift from a younger generation is only natural. Alright then, I'll keep the gift. Jiang Dapeng sighed. Just before hanging up, he suddenly remembered to ask another question. By the way, son, do you know what Qingcheng's family background is like? About that, Jiang Chen scratched his head. Honestly, he knew very little. Only from bits and pieces of the beautiful class monitor that this girl's family background was certainly extraordinary. But specifically how extraordinary, he truly had no idea. That I'm not entirely clear either. Why don't you ask Mom? Qingsheng and Mom have been close friends for years. She might know more. Alright. After finishing the call with his father, Jiang Chun found himself unable to fall asleep. So he simply got up, deciding to research exactly how much the Patek Philippe watch Su Qingsheng had given him was worth. On the day of his father's birthday, he had taken quite a few photos. Among them was a photo of that watch. Jiang Chun didn't know much about watches, but by intuition the Patek Philippe watch Su Qingsheng had given him must be extremely valuable, at least several hundred thousand, possibly even millions. A watch worth several hundred thousand had already shaken his father to this extent. If it were truly worth millions, wouldn't his father go mad upon finding out? Jiang Chun opened the photo of the watch and through various online comparisons tried to find a relatively fair price for that particular model. After about half an hour of careful study, he finally pinpointed exactly which Patek Philippe watch it was. However, when Jiang Chun saw it, he was stunned himself. Because this particular watch was Patek Philippe's Grandmaster Chime, a master-level timepiece launched in 2014. Exquisitely designed and extraordinarily luxurious, only 7 pieces were ever produced. The case was crafted from 18-karat rose gold, and the dial featured premium amberstone. The strap was handmade alligator leather. At a Christie's auction in 2019, one piece of this Patek Philippe model sold for a staggering 31 million, a sum equivalent to 210 million yuan in Chinese currency. Holy shit. A watch. 210 million yuan. No way. Jiang Chun shuddered, rubbed his eyes, convinced he was seeing things, then double-checked the comparison between the watch Su Qingsheng had given him and the one that had just sold online for 210 million yuan. He spent over 10 more minutes carefully verifying the details. His final conclusion: the style, the craftsmanship, every minute detail. It wasn't just similar, it was practically identical. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He glanced at the clock. It was nearly 1 o'clock, yet he felt absolutely no trace of sleepiness. Ever since his system had awakened. Every day he spent with his wife and child. Eating, drinking, laughing, and playing. Earned him tens of thousands of yuan without even lifting a finger. Earning several hundred thousand, or even over a million in a single day was not unusual. So much so that he had almost stopped treating money as something precious. Even Su Qingsheng gifting him a Patek Philippe watch worth millions no longer impressed him. Are millions really that much? It only took me a day or two of effort. Yet when he saw that same watch had sold for a staggering 210 million yuan, Jiang Chun was completely stunned. 210 million. How many millions was that? Could his wife actually be a rich young woman? No. Someone who casually gifts away a 210 million yuan watch must be a super rich heiress. Though, it was still possible that Su Qingsheng had given him a replica, or even a counterfeit. But Jiang Chun felt, while that possibility existed, it was unlikely. Still reeling from shock, Jiang Chun turned to look at Su Qingsheng, wondering about the background of his unfortunate, but wealthy wife. Could she be the daughter of a top billionaire? A family with trillions in assets, a super aristocratic household, or perhaps one of those legendary hidden dynasties? It was not entirely impossible. At this moment, Su Qingsheng was fast asleep. She lay on her side, her face turned toward Jiang Chun. In the lamplight, her eyes were closed, her skin fair and delicate, her features exquisitely sculpted, her petite face utterly enchanting and breathtakingly beautiful. Truly a rare beauty. Even in sleep she exuded an indescribable grace and charm, lovely and captivating. But her sleeping posture was rather ungraceful. Aside from a panda-shaped pillow she hugged tightly, she also clamped a blanket between her legs. In fact, Su Qingsheng always slept like this. The position made her feel most comfortable. The blanket was gripped so firmly that Jiang Chun often couldn't pull it free when he felt cold in the middle of the night. Wife, wake up. Let me ask you something. Jiang Chun called out beside Su Qingsheng. He could no longer contain his curiosity. If he didn't ask about that sky-high priced watch now, he truly would not be able to sleep. Don't bother me. I'm sleeping. Su Qingsheng mumbled, half asleep, rolled over, and went right back to sleep, still holding the blanket tight. Jiang Chun. He had no choice but to lean close to her ear again. Wife, wake up. I need to ask you something. This time Su Qingsheng grew impatient. Ugh, stop bothering me. The baby's hungry, right? Fine, handle it yourself. Without opening her eyes, Su Qingsheng muttered groggily, pushed aside the panda pillow, straightened her body, and unbuckled her buttons. Jiang Chun was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, was she dreaming about something inappropriate? Hey, wife, wake up. When other methods failed, Jiang Chun resorted to pinching Su Qingsheng's nose. It was his ultimate trump card. It always worked. Indeed, seconds later, Su Qingsheng opened her eyes, shook free from Jiang Chun's grip on her nose, and looked at him with a deeply aggrieved, bitterly resentful expression. What are you doing? Don't let me sleep. Wife, I want to ask you something. Jiang Chun then explained the watch situation to Su Qingsheng. She sat up to listen, sleepy and yawning repeatedly. So, what do you want to ask me? Su Qingsheng asked, letting out another yawn. Is the Patek Philippe watch you gave my dad that famous Grandmaster Chime model? The one only produced in 7 pieces? Yes. Are you certain? It's an authentic Patek Philippe. You bought that watch for 210 million. Actually, no. The person who paid 210 million later went bankrupt. I bought the watch 2 years ago abroad for 180 million. You spent 180 million. That's right. Specifically 183 million. I still have the auction contract. If you don't believe me, I can fetch it. Su Qingqing said, about to get up and search for the contract. No need, I believe you. So, you gave that 180 million yuan Patek Philippe watch as a birthday gift to my dad. Yeah. Aside from that watch, I had no money and nothing else presentable, so I had no choice but to give it to your dad as a gift. Su Qingsheng said lightly, almost reluctantly. Oh, this? Jiang Chun facepalmed, utterly speechless with shock. The way she talked about that 180 million yuan watch was as casual as discussing a head of cabbage. Just bought it, then just gave it away. Is that really how the world of the wealthy works? So simple and unadorned. What's with that look? Why are you staring at me like that? Su Qingsheng noticed Jiang Chen's strange expression and asked. Nothing, I just think you're beautiful, more beautiful than a flower. That's obviously fake. Fine, just say what's on your mind. Well, your family is ridiculously rich, huh? Not bad, we had some money before, but things have changed these past 2 years. After giving that watch away, I'm practically broke now. There might be 10 or 20,000 left on my salary card. And you were willing to part with that 180 million yuan watch. What was there to hesitate about? It was just a watch. Besides, wasn't it because of you that I gave it to your dad? It didn't get lost or thrown away or given to some stranger, so I thought it was fine. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was unexpectedly moved. This really was his wife. He sat beside Su Qingsheng and pulled her into his arms. Su Qingsheng didn't resist this time. Her little head nestled closer, burying itself in Jiang Chen's embrace. If you have no money now, what will you do in the future? Jiang Chun asked, feeling a pang of heartache. What else can I do? Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Su Qingsheng sniffled, then looked up into Jiang Chen's eyes. By the way, Jiang Chen, you're not going to abandon me just because I'm broke, are you? Would I refuse you? Am I foolish? A wife as wonderful as you. I'd search high and low to find someone better. As for refusing you, I can hardly wait to spoil you. Jiang Chen gently ruffled Su Qingqing's hair, his gaze overflowing with tender affection. Is that so? Su Qingqing blinked her eyes. Absolutely. Then how do you plan to spoil me? By doting on you, tolerating you, never making you angry, and letting you do less work. Jiang Chun said with utmost seriousness. Is that all? Warmth spread through Su Qingqing's heart. On the surface, she remained composed as she quietly pushed away Jiang Chen's wandering hands, but the rogue hands refused to back down. After a few feeble attempts, she simply let it go. Of course there is. For instance, if it means you can lean on the wall, I won't make you walk. If it means you can lie down, I won't force you to kneel. Jiang Chun said with a straight face. What? That? Su Qingqing was initially puzzled and taken aback, but soon a deep blush spread across her pretty cheeks. She spat out a curse. Get lost. You pervert. Secretly thinking this total jerk. He's got such beautiful delusions. After a pause, her face flushed crimson. Su Qingqing couldn't resist, asking softly, tilting her face up. Then is there anything else? Her voice was sweet and languid, just like a little kitten curled up comfortably in someone's arms. Is there anything else? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, I'm already letting you lean on the wall. Surely that counts for something. After a moment's thought, he lowered his head and said affectionately, yes. Close your eyes first. Close my eyes. Su Qingsheng was surprised, but she obediently closed them as he asked. Okay, I've closed them. Tell me what it is. MMPH. Jiang Chen leaned down. He showed her with action what he meant. Su Qingsheng was caught completely off guard. This jerk really knows how to play. Sneak attacking is one thing, kissing her is another, but making her close her eyes too. And his hands. Su Qingsheng initially went rigid, daring not to move an inch. But having been through this before, after a while she finally relaxed, though her heart still fluttered nervously. In situations like this, the last thing needed was to lose control. So she was truly afraid he might suddenly take things further. Alright, stop kissing. If you keep kissing me, I'll really become your wife. Su Qingsheng pleaded. Hearing this, Jiang Chen kissed her more deliberately. You already are my wife. But the kids seem to be waking up. Look, Dasho Erbao and Sambao are all staring at us. It wouldn't look right. Unable to dissuade Jiang Chen, Su Qingsheng used the 3 little ones as a shield, hoping this shameless man would show some restraint for the sake of the children. Well, for the sake of their mouths and hands. Meanwhile, on the crib, the 3 little ones had indeed woken up. Whether from hunger or a dirty diaper, no one could say. At this moment, their wide round eyes darted about in all directions before finally turning toward Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing. Their vision was still limited, so it was unclear whether they could see anything. Only that they were extremely curious. Jiang Chun glanced over at the 3 little ones. He wasn't troubled in the slightest. It's fine. They won't understand even if they watch, he said, and redoubled his efforts with a loud smacking kiss. Su Qingqing. The 3 babies. Ding. The host is openly showing affection in front of the children. At such a tender age, already forcing them to eat dog food. Truly unforgivable and unworthy of being a father. Ding. The host has triggered a hidden reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 yuan in cash. What the hell? I just kissed my wife. How did that become an unforgivable crime and disqualify me from fatherhood? Damn it. At the old Jiang family house. Although it was midnight, Jiang Daping had no sleepiness at all. The reason was still that Patek Philippe watch. Too expensive. A single watch was worth hundreds of thousands. He earned so little in a whole year from salary plus bonuses, so after the phone call with his son his heart still struggled to accept it. Fortunately, he had a general idea now. Regardless of whether the watch was truly Patek Philippe or however expensive it was. The current situation was, this watch was his. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Wife, wake up. I want to talk to you for a bit. What about? We'll talk tomorrow. Song Mei had done a lot of work during the day, and in the evening Jiang Dapeng had shown off and dragged her out for a stroll, so she was truly exhausted. It's still about that watch. I just called our kid and confirmed it's authentic. If it's real, it's real. It's just a watch. Song Mei rolled over and found a more comfortable sleeping position. She simply didn't want to get up. What do you mean just a watch? Jiang Dapeng was somewhat dissatisfied. Wife, you don't know? This isn't an ordinary watch. It's called Patek Philippe, a luxury watch brand. A single watch is worth hundreds of thousands and possibly even over $1 million. After wandering around outside, Song Mei had come back and gone straight to sleep, so she truly had no idea about the watch matter. What did you say? You said that watch is worth hundreds of thousands, maybe over $1 million. Hearing Jiang Dapeng say that, Song Mei instantly jolted upright in bed, her expression full of shock. Yes. Jiang Dapeng watched his wife with some amusement. Sure enough, whenever money was mentioned, his tigress was sharper than anyone. Then he explained everything. How he had researched the Patek Philippe brand and called his son to confirm, and so on. After hearing it all, Song Mei was utterly stunned. Just like Jiang Dapeng, she also thought a watch worth hundreds of thousands, even as much as a house, was completely absurd. But wife, after talking to our son, I've also come to terms with it. No matter how expensive this thing is, it's still just an object, a watch. I'll wear it when I want and put it away when I don't. Jiang Dapeng concluded. As he spoke, he was about to put the watch back on to sleep. Unexpectedly, Song Mei snatched the watch away. You want to wear it? What are you wearing it for? Such an expensive thing. What if you lose it? What if some knowledgeable thief gets their eye on it? She opened a precious small iron box, placed the watch inside, and locked it. Jiang Dapeng felt utterly helpless, thinking that just wearing it to sleep. How could he possibly lose it? Truly impressive, Mrs. Tigress. But as for attracting thieves, he did feel somewhat worried too. After all, it was an object worth hundreds of thousands. Alright, putting it away was probably better. It would save him from constantly wanting to go out and show off, and if he wasn't careful, he might actually lose it. Comrade, Jiang Dapeng instantly saw things clearly. Wife, let's go to sleep now. Smiling, Jiang Dapeng reached out to wrap his arms around Song Mei's waist, hoping to share the blanket together. Fine, sleep. Song Mei didn't object. Jiang Dapeng felt a surge of delight. With the watch issue resolved, he was in much better spirits, and before sleep came a little extra entertainment. Not bad, not bad. By the way, wife, let me discuss something with you. What is it? How about we try creating a new account tonight? Bang. Before Jiang Dapeng could finish speaking, and before waiting for Song Mei's reply, she kicked him straight off the bed. Jiang Dapeng, having been unceremoniously kicked off the bed, sat there in utter exasperation. This tigress. Just how unreasonable is she? If you don't wish to practice your alternate accounts, fine. Why not say so? Why kick me off the bed without a second word? Ow. My goodness, it hurts. Jiang Dapeng cried out from beneath the bed. Seeing Song Mei completely unresponsive, he could only get to his feet, brush himself off, and crawl back into bed. Jiang Dapeng was seething with regret. Just as he was about to go to sleep alone in sullen silence, an important thought suddenly struck him. There's something else about your wife. Well, here's the thing. Qingqing gave me such an expensive watch as a birthday gift, which means her family can certainly afford nice things. But it's been so long, and I've never once heard either of you mention her family background. I called that annoying boy earlier to ask. He said he didn't know much either, so he told me to ask you. You're besties after all, so you'd likely know more about Qingqing's family situation. That was because Jiang Dapeng, stirring trouble where none existed, had brought up practicing alternate accounts. Song Mei had instantly flown into a rage. She had planned to ignore him for the entire evening. But upon hearing Jiang Dapeng raise this particular topic, she too found herself unable to sleep. It concerned her beloved son after all. So she pushed aside the covers and sat upright. Well, Song Mei scratched her head, straining to recall. This is how it is. I and Qingqing are indeed close bosom friends. We've known each other for years. Our bond is like that of sisters. But as for her family background, I truly know nothing. She has never spoken of it, nor did I ever ask. However, her family seems to be located in either Shanghai or Beijing. Certainly not in Sihai City, though. And having known her for so many years, I've never once seen any of her family members or particularly close friends from her side. What? You don't know either? Jiang Dapeng exclaimed in surprise. So Qingqing's family must be quite mysterious then. Could they be some prestigious wealthy clan or aristocratic household? I suppose. Song Mei replied. But whether they're wealthy nobility or not, what difference does it make? Our son is genuinely capable, and he and Qingqing are quite well matched. They've already had 3 children together. Whatever happens in the future, I'm certain they'll be perfectly fine between them. I can only hope so, Jiang Dapeng sighed. Early the next morning around 7 o'clock at Bishiju Residential Community, Jiang Chun had just finished preparing breakfast when his aunt called. Hello, little Chun. Good morning. Your cousin Xiaowan plans to come to your place today. Didn't you tell her about that job opportunity the other day? I could see she was quite interested. She happened to be at home, and she finds me rather bothersome just as I find her idle presence irritating. Neither arrangement suits us well. So early this morning she set off. She wants to visit the company in person and see for herself what the job you described is really like. Well, no problem at all, Auntie. Letting Xiaowan become familiar with the work environment early on will help her get up to speed faster. Jiang Chun said on the phone, glancing at the time. The barbecue restaurant should be ready to open soon. His cousin coming to work was actually quite convenient. Very well then, little Chun. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, his aunt chuckled. By the way, little Chun, why don't you go pick her up now? She should have arrived by now. Where exactly is Xiaowan? She just sent me a message saying she's arrived at the entrance of your residential community. Great, Auntie. I'll go fetch her right away. Jiang Chun hung up and headed to the community gate. After picking up Sun Wan, he brought her home. Today Sun Wan had put on makeup and changed into a fresh outfit. Clearly she was quite eager and serious about the job Jiang Chun had mentioned. Since everyone in Auntie's family possessed striking beauty, this young cousin of Jiang Chun naturally was no exception. Dressed as she would surely draw frequent admiring glances from young men on any university campus. Of course, compared to Jiang Chun's girlfriend, she fell considerably short on every count. Wow, cousin, no wonder Bishiju is considered the most luxurious high-end community in all of Sihai City. The community's landscaping is like a delicate miniature garden, and the interior furnishings are so opulent and refined. Sun Wan could not stop praising the environment and decor of Bishiju. What do you think? Wouldn't you like to own a place like this? Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to ask. This. Her outstanding boss certainly knew how to sketch tempting visions at every available moment. Of course I would. Then if you really want to work hard at that job I mentioned, and who knows, 3 years from now you might not only afford a million-yuan luxury car, but also purchase a multi-million mansion like one here in Bishu. Alright then, I'll take your auspicious words. Because guests were coming to visit that day, Su Qingsheng had risen earlier than usual. Good morning, sister-in-law. Sun Wan stepped forward to greet her. Oh, it's Xiaowan. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come join us. Your cousin makes quite a decent morning meal. Seeing Sun Wan, Su Qingsheng warmly beckoned her over to share breakfast. Alright, let me wash my hands first. Sun Wan was no shy or reserved sort. Besides, she was in her own cousin's home, and the array of breakfast items on the table looked absolutely delicious. She felt hungry almost immediately. Sun Wan sat down with Su Qingsheng to eat breakfast. She picked up a pan-fried bun and took a bite. The intensely savory and fragrant flavor instantly exploded across her taste buds. She nearly swallowed her own tongue. Truth be told, from the moment she was born, she had never tasted anything so delicious. Wow, cousin, your breakfast is incredibly delicious. Sun Wan couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Sun Wan soon had her fill, and her appetite was almost as large as a regular meal. In the past, she would have managed a single steamed bun and a cup of soy milk for breakfast. Saozi, why do you keep drinking milk? After filling her stomach, Sun Wan noticed something else. Apart from eating a few spring rolls and shredded potatoes, Su Qingsheng spent almost all her time drinking milk, finishing nearly 2 large glasses in no time. Curious, she couldn't help but ask. Oh, I'm used to drinking milk in the morning. Drinking milk early in the day keeps me refreshed and energetic throughout the day. Su Qingsheng said it lightly, then offered her a glass of milk towards Sun Wan. Want some? No thanks, Saozi. Sun Wan hurriedly waved her hands. I'm already too full, really can't drink anymore. Alright then. Su Qingsheng smiled and put the glass back. Seeing Sun Wan's attention shift to other matters, Su Qingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. She had no intention of telling Jiang Chen's younger cousin that her habit of drinking more milk was only recently formed. As for the reason, it was simply that the drain on her energy had been immense, and she wanted to replenish it through diet. Sigh. Lately she had been feeling increasingly unable to keep up. Xiaowan, let's get going. Jiang Chun settled the 3 little ones, told Su Qingsheng they would be back by noon, then grabbed the car keys and beckoned to Sun Wan. Alright, cousin. Sun Wan immediately trotted after him enthusiastically. She had waited for this moment far too long. Although Jiang Chun had only mentioned the job to her the day before yesterday, the following 2 days felt like an eternity. Xiaowan, let me set your expectations straight first. The job I promised you. It might not be as glamorous as you imagine. The workload is heavy, there are plenty of tasks, lots of overtime, and it's tough and exhausting. And weekends and holidays are even busier. If you want rest, you can only take comp time. Can you accept this kind of situation? On the way, Jiang Chun gave Sun Wan a heads up again, hoping to lower her expectations so she wouldn't run away the moment she saw the barbecue restaurant wasn't what she had envisioned. Of course, if she ran away, it wouldn't matter. He could just hire another front desk clerk. Cousin, you're underestimating me. Heavy overtime, lots of work, tough and tiring. I can handle it all. Jiang Chun was somewhat worried, but Sun Wan remained calm. Really? Of course. But cousin, there's one precondition. After 3 years, I really can become a little rich woman. Sun Wan said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. If she truly became a little rich woman in 3 years. What was overtime? What was hardship? As the saying went, if she became a rich woman, she might even kick her boyfriend out during a date. That's right. Once you're wealthy, who needs romance? Boyfriend. Hell, weren't young wolves far more appealing? Don't worry, Xiaowan. If I say you'll become a rich woman, then you will. Hearing Sun Wan's words, Jiang Chun responded immediately and couldn't help but look at his younger cousin with new respect. Back in the day before he had his advantages, he had also occasionally thought about living off others and taking shortcuts. But this cousin of his, at such a young age, she was already thinking about becoming the shortcut herself. Her vision was considerably greater than her cousin's. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun drove Sun Wan to the barbecue restaurant on the University Town Food Street. The restaurant had been freshly renovated. Young and down-to-earth, yet tasteful. Lu Wei was bustling about inside and out with two other people busy to his heart's content. Seeing Jiang Chen's car, Lu Wei stopped what he was doing and hurried over. Brother Chen, you're here. How's everything going with the restaurant? Jiang Chen asked as he stepped out of the car. Extremely excellent. Lu Wei's tone was full of excitement. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The renovation was completed a day early, fully meeting your requirements and standards. I also recruited 2 dishwasher helpers from the labor market. Both are sturdy and quick at their work. Come. Aunt May, Aunt Wu, come meet your boss. Lu Wei called out to the 2 middle-aged women who were cleaning. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Aunt May and Aunt Wu walked over. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, both were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected the store manager to be so young, and now the boss was also a young man, apparently just out of college. Moreover, he was extremely handsome. Far more handsome than those idols of theirs, Jin Dong and Shou Kai. Much more handsome. Brother Chen, this is Aunt May named Mei Miao, and this is Aunt Wu named Wu Chou. They both have years of experience in catering, washing dishes, and all sorts of odd jobs. They handle it without any slacking. Lu Wei stepped forward to introduce them one by one. Aunt May, Aunt Wu, such fitting names. Jiang Chun took a quick glance and saw that the 2 women had honest, unpretentious appearances, not the kind to be sly or lazy. He assumed they were likely rural aunties from nearby who had come to the city for work, so he nodded to them in greeting. Hello. As the owner of this barbecue joint, I have no other demands. Just do your jobs well. Be diligent and responsible, perform well, and you'll be rewarded. Slack off, and you'll be penalized. Understood? Yes, boss. Aunt May and Aunt Wu replied. All right, if there's nothing else, get back to work. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. The 2 aunties continued cleaning. By the way, Brother Chen, didn't you say you'd hired a receptionist for me? Where is she? Lu Wei suddenly said. If the receptionist is here, we can tidy up the shop and start business. I brought the receptionist with me, Jiang Chun said, turning around to introduce his little cousin. But he found nothing. The little cousin hadn't even gotten out of the car yet. Xiao Wan, get out. We've arrived. Jiang Chun helplessly walked to the back of the car and tapped on the window. Sun Wan was in the back seat. All the way there, she had been dreaming of becoming a rich woman. She kept pondering, if she really became a rich lady, should she go for a young wolf or a fresh young hunk? If it came down to it, she could have both. As for Jiang Chen parking earlier, she truly thought her cousin just had a temporary errand, and afterward, he would take her to the place that could help fulfill her rich woman dreams. But now when she heard Jiang Chen's words, she was instantly dumbfounded. What, get out? We're here. Come on. The job that's supposed to make me a rich woman in 3 years. The workplace has to be at least an office building, or if not, a residential office would do. But damn it. This is the University Town Food Street. Could it be? She's going to work in catering. No way. The moment Sun Wan got out of the car and saw the barbecue shop sign, a foreboding feeling surged in her heart. Weizi, let me introduce you. This is my cousin Sun Wan. Xiao Wan, this is the shop manager Lu Wei. Jiang Chun made the introductions. He noticed Sun Wan's expression but didn't pay it much mind. Hello. Lu Wei, seeing that the receptionist was Jiang Chen's cousin and a pretty young woman at that, enthusiastically extended his hand. Sun Wan instinctively reached out to shake it. But then she hesitated and withdrew her hand. She turned to Jiang Chun and asked, Cousin, the job you mentioned, it's not at this barbecue shop, is it? Oh well, yes. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead, paused, and continued, I'm the owner of this barbecue shop. Lu Wei next to you is the manager. As for you, your job from now on will be the front desk here. Huh, my job is front desk. Sun Wan was stunned. To be precise, it's front desk plus various odd jobs. Lu Wei enthusiastically explained. Listen, Sun Wan, don't think that just because I'm the manager, I don't do odd jobs. If we want this barbecue shop to take off, whether manager or receptionist, we all have to keep moving. But don't worry, Brother Chen won't treat us badly. Every bit of work brings a bit of reward. Sun Wan, however, had set her expectations too high. The psychological gap was enormous. After hearing Lu Wei's speech, she was utterly speechless. Hard work. Reward. Huh. That still means working as a dog's body in a barbecue shop. She had always aspired to be a rich woman. But sigh. Who would have thought that her handsome cousin was just a big pie-in-the-sky man? Still disappointed as she was, Sun Wan decided to test the waters. After all, good jobs were really hard to come by these days, and going back home would just mean her mother's nagging. It was better to work in her cousin's barbecue shop for a while. In a word, better to be fed a pie by her own cousin than by strangers. Cousin, if I work the front desk at the barbecue shop, how much will you pay me? How much pay? Jiang Chun was a bit surprised. He had been about to give up when he saw Sun Wan's disappointed expression, thinking to himself, it's not that I'm deliberately tricking you, cousin. I'm giving you a chance to become a rich woman, but you can't seize it. But then his little cousin actually asked about the salary. Well, if you work, the base salary is 5,000. Will there be a contract? Social insurance? Yes. Contract 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Then cousin, if I work at your barbecue shop, will there be a lot of overtime? Will I have to work weekends, holidays, even get up in the middle of the night? Midnight shifts, probably not, but our shop will definitely be busy. That's okay, cousin. Even if it's midnight, I can get up. But I want to make one request. What request? I can forego overtime pay and compensatory time off, but I'd like a performance bonus of 3,000. What? 3,000 performance bonus? Well, Xiaowan, when you work, don't focus only on immediate earnings. Look toward future development. For example, according to the career plan I have for you, you'll be the financial director of my future chain company. How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount. A 50% discount? Yes. Base salary 5,000, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, plus a 1,500 performance bonus. What do you think? Deal. Having successfully resolved his cousin's employment issue, Jiang Chun let out a long breath. Well, he had lived up to his aunt's trust. He had finally managed to trick his cousin into staying. No. He had finally made his cousin seize a chance to become a rich woman. After staying at the barbecue shop for a while, and discussing with Lu Wei that the shop would officially open tomorrow. Seeing that it was already noon, Jiang Chun hurried back. His wife was home alone with the 3 kids. If she got hungry at noon and made fried eggs with soy sauce again, the image was too vivid. He didn't dare to think about it. So he rushed back to cook for his wife. It just so happened that he hadn't had barbecue for a long time, so Jiang Chun decided to make a barbecue lunch. As soon as Su Qingqing smelled it, she was drooling with craving. As soon as he finished grilling, she devoured it all. The lamb stock at home was running low. Soon it was all cooked, and Su Qingqing ate it all. So Jiang Chun grilled a batch of sausages. Wife, there's only sausages left. Do you want some? Yes, definitely. All right, this big sausage is for you. Great. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully tricked your cousin into becoming a receptionist. Reward 5,000 yuan cash. A lottery gift pack. What? Tricked? System. I'm giving you one more chance to rephrase that.